Chapter 1. Life Simulator. The Repository of the Mind. The Repository for Entries. My lord. It hurts. Xiao Wu, battered and bruised, gazed mournfully at Pilaf. Half an hour ago, the wretched Majin Bu had cast the three of them from the sky. The aircraft was gone, half the world was lost, and so was King Pilaf. To be precise, at the moment Pilaf's head struck the ground with a resounding thud, his body had already been usurped. Pigu, a denizen of the Dragon Kingdom from another dimension, a fervent Dragon Ball enthusiast. While binge-watching anime, darkness inexplicably enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself transformed into King Pilaf. Of course, Pilaf is merely one version of the name. Some Dragon Ball fans refer to him as the Rice Porridge King. In any case, he is indeed the unfortunate child. Silence. I am in agony too. Don't you dare laugh. You too. Rubbing the swollen bump on his forehead, Pigu glared at Xiao Wu. Before he could utter the word jerk, a chilling notification echoed in his ears. Beep. Binding the Life Simulator. Binding successful. Life Simulator LV.1. Host, Pilaf, Pigu. Age, 37, 21. Combat power, 3 points. Cosmic energy, 0. Remaining simulation attempts, 3. Note 1. This simulator is a life simulator, granting one opportunity for life simulation each week, which can be accumulated with a maximum of 3 attempts. Note 2. All things possess cosmic energy. The host may choose to convert touched items into cosmic energy, which can be observed at will. Note 3. At the end of the simulation, cosmic energy will be expended to exchange for certain rewards, which may be retained until the next simulation begins. Note 4. Before each simulation, entries will be randomly drawn. The entry levels range from low to high. White, 70. Green, 20. Blue, 9. Purple, 0.9. Gold, 0.1. Probability increases as the simulator levels up. Note 5. Newcomers binding to this system are granted 3 free simulation opportunities. Would you like to initiate the simulation? Gazing at the sudden appearance of the system panel in his mind, Pigu broke into a wide grin. Ha! The heavens do not forsake me, Pilaf. Axio. Xiao Wu. Let us return home. From that moment forth, Pigu truly embraced the identity of Pilaf. Currently, the 3 of them were battered and in a perilous wilderness. Fortunately, Axio still possessed a capsule. Inside lay a small aircraft, sufficient for the trio to return to their lair and tend to their wounds. Upon arriving back at their stronghold in the East District, Pigu locked himself in a room. Ignoring the pain from his injuries, he gritted his teeth and activated the first life simulation. First life simulation, commencing. Randomly drawing entries. Completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the white entry. Evil Little Mage Template. The Evil Little Mage template grants you all the skills of the Evil Little Mage Vagar. Evil Little Mage? Vagar. Damn, that's incredibly powerful. Lying on the bed, Pigu instantly recalled the skills of the Little Mage. The passive ability permanently increases spell power by 1 point upon defeating minions or monsters. When skills are used against heroes, regardless of life or death, 1 point of spell power is permanently gained. The Q skill is a non-targeted attack. The W skill is area-based, the E skill is a control skill, and the R skill is a targeted attack. The most remarkable aspect of the Little Mage is that, in theory, as long as the game does not end, the passive can be stacked infinitely. Among the 4 skills, Q, W, and R can all stack damage. No matter how long the game drags on, there will always be an end, as minions continuously push lanes. However, in reality, Pigu eagerly anticipated his performance in the life simulator. You have grasped how to utilize the entry and cast skills within the room. The results are satisfactory, though somewhat mana-consuming. With natural mana regeneration over 1 hour, you can cast Q 10 times, W 7 times, or R twice. Having never experienced the sensation of being powerful, you eagerly burst from the room and captured a small white mouse in the laboratory. Securing the mouse, you unleashed a Q, shattering one of its front paws. Your combat power increased from 3 to 4. It did not perish, thus it can be considered a hero. 1 hour later, the tormented mouse, on the brink of death, succumbed to your Q skill, elevating your combat power to 13. But in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. A mysterious trio has emerged on Earth, dedicated to apprehending criminals while meting out extreme punishment. Every captured criminal endures broken limbs and severe injuries, ultimately succumbing to a headshot from explosive energy. Indeed, this enigmatic trio is the Pilaf group, with you at its helm. In just 1 year, your combat power skyrocketed from 13 to 34,000 points. Not every day could criminals be apprehended. Lying on the bed, Pigu marveled at his simulated self during the simulation period. Initially, with limited combat power, even a single mouse could yield over 10 points. As combat power increased, the Q skill could effectively eliminate small mice. When mice became insufficient, he turned to larger beasts. Saber-toothed tigers, jackals, and large lizards became the souls claimed by Pilaf's Q. However, these medium-sized creatures soon proved inadequate. Eventually, Pigu found himself compelled to seek out human targets. While indiscriminate slaughter of innocents was not out of the question, he found it difficult to take that step. Thus, he began torturing death row inmates. Humans are indeed the best targets. With a single Q, a hand was severed. Applying his own rapid clotting spray, they would not perish immediately. From a single death row inmate, Pigu's combat power record was 35 points. 1 year later, the public safety on Earth reached astonishing levels. First targeting death row inmates, then serious offenders, eventually even hapless individuals crossing the street were nearly ravaged by you. In desperation for suitable targets, you brazenly stormed the Corinne Tower. Before the cat sage, you seized all his senza beans, totaling over 80,000, leaving Yajirobe in tears. Having acquired such a bounty of senza beans, you utilized surveillance satellites to locate the second generation of Majin Buu training in the wilderness. His father had set you 3 up, and being one to repay grievances, the target of your ire became Majin Buu. This fellow could regenerate from severed limbs. Your control over Q strengthened, and with each cast, you merely severed a finger. Then the palm, every inch of skin on his arms, and finally his legs. Fortunately, that Namekian had no gender, otherwise little Buu would have been doomed. With senza beans at his disposal, he endured your torment. Thus, in the year 756 of the age of the universe, you dragged Buu to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. During these 3 years, Buu had suffered greatly at your hands, venting his fury upon Goku. When he aimed to finish off Goku, you intervened just in time. Thus, Buu endured another disastrous 5 years, until Raditz arrived on Earth, at which point you spared him. At this moment, your combat power has ascended to a terrifying 350,000. Chapter 2. Fatal Weakness. As Raditz emerged from his spacecraft, he delivered a memorable line befitting a lesser foe. However, just as this individual aimed his detector in your direction, it detonated spectacularly. Over the years, you had failed to acquire any martial skills, and thus lacked the ability to harness your combat power. Before the detector's explosion, Raditz managed to ascertain your location and proximity. Upon racing toward your castle at high speed, you were found reveling in the company of 3 enchanting companions. Pig gazed at the simulator, marveling at his restoration to the guise of an ordinary earthling. According to the lore of Dragon Ball, humanity on Earth can be categorized into 3 distinct classes. The first class comprises normal humans, represented by figures such as Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Bulma. The second class consists of anthropomorphic beings, including Oolong, Puar, and the King. The third class is characterized by monstrous beings, with Pilaf serving as a quintessential example. The latter 2 categories of Earthlings are a result of having consumed transformation potions, for which there exists corresponding antidotes. Having ascended to the pinnacle of strength on Earth, Pig had not been remiss in accumulating wealth over the years. With riches at his disposal, indulgence became inevitable, leading him to opt for the antidote. The 3 girls were all stunning beauties, each deserving of a score above 95. In reality, Pig reclined on his bed, thoroughly content with his choices. Yet, in the face of Raditz, the harbinger of disruption, the simulated Pig harbored no goodwill toward him. With a swift move, Raditz met his demise, reporting to King Yima. You effortlessly resolved the crisis and seized this individual's spacecraft. Having long harbored an insatiable yearning for the cosmos, you abandoned Xiao Wu and Ashu to guard the homestead. Embarking on your journey aboard the spherical vessel, departing from Earth. After 6 months navigating the cosmos, you finally reached a base within the North Galaxy. under the dominion of the Frisia force. Inside this base, there were no formidable opponents. Ultimately, they contributed a few hundred points of combat power, all of which you swiftly eradicated. Ransacking the stockpiled blue crystals and metallic rods, you established yourself as a cosmic bandit, exclusively targeting the Frisia force. So this blue crystal serves as the energy source for the spacecraft. One wonders how much cosmic energy it could be exchanged for. In reality, Pig murmured to himself while reclining on his bed. Yet, these matters were trifles in the grand scheme. The simulation continued unabated. In the year 762 of the age of the universe, you stirred chaos within the Frisia force. Ultimately, on planet Frisia number 41, you fell into an ambush. At this juncture, your combat power had surpassed the formidable threshold of 400,000. Yet, it was the Jinyu force that made their move. For one who could not fly and moved at a snail's pace, Captain Jinyu expended little effort in successfully exchanging bodies with you. You have found yourself within the gravely injured body of Captain Jinyu, ultimately meeting your demise at his own hands. You have perished. The first life simulation has concluded, yielding an overall rating of C. You may choose one reward from the following options. Option 1. The White Text Evil Sorcerer, costing 1,000 cosmic energy. Option 2. For 100,000 combat power, consuming 40,000 cosmic energy. Option 3. A Scion spaceship, requiring 3,000 cosmic energy. Indeed, the white text exhibits inherent flaws. Observing your performance against Captain Jinyu in the simulation, Pigu could not help but lament. Despite possessing a formidable combat power of 400,000, he was unable to unleash its full potential. After executing the EQWR skill set, not only did he fail to land a single hit on Captain Jinyu, but not even a speck of dust marred his adversary. Instead, he became acutely aware of the critical deficiency of his skill vacuum period. He first inflicted self-harm before attempting a body switch. Regrettably, his earthling form moved with the speed of a snail. Though Pigu's mind recognized the impending danger, his body remained frozen in place. Simply put, the version of himself in the simulation could not even perform the dance of air, and his death was indeed unjust. This 400,000 combat power is still enticing. However, can I amass the 40,000 cosmic energy within a week? Grasping the stainless steel cup on the bedside table, Pigu began to probe the cosmic energy it contained. Indeed, it held a mere 0.1 cosmic energy. The table contributed 3 points, while the bed offered 5 points. This room contained a total of 100 points. Assessing the furnishings within the room, the values were crystal clear. If he were to absorb everything in the room, Pigu estimated he would accumulate approximately 150 to 160 cosmic points. How much is that? While not an exorbitant amount, it is certainly not negligible. One must consider that these items are among the most commonplace. Yet, at present, this capsule house remains the last refuge for the three of them. To truly understand the story, one must go back 3 years. At that time, King Pilaf owned at least one castle, renowned across 10 miles and 8 villages. He was indeed a wealthy man. After all, Pilaf was genuinely clever. The products he invented were exceedingly popular in the market. By the age of 34, Pilaf had already acquired a castle within the Dragon Ball world. Excluding the lack of formidable martial prowess, he was not lacking in other respects. Otherwise, Little Wu and Ashu would not have chosen to follow such a peculiar humanoid. However, inexplicably, while enjoying a peaceful slumber, a colossal gorilla raised his castle. Pilaf swore he had never encountered such an enormous chimpanzee. It inexplicably demolished his castle. As is well known, in the earth of the Dragon Ball world, once a castle is lost, one is swiftly plunged into poverty. In the second chapter of the Dragon Ball manga, 2 unfortunate castles met their demise. The castle of the Ox King was reduced to ruins by Master Roshi's full-frequency shockwave. Subsequently, this individual was transformed into an ordinary elder who merely sought free meals and drinks. Meanwhile, Pilaf's castle was utterly demolished by a black gorilla that Goku had transformed into. From that moment on, the once mighty King Pilaf began his descent into misfortune. Each encounter with Goku resulted in either his robots being destroyed or his aircraft being seized. The most unfortunate of all, the ninja Ashur, even had his entire ninja outfit taken away. This was the pitiful inheritance left by Pilaf for Pikin, a sight too grim to behold. Contemplating the meager possessions he had left, Pikin decided to abandon his aspirations. Hey, Ashur, my Come with me to East City. I shall become the strongest person on earth. No, I shall become the mightiest being in the universe. Exiting his room, he found the two dining in the restaurant. Once more, Pilaf summoned the trio for a full frontal assault. My king, we are all injured. Perhaps we should rest for a while, Mai suggested with a sorrowful expression. However, Pilaf rejected her proposal vehemently. No way. We must go now. The opportunity for a simulation increases weekly. Let it pass, and it would be a waste. This was something Pilaf could not accept. Chapter 3. The Junkyard. Ah? How dare you lay hands on me? Stop. Stop. My Usher, let's run. Upon arriving in East City, Pilaf swiftly located a factory. Inside, he gleefully absorbed the vast amounts of steel stored there. In broad daylight, an inexplicable quantity of resources vanished in an instant. The factory's security quickly surrounded the trio. The injured trio stood no chance against the guards. Ultimately, it was Pikin who brandished Usher's katana, shouting, "The salary is merely 3,000. The resources belong to the boss, but our lives are our own." This successfully intimidated the guards. Yet, even so, they could not continue absorbing cosmic energy. The trio fled in haste, panting as they reached the outskirts of East City. Phew! Usher, did they not pursue us? Leaning on his knees, Pikin felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, nearly retching. No, my king, how did you manage that? That massive steel disappeared. Usher, on lookout duty, while Mai inquired of Pilaf. This is my ultimate technique. It pertains to our future dominance over the universe. Don't pry into matters that do not concern you. Huh, where are we? After expelling some gastric fluid, feeling much relieved, Pikin looked up to survey their surroundings. All around them lay crushed cars. Before Mai or Usher could speak, Pikin already recognized their location. The junkyard. Quickly direct your gaze towards the surrounding scrap vehicles. Item, scrapped vehicles. Cosmic energy, 50 points. A standard automobile also yields 50 points. A crushed hulk of a vehicle, reduced to a mere iron disc, similarly garners 50 points. The most crucial aspect is that this place is utterly deserted. After all, thieves tend to seek out gold and jewels. It is rare to hear of any foolhardy thief attempting to pilfer rusty scrap iron. When there is no work to be done, this area remains vacant. To other thieves, it holds no allure. Yet, for Piggar, this locale is a veritable paradise. On May 9th, 753 AC, Eastern Capital News reported last night that the Cardiff scrap processing plant, located in the northern outskirts of our city, was completely emptied overnight. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Under the watchful eyes of Xiaowu and Ashu, Piggar absorbed all the scrap iron discs occupying dozens of acres in just 3 hours. The bounty was indeed gratifying. Piggar's cosmic energy had now reached a staggering 210,000 points. The trio of Pilaf, who had hastily fled with buckets, only returned to their capsule house by noon, once again locking themselves in their room. Pilaf eagerly exchanged for 400,000 in combat power. Buzz. In an instant, the terrifying aura spread across the globe. The deities in the temple rushed to the edge to investigate the situation. Master Rashi, Little Goku, and Piccolo all turned their attention towards the direction of Pilaf. How could such a dreadful presence suddenly manifest on Earth? The deities were taken aback. They were uncertain whether Pilaf's transformation signified fortune or calamity for Earth. Master Rashi, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained silent. Little Goku, having just retrieved his Rui stick, was astonished by Pilaf's overwhelming energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo discreetly masked his own aura, preparing to lie low for the time being. Such a transformation left Piggar feeling helpless. The system initiated the life simulator. Ding, the second simulation begins. Extracting entries. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the green entry Krillin's talent. Krillin? That is not too bad, I suppose. Observing the simulator, Piggar noted that he had drawn Krillin's talent. He smirked, reluctantly accepting it. The probability of drawing a green entry currently stands at 20. Only after the system upgrade will this probability increase. To advance from LV1 to LV2 requires 1 million points of cosmic energy. Upgrading within a short time frame seems rather challenging. Well, it is what it is, Krillin it is. In truth, among the Dragon Ball talents, Piggar most desired the abilities of Vegeta or Majin Buu. If those were unattainable, Goku's talent would suffice. However, even if he were to draw one now, Piggar lacked sufficient cosmic energy for the exchange. Besides, Krillin's talent is not without merit. At the very least, you are the strongest among pure earthlings. You have acquired the Krillin talent, along with a formidable combat power of 400,000. And you begin to contemplate how to further enhance your strength. The lessons learned from your previous encounters have provided significant insight in the realm of Dragon Ball. One must indeed cultivate strength through rigorous training. You departed from the capsule house and made your way once more to East City. This time, you orchestrated a heist at a bank vault. With the ill-gotten gains, you procured an antidote and swiftly returned to your normal state as an earthling. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. You recognized that Goku had encountered the deity, summoning the Earth Dragon. After a brief moment, the sky cleared, and you utilized surveillance satellites to locate the Turtle Hermit's residence. Taking a flight, you quickly arrived at the Turtle Hermit's abode and found Tien Shinhan. This individual, overwhelmed by your terrifying aura, could barely lift his head. After restraining some of your energy, you explained your purpose for seeking him, to learn the technique of flight. Indeed, with the talent of Krillin, you mastered the technique of flight in merely half a day. Moments later, you were soaring through the skies, having reached the temple. Astonishingly, the deity indeed imparts wisdom without prejudice. So this is how one controls their energy. In the house, Pigu observed the entire process of energy control taught by the deity. However, upon trying within the confines of the house, he discovered that it bore no effect. After all, he lacked Krillin's innate abilities. In his frustration, Pigu could only continue watching the simulator. You controlled your energy, promising the deity that you would protect the earth, which was the reward for his teachings. You are certainly not a virtuous individual. The deity is well aware of this, yet he only hopes you are a person of your word. For the next 8 years, you diligently trained on Earth, acquiring numerous martial arts techniques. However, the innate talent of Earthlings is indeed limited, and even with weighted training, your combat power increased only marginally. After careful consideration, you resolved to construct a gravity training chamber. Due to technological constraints, you could only create a training room with a gravity limit of 50 times Earth's gravity. Nevertheless, that sufficed for your needs. After 8 years, your combat power surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Yet, this was the extent of your training potential. When Raditz arrived on Earth, you were already waiting at the landing site of his spacecraft. This time, he did not utter a single word of bravado before meeting his demise upon arrival. Once again, you acquired a spherical spacecraft and chose to venture into the cosmos. Chapter 4. A Swift Path to Prosperity. Poor Raditz. Observing Raditz's incredulous expression, Pigu shook his head in lament. This fellow has lost his only memorable line. At that moment, Pigu felt a profound sense of ennui. However, the simulation continues. You executed a decisive strike, piercing Raditz's heart. This time, you acquired the device from his ear. In your possession, it was swiftly deciphered and replicated. You crushed the original. Yet Vegeta had already learned of Raditz's demise. Uninformed about the Dragon Balls, he had little interest in coming to Earth for vengeance on Raditz. Meanwhile, you embarked on a spherical spacecraft, venturing into the cosmos. This time, you did not seek trouble with the Frisia Force. Instead, you arrived at Namek, hoping to unlock your potential through the guidance of the Grand Elder. However, the principled Grand Elder firmly rejected your request. Infuriated, you dispatched Nail, intending to coerce the Grand Elder into compliance. Should the Grand Elder refuse to enhance your abilities, you threatened to annihilate the Namekians. Under duress, the Grand Elder ultimately acquiesced, and with his assistance, your combat power surged to 1,050,000. An increase of 50,000 was utterly disheartening. The diminutive warrior with a power level of 1,500 could elevate to 12,000, an 8-fold enhancement. You could hardly believe that your potential was so meager. Even if you did not reach 7 or 8 million, you should have at least increased to 3 or 4 million, shouldn't you? In the end, you attributed your limitations to the entire Namekian race. The Grand Elder was obliterated with a single strike, and the other Namekians fell victim to your wrath as well. Before departing, you unleashed a full-powered energy blast upon Namek. The planet was destroyed. The violent explosion caused the hull of your spherical spacecraft to crack. How could Raditz's ship possibly compare in quality to that of the Ginyu Force? A massive loss of oxygen ensued, leading to your suffocation and demise. You perished, concluding the second simulation. Overall rating, D. You may choose one item from the following rewards. Option 1. 1,050,000 combat power, costing 105,000 energy points. Option 2. Green trait, Krillin's talent, costing 10,000 energy points. Option 3, combat power detector, costing 1,000 energy points. Option 4, Scion spacecraft, costing 3,000 energy points. Among the 4 options, there were no martial arts techniques, which somewhat disappointed Pig. However, upon further reflection, he realized that his current deficiency was not merely a singular martial skill. A careful analysis of the present situation revealed that selecting the 1,050,000 combat power would offer little assistance to Pig. At present, on Earth, even a combat power of 1,000 was akin to that of a demon lord. The difference between 400,000 and 1,050,000 was, in essence, negligible. This matter can be temporarily set aside. Among the remaining 3 options, the combat power detector is non-essential for now, as Pig has no intention of leaving Earth in the near future. Therefore, the Scion spacecraft and detectors are not urgent at this moment. What is most pressing is to suppress the energy signature promptly. The poor Xiao Wu and Ash have been crawling on the living room floor for nearly 3 hours. System. I choose the second option. Ding, selection confirmed, deducting 10,000 cosmic energy points. Ding, congratulations to the host. The entry has been applied. In an instant, Pig experienced an indescribable sensation regarding the energy within him. This must be the understanding of energy that Krillin possesses. Having already figured out how to control his energy during simulations, Pig immediately began to experiment with it. Thus, after a day, Pig managed to suppress his energy to an extremely weak level. Pilaf, how have you become so formidable? Xiao Wu, rising from the ground, inquired anxiously about the earlier events. Ash, on all fours, panted heavily. For a dog-headed creature, such pressure was truly terrifying. Xiao Wu. Ash, remember this. I am the omnipotent King Pilaf. That is sufficient. The fewer people who know his secrets, the better. Even with Xiao Wu and Ash, he could not reveal everything. 3 parts deception, 7 parts mystery. Let them understand the basics without delving deeper. Knowing more would only bring unnecessary troubles. You too. Come here and assist your king with some tasks. Our precarious days are about to come to an end. With finances tight, Pilaf felt frighteningly powerful. Lacking money? Then they would simply steal. Pilaf believed that the approach he chose in the second simulation was quite effective. Ready the aircraft, the trio returned to the eastern capital. They boldly entered the bank, easily dispatching the guards, and Pilaf smashed open the vault. They plundered vast amounts of cash, gold bars, and stored jewelry. As they departed, they didn't forget to shoot a projectile at the approaching police. This spontaneous, unplanned robbery was executed flawlessly. After their successful heist, they did not leave the eastern capital, but instead made a stop at a pharmacy. Pilaf produced 3 million zeni to purchase an antidote. Why should we spend money? King Pilaf, isn't stealing better? Xiao Wu whispered to the now tall and muscular Pig, who stood beside her, standing at a height of 6 feet. Pig's appearance had returned to what it was before his time travel. As Pig admired himself in the mirror, he took a moment to impart some wisdom to Xiao Wu. My dear Xiao Wu, if we were to seize everything, what would be the purpose of robbing a bank? Despite feeling a sense of confusion regarding Pig's explanation, Xiao Wu found it profoundly insightful. She stood there, momentarily stunned. Asu, Xiao Wu's dazed. Remember to take her along. We have a multitude of tasks to attend to. With his demeanor restored to that of a normal person, Pig was in high spirits. Yet, there was still much to be accomplished. As he stepped out of the apothecary, Pig strode forth with great vigor. Asu grasped Xiao Wu's hand and hurried to catch up with Pig. After some time, the trio arrived in West City. Hey, Xiao Wu, you'll be in charge of this money. If it runs short, let me know, and I shall make a trip to the bank for supplies. This is Miss Bulma's residence. I intend to acquire a parcel of land near her home and construct the most opulent castle imaginable. Ideally, my chamber will afford me a daily view of Bulma's every move. Do you understand? Standing before Bulma's doorstep, Pig articulated his plans. What Pig valued was Bulma's scientific prowess. However, Xiao Wu and Asu were evidently overthinking the situation. Chapter 5, Lawless Chaos. Bulma. How could it be her? Xiao Wu and Asu exclaimed in astonishment, each echoing the other's disbelief. Pig did not respond to their query, merely casting a subtle glance at the two. His focus lay on Bulma's scientific abilities. Yet he felt no inclination to elucidate this thought to his subordinates. Silence often speaks louder than words. A mere look was sufficient to quell their curiosity. Asu was not particularly surprised by the newfound enigmatic nature of their leader. King Pilaf was inherently unpredictable. In contrast, Xiaowu found herself lost in admiration of Pig's handsome visage. Nevertheless, plans must be executed. Xiaowu and Asu obediently commenced spending money to accomplish their tasks. 3 days later, the mayor of West City sought out the trio at the hotel where they were temporarily residing. He greeted Pig with a remarkably friendly demeanor. In truth, shortly after their arrival in West City, a substantial contingent of police and military encircled the three, prepared to handle such a mysterious robber with utmost caution. After disrupting Pig's good spirits, these individuals met their fate at the hands of the Grim Reaper. Finding the situation overly cumbersome, Pig took a flight to the site of the old royal palace. Recently, King Piccolo had reduced it to rubble. Following Goku's victory over the elder Piccolo, His Majesty returned to the vicinity of the royal palace ruins, working diligently under a hastily erected tent to manage the aftermath of the turmoil. After Pig's visit, the area, once flattened by the elder Piccolo, now bore a significant pit. Following the rain, it transformed into an artificial lake. From the moment the great pit emerged, King Dog absolved King Pilaf of all his transgressions and declared him eternally innocent. In other words, even if Pilaf were to slay King Dog, it would still not be deemed a crime. At that moment, the reputation of King Pilaf spread across the globe, a true king without a crown. As for the throne of Earth, Pig was dismissive. After swiftly sending off the mayor of West City with a few words, the construction of Pilaf's castle commenced beside Bulma's residence. Upon returning home with Oolong, Bulma, incensed at discovering that her new neighbor was part of Pilaf's entourage, stormed to the hotel to demand an explanation. However, upon encountering Pig's handsome yet aloof visage, she was instantly taken aback. "Woman, keep your distance. Do not lower my standards." Dealing with Bulma required more than mere flattery. She preferred a more assertive approach. After being rebuffed by Pilaf, Bulma's temper flared. "Is it just because he is handsome? What is so remarkable about that? Yamcha is equally handsome, thank you very much." Yet, that infernal Pilaf seemed to possess an allure that surpassed Yamcha's. How could she possibly think this way? Alone in the laboratory, Bulma often found herself haunted by Pig's devilishly charming, disdainful face. Surprisingly, he wasn't entirely detestable. While Bulma daydreamed, Pig was making preparations in his hotel suite. System, initiate the third simulation. Ding, the third life simulation begins. The random selection of terms is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the white term Peach Blossom Eyes. Peach Blossom Eyes exude an irresistible charm for women, causing them to fall hopelessly in love and remain devoted. Note, usable once every decade, with a maximum of 3 uses. This term will slightly influence the host's charisma. This is splendid. Pig was filled with exhilaration upon seeing the term he had drawn. Although Peach Blossom Eyes was merely a white term, when wielded appropriately, its effects would undoubtedly be remarkable. Lying on the luxurious bed of his hotel suite, Pig contemplated how to apply this newfound ability. Meanwhile, within the simulator, Pig was already taking action, having acquired a new term. You scarcely had time to ponder its application before Bulma arrived at your door. She invited you to her home, claiming there were academic matters she wished to discuss with you. You were filled with scorn. What academic concerns could a mere high school dropout possibly have? However, while your thoughts were one thing, your body followed Bulma back to her abode. In her laboratory, she was diligently researching a new type of energy. You quickly discovered that the blue liquid she was studying was, in fact, a high-purity concentrate extracted from blue crystal. This substance shall serve as the principal energy source for time machines in the future. The reserves of blue crystal on Earth are quite limited. Even Bulma, the daughter of the world's wealthiest family, cannot acquire a substantial amount. Yet, she envisions synthesizing a new energy source akin to it, with the ambition to transform the world. While she dreams of altering the course of existence, you find yourself pondering whether to win her affection. After a torturous deliberation lasting 0.00125 seconds, you called out to Bulma. As she lifted her gaze to meet yours, she fell irrevocably in love with you, ensnared by your charming eyes. Pig, observing Bulma, who resembled an octopus entwined around him, felt utterly trapped. Upon returning to the newly completed Pilaf castle 2 weeks later, clutching his waist and trembling, he was drenched in cold sweat. Truly, this girl's combat prowess was formidable. It was no wonder that Prince Vegeta held her in such high regard. Oh, what a misfortune! Why the sudden haste to pursue Vegeta? Pig lamented his ill fate and turned his attention to the fluctuations of the simulator. Bulma had called Yamcha, announcing the end of their relationship. Stunned, Yamcha confronted Bulma, questioning whether there was someone else in her life. Fearlessly, Bulma revealed your existence. The version that reached Yamcha painted you as more handsome, more manly, more responsible, more nurturing, and, most importantly, superior in strength. Over the years, Yamcha had never truly advanced. Despite Bulma's numerous hints, he remained oblivious. Feeling betrayed, Yamcha summoned Krillin, Tien, and Chaozu, storming towards West City with fury. After 2 rounds of simulation, you realized that further struggles would yield no breakthroughs in your cultivation. Thus, you resolved to save her life. When Yamcha stormed into the castle, you were lounging by the pool in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Bulma nestled in your embrace, applying sunscreen to your skin, a tender scene that ignited Yamcha's wrath. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his new Wolf Fang fist towards you, but a mere sneeze from you sent him tumbling into the pool. Yamcha nearly met his demise from that single sneeze, while Krillin, Tien, and Chaozu remained on high alert. They positioned themselves ready for combat, yet refrained from striking. You, however, offered them a simple bargain: teach you 1 martial technique each, and they could depart unharmed or face dire consequences. Chapter 6. Bulma's transformation. The first to falter was Yamcha, who imparted his prized Kamehameha technique to you. This rudimentary energy wave could be executed effortlessly, lacking flavor yet too valuable to discard. However, you recognized that he had little else of worth to offer. The Kame Sennin style had limited martial resources. As anticipated, Krillin taught you the afterimage technique, which could serve as a useful intimidation tactic. When it was Tien's turn, you eagerly requested that he teach you the solar flare technique. He was unwilling, so you had no choice but to seize the dumpling, using his life to coerce Tien into submission. How is it that from the very beginning of this simulation, I do not appear to be a virtuous character? Furrowing his brow, Pika expressed his confusion regarding his behavior within the simulator. Although he was not exactly a paragon of virtue in reality, at the very least, if he were to resort to kidnapping and extortion, he would consider whether the target had any connections. To toy with the life of a dumpling was tantamount to challenging Tien's limits. What if this group of martial arts enthusiasts surpassed him in strength in the future? Would there still be any good fortune left for him? Observing within the simulator as Tien ultimately capitulated and imparted the technique of the void technique to him, a chill ran down Pika's spine. Tien has yielded, and you have swiftly mastered the void technique. With the void technique amplifying your energy output, that translates to high-speed flight, the kind that leaves a blazing trail. Your grotesque power left the four in a state of shock. Finally, when it was the dumpling's turn, you learned the Dodone Ray from him. Though you are an evil demon king, your adherence to honesty and trustworthiness is commendable. After delivering another blow to the god of tea and warning him to keep his distance from Bulma in the future, you graciously released the four. Isn't it better to eradicate the root of the problem? System, does your life simulation program contain a bug? Pika shook his head repeatedly, questioning the system. However, since its inception, the system had never subjectively answered any of Pika's inquiries. It resembled more of an intelligent program, incapable of engaging in dialogue with its host. Receiving no response, Pika pouted and continued to observe the changes within the simulator. After releasing Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and the dumpling, the four escaped, still haunted by their encounter. Little did they expect that after the demise of Demon King Piccolo, there would still exist a fiend of your caliber. After racking their brains for a strategy in vain, the four had no choice but to focus on their training, hoping that one day they could defeat you and reclaim Bulma. Their movements were constantly under your surveillance, as monitoring satellites discreetly captured their every move. Seeing these martial artists attempt to overcome you through training, you scoffed and dismissed them from your mind. For the next 3 years, you spent every day entwined with Bulma, and before long, she became pregnant. However, you were utterly unprepared for fatherhood, informing her that she would have to raise the child on her own. Do not come to disturb you when the time came. Bulma was heartbroken, yet her love for you remained steadfast. She resolved to bear a child in hopes of preserving your relationship. Dropping out of school to return home and give birth to your first child, Pyangping, she continued to devote her attention to you. Due to her infatuation with your charming traits, even with Pyangping, she did not seem overly concerned. 3 years later, Bulma had completely neglected her studies, and her laboratory had gathered dust for far too long. The once bold and passionate Bulma, known for her intelligence and generosity, has seemingly vanished, replaced now by a clingy and infatuated version of herself. During the 23rd martial arts tournament, you refrained from participating or making any significant moves, resulting in Goku, having returned from his celestial training, triumphing over the formidable Piccolo Jr. to claim the coveted championship title. Meanwhile, you accompanied Bulma and the 2-year-old Piang Ping to witness the event. In the midst of the throng, Bulma lost her grip on the young child, who tragically perished underfoot. Your indifference to Piang Ping's death was palpable, and even Bulma seemed unfazed, believing that as long as your love for her endured, the two of you would eventually bear the fruits of that love. Bulma's transformation evoked a sense of dismay among Goku, Krillin, and others, who regarded your demeanor with palpable disdain. As for the God of Tea, he immersed himself in relentless training, vowing to surpass you and reclaim Bulma in the future. In a vivid scene, the God of Tea was fervently honing his skills. Although his innate talent paled in comparison to Krillin and Tien, his pent-up fury fueled a remarkable increase in his combat power, elevating it to 227 points over 5 years. Remarkably, I recalled that when Raditz first arrived, this individual's power was merely 177 points. The rage of being wronged seemingly translated into an astonishing boost of 50 points in combat prowess. While I mockingly ridiculed the God of Tea, a nagging feeling of unease settled within me. Though I was not inherently malevolent, I had not expected to descend into such depths of wickedness. The issue, I surmised, lay with the enigmatic peach blossom eyes. Bulma had instantly fallen for me, yet I found myself unprepared to reciprocate her affections. Or perhaps there was no love at all, only the influence of the peach blossom eyes, which seemed to affect only women and had no effect on me. As I contemplated this, I continued to observe the unfolding simulation. 5 years swiftly passed, and the Scion Raditz returned as expected, yet this time, I remained passive. Goku sacrificed himself, journeying to the underworld, traversing the Snake Way to meet King Kai. Under his tutelage, Goku experienced a significant enhancement in strength. Although still inferior to me, the latent Scion potential began to manifest. A year later, Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, intent on seizing the Dragon Balls and annihilating the planet. I remained a mere spectator, intervening just before a creature intended to obliterate Yamcha, dispatching it with a swift Kamehameha. Nappa and Vegeta proved to be no challenge before me. Before Goku could return, I had eliminated both with ease. On Earth, no one sustained injuries, let alone fatalities, thus diminishing their motivation to seek the Dragon Balls on Namek. Yet, I yearned to revisit Namek, hoping to utilize its Dragon Balls to enhance my own abilities, such as transforming into a Scion physique. In pursuit of your objective, you seized Gohan and hurled him into the spherical spacecraft, threatening Piccolo to accompany you on a journey to Namek. You are aware that the incantation for the Dragon Balls on Namek must be uttered in the Namekian language, and Piccolo is the key to summoning the wish-granting deity, Purunga. As for Gohan, he serves as your leverage against Piccolo. With a practiced ease, you navigate this familiar scenario, truly a testament to your capabilities. Lying on your bed, you turned over, convinced that this was your clever strategy. With a smug smile gracing your lips, you gathered an array of snacks, indulging in them while relishing the unfolding drama. Chapter 7. Carelessness, No Shield. In the simulation, you set forth with remarkable swiftness, arriving at Namek even faster than Frieza. Thanks to Raditz's scouter, the Namekian villages were left with no place to hide. Without a second thought, you bulldozed your way through, nearly annihilating the Namekians. Even the so-called Demon King Piccolo, the Protector, could no longer bear witness to your actions. Yet, with Gohan in your grasp, a mere flick of your finger could spell his demise. The reluctant guardian, Piccolo, could only glare at you with gritted teeth. Ultimately, you acquired 6 Namekian Dragon Balls and, with Gohan and Piccolo in tow, made your way to the Grand Elder's residence. Nail stepped forward, unhesitatingly merging with Piccolo. The power of the Demon King surged exponentially, instantly surpassing 500,000. In contrast, your own power level barely exceeded 400,000. Cursed it, I forgot they could communicate telepathically. How infuriating. These two little imps are not to be trifled with. Carelessness, No Shield. Though merely a simulation, you remained indignant. The Namekians possessed numerous extraordinary abilities, including the capacity for close-range telepathic communication. It was evident that this strategy was conceived by Nail. In the heat of battle, realizing your inevitable demise, you struck Gohan down with a single punch. Piccolo erupted in fury, unleashing a special beam cannon that pierced through your heart. Though you had slain little Gohan, the dragon on Earth still existed, and resurrecting him posed no challenge. Your own death, however, was unequivocally final. You were pierced through the heart by the demon King Piccolo. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Comprehensive score, D. You may choose one reward from the following options. Option 1. White textual peach blossom eyes, costing 1000 universe energy. Option 2. 410,000 power level, costing 41,000 universe energy. Option 3. Scouter, costing 1000 universe energy. Option 4. Scion spaceship, costing 3000 universe energy. As you gazed at the options materializing before you, you fell into deep contemplation. This time, the overall score was the lowest among the 3 life simulations. I hardly engaged in any meaningful endeavors, and over the years, my combat power barely increased by a mere 10,000 points. This increase was only achieved as I sought to evade Bulma, prompting me to engage in some training. Had I practiced diligently as I did during the first simulation, even if Piccolo merged with Nail, he would not have stood a chance against me. Most regrettably, I could only utilize the term Peach Blossom Eyes once. Originally, it could have been employed with Android 18 or Bardock. However, due to my excessive indulgence and laziness, I let my guard down and allowed the opportunity to slip away. What does it matter if I perish? The existence of Dragon Balls on Earth has long been detected by Frisia's forces. Even if that Namekian refuses to submit, they would certainly turn their attention toward Earth. That fool Goku possesses a combat power of just over 8,000, and even Piccolo, with a combat power of merely 500,000, would be no match for Frisia. If I cannot survive, your fate will not be any better. Upon careful reflection, I deduced the fate of Earth following the 3rd simulation. However, the simulation has concluded. This knowledge, while slightly assuaging my indignation, offers no tangible benefits. Turning my gaze toward the 4 options, the first to be dismissed was the combat power. An increase of only 10,000 points at the cost of 41,000 cosmic energy? Is this not a farce? The term Peach Blossom Eyes certainly carries a hint of the uncanny. Bulma, ensnared by my charm, even lost her scientific prowess. In truth, my intent in approaching Bulma was not driven by lust for beauty, but rather an appreciation for her scientific capabilities, particularly in the development of time machines. With a time machine, I wish to explore the possibility of continually traversing various timelines while employing the life simulator. This could potentially offer a means to escape my current predicament. Yet, it appears that those controlled by Peach Blossom Eyes seem to lose their independent personalities. Such a Bulma, even if controlled, holds little significance. Indeed, this form of attachment scarcely qualifies as love. It rather evokes a sense of Stockholm Syndrome. Option 1 was thus dismissed by me. The remaining 2 options seemed inconsequential. System, I choose the combat power detector. Ding. Selection confirmed, deducting 1,000 cosmic energy. Ding. Congratulations, host. System space permissions activated. Ding. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in my ears. In the upper left corner of the system panel, a new icon resembling a pouch appeared. Following the system's guidance, I swiftly learned how to utilize the system space. Much like many web novels, I could quickly store and retrieve items merely by the power of thought. Living beings cannot be contained within, as the interior is maintained at a constant temperature. Whatever is placed inside remains unchanged upon removal. However, the system space provided with the Level 1 life simulation is rather limited. Beside the system space emblem, there exists a symbol. Pigu tentatively tapped it, receiving a system notification that cosmic energy could be utilized to expand the system space. What a steep price. Currently, the dimensions of the system space are 1 meter in length, width, and height. To extend each dimension by 1 meter, a staggering 1 million points of cosmic energy is required. This feels akin to robbery. No longer pondering the system space, Pigu casually retrieved the combat power detector. This device was created by the system, and even when activated, the Frisia force would be unable to track it. Pigu felt secure in its use. Aiming it around, he detected numerous powerful energy signatures. The combat strength of these individuals pales in comparison to mine. How mundane. At this juncture in time, The most formidable being should be the deity. Upon investigating, Pigu discovered that this old fellow exhibited a combat power of just over 300 points. Moreover, in close proximity, there were two other potent energy signatures. One possessed a combat power of 260 points, likely belonging to the young Goku, who had yet to master his control over Ki. The other entity surpassed 500 points. If Pigu's conjecture held true, this must be Mr. Popo. Ordinarily, Mr. Popo's combat strength should be around 1030 points. He is, after all, the longest surviving individual on Earth. Long before the deity attained his divine status, Mr. Popo had already served several generations of celestial beings. It is worth noting that deities possess lifespans significantly exceeding those of ordinary mortals. Even the cat sage has lived for over 800 years. Therefore, as someone who has served multiple celestial beings, Pigu conservatively estimates Mr. Popo to be at least a millennium or two old. Chapter 8. The Art of Flight. After enduring for so long, combat power has barely exceeded 1,000. How lackluster. It should be acknowledged that those martial artists training in the underworld, after a millennium or two of practice, often achieve significantly higher combat powers. Though they may not reach tens of thousands, they are likely to possess several thousand. However, their primary roles are as attendants and subordinates, which provides a reasonable explanation. With this combat power detector, it is far more convenient than blindly attempting to discern the locations of my adversaries. These signatures, each over 100 in strength, must belong to Krillin, Tien, and the others. With a gleeful chuckle, Pigu sprang from his bed and exited his chamber. As he stepped out, Little Dance approached him respectfully. King Pilaf, the construction team has arrived. Within a week at the earliest, our castle will be completed. Here is the account ledger for your review. Offering the ledger with both hands, Pigu had no intention of accepting it. With a gentle wave of his hand toward Xiaowu, he smiled and said, Xiaowu, both you and Ashu are like siblings to me, and I trust you completely with your tasks. I shall be away for a few days. Please take good care of things here. In the future, for such minor matters, you may handle them as you see fit. Pigu held great confidence in Xiaowu and Ashu. Though he occasionally scolded them, it was never meant to hurt. After all, in this world, they were the only ones who remained steadfast by his side. Such words cost nothing, yet they left Xiaowu and Ashu standing there with teary eyes, deeply moved, and sobbing quietly. This deal was indeed worthwhile. With the two entrusted to look after home, Pigu boarded his newly acquired luxury airship and swiftly set off towards the direction where Tianjin Fan and the others awaited. For hours later, the airship hovered above a vast island. This place looks quite familiar. Pigu mused, suddenly recalling, This is the island where Master Roshi trained Goku and the little bald-headed boy. Gazing out of the porthole at the island below, he murmured to himself. The world had been in turmoil lately, largely due to the actions of the evil King Piccolo. Cursed be Pilaf for releasing him from the electronic warming pot. It was all Pilaf's fault for being so careless. A small part of the chaos stemmed from the mischief of King Pilaf himself. No one had anticipated that Pilaf possessed such formidable power. Neither the gods nor the cat god could comprehend it, nor could the dog king. If one were to round it up, this entire series of events could be attributed to Pilaf's antics. The state of the world was determined by Pigu's influence. However, those who were aware of Pilaf's strength remained few. Presently, the recently resurrected Krillin and Dend, along with the gradually recovering Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, had begun to diligently train. Goku was growing stronger by the day. Naturally, as his brothers and friends, the four were equally unwilling to lag behind. When Pigu appeared before them, Yamcha was resting on a cane, as he bore the most severe injuries among them. Yet now, he could manage on his own. Otherwise, Bulma would not have returned to West City. The other three, meanwhile, were engrossed in their rigorous training. After some rest, Tianjin Fan had nearly regained his strength, and his injuries were merely superficial, not hindering his relentless pursuit of improvement. This harmonious scene was soon disrupted by Pigu's arrival. Tianjin, he possesses a terrifying power. Dent, being a martial artist himself and endowed with supernatural abilities, had a perception that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As Pigu approached, all four of them turned their gazes upon him. During the past 2 days, they had been training on this immense island, and occasionally, island residents would come to witness the spectacle, albeit keeping a respectful distance, for it was evident that the four were formidable figures indeed. Some residents of the island, who had previously followed the World Martial Arts Tournament, immediately recognized the identities of the four individuals. After this revelation, no one dared to approach them any further. After all, the peculiar appearance and ability to fly of these individuals instilled a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. It was unprecedented for someone like Pigu to approach them so recklessly, with a distance of less than 10 meters separating them. Hey, even if you are here for autographs, you shouldn't interrupt our training. Tianjin Fan did not speak. But the ever-curious Joshin, who had been observing the commotion from the sidelines, limped over to Pigu and began to complain incessantly. Bang! Thud! What? How could this be? Joshin's incessant chatter irked Pigu immensely. With a swift punch, he struck Yamucha squarely in the abdomen, causing him to faint instantly. Such a nuisance. Pigu remarked indifferently about Yamucha. Meanwhile, Krillin and Poir rushed to check on Joshin, and upon realizing he had merely fainted, they stood up, fists clenched, glaring angrily at Pigu. At this moment, Pigu was no longer the diminutive figure of Pilaf. Among those still conscious, only Krillin had seen Pilaf's past form through the crystal ball of the fortune teller. That glance had been casual, and he was not familiar with Pilaf at all. Ironically, the unconscious Joshin was the only one who had ever interacted with Pilaf. Who are you? What do you want here? Why did you knock out Yamucha? Krillin demanded. Observing Pigu standing there with an air of indifference, showing no signs of further action, Pigu cast a sidelong glance at the bald man, ignoring him entirely and instead approaching Tianjin Fan. Feeling the pressure emanating from Pigu up close, Tianjin Fan appeared tense and wary. Do not be alarmed. I am Pilaf. I have come to visit the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament and to learn the art of flight, Pigu stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. In the Dragon Ball world, acquiring the ability to fly was indeed quite essential. At this stage, only a few individuals possessed this skill. The deities, without a doubt, could fly, but Pigu lacked the means to ascend to their realm. The Turtle Hermit was also capable of flight, yet through satellite surveillance, Pigu had been unable to locate him. The newly born Piccolo had likely not matured yet. Although he could fly, he too had vanished from the satellite's watchful gaze. After all, satellite monitoring has its blind spots. Thus, if Pigu wished to learn the art of flight immediately, he had no choice but to seek Tianjin Fan. The life simulator was an intriguing tool. It sometimes provided intricate details about specific occurrences. For instance, it elaborated meticulously on how to control one's energy. However, when it came to the segment about seeking Tianjin Fan to learn the art of flight, it was merely glossed over in a single line. There is no other choice. Pig must seek out Tien once more in the real world. This is the unspoken secret of the Crane School. You may leave. I shall not impart this knowledge to you. Much like the results within the simulator, this individual is unwilling to share with Pig. Even invoking the Crane School to justify his refusal, Pig raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his face. I have heard whispers that you, Tien, have betrayed the Crane School? How infuriating. Things are not as you presume. With the lie exposed, Tien erupted in a furious roar. Chapter 9. The Beggar's Prince Technique. Tien possesses two sacred vulnerabilities. The first is Kaiatsu. Without Kaiatsu, Tien could scarcely fathom how to exist alone. The second grievance lies in the accusation of his betrayal of his master. Tien perceives his actions as a righteous transformation, a profound awakening, a return to virtue. Though he has indeed turned his back on Master Roshi, it was born out of necessity. His righteousness is indisputable. Before him stands a despicable individual, a small faction of society who, lacking understanding, prattles on heedlessly. Yet, this fellow, with a mere flick of his fist, rendered the god of tea unconscious. Such prowess momentarily left Tien in doubt as to whether he should teach this rogue a lesson. Although the god of tea's combat abilities are somewhat inferior to his own, he is still a disciple of the Turtle School, his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person. At the recent martial arts tournament, when they first clashed, their fight was evenly matched. Despite having knocked the god of tea unconscious and fracturing his tibia and fibula, this was directly correlated to the god of tea's momentary distraction and lack of experience against formidable opponents. In a straightforward confrontation, Tien still felt confident in his ability to triumph over the god of tea. However, such a victory would require considerable effort, which he was reluctant to expend. Yet, just moments ago, this self-proclaimed Pilaf had effortlessly incapacitated the god of tea with a straightforward strike. This strength was undoubtedly on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Anger was warranted, that much was clear. However, caution was paramount. as he had yet to fully recover. With a refusal to engage, Tien directed his 3 eyes towards Pig. Meanwhile, Pig, in the real world, was reluctant to offend these Dragon Ball warriors. Thus, an unusual silence enveloped the two parties. "Oh, so you are concerned about the constraints of your master's teachings. That is easily remedied. If you refuse to teach me, I shall learn on my own. Prepare yourself." Upon reflection, Pig swiftly grasped Tien's reluctance to teach him the instant transmission technique. It was merely a matter of pride, an unwillingness to unearth past wounds. After pondering for a moment, Pig formulated a plan. With both hands drawn back, he unleashed a series of energy blasts, each lacking in formidable power. Surging forth from his palms, Pig now possessed a combat strength of 400,000. The breath within him swelled, allowing him to effortlessly execute the rudimentary technique of Qigong. He meticulously controlled the energy within the Qigong blasts, ensuring that he did not inadvertently harm Tien Shinhan. Each blast contained energy comparable to Krillin's standard Kamehameha, posing a minimal threat to Tien Shinhan, yet the sheer quantity was staggering. In an instant, dozens of energy blasts surged towards Tien Shinhan from all directions. The simplified strategy of Prince Piga effectively sealed off all possible escape routes in front, behind, and to the sides of Tien Shinhan. The only refuge left for him was the sky. The intention was to force him to fly, allowing Piga to closely observe how the technique of flight utilized the energy within one's body. Simply put, he aimed to clandestinely learn it. According to the narrative known to Piga, 3 years later, Krillin also mastered the technique of flight. At that time, during his battle against Demon King Piccolo, he nearly fell out of the ring but managed to stabilize himself using the technique. Tien Shinhan had remarked on when the little bald head had learned it. For 3 years leading up to the martial arts tournament, Krillin and Yamcha had adventured alongside Tien Shinhan and Chaozu, undoubtedly learning the technique through observation. Piga himself possessed the innate talent of the little bald head. Since Tien Shinhan was unwilling to teach him, Piga had no choice but to resort to this tactic. The energy blasts erupted with reckless abandon. Tien Shinhan, struggling in midair, had to continuously employ the technique of flight to evade them. An hour later, fatigued and at his limit, Tien Shinhan was struck in the chest by an energy blast. However, he sustained no serious injuries and plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, Chaozu managed to fly up and catch him. As Tien Shinhan faltered, Piga's eyes lit up at the sight of Chaozu flying. Without hesitation, the prince's strategy was aimed directly at the unfortunate Chaozu. "Ah, your brotherhood's strength is commendable. I apologize for the disturbance. Should you seek vengeance, you can find me next to Bulma's place, where I have constructed a castle, until we meet again." With that, Piga utilized the technique of flight and soared away. Tien Shinhan and Chaozu, exhausted on the ground, remained silent. Yamcha, still lying on the ground, trembled at the mention of Bulma's name. Only the little bald head stood, watching Piga depart. In just 2 hours, he had mastered the technique of flight. Piga's spirits were high. While he had learned the skill during the system simulation, it had not been offered as an option for him to exchange. In truth, even techniques like flight and the Dodon Ray could be exchanged. Piga did not wish to squander his sole opportunity for exchange after every simulation. The martial skills acquired through personal experience in reality offer unparalleled value. Continuously experimenting with various flying postures, Pigar ultimately discovered that the most effective position for high-speed flight is indeed the downward stance resembling that of the second brother. This allows for optimal visibility and minimizes air resistance. Once accustomed to the art of aerial movement, Pigar began to amplify the intensity of his energy transmission. With a firm press of the accelerator, a whirlwind of energy surged around him. Within mere minutes of high-speed flight, Pigar arrived at the Galinta. "Greetings, Cat Sage. I am Pilaf, and I trust you recognize me." Standing before the Cat Sage and a Kairobe, Pigar smiled as he introduced himself. The Cat Sage appeared somewhat taken aback by Pigar's arrival. Leaning on his wooden staff, he hesitantly inquired, "Pilaf, what brings you to my Galinta?" "Of course, I am here to partake in the super sacred water, and I would like to borrow some of your magic beans," Pigar exclaimed, shaking his neck and wrists, the bones cracking audibly. Deep down, he was aware of his formidable combat strength. However, his actual fighting skills were rather lacking. Meanwhile, on the celestial side, little Goku was currently undergoing training. Pigar had no desire to intrude and disrupt Goku's cultivation. He could seek out King Piccolo, but that individual had yet to mature. And regardless of whether through satellites, detectors, or his own sensory perceptions, he could not pinpoint Piccolo's exact location. As for Master Roshi, his training methods offered little enhancement for Pigar at this stage. After much contemplation, Pigar's gaze ultimately settled on the cat sage. All right then. However, to obtain the super sacred water, I must seize the flask from you. But your power is formidable, the cat sage acquiesced, albeit feeling quite troubled. Fear not. I shall restrain my strength so as not to put you in a difficult position, Pigar assured, having discerned the cat sage's apprehensions. At present, this was the only viable option. The cat sage nodded, instructing Akairobe to step back a bit. Using the tip of his staff, he lifted the flask of super sacred water, proclaiming, "This is the super sacred water. Pilaf, only by barehandedly seizing the flask can the water reveal its true efficacy." Fearing that Pilaf might act unscrupulously, the cat sage prepared the ground rules before commencing. Aware of the cat sage's intentions, Pigar smiled knowingly, "Rest assured. Even if it were mere water, I would not demolish your tower. Hey, cat sage, be cautious." With his energy controlled at around 150 points, which was the limit of Pigar's control, he charged directly at the cat sage, who skillfully evaded using his swift movements. The process, while not tedious, appeared rather monotonous to Akairobe, who found it quite absurd that they were actually competing for a flask filled with water. Bored, he reclined on the ground, gazing at the clouds outside the tower. Thus, more than 10 days have swiftly passed. Ha, ha. I ask you, fat cat, did you not hold back? After over 10 days of intense training, Pig has undergone a remarkable transformation, although he still falls short of the combat prowess exhibited by the exceptionally gifted Dog Kong. In comparison to Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and others, he no longer finds himself at a disadvantage when their strengths are equalized. Ultimately, he bears the undeniable talent of Krillin, renowned as the strongest Earthling. While he cannot be compared to a group of prodigies, within this modest patch of Earth, he is quite commendable. In just a span of days, he has achieved what would typically take Master Roshi 3 years. Pig is thoroughly satisfied with such results. Of course, there was no leniency. "This is my duty. The Cat Master's usual task is to train martial artists to ascend the Korin Tower." Although Pig did not climb, he soared up, wholly conforming to the standards of training at Korin Tower. Thus, the Cat Master would certainly not show any favoritism. After justifying his stance, the Cat Master swiftly shifted his tone. "Pilaf, I am aware of your past, and I recognize your current, overwhelming prowess. However, I implore you to restrain the darkness within your heart. Once unleashed, it will not only devastate the earth, but also bring ruin upon yourself." Upon attaining a battle power of 400,000, Pig could not conceal his aura. The Cat Master sensed it immediately, perceiving it clearly through the well atop Korin Tower. Pig's peculiar behavior over the past few days left him perplexed. Essentially, Pilaf is not an entirely malevolent individual. Rather, he is a somewhat ambitious scientific genius. In the Cat Master's view, had Pilaf not harbored the dream of becoming the ruler of the world, his life could have been extraordinarily fulfilling and comfortable. Consider another scientist, Dr. Brief, who harbors no such ambitions. Occasionally perusing Liu Bei magazines constitutes his greatest misdeed. Does he not relish a life of ease as the world's richest individual? However, such words of consolation, while perhaps applicable to the former Pilaf, resonate as mere folly when directed at Pig. Enough of this. I am responsible for my own life. Do not ramble on to me. Fat cat, I know you possess over 80,000 senzu beans. Set aside 100 for emergencies, and store the rest in capsules for me. From his pocket, he retrieved a universal capsule, a preparation made in advance. The purpose was to acquire the senzu beans. In Pig's mind, this action cannot be deemed theft. It should rather be regarded as protection. Even if he did not extort, the senzu beans would inevitably fall into the hands of that pig, Yachirobe. The last time, failure stemmed from not requesting senzu beans from the Cat Master, resulting in a missed opportunity. Otherwise, even if he had been pierced through the heart by Piccolo, there would have been ample time to consume a senzu bean and turn the tables on him. Such an error, while excusable in a simulation, cannot be brushed aside in reality. At this moment, Pig is determined to seize the opportunity immediately. The cat sage, still oblivious to the miraculous properties of the celestial beans, can only think that Pilaf must have banged his head against a door. One celestial bean can sustain a person for 10 days. 800,000 beans could guarantee sustenance for 800,000 days. That amounts to over 2,000 years. Do you, you rascal, expect to live for 2 millennia? Nonetheless, this fleeting thought barely registered in the cat sage's mind. As long as this rogue is sent on his way, those celestial beings are of little consequence. Yet, it seems that a Chirobe will have to endure some hardship, as he must share fish with the cat sage. Wait a moment, I shall fetch them for you. With a swish of his tail, the cat sage descended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, he appeared before Pig, wobbling while holding a ceramic jar. As he aligned the jar's opening with the large box produced by the universal capsule, an abundance of celestial beings cascaded forth. Oh, this jar is remarkable. It can hold so many celestial beings? The beans flowed from the jar as if they were free, and after some time, it was left utterly empty. The cat sage clawed back a few handfuls before stowing away the jar. You may leave now. I trust you will take care. Having poured the majority of the celestial beings into Pig's possession, the cat sage issued a dismissal. He held no fondness for that Pilaf fellow. Pig, not surprised by the reaction, chuckled, returned the universal capsule to his bosom, and bid farewell to the two. Gentlemen, I apologize for the intrusion. Until we meet again. With that, he strode to the edge of the Garen Tower and, with a swift motion, soared towards West City. In the year 753 of the Age of the Dragon. On May 21st, after spending over 10 days in revelry, Pig successfully returned to West City. During his absence, Pilaf Castle had been constructed. However, in anticipation of the king's arrival, Xiao Wu and Ashura had refrained from moving in prematurely. Upon his return to the hotel, Xiao Wu and Ashura followed closely behind him to the castle's entrance. Let us go home. Choose your favorite room, he exclaimed, laughter echoing through the air. Before crossing into this world, Pig was merely an ordinary student living in a cramped dormitory. His personal space was scarcely sufficient, to the extent that indulging in a self-heating hot pot on his bed would result in it being looted by his 3 roommates. Now, just a few days into his adventure in the Dragon Ball universe, he found himself residing in a castle. This sensation is beyond words. After a comfortable night in the plush bed, he enjoyed a lavish breakfast the next day. Alone, he returned to his chamber, locked the door, and prepared to embark on a life simulation. Over 10 days had passed, and the previously cleared attempts had accumulated twice. If he did not proceed with the simulation soon, he would exceed 3 attempts without further accumulation. System. Initiate life simulation. Beep. The 4th life simulation commences. The random selection of entries has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the green entry, Scientific Genius. The intellect of the scientific genius is augmented by 100, and creativity is enhanced by 100. Chapter 11. The android Xiaowu. Upon receiving the system notification, Pigu fell into deep contemplation. Upon traversing to this world, he had assimilated Pilaf's memories, fully absorbing his understanding of knowledge. Strictly speaking, the current Pigu possesses remarkable research capabilities and creativity. However, unlike Dr. Brief, Dr. Dashin, and others, Pilaf's application of technology resembles the whimsical scribbles of a child. Nevertheless, from a research perspective, Pilaf excels in the development of mechanical weaponry. His abilities are undeniable, yet his thought processes are rather peculiar. Pigu believes this discrepancy stems from cognitive issues rather than Pilaf's scientific aptitude. Nevertheless, the combination mechas he has created are undeniably subpar. Consequently, Pigu has consistently overlooked breakthroughs in this area. This time, however, the simulation has granted him the green entry of Scientific Genius. Based on the provided data, this represents a tremendous enhancement for any scientist. With the aid of the system, Pigu is determined not to play a mere supporting role in someone else's legendary tale. Currently, relying solely on his own strength, he finds it challenging to break free from his constraints. Seeking a path through the lens of science proves to be a reliable approach. Familiar with the future narrative, Pigu understands the tremendous power of science. The creations of Dr. Gero, such as androids 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, as well as the android Cell, the mutant robots of Dr. Mew, and the undead warrior Hachiyak of Dr. Raichi, all exemplify the formidable technological advancements. Additionally, the OG-73I, also known as Seven's Lee, and the super androids 17 and 21 further illustrate the technological trajectory of the third universe. The power of technology in the Dragon Ball universe is undeniably significant. Naturally, Pigu is filled with anticipation for this simulation. increased intellect and creativity to such an extent that you enter a state of hyperactivity in an instant. A myriad of brilliant ideas flood your mind, and you swiftly document them all. After a day, you barely acclimate to this extraordinary sensation. Just then, Bulma arrives once again. You take her hand and head straight to the laboratory, while her heart races and her cheeks flush, yet you remain oblivious. Upon arriving at the laboratory, you eagerly share the ideas you conceived throughout the day with Bulma. Bioweapons, mechanical weaponry, energy weapons, biochemical arms, android technology, synthetic blue crystal technology, and the Cosmic Battleship Initiative. You articulated these imaginative concepts one by one, yet the majority were mercilessly dismissed by Bulma. Unfortunately, the advancement of science necessitates a collective progression across all disciplines. Many of your ingenious ideas are constrained by the limitations of current technological capabilities. Aspects such as materials, manufacturing processes, and costs must be meticulously balanced before any goals can be achieved. Even so, Bulma remained astonished by your creativity. However, she found it somewhat perplexing that you were so engrossed in weaponry research. She believed that science should be employed to explore the unknown realms rather than to fabricate war and conflict. You deemed her perspective naive, and after nearly a month of blissful companionship, you both parted ways. Lacking strength while possessing advanced technology is akin to a child flaunting a $1 million Sony in front of villains without having faced the harsh realities of society. Yet, taming this girl is no simple feat. Spitting out a date pit, you reclined languidly on the couch, scoffing at Bulma's ideals. To you, your reasoning in the simulation was undeniably correct. If it were up to you, you would enhance your own abilities forthwith, harnessing the power of science to establish a foothold in the Dragon Ball universe. This, too, is a viable path to becoming stronger. After all, the limits of Earthlings are challenging to transcend in a short time. An Earth martial artist, beginning training in their teenage years, typically reaches their physiological peak in their early 20s. Unless one encounters extraordinary circumstances, they are likely to hit a plateau in their cultivation. Conversely, the power of science knows no developmental boundaries. Based on the advanced information at your disposal, you resolve to focus your research on android technology. There remain numerous avenues to explore within this domain. You promptly dismissed energy-absorbing androids like Android 19, primarily because you found them rather foolish. You also abandoned cell fusion types like Cell, as you could not wait for Frieza and his son to arrive on Earth to extract their cells. Thus, you concentrated on the purely mechanical structure of Android 16, along with independent thinking androids and permanent energy types like Androids 17 and 18 as your primary objectives. Both technologies, however, cannot circumvent the technology of permanent energy cores. After 8 years of dedicated research, you still found yourself at a loss. 8 years later, Raditz arrived as anticipated. Well prepared, you seized the spherical spaceship from him. This time, you resolutely departed Earth once again. However, this time your objective is to acquire a sufficient quantity of natural blue crystals. You plundered several blue crystal mines belonging to the Frieza Force and returned to Earth stealthily before being detected. With the newfound energy source, you achieved a significant breakthrough in the technology of perpetual energy reactors. After being ensnared by a single technology for 8 years, your patience has long since reached its limit. You abandon the creation of artificial beings akin to Android 16. As time progresses, the future versions of Son Goku, Vegeta, and others will become increasingly formidable. Even Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien will gradually surpass you. Unable to wait any longer, you resolve to commence live experiments immediately. After careful consideration, you summon Xiao Wu and Ashu. How peculiar it is, akin to the wolf grandmother, to tempt Xiao Wu with the promise of eternal youth and Ashu with the allure of immortality. Pigu was at a loss for words. For Xiao Wu, her greatest adversary has become the relentless passage of time. Fine lines have begun to manifest at the corners of her eyes over the years. For Ashu, a dog's lifespan is significantly shorter than that of a human. And the same holds true for canine-headed beings. You have seized upon their vulnerabilities, leaving them with no grounds for refusal. Furthermore, they have always been unwaveringly loyal and obedient to you. A year later, the transformations of Android Xiao Wu and Android Ashu were complete. Chapter 12. The Pilaf Gang in the laboratory. You spent several days improving the combat power detector. Using the newly developed device, you measured the combat power of Xiao Wu and Ashu. Xiao Wu's combat power reached 1.8 billion, while Ashu's soared to 2 billion. You were quite pleased with these results. Considering your own aging, at the age of 45, you have already surpassed the average human lifespan on Earth of 75 years by a significant margin. You began contemplating the transformation of yourself into an android. At this juncture, Scion Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth. Observing the imposing figure of Vegeta on the laboratory's large screen, you disdainfully stepped into the sleep chamber. Within the sleep chamber, intelligent robots necessary for your transformation into an android had already been installed. After forcibly shutting down android Xiao Wu and Ashu, you proceeded with your transformation at ease. Outside the laboratory, on Earth, following the Scion crisis and the battle on Namek, a year later, Krillin and Yamcha were revived, alongside Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, who possessed combat powers in the millions. The Dragon Ball warriors had long forgotten about your existence. Your own transformation was remarkably smooth. Before Frieza and his father arrived on Earth, you had already regained consciousness. Awakening Xiao Wu and Ash, you, endowed with a combat power of 3 billion, are prepared to assert your presence with great vigor. Within the castle, Pig's brow is furrowed. It is true that he desires to grow stronger. Yet the notion of transforming himself into a being neither human nor ghost, a synthetic entity, remains a difficult pill to swallow. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, there exist numerous methods to attain immortality. The simplest approach is undoubtedly to seek out the Dragon Balls. However, utilizing the Dragon Balls to achieve eternal life is fraught with uncertainty. Immortality does not guarantee an undying existence. Even if one possesses an immortal form, happiness is not assured. Reflecting on Zamasu's fate, even immortality could lead to a state of torment, leaving one in a wretched existence, neither human nor ghost. For a moment, Pig finds himself at a loss. As you arrive alongside Xiao Wu, Ash is poised to act, confronted by the future warrior Trunks. Xiao Wu swiftly places herself before him, causing the young man to blush profusely. You approach Frieza, keenly observing the legendary cosmic tyrant up close for the first time since your arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. With a mere combat power exceeding 100 million, and in a rather pitiful state, you swiftly lose interest in this character. Frieza and his son prove to be no match for you, quickly meeting their demise. However, unlike Trunks, you do not destroy Frieza's spaceship. Instead, you step inside to commence your research. As for Trunks, he remains under Xiao Wu's control, unable to intervene, though he vocally protests. Declaring that leaving the spaceship intact is a calamity, your resolve remains unshaken. 3 hours later, Goku arrives, albeit belatedly, yet he is back nonetheless. You instruct Xiao Wu to cease monitoring Trunks and assign Ash to guard the spaceship while you approach Goku. Goku expresses confusion regarding your newfound strength, but hopes you will protect Earth, for it is your homeland. You promptly decline, asserting that your mere presence is sufficient for Earth's safety. The planet is on the brink of facing the android crisis and the Cell Games, followed by the imminent threat of Majin Buu, with the god of destruction Beerus occasionally contemplating Earth's destruction. Such perilous circumstances leave you hesitant. Can the universe truly exist without an emperor? Pig murmurs to himself, recalling a phrase from the simulation, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. The seventh universe is vast. Earth shall remain under the guardianship of Goku and his allies. Unexpectedly, the simulation version of himself has expanded his horizons, contemplating the cosmos. Yet, the subsequent developments leave Pig utterly speechless. You introduce Trunks to Son Goku, then depart the wilderness with Xiao Wu, Ash, and the spaceship. Upon your return to the Western capital, you commenced your research on Frieza's spacecraft. After infiltrating the systems aboard the vessel, you swiftly grasped the core technologies of Frieza's army, encompassing the formulas for combat suit materials, the engines of high-speed spaceships, and the blueprints for handheld energy cannons, among others. While these innovations held little value for you at present, they were undeniably essential for the formation of a formidable legion. Crucially, the scientist Kikuno, responsible for the development and manufacture of these technologies, was still alive, residing within the headquarters of Frieza's army. It would be illogical to have defeated Frieza yet disregard his legacy. Soon, after organizing all your possessions on Earth, you embarked on Frieza's spaceship, venturing into the depths of the universe. Immortal as you are, the length of interstellar travel held no concern for you. 6 months later, you arrived at the former headquarters of Frieza's army, Planet Frieza No. 1. However, the place was in utter disarray. Following the confirmation of Frieza's disappearance, the army fractured. In a mere 6 months, numerous mid-tier commanders with battle powers ranging from 500,000 to 1,000,000 proclaimed themselves kings. Although many publicly professed loyalty to Frisia, in reality, they harbored ulterior motives, engaging in mutual conflicts. In the vast cosmos, individuals of immense power like Frisia, Son Goku, and Vegeta remained few and far between. A battle power of a few thousand was sufficient to dominate a star region, whereas you possessed a staggering 30 billion. Your formidable presence eclipsed Frisia, establishing you as the newly ascended cosmic emperor of the 7th universe. After consolidating the remnants of Frisia's army, you officially renamed it the Pilaf Corps. The unfortunate Gula was swiftly eliminated by your hand, deprived even of the chance to transform into Metal Gula. Gakuno's prowess is indeed remarkable, as he was able to propose enhancements for the androids. Alas, it was evident that misfortune was imminent. Pig sat upright, observing the subsequent developments in the simulation. Since venturing into the cosmos, Earth had been designated an absolute no-go zone by Pig, to avoid disturbing the merriment of Goku and others. He explicitly instructed all soldiers and commanders of the Legion to refrain from causing any turmoil on Earth. Consequently, he redirected his focus towards the Northern Galaxy and Eastern Galaxy. Resuming his technological research, his primary aim was to upgrade himself, lest he face repercussions in the future. A battle power of 30 billion would prove insufficient in the coming era. Unfortunately, despite the potent effects of the mad scientist's enhancements, Pig found himself in a precarious situation. Chapter 13. System Upgrade. After gaining control over a significant portion of the 7th universe, you donned your lab coat once more, immersing yourself in the laboratory. A decade later, the god of destruction, Beerus, awakened and arrived at your laboratory. The series of technological achievements you developed has left both Beerus and Mr. Whis in awe. However, upon discovering your research into time machines, Beerus took action against you. Despite your enhanced combat power reaching a staggering 30 billion, you were still insignificant in the face of Beerus. You had touched upon the divine limits, and thus, Beerus obliterated you. You perished. Simulation concluded. Overall rating, B-. You may choose to redeem one of the following rewards. Option 1. Green Attribute Scientific Madman, requiring 100,000 cosmic energy. Option 2. Permanent Energy Furnace Technology, requiring 30,000 cosmic energy. Option 3. Complete Frisia Force Technology, requiring 200,000 cosmic energy. Option 4. Time Theory, requiring 1,000,000 cosmic energy. View System Panel. Life Simulator Level 1. Host, Pilaf, Pig. Age, 37 years, 21 years. Combat Power, 402, 394 points. Cosmic Energy, 171, 250. Attributes, Krillin's Talent. Martial Arts, Flight Technique, Key Control. Kamehameha. Remaining simulation attempts. 1. The simulation concluded, and the reward options were laden with zeros, leaving Pig feeling rather apprehensive. He quickly summoned the system panel for inspection. Since his journey into the Dragon Ball world, Pig has undergone 4 simulations, redeeming only Krillin's Talent. Other attributes, such as the evil little sorcerer's panel and peach blossom eyes, were forsaken by Pig. In terms of martial arts, Key Control was acquired through a system simulation, effectively exploiting a bug. The flight technique was a realization forced upon Tien Shinhan in reality. The Kamehameha was instinctively triggered, though its power was not particularly formidable. As for the combat power exceeding 400,000, it was inherited from the rewards of the first simulation. Now, Pig is left with a mere 170,000 cosmic energy. Presently, the only redeemable option is Option 1, the Green Attribute Scientific Madman. To be frank, the effectiveness of this attribute is rather mediocre, even inferior to the unassisted Dr. Gero. From the current perspective, seeking to dominate the universe through artificial human technology appears to be an unrealistic endeavor, at least within the 7th universe. It may enhance one's capabilities, but to take a significant leap forward would be rather foolish. Among the other 3 options in the attributes, the artificial human technology is still commendable. However, transforming oneself into something unrecognizable and grotesque is not to Pig's liking. Unless absolutely necessary, he is reluctant to take such a step. Moreover, the requirement of 80 million cosmic energy looms large. Within a week or two, achieving this task seems rather daunting. Similarly, the realm of temporal and spatial technology is no less challenging. With 1 billion cosmic points, it is indeed a domain that even deities would regard with trepidation. In the simulation, upon being discovered by Beerus, there was no opportunity for defense. I met my demise instantaneously. Unlike Bulma, this time machine was crafted by a future version of her. Even if Beerus were to uncover it, the blame would not rest on this timeline's Bulma. However, if I were to construct a time machine, the ultimate cost would be my own life. Not to mention, in the short term, Pig would find it impossible to amass 1 billion units of cosmic energy. Even if he could, he would certainly not gamble with his own life. The most direct and efficient method to tackle a multiple-choice dilemma is through the process of elimination. By discarding all 3 options, the only remaining choice is the technology of the Frisia Force. The battle power scouter, combat suits, various spacecraft technologies, energy weapons, radar technology, and more. While these may not hold much utility for Pig, at the very least, he wouldn't have to wait 8 years for Raditz to arrive on Earth before he could venture into the cosmos. Moreover, some of these technologies are exceptionally suitable for the civilian market. Currently, Pilaf, though absolved by the king, must tread carefully in certain matters. Instead of robbing banks daily, it would be far more convenient to engage in tax evasion. Pig believes that he can always find loopholes within the regulations. Perhaps this is the proper approach for Pilaf. Xiaowu, Ash, keep an eye on the house. I'm going out for a stroll. After making his decision, Pig summoned his 2 loyal subordinates. Presently, Pilaf Castle has employed numerous maids and chefs, all managed by Xiaowu and Ash. As Pig prepares to leave the castle to gather cosmic energy, he felt it necessary to inform them. On May 21st, 753 AD, that night, Pig departed from West City, heading towards the largest desert on Earth. Everything possesses cosmic energy. Sand is no exception. To be precise, the heat from sunlight sustains the Earth. The thermal energy emitted by stars is undoubtedly a form of high-quality cosmic energy. Were it not for being stranded on Earth, Pig would not have ventured into the desert to absorb sand and convert it into cosmic energy. The scorching grains of sand, each harbors minute cosmic energy. Alone, they may seem insignificant. Yet, the sand in the desert is as plentiful as the stars. In just 3 days, Pig managed to visibly reduce the size of the largest desert on Earth. Meanwhile, the cosmic energy stored in his system account has surpassed 10 million. When one lacks money, there is but a single worry. However, when wealth is abundant, numerous concerns arise. Damn it, who would have thought I could gather 10 million so swiftly? Piga had not anticipated that events would unfold so smoothly. However, this turn of events indeed spared him a great deal of trouble. After all, resorting to the theft of scrapped vehicles was hardly a sustainable solution. System, I choose the complete Frisia Legion technology. Ding. Congratulations, host. The reward has been allocated to the system space. The entire set of Frisia Legion technology was encapsulated within a floppy disk, now stored in the system space. In this era, smartphones had yet to be developed. Even computers on Earth were antiquated, featuring cathode ray tube screens, often referred to as big-headed machines. Not to mention, cloud storage was non-existent, and USB flash drives had not yet been conceived. A multitude of floppy disks cluttered Piga's system space, occupying every inch. System. I wish to upgrade the system. System upgrade requires the consumption of 1,000,000 units of cosmic energy. System upgrade requires the consumption of 1,000,000 units of cosmic energy. Do you confirm? Yes. No, yes. Ding. Consumed 1,000,000 units of cosmic energy. System upgraded. Current system level 2. Chapter 14. Intelligence Expert. Congratulations, host. The probability of extracting entries has increased. Note: white entries 7060, green entries 2025, blue entries 913, purple entries 118, gold entries 0102. Congratulations, host. The side length of the system space has increased by 1 meter to 5 meters. Congratulations, host. The reward exchange limit has increased from 1 to 2 items. Congratulations, host. The cumulative limit for simulation attempts has increased from 3 to 4 times. The investment of 1 million was indeed worthwhile. After the system upgrade, Piga meticulously examined the changes, marveling at the improvements. This upgrade had been necessitated by the inadequacy of the system space. Following the upgrade, the system space expanded from 1 cubic meter to an impressive 125 cubic meters. Now, the system space would suffice for quite some time. However, this expansion was merely a minor enhancement in comparison to the more significant benefits brought about by the upgrade, notably the capability to exchange for 2 items. Pigu promptly checked the system panel. Regrettably, after confirming the previous simulation option, the other 3 had vanished without a trace. It appeared he would have to wait for the next simulation to select 2 rewards. In addition, there had been a notable shift in the probabilities of entry appearances. To put it succinctly, the probability of white entries had diminished, while the chances of encountering entries of other colors had increased. The most significant enhancements were observed in the green and blue entries. As for the purple and gold entries, although their probabilities had improved considerably, they remained exceedingly low. One might simulate 100 times and still not encounter a single instance. In addition to the aforementioned points, there is the accumulation of simulated attempts, which has increased by 1. This particular aspect, in truth, feels rather trivial to Pig. Ultimately, he cast a glance at the cosmic energy required for the upcoming upgrade of the system. Not a bit less nor more, it had increased 100-fold, amounting to a staggering 100 million. He surveyed the balance in his account. Over 9 million points of cosmic energy, yet he was still far from the goal. Floating in midair, Pig contemplated before ultimately returning to West City. The resources on Earth remain limited. Now, having acquired the complete technology of the Frisia Force, he could easily construct a spacecraft to absorb cosmic energy in the vastness of space, thus acquiring as much as he desired. Alternatively, he could establish a Pilaf army as demonstrated in this simulation, commanding numerous subordinates to procure whatever he needed. Nonetheless, such a venture would still require some initial groundwork. Upon returning to the castle, Pig retreated to his chamber, pondering his future plans. From his current perspective, he had amassed quite a few trump cards. However, the issue remained that each simulation concluded with rather unsatisfactory results. The last simulation had been the longest he had survived. In this world brimming with formidable beings and deities, lacking strength was utterly untenable. Fortunately, he had traversed into this realm equipped with a life simulator, a veritable golden finger. Strengthening oneself was an inevitable pursuit, yet it required gradual accumulation. In reality, he could not merely resign himself to being a passive observer. He needed to be diligent in areas that warranted accumulation. Just like the previous 4 simulations, he had to wait for Raditz to arrive on Earth before he could depart the universe. Now, with the full technology of the Frisia Force at his disposal, there was no longer a need to wait 8 years during simulations. This undoubtedly would provide him with a higher starting point each time. On May 25, 753 of the age of the universe, Pig discovered that his simulation attempts had increased once more, now totaling 2. However, he did not utilize it immediately. Instead, he accompanied Xiao Wu and Ash to the office of the West City mayor. King Pilaf, you intend to establish a technology company. You even request tax exemptions from us. This is utterly outrageous. The mayor of West City was a lean, elderly man with graying hair. Just half a month prior, this fellow had visited Pig with utmost deference, ostensibly to placate the legendary Dark Overlord. Half a month had elapsed, and aside from his companions resorting to robbing a private bank due to insufficient funds for constructing the castle, he had not resorted to the wanton destruction of cities as the notorious Pigu would. As for the robbed private bank, the esteemed mayor expressed his inability to assist. Who compelled you to establish your business right at the doorstep of the world's wealthiest individual, Dr. Brief? Upon stepping out of his castle, he merely needs to cross a small road to arrive, so who else could you possibly target? However, now, that rogue, Pilaf, audaciously intends to rob him. How could the mayor possibly remain in good spirits under such circumstances? Yet, his discontent is of little consequence. After all, Pigot is not one to be trifled with. Only after reducing the mayor's office by 3 stories did this old coot finally acquiesce, issuing tax exemption certificates for both the company and individuals, along with a plethora of generous subsidies. Xiao Wu, select a prime location this afternoon and identify a suitable building to serve as the headquarters of our Pilaf Technology Company. As for the building, let us inquire whether they would be willing to transfer ownership to us in a single transaction. Should they refuse, I shall personally engage them in discussion. If they consent, we can bestow upon them 0001 shares of Pilaf Technology Company. As we walked from the mayor's office to the street, Xiao Wu and Ashu recorded the tasks that lay ahead. The mayor of West City accompanied us, inwardly cursing Pilaf's scheme. A robber is indeed a robber, lacking any decorum. Nevertheless, despite his internal diatribe against Pigot, the old man maintained a sycophantic smile upon his face. Pilaf remained indifferent to the mayor's thoughts. After all, might makes right. Compared to the tyrants reigning in the cosmos, Pigot deemed himself worthy of a more benevolent appraisal. Thus, Pilaf Technology Company was officially established. Xiao Wu assumed the role of CEO, diligently preparing for the company's operations. Ashu was nominally appointed as the head of security, yet he spent his days following Pilaf, busy in the company's laboratory. A week later, Pilaf Technology Company proudly announced the launch of its inaugural product, the smartphone. The technology behind smartphones posed no significant challenge for Pigot. In no time, the Pilaf smartphone garnered immense market acclaim. A device priced at neither $9,999 nor $89.99, but merely $19.99, offered a transformative experience. Given that smartphones require a variety of applications, the Pilaf Douyin subsidiary was established. The Pilaf Pay subsidiary followed suit. Thus, Pilaf Delivery Company was also founded. A multitude of mobile internet-related enterprises swiftly fell under the purview of Pilaf Technology Company. On June 10th, in the year 753 of the IGG calendar, merely half a month had elapsed since the establishment of Pilaf Technology Company. The Pilaf Technology Group officially listed. Meanwhile, Pigot had accumulated 4 simulation attempts. Alone in his office, Pigot declared, "System, initiate simulation." The 5th life simulation commences. The random selection of entries has concluded. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the blue entry, Information Specialist. The Information Specialist updates one piece of knowledge outside your cognitive range each day. An Information Specialist? You wouldn't believe it. But such individuals indeed exist in the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that I must vie with Mr. Zuno for sustenance? No, I certainly do not possess the breadth of knowledge he has. This time, Pig has drawn the blue entry for the first time. It appears to be exceedingly useful. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, the warriors on Earth are rather one-track-minded. Each one of them pays little heed to the gathering of intelligence. Whenever they encounter a crisis, even when intelligence support is required, they often resort to last-minute measures. If it weren't for the sheer prowess of these individuals, they would have been obliterated countless times by now. As for how to specifically leverage this new entry, Pig finds himself momentarily bereft of brilliant ideas. Upon acquiring the new entry, an urgent message appears before you. Lord Frisia is recruiting, offering generous compensation. You ponder that with your battle power of 400,000. Even when compared to Frisia's first form, there remains a significant disparity. Rather than incessantly contemplating how to oppose Frisia, perhaps it would be wiser to change tactics. If you cannot defeat him, why not join him? In the month that follows, you set aside all scientific endeavors and dedicate yourself to constructing a spaceship. Frisia's army spacecraft, while formidable, are somewhat sluggish, prompting you to visit Bulma's residence in hopes of enlisting her and Dr. Brief's assistance. The hospitable Dr. Brief harbors no grievances against you for usurping his title as the world's wealthiest individual. On the contrary, he expresses great interest in the blueprints for the spaceship you present. Thus, with the aid of Dr. Brief and the infatuated Bulma, you successfully fabricate a high-speed spacecraft after a month. Its velocity is approximately 3 times that of Frisia's fleet. Throughout this month, you received 30 pieces of intelligence. Though most proved to be of little use, only one was somewhat beneficial. You learned the precise interstellar coordinates of Frisia's administrative planet number 12. It appears that the information provided by the information specialist is not entirely reliable. With the successful development of the spacecraft, the Pilaf expedition has come to fruition. You decline Bulma's eager request to accompany you on a test flight, taking only Mai and Shu as you swiftly head toward Frisia's administrative planet No. 12 in the northern galaxy. Observing your own enthusiastic determination to work for Frisia, Pig finds himself seated in the boss's chair, utterly bewildered. The mindset of his simulated self is indeed quite audacious. However, this experience imparted a valuable lesson to Pig. He realized that he was not a paragon of justice. So why should he oppose King Frisia? As long as he remained cautious of the explosive transformations, overall, King Frisia proved to be a rather commendable leader. Even the awkward antics of Captain Jinyu did not faze His Excellency Frisia. He could tolerate such absurdity and even offer compliments. A benevolent employer like him is rare to find in the 7th universe. Moreover, it is worth noting that over a decade ago, Frisia personally annihilated planet Vegeta, leading to the demise of half the Scions in his army, which is still in the process of reconstruction. During such a time, it is certain that one would be granted significant opportunities. Furthermore, in the future, Frisia is expected to ascend to his golden and black forms. With these thoughts igniting his aspirations, Pig increasingly felt confident that this decision would yield no adverse consequences. After 10 days of cosmic travel, you successfully landed on Frisia's administrative planet number 12. This time, you did not conceal your energy signature. Your power level reached 400,000. And upon your arrival, you fervently expressed your desire to join Frisia's army. This overwhelming fortune landed squarely on the head of the administrative officer of planet number 12. Upon learning of your intention to enlist, Frisia personally arrived at planet number 12. During your first encounter, he immediately began to gauge your abilities. He did not exert his full strength, yet you were still bested by Frisia's first form. The encounter was not devoid of merit. You managed to land several punches on the king. However, immediately after the sparring session, you expressed your sincerest apologies for your rudeness. Possessing formidable strength, acting with propriety, and exhibiting humility, Frisia was profoundly impressed by your initial impression. This unique interview concluded with your success. Due to your outstanding performance, you even surpassed the prowess of Shaver from the Cooler Corps. Thus, you were appointed as the supreme commander of Frisia's First Legion, responsible for the conflict with the Cooler Corps. Within Frisia's army, there are 10 legions, and the First Legion is renowned as the elite among elites. With your power of 400,000, your presence in the First Legion swiftly silenced any lingering doubts. As one ascends, so too do those around him. Xiao Wu and Ash followed your lead, joining Frisia's army. Xiao Wu served as your assistant, while Ash took on the role of your adjutant, holding significant authority within the First Legion. Thus, with your addition, Frisia's army gained the upper hand in the confrontation with the Cooler Corps. It was inevitable. Your combat prowess was already impressive, further bolstered by the insights of an intelligence expert. Although useful information may be scarce throughout the year, when it does arise, it presents a golden opportunity for you to achieve remarkable feats. Thus, a decade has swiftly elapsed. The news of Lord Frisia's journey to Namek has reached your ears, and you are aware that the anticipated events are unfolding. A year later, the tidings of King Frisia and King Cold's demise on Earth reverberated through the Frisia force, instilling a sense of dread among the ranks. You promptly led Xiaowu and Ash back to planet Frisia number 1. With a battle power of 400,000, you stood unmatched among the lesser beings of the universe. Soon after issuing orders to consolidate the forces and retract the defensive lines, the Frisia force began a systematic withdrawal from the fiercely contested star systems. Once the situation stabilized, there were calls for you to ascend to leadership, leading to the renaming of the Frisia force as the Pilaf force. However, with only 400,000 in battle power, you understood that the paramount objective was to resurrect King Frisia. Chapter 16. Death Beam Hiss. Is this fool truly so foolish? Is he addicted to serving others? What a complete shrimp head. Observing the simulation of yourself planning for Frisia's revival, Pigu shook his head in disbelief. Frisia's death would be one thing, but wishing to resurrect him? Was that not utterly deranged? Seizing Frisia's legacy and becoming the emperor of the cosmos, was that not far more appealing? Yet, from another perspective, the simulation of yourself was left with little choice. With your battle power remaining stagnant, you were merely a slightly stronger ant in the vast universe. The previous glory was built upon the formidable support of Frisia. Now, with Frisia gone and Cooler lurking ominously, ready to devour the Frisia force's territory, the most prudent course of action would be to resurrect Frisia. You also contemplated joining Cooler's forces, but deemed it impractical. After all, the number of Cooler's soldiers and commanders who had perished at your hands over the years was countless. Just as you lamented the closure of your own escape routes, the simulation presented an astonishing turn of events. At the moment you commanded a thorough search for the whereabouts of the Namekians, the intelligence officer delivered invaluable news. Cooler, accompanied by his mech troops, had ventured to Earth, where they met with complete annihilation, and Cooler was hurled into the sun by Son Goku. The Cooler Corps, now leaderless, found itself in disarray. Without hesitation, you set forth to the Eastern Galaxy, the domain of the Cooler Corps. As anticipated, the vast Eastern Galaxy had devolved into a state akin to a warring era. Individuals with battle powers of 3 to 5,000 boldly seized several life-bearing planets and claimed dominion over them. This facilitated your plans for conquest. Temporarily abandoning the search for the Namekians, you led the elite of the Frisia First Army in a full-scale assault on the Eastern Galaxy. In less than 3 years, you have seized control of a significant portion of the Eastern Milky Way, as well as most of the Northern Galaxy. Your consecutive victories have greatly enhanced your prestige. However, your strength has not improved substantially. With the aid of the gravity training chamber, you have barely reached the level of 1 million. With such limited power, it is indeed challenging to maintain long-term dominion. In the year 767 of the A.E., you suppressed your aura and cautiously returned to Earth. After half a day's search, you located 7 Dragon Balls and ultimately resurrected Frisia on the ice continent. Unfortunately, the resurrected Frisia was nothing more than a heap of dismembered flesh. Utilizing the most advanced technology, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia was finally brought back to life by you. Oh, I was right about you, Mr. Pilaf. Observing Frisia patting his own shoulder in the simulation, Pig, seated in the boss's chair, broke out in goosebumps. Due to your outstanding performance, you successfully earned Frisia's trust. You were appointed as the deputy commander of Frisia's army, second only to Frisia himself. Out of trust in you, Frisia subjected you to a month of rigorous training. After this brief period of training, Frisia's battle power skyrocketed to approximately 7 billion. In truth, Frisia could have become even stronger. However, you, being a mere punching bag, forced the king to reluctantly conclude his first training session. Yet, you, having turned misfortune into fortune, greatly enhanced your resilience to blows, your physique elevated, and your battle power surged to 1.5 million. Following this dramatic increase in strength, Frisia clamored to seek revenge on Earth. You knew that this journey to Earth was fraught with peril, but under Frisia's insistence, you had no choice but to accompany him. By the time you arrived on Earth, Cell had already appeared and absorbed Android 17, engaging in battle with Vegeta on a small island. Meanwhile, Goku had entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Frisia, unable to locate Kakarot, inadvertently stepped into the fray between Cell and Vegeta. Vegeta pummeled Cell. Frisia retaliated against Vegeta, seizing the opportunity to absorb Android 18, and then proceeded to thrash Frisia. While it was understandable that Vegeta would strike Cell and Frisia would retaliate against Vegeta, you were genuinely perplexed at Cell attacking the king. Nevertheless, none of this concerned you any longer. Frisia unleashed a death beam towards Cell. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, Cell pierced your heart. You perished, and the simulation concluded. Overall rating, C. You may select 2 rewards from the following options. Option 1, Blue Text Entry, Intelligence Specialist, costing 100,000 cosmic energy. Option 2, Battle Power of 1.5 million, costing 150,000 cosmic energy. Options 3, the Super Speed Spaceship, consumes 10,000 points of cosmic energy. Option 4, the Lethal Death Beam Technique, requires 20,000 points of cosmic energy. System, I choose options 2 and 4. After careful consideration, Pig decided to exchange for options 2 and 4, which amounts to a formidable 1.5 million points of combat power, along with Frisia's signature technique. In truth, the choice to exchange for the information expert is also quite enticing. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that such entries rarely yield valuable intel throughout the year. One can only imagine the unreliability of such information, as even trivial matters like Bulma's sagging bust have surfaced. If Pig truly needed a source of information, he would prefer to establish a comprehensive intelligence network from scratch rather than rely on the dubious expertise of an information specialist. As for the superspeed spaceship, there is no haste. If necessary, enlisting the help of Dr. Brief in reality would suffice. At present, the options that directly enhance strength are the most favorable choice. This simulation clearly reflects Pig's current frustrations. Although possessing 400,000 points of combat power in the early Dragon Ball era was akin to being invincible over time, such power becomes negligible in the face of stronger opponents. With a mere flick from Cell, he could meet his demise. Such a death would be utterly frustrating. Fortunately, this simulation was not in vain. A combat power of 1.5 million, coupled with the death beam, offers some solace. It is evident that aligning oneself with Frisia brings its own dangers. One might not only face the threat of annihilation, but also the risk of being deceived. System, Initiate the simulation once more. The sixth life simulation begins. The random selection of entries has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the purple entry, Physical Enhancement. Physical enhancement significantly boosts the host's physique and slightly extends their lifespan. Chapter 17, Durian-flavored chocolate pig could hardly believe it. This time, the entry was indeed a physical enhancement. Although specific values were not provided, the fact that it is a purple entry is undeniably promising. In reality, when he previously acquired Krillin's talent, Pig had diligently trained for 8 arduous years, only managing to elevate his combat power to over 1 million. From a practical standpoint, weight training has proven to be effective. However, Pilaf's physique is quite ordinary. When subjected to 20 times the normal gravity, he struggles immensely. After all, in many respects, Pilaf's body is akin to that of an average earthling. He was never a prodigious martial arts talent. Even with Krillin's gift, it leans more towards intuition. The physical limitations have been the key obstacle keeping Pig from advancing further. Now, everything has changed. Upon acquiring the entry, you promptly made your way to the laboratory. Following blood sampling and live cell examinations, you arrived at a startling conclusion. Your physical constitution had improved by an astonishing 210, extending your theoretical lifespan from 105 years to 120 years. The method by which the system achieved this eluded your understanding. However, it had become irrelevant. You immediately commenced the design of a gravity training chamber, which soon found its place within the castle, capable of sustaining a gravitational force 100 times that of Earth. You embraced a rigorous training regimen. 3 years later, prior to the commencement of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, your combat prowess soared to an impressive 2.7 million. Over these 3 years, you elevated your combat strength from 1.5 million to 2.7 million, a remarkable enhancement of 1.2 million. Most crucially, you had developed the capacity to withstand 50 times the normal gravity. Yet, despite this achievement, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. You chose to suppress your aura and registered for the tournament. In the preliminaries, you effortlessly triumphed over the robotic adversaries, including the likes of Tao Pai Pai and Jiaozi. In the quarterfinals against Tian Xinhan, you faced a grueling battle but ultimately emerged victorious, setting the stage for your encounter with Goku in the semifinals. After an intense exchange of blows, you regrettably succumbed to defeat. As anticipated, Goku regarded you with mutual respect. Revealing your true identity, you forged a friendship with him. The perplexity lingered. Why did you, with a combat strength of 2.7 million, seek the camaraderie of Goku, whose strength seemed to be merely in the hundreds? Was it a glitch in the system, leading you to redeem Goku's forgiving nature and thus ally with him? It is well known that Goku is the champion of forgiveness within the Dragon Ball universe. During the initial search for the Dragon Balls, the then Desert Bandit, Kaiatsu, had clashed with Goku, yet eventually became a steadfast friend. Later, even the adversarial Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi were redeemed into allies. The encounters between Yajirobe and Goku also turned from conflict to camaraderie. In due course, figures like Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, androids, Buu, and Granola followed suit. Had it not been for the complexity of drawing Cell, you believed he too would have found redemption. Truth be told, securing early redemption and seamlessly integrating into the ranks of Dragon Ball warriors would indeed be a commendable choice. However, such a path would inevitably diminish the value of this rare purple entry. Lost in contemplation, you found yourself powerless in reality, while the simulation continued unabated. The fateful confrontation between Piccolo and Goku was preserved through your leniency. The outcomes mirror the course of history. Goku forgave Vegeta. 5 years later, Raditz launched an attack. You were aware of his impending arrival, yet refrained from intervening. Goku sacrificed himself, taking his dear brother Goten with him to the afterlife. Due to his valiant defense of Earth, he successfully reached King Kai and began his training. A year later, as Nappa and Vegeta approached Earth, your battle power had escalated to an impressive 4.5 million. Simultaneously, you had acclimated to 100 times the normal gravity. However, under Nappa's fists, you merely escaped with your life by a stroke of luck. Goku returned, and you were fortunate to witness his fateful clash with Vegeta. History remained unchanged. This time, Goku spared Vegeta. Severely injured, Goku was admitted to the hospital. You eagerly volunteered to take on the responsibility of caring for him. After nearly a month of companionship, Goku shared many stories with you, including how to wield the Kaioken. You subtly steered the conversation towards the Kaioken, blissfully unaware, Goku divulged its secrets in detail. Even when King Kai discovered this, he refrained from intervening. To everyone, you appeared as the valiant warrior, a true companion of Son Goku. Days later, Bulma completed the repairs on the Namekian spaceship. Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma set off to Namek ahead of you. Meanwhile, you remained on Earth to care for Goku. With a mere combat power of a few hundred, this choice drew no objections. After all, you were still weaker than Yajirobe. Over a month later, that rotund Yajirobe delivered some Senzu beans, and Goku instantly rejuvenated, rushing to Bulma's house, and then to Namek. The ensuing tale bore little relevance to you. Leveraging the enhancement of the purple words, you diligently trained each day. When Frieza and his father arrived on Earth, your battle power soared to 5 million. By the time the androids emerged 3 years later, your strength had reached 6 million. You initially believed that history would continue on a mundane path, allowing you to gradually accumulate strength, but reality played a cruel jest upon you. Shortly after the Cell Games concluded, you discovered that no matter how fervently you trained, your battle power would not increase any further. As time passed, you completely abandoned your training. When Majin Buu appeared, years of neglect rendered your power, akin to that of Yamcha, severely diminished. At this point, you were already 59 years old, having lived half of your life. Your battle power plummeted from its peak of 6 million to a mere 180,000. Such a meager strength, in the eyes of Majin Buu, was tantamount to the caloric value of a single candy. In the temple, you have been transformed into a piece of chocolate, yet you are not alone. Krillin, Yamcha, Number 18, Bulma, and others have also undergone the same transformation, albeit with varying flavors. You are of the durian variety. Chapter 18. Planning you were consumed by Majin Buu, only to be expelled shortly thereafter. Even the formidable Majin Buu could not withstand your durian flavor. Nevertheless, you met your demise. Your life has ended, and the simulation concludes. Comprehensive evaluation, B-. You may choose to redeem 2 of the following rewards. Option 1. Purple Attribute Enhancement, consuming 300,000 points of cosmic energy. Option 2. Combat Power of 1,800,000 points, consuming 180,000 points of cosmic energy. Option 3. King's Fist Technique, consuming 5,000,000 points of cosmic energy. Option 4. 100x Gravity Training Room, consuming 5,000 points of cosmic energy. Option 5. 1 Resurrection Card, consuming 1,000,000 points of cosmic energy. Note: the Resurrection Card can be utilized post-simulation death to continue the life simulation process. As the simulation concludes, 5 options manifest before you. Pig has once again fallen prey to the torment of indecision. Among these 5 options, the most trivial are options 2 and 4. A combat power of 1.8 million is only slightly greater than 1.5 million. The 100x Gravity Training Room holds little significance, especially when Dr. Brief is capable of constructing a 300x gravity training facility. If one cannot create it, simply inquire with him for a purchase. The most agonizing dilemma lies within the remaining 3 options. The King's Fist Technique is undoubtedly worth redeeming. Not to do so would be a waste of one's talents. The real conundrum arises in the choice between options 1 and 5. Opting for attribute enhancement could extend your lifespan by 15 years, elevating your peak combat power to an astonishing 6 million. Paired with the King's Fist, your combat prowess could soar to 60 million. However, if that were the sole enhancement, one might as well transform into an android. Immortality would be achieved. Although initial combat power may be modest, ample time for advancement would be afforded in the future. In stark contrast, the Resurrection Card offers a different prospect. Should a rare opportunity arise during future simulations, and you were to perish, this card would prove invaluable. System: redeem options 3 and 5. Ding! Rewards confirmed, deducting 6,000,000 points of cosmic energy. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the King's Fist Technique. Congratulations, host, the Resurrection Card has been issued to your system space. After 2 consecutive simulations, Pig felt somewhat fatigued. Before returning to the castle, he checked his panel. Subsequently, he made his way to the Gravity Training Room. Currently, the system level has reached LV2, and I have accumulated 2 simulation opportunities. My combat power remains at 1.5 million, yet I have mastered the King's Fist. I attempted to test my limits. I can barely withstand 20 times the gravity. In the safest state of the King's Fist, I can maintain 3 times the gravity. Any higher, and my body experiences discomfort. Consequently, my current combat prowess has surged to 5 million. It is rather satisfactory, yet I realize this is not sufficient, and I must diligently contemplate my future path. Seated cross-legged in the training room, I furrow my brow, pondering the course ahead. In truth, the simulation diverges from reality. In the simulation, should I perish, I cannot utilize the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Death is final. However, the reality is starkly different. With the assistance of Xiao Wu and Ishio, they could easily procure the Dragon Balls for my revival. Herein lies a notable distinction between reality and simulation. This time, a peculiar resurrection card has appeared in the simulation, likely for this very reason. Indeed, shortly after Majin Buu annihilated Earth, both the planet and its inhabitants were resurrected by the Namekian dragon. Logically, I too should have been revived. However, the system presumes that upon my death in the simulation, it concludes the simulation. Thus, this mechanism resembles a form of compensatory payment. This arrangement is somewhat favorable for me, as it allows for resurrection within the simulation. Yet, there remains a question of success rates. With the resurrection card, I can seize control of my fate. When revival is unwarranted, there is no need to struggle further. Having clarified this matter, I now face a new challenge. It is evident that following the last upgrade, the probabilities of drawing green, blue, and purple attributes have significantly increased. Presently, the system requires 100 million energy points for another upgrade. If I toil a bit more to gather sand, I should accumulate it swiftly. However, based on prior experience, I estimate I can absorb over 3 million cosmic energy daily. Thus, reaching that 100 million threshold will take over a month. I must procure some high-energy cosmic materials, which may expedite the process. With my thoughts organized, I promptly summoned Xiao Wu to the training room. King Pilaf, did you summon me in haste for an urgent matter? She inquired, her gaze drifting to my exposed chest, causing her cheeks to flush. In truth, Xiao Wu is now 22, flourishing in her youth, while I, restored to a normal form, appear as a 21-year-old. Strictly speaking, we are contemporaries. Fresh from testing the limits of the King's Fist, my face, neck, and chest glistened with perspiration. The scent emitted by male hormones captivated Xiao Wu to some extent. Ahem, Xiao Wu, there is a task that requires your attention. Only then can I feel at ease. Noticing Xiao Wu's peculiar demeanor, Pigu gently cleared his throat. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was not moved by this beautiful subordinate. However, this was a pivotal moment for his own ascent. And Pigu was indeed disinterested in cultivating any ambiguous relationship with Xiao Wu. Awakened by the sound of his cough, Xiao Wu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Please give your orders, King Pilaf. The task is as follows. You are to withdraw funds from the company's account and engage in substantial purchases of precious metals such as gold and silver, as well as other heavy metals. Yes, you may also procure oil and similar resources in large quantities. There is no deadline. This is a long-term procurement strategy. Additionally, establish a large warehouse in the outskirts of West City. Bigger is better, where all these materials will be stored, as I have use for them. Pilaf Technology Group has already become the foremost conglomerate on Earth. Even the long-established Universal Capsule Company finds it difficult to keep pace with its revenue. With such financial resources at hand, there is no need to toil in sand extraction. After instructing Xiao Wu on the operations, Pigu departed the training room and proceeded to the laboratory to continue his work. In the spacious, bright, and technologically advanced private laboratory of Pilaf, a semi-finished ultra-fast spacecraft stood prominently. The resources on Earth are ultimately finite. In contrast, the entire galaxy and the seventh universe present an exceptional opportunity for harvesting cosmic energy. Pigu had already begun actions to acquire cosmic energy on a grand scale. Chapter 19. Strengthening while staying home. Xiao Wu's work efficiency is remarkably high. On June 12, 753 AD, she purchased a vast expanse of land in the suburbs of West City to construct the warehouse. Simultaneously, under the auspices of Pilaf Technology Group, she engaged in bulk transactions of numerous resources. With the technology group stepping in, everything proceeded smoothly. Xiao Wu, you are doing exceptionally well. Ashu, from now on, without my command, no one is permitted to enter the warehouse. The operational tasks can be entrusted to robots. All right, you two may leave for now. Walking ahead of the two, Pigu surveyed the warehouse brimming with gold, silver, and precious metals, nodding in satisfaction. After commending the two for their efforts, he issued an order for them to leave. Picking up a gold ingot from the ground, he noted that the cosmic energy yielded was 127,349 points. It is worth noting that this gold ingot weighs 1,000 grams. In terms of value, such a substantial piece of gold cost Pigu a considerable sum, yet it saved him a significant amount of time, making it worthwhile. Gold is produced in the cosmos either through a supernova explosion or the collision of two neutron stars. Thus, the cosmic energy contained within gold and silver, per unit volume, far exceeds that of sand, silicon dioxide. In just a single night, a transformation took place. The following morning, Pigu softly called out, "Check the system panel." Life Simulator LV2, host, Pilaf, Pigu. Age, 37, 21. Combat power, 1, 500,000 points. Cosmic energy, 117, 637, 394 points. Traits, Krillin's talent, martial arts, flight technique, breath control, ki blast, death beam, Kaioken. Items, 1 simulation resurrection card. Remaining simulation attempts, 3. A new week dawned. The accumulated simulation attempts had reached 3. After a moment of contemplation, Pigu returned to the castle alone. I wish to upgrade the system. System upgrade. This will consume 100 million points of cosmic energy. System upgrade. Consuming 100 million points of cosmic energy. Confirm? Yes. No, yes. Ding. Consumed 100 million points of cosmic energy. System upgraded. Current system level, 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Extraction probability of traits increased. Note. White traits, 60-50. Green traits, 25-28. Blue traits, 13-18. Purple traits, 18-36. Gold traits, 204. Ding. Congratulations, host. The length of the system space has increased by 5 meters to 10 meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. The cosmic energy cost for reward redemption has decreased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. The cumulative limit for simulation attempts has increased from 4 to 5. The system's notifications chimed incessantly. Compared to the previous upgrade, the cosmic energy expenditure had increased 100-fold. However, the effects were rather mediocre. Firstly, the probability of acquiring traits had once again shifted. The chances of obtaining blue, purple, and gold traits had significantly risen, while the probability of green traits remained mostly unchanged, and the likelihood of white traits continued to decline. Secondly, the system space had expanded once more. This time, the upgrade did not increase the number of redemption attempts, but did reduce the cosmic energy required for exchanges. Finally, the cumulative attempts increased from 4 to 5. What a letdown. 100-fold expenditure for such a meager upgrade. In truth, Pigu had anticipated the enhancement that would allow for more reward redemption attempts after the simulation concluded. Ideally, he wished to carry them away in bulk. Yet, the heavens did not align with his desires. Instead, a reduction in consumption emerged. For a law-abiding host, this would indeed be quite advantageous, akin to a permanent discount card. However, as it stands, acquiring cosmic energy was not challenging for Pigu. In fact, it was exceedingly simple and effortless. This object, when brought forth for personal use, resembles a mere trifle. How vexing. Let this upgrade serve merely as a stepping stone. System. Initiate life simulation. 7th life simulation commencing. Random selection of entries completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue entry, strength through staying at home. By remaining at home for a full 24 hours, your combat power increases by 10,000 points. Goodness, this is perfectly suited for me. Is this not simply embracing mediocrity? Others may not grasp their own essence. Yet Pigu knows he is inherently a gaming enthusiast, resolute in the quest to deliver a 5-kill streak to his adversaries. Of course, prior to his transmigration, he was indeed a gaming aficionado, primarily due to financial constraints that limited him to mobile games. His personal Zhuangzhou lacked even a single decent skin. However, whether he possessed one or not did not prevent his teammates from disparaging him. The only ones refraining from ridicule, aside from AI, were a rare breed. But now, circumstances have transformed. He presently resides within a grand castle. Fine wines, delectable feasts, youthful maidens, and a plethora of entertainment options await him. The castle sprawls over a vast area, capable of hosting an entire sports event without difficulty. Boredom shall not plague him. At the very least, when ennui strikes, he can retreat into the gravity training chamber and become the king of roles, akin to the Dragon Ball universe. Pigu delightedly mused. The system's virtual display gradually unfolded. Entries extracted, you excitedly beckon Xiao Wu, insisting on 3 parties daily. 1 in the morning, lasting until noon. 1 at noon, extending into the evening. 1 in the evening, continuing until the following morning. All expenses covered by young Master Pig. Xiao Wu raised no objections to your requests. After all, such carefree antics are quintessentially you. Your recent diligence has nearly led Xiao Wu to believe you were haunted by a malevolent spirit. Over the subsequent 3 months, you indulged in a life of revelry. Your combat power surged to 2.5 million. To grow stronger while reclining is an unparalleled comfort. The sole precaution to heed is to avoid danger. In the Dragon Ball realm, the gravest threat emanates from the overly benevolent Goku. As long as you vacate Earth before he stirs up trouble, evading the chaos and returning afterward should pose no significant issues. At least, that is your belief. However, soon you succumb to your own impatience. Spending 24 hours cooped up at home proved more torturous than languishing in a prison cell. 3 months later, the mere mention of a party filled you with nausea, inducing a desire to vomit. Unable to resist any longer, you departed the castle, embarking on a space voyage aboard a spaceship. This spontaneous journey saw you abandon everyone. Chapter 20. Shraga, observing the intolerable and willful departure from home. Pig has a sense of helplessness. Whether in the past or upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Pig's record of seclusion at home remains unbroken. Akin to the 3-month isolation experienced previously, he can sense the mindset he possesses in this simulated life. Pig merely lets out a sound of exasperation without further commentary. One must conduct oneself with kindness. Had the roles been reversed, he might not have endured even half a year. As 6 months have elapsed, his combat power has ascended to an impressive 3.5 million. When combined with the triple Kaioken, it undoubtedly exceeds 10 million. At this stage, as long as he refrains from provoking formidable beings such as Frieza, King Cold, or Cooler, or from unleashing Majin Buu on Earth, the situation remains manageable. You ought to take a moment to refresh your mind. After all, being surrounded by beautiful women daily can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Now, at the mere sight of a bikini, you feel nauseated. A spontaneous journey has led you to the Western Galaxy. Here, you encounter a universe distinct from Earth and the Frieza and Cooler armies. In the Western Galaxy, there is yet to emerge a powerful, unified force. You have charted the star map of the Western Galaxy. It resembles an undeveloped virgin land. Once, this region was under the dominion of the evil King Shrag. However, in recent years, Shrag has seldom made an appearance in the Western Galaxy. Consequently, the region has entered a relatively fragmented era. Even those with combat powers in the tens of thousands can reign over their domains. Such weaklings, you have already vanquished 4 or 5 along your journey. The Western Galaxy is nothing remarkable. By chance, you learn that Shrag still lives, albeit in his old age. Bored and seeking amusement, you resolve to visit Shrag's planet. Capable of contending with Frieza's first form, you estimate Shrag's combat power to be around 4 to 500,000. It is said that this individual possesses the ability to unleash 10 times his combat power. But what of it? You too can erupt with triple combat strength. With aspirations of making a name for yourself in the Western Galaxy, you pilot your spaceship toward Shrag's planet. Much like a computer game, the initial encounters are with underlings, followed by minor bosses, and ultimately the main boss. Shrag's subordinates possess combat powers comparable to Jinyu and G's, all hovering around the level of 100,000. To you, such weaklings are inconsequential. After dispatching Doladebo, Metamaga, and Kaguga, Shrag finally makes his tardy entrance. Like the legendary beings, this individual is also a Namekian. However, due to the helmet he wears, the antennae on his forehead are difficult to discern. Consequently, only a handful are aware of his true identity. As Shrag's lifespan nears its conclusion, he had intended to enjoy a life of leisure. Yet, you, in your reckless audacity, chose to provoke him. Contrary to your estimations, Shrag's standard combat power reaches an astounding 10 million. After employing his recovery techniques, his combat prowess can swell to 100 million. This explains how he was able to contend with King Cooled in his youth. 100 million against 10 million, and you have met your defeat. To avenge his subordinates and instill fear in the wicked, Shrag rends you into fragments. You are dead. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, D. You may exchange for 2 items from the options below. Option 1. The blue entry allowing one to grow stronger while staying at home. Consumes 990,000 units of cosmic energy. Option 2. Combat power of 3,500,000. Consumes 350,000 units of cosmic energy. Option 3. Star map of the Western Galaxy. Consumes 1,000 units of cosmic energy. This simulation was exceedingly brief, yielding scant rewards. Pig looked at the meager options, feeling utterly disheartened. Option 1 was undoubtedly a necessary choice, for there were truly few alternatives. The Western Galaxy is so fearsome, what use is a star map? Before his journey through dimensions, Pig had some knowledge of Shrag, but was under the impression that his combat power was merely in the hundreds of thousands. Little did he know, this time he had fallen victim to inaccurate intelligence. This simulation was also the shortest he had experienced thus far. It would be surprising if the rewards were plentiful. On a side note, the notion of growing stronger while staying at home is rather mundane. However, upon reflection, it is indeed quite formidable. Increasing combat power by 10,000 daily is impressive. Yet, when calculated, even in optimal conditions over a year, it would only amount to an increase of 365 million points. Over a decade, it could accumulate to 36.5 million points, and in a century, just over 300 million. Compared to the later stages where combat power soars into the billions, this is but a drop in the bucket. Moreover, given Pig's lack of patience, consistent attendance seems implausible. Nonetheless, he finds himself with no better options at present. System, I choose options 1 and 2. Choice confirmed, rewards dispensed. Upon confirming his selection, Pig felt a tremendous surge of energy within him. His initial combat power of 1,500,000 skyrocketed to 3,500,000 in an instant. Such a tremendous elevation. Despite his mental preparation, he could not conceal his aura in time. His formidable presence was instantly detected by the likes of Shun and Cat Sage. Upon realizing it was Pilaf, they fell into a contemplative silence. Outside the temple, the ever-meditative little Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed vacantly towards the western capital, then glanced at Mr. Bobo, who stood at the edge of the temple. Frowning, he tilted his head in contemplation before closing his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. How terrifying it is. What shall we do, celestial being? After Pig managed to suppress his aura, Mr. Bobo finally spoke with a sigh. The celestial being, standing beside him, remained silent. Perhaps merging with the demon King Piccolo would enable him to surpass this obscure King Pilaf. Yet this fleeting thought barely lingered in the celestial being's mind. Despite Pilaf's formidable strength, he had, thus far, not exhibited the same malevolence as Piccolo. Let us observe further. As the celestial being uttered these words, he turned to glance at the unaffected little Wukong, who continued his meditation in the temple square. He then cast a penetrating gaze towards Pilaf within the castle of the western capital. This response left Mr. Bobo somewhat perplexed. Was he to observe Pilaf or the little Wukong more closely? However, he did not voice his inner doubts. Perhaps the celestial being intended to monitor both individuals simultaneously? Unbeknownst to him, the celestial being was actually focused on Pig, who was in the castle's bedroom, clenching his fists to feel the newly acquired power. Observing the room, now wrecked by the powerful aura he had unleashed, Pig felt at a loss. Next time he simulated, he must ensure to enter the gravity training chamber. After summoning Xiao Wu to tidy up the room, Pig, with nowhere else to go, retreated to the laboratory. At that moment, within the laboratory, several mechanical arms were diligently manufacturing ultra-fast spaceships. Chapter 21. Invitation. The allure of the universe had never ceased for Pig. After acquiring the complete technology of the Frisia Force, he had already begun upgrading their spaceship technology. In previous simulations, Dr. Brief and Bulma had assisted Pilaf in completing upgrades. Yet, alas, there were better options available. Pig had no choice but to forego redeeming the ultra-fast spaceship. Nonetheless, this research had continued unabated in reality. However, he now found himself at an impasse. That scoundrel Pilaf possessed profound knowledge in mechanical studies, yet when it came to energy utilization, he paled in comparison to Bulma and Dr. Brief. TSK. These technical challenges truly required the aid of the father-daughter duo. Before the computer, Pig examined the blueprints. With over 10 technical challenges marked in red ink, each urgently needing resolution, Although it was possible to manufacture the spaceship without solving these issues, the final product would be gravely misnamed. For instance, the distance from Namek to Earth, traveling in the Namekian chrysalis-shaped spaceship, would take 34 days to arrive. However, if Frisia's army utilizes those spider-legged flying saucers, it would take a full 20 days. In contrast, a hyperspeed spacecraft can traverse from Earth to Namek in approximately 6 days. Within this remarkable hyperspeed vessel, Bulma has ingeniously resolved the technical challenges associated with the efficient utilization of blue crystal. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief has further refined the spacecraft's engine based on her advancements, which accounts for its astonishing velocity. Such technological feats could not possibly be achieved by Picken alone within a mere 3 to 5 years. Rather than squander that time, it would be far more pragmatic to construct a vessel akin to Frisia's. Of course, Picken could also set aside his aloof demeanor and approach Bulma, fostering a rapport before inviting her to assist him. After 5 long minutes of profound contemplation, Picken exited the laboratory. Xiao Wu, prepare a candlelit dinner for me in the dining room. Fetch my tailored tuxedo. Soon, I shall invite Miss Bulma next door for dinner. I appreciate your efforts. In a flurry of excitement, Picken called for Xiao Wu immediately after leaving the lab. After delegating a multitude of tasks, he finally revealed the heart-wrenching reason behind his request. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, only to pale in an instant. Very well, King Pilaf. I shall attend to it right away. Maintaining her usual tone, Xiao Wu tried desperately to keep her composure. How could she, the most loyal subordinate of the king, entertain such peculiar thoughts? It was all Bulma's fault. Yes, it was she who nearly caused a scene before King Pilaf. Yet, she had never found King Pilaf so captivating before. What on earth was happening? Observing the distracted Xiao Wu, Picken couldn't help but smile wryly. Ever since he ingested the antidote and reverted to his normal appearance, his handsome, charming, composed, confident, and melancholic demeanor had caused Xiao Wu to blush at the mere sight of him. It must be noted that among all the female characters in Dragon Ball, Xiao Wu and Chi-Chi, with their dark hair and eyes, were his preferred types. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi had stubbornly resolved never to marry anyone but Goku. As for Xiao Wu, Picken was indifferent to her assisting him with matters, but it was clear that the timing was not yet right. He had yet to seize control of his own destiny. Indeed, the world of Dragon Ball was perilously treacherous. One could be taken to the afterlife in a multitude of ways, from various angles, positions, and postures. During his month-long stay, Picken had undergone 7 life simulations, each resulting in bizarre and inexplicable deaths that shattered his understanding of reality. Is there no justice? No law? Consequently, it was undeniably an unsuitable time for romance. Shaking her head filled with boundless imagination, Pigu observed as Xiao Wu rushed over, clutching an enormous pile of garments. White tailcoats, black tailcoats, striped tailcoats. This foolish girl had gathered every style of tailcoat for him. As she dashed about, a revelation struck Xiao Wu. She resolved to dress the great king in a manner that was both dashing and elegant. She aimed to make that little vixen Bulma understand that it was she who tended to the king's daily needs. You are the superfluous one. Unaware of Xiao Wu's intentions, Pigu found himself utterly confounded by her antics. 2 hours later, a dashing, handsome, nonchalant, composed, confident, melancholic, aloof, and sagacious Pilaf king emerged before the fitting mirror. Aside from appearing somewhat fatigued, he looked splendid otherwise. Great king, go on and ask Miss Bulma out, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Pilaf, you should pursue that little vixen. She will instantly perceive my sentiments. Hee. Xiao Wu clenched her fist, her thoughts contrasting sharply with her words. Pigu cast a glance at the girl who seemed to be on the verge of obsession and let out a weary sigh. I have some technical issues to resolve and need to persuade Bulma to assist me. What of dating? My ambitions remain unfulfilled. The grand endeavor of conquering the universe has yet to take shape. How could I possibly entertain romance? Off I go. You silly girl, stop daydreaming. He briefly explained the situation, primarily to dispel the sourness that lingered in the air. Before departing, he affectionately flicked Xiao Wu's forehead. The silly girl stood frozen in place. This is unprecedented. The Pilaf king has never interacted so intimately. Xiao Wu was instantly engulfed in shyness. Watching Pigu stride confidently toward the castle's exit, her heart melted in an instant. However, she soon found herself ensnared in a web of conflict. Oh dear, the king is truly something else. Initially, he sought to conquer the world, and now he aspires to conquer the universe. When will he ever have time for romance? Cradling her crimson cheeks with both hands, Xiao Wu fell into turmoil. Learning that Pilaf did not intend to pursue a romance with Bulma, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, she soon discovered that the Pilaf king intended to conquer the universe before embarking on a romantic pursuit. Would she be left waiting indefinitely? Just as Xiao Wu was mired in her dilemma, Piga had already returned with Bulma in tow. In stark contrast to the introverted and reserved Xiao Wu, Bulma was a free spirit. Upon seeing Pilaf, resplendently attired, inviting her to a candlelit dinner, she immediately accepted without a second thought. Donning an evening gown, she placed her hand upon Piga's, and together they strolled along the main road, walking from Bulma's home to the Pilaf castle. Subsequently, the venue for their candlelit dinner was set in the laboratory. Bulma was furious. Have you ever encountered a candlelit dinner adorned with wrenches, engine oil, and screwdrivers? However, she was soon captivated by the nearby high-speed spaceship. Chapter 22. The comet. Is this a spaceship? I couldn't tell. Pilaf, you are actually researching this project. Let me take a look. Oh, not treating herself as an outsider at all. Upon seeing the spacecraft, Bulma's enthusiasm surged. She approached the workbench and quickly perused the experimental log. Before long, she exclaimed, "What is it? Miss Bulma, have you made a discovery?" There are 11 technical challenges that Pigar cannot resolve. Among them, 8 pertain to energy. Specifically, how to efficiently utilize blue crystal, how to enable a unit volume of blue crystal to unleash greater power. This area falls under energy research, which is Bulma's forte. The red carbon pen clearly marked the issues. If you can't see it, then surely Bulma is blind. Here, and this one. I believe all of these can be addressed in a short time. These few will require some time, but the problems should not be insurmountable. My father should excel at the 3 engine modification issues. Last time he upgraded a police vehicle's engine, it nearly resulted in disaster. Bulma laid the log flat on the workbench. Pigar, standing behind her, feigned astonishment. My goodness! Bulma, you truly are the smartest beauty in the universe. Get away. Don't disgust me. Pushing Pigar away with a shove, Bulma wore a playful smile. I say, Pilaf, you intentionally led me to view these, didn't you? Bulma is no fool. How could there be so much romance? It's merely this rogue seeking her help, setting up a ploy with handsome men. Indeed. You see right through me. Yes, I want to enlist you and Dr. Brief for assistance. This achievement will jointly hold the rights to the technical patent. I trust, Bulma. You have no reason to refuse, correct? Speaking candidly with intelligent individuals is always the best approach. I couldn't care less about patent rights. I am simply interested in scientific exploration. With her hands on her hips, Bulma replied proudly. So, does that mean you agree? Pigar couldn't be bothered to guess at Bulma's girlish sentiments. What he sought was her talent and capability. The rest had no bearing on him. Wait for me here. I'll go change into a different outfit. Bulma did not provide a definite answer. After once again huffing in pride, she strode out of the laboratory in her high heels. Before long, Bulma returned. Clad in a sharp white lab coat, she had conveniently brought Dr. Brief along. The father and daughter duo didn't even greet Pilaf, fully immersing themselves in their work. With the addition of this father-daughter duo, Pig's ambition to conquer the universe smoothly commenced. That very night, Pig secluded himself in his bedroom. System. Initiate life simulation. Ding. The 8th simulation has begun. Random attribute extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blue attribute, Comet. The comet targets a single intelligent life form, bringing forth calamity incessantly within the next 24 hours. Note, this can be used once every 24 hours and can be reapplied to the same target. Oh my, what a delightful attribute. Haha. Reclining on the plush bed, Pig embraced his plush bear, his laughter echoing with glee. Though the nature of this calamity remained a mystery, Pig was certain it would not bode well. This attribute, detrimental to others yet beneficial to his own amusement, was more than sufficient. As you lay on the bed, without a moment's hesitation, you decided to unleash the comet upon Yamcha for the first time. Having used it, you swiftly flew to seek him out, eager to investigate. 7 minutes later, you arrived at their training island. Recently, Yamcha's calves had recovered well, and he had resumed his cultivation. Draped in golden martial attire, Yamcha certainly possessed an aura worthy of wandering through flower-filled seas. You conceded that he was 1/10 as handsome as you. However, you would never admit that your choice was aimed at him. When you arrived, he was diligently practicing late into the night. Perched on a cliff, he bit his jaw, veins bulging in his hands as he seemed to be mastering a formidable technique. After locating him, you chose to remain hidden, observing him in silence. After a while of cultivation, he was drenched in sweat. Ceasing his practice, he approached a nearby bag and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, guzzling it down with fervor. Yet, before impatience could set in, the effects of the comet manifested. To your astonishment, he pulled a 5-step snake from the mineral water. Sensing something amiss, Yamucha instantly hurled the bottle away. However, his unfortunate lips suffered a fierce bite from the snake. Truly, this man was a seasoned wanderer of the martial world. After a swift glance around, he dashed into the depths of the dense forest. Before long, Yamucha discovered an antidote herb. Although it provided some relief, he would not perish from this ordeal. Yet, his lips would undoubtedly swell. Staggering unsteadily, he made his way back to the capsule house where the 4 of them resided. Just as he steadied himself at the door to open it, he realized the key was still in his bag, which was left on the mountain. With no other recourse, Yamucha had no choice but to knock. The door swung outward. Clinging to a hazy state of slumber, Krillin suddenly burst forth with an unanticipated urgency. He forcefully flung open the door, inadvertently colliding with the tea god, who had been caught unawares and was struck painfully on the leg. Under normal circumstances, Krillin would never have acted so recklessly, and the tea god would have easily evaded the impact. However, in his current dazed state, reminiscent of one intoxicated, Krillin's actions lacked any discernible restraint. The metal door collided forcefully against the tea god's leg, the very leg that had previously been injured by Tien's attack. With a sharp crack, Yamucha grimaced in agony, clutching his calf as he collapsed to the floor. His lips swollen and bruised, his voice emerged as a distorted croak, akin to the croaking of a lustful toad on a midsummer night. Dazed and still somewhat disoriented, Krillin noticed that there was no one outside and attempted to close the door to resume his slumber, oblivious to the tea god still sprawled on the ground. In the simulated scene, Krillin repeatedly attempted to shut the door, yet each time the metal barrier would land squarely on the tea god. The commotion outside soon captured the attention of Tien and Kairatsu. By the time they arrived to assess the situation, the tea god was barely clinging to consciousness. Astonishingly, words failed to encapsulate the chaos of the moment, leaving Picken to express his incredulity with a mere exclamation of disbelief. The chaotic situation seemingly had an unexpected effect. Though lacking in lethality, it certainly played havoc with one's mental state. Was the tea god saved? This was merely the beginning. Yamucha was hastily transported to the hospital, but fate dealt a cruel hand when the rescue helicopter malfunctioned mid-flight, plunging into the sea. In a twist of fortune, Tien and Kairatsu possessed the ability to perform flight techniques. Chapter 23. A grudge remembered. Tien carried Yamucha in a princess carry, a sight that would have been unfathomable just 2 months prior when they regarded each other as mortal enemies. Kairatsu grasped Krillin by the collar, lamenting the fact that he was unable to carry Krillin in the same manner due to his short stature, an impossibility for him. Thus, the 4 of them soared above the azure expanse of the ocean. Just before Tien and Kairatsu reached the brink of exhaustion, they finally spotted a landing spot on the seemingly endless sea, a desolate island devoid of any vegetation, yet fraught with peril. Poisonous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, toxic toads, and geckos lurked, leading one to believe this place was a sacred ground of the 5 Poisoned sect. Once they set foot on the island, 3 of the 4 lost their fighting capabilities, leaving only Krillin with any remaining strength. For the better part of the day, Krillin fought valiantly alone. After a grueling half-day, he was eventually relieved by Kairatsu. 2 hours later, Kairatsu too succumbed to exhaustion and was replaced by Tien. By nightfall, Tien's energy was nearly depleted. An increasing number of venomous creatures have breached the defenses, yet they remain indifferent to Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Dumplings. The tea deity has become their target. Fortunately, in this moment of crisis, the formidable technique of the tea deity, the fiery orb, was successfully unleashed. However, being already worn and weary, how many poisonous adversaries could the tea deity truly vanquish alone? Snake bites, scorpion stings, centipede assaults, and toad licks have rendered the unfortunate tea deity a vessel for various toxins. Strangely enough, not only did the tea deity survive, but his symptoms began to diminish. This could very well be the legendary principle of fighting poison with poison. After 24 hours, all toxins within the tea deity were eradicated. He has recovered. In the distance, the sound of a cargo ship's horn echoed. Alas, Pigu rose from his grand bed, reflecting on the tea deity's unfortunate day. Had the tea deity been an ordinary person, surely the grass on his grave would be 3 feet high. Nevertheless, the tea deity has turned misfortune into fortune. In the face of adversity, he has awakened his potential. The fiery orb was indeed a product of this experience. Shaking his head, Pigu continued to observe. Through careful observation, you discovered that the entry for this comet was indeed quite effective. However, for those with greater strength, its efficacy remains uncertain. You retrieved your grudge notebook, flipping through the pages that chronicled your previous 7 deaths. The first was at the hands of Captain Jinyu. Following were the Grand Elder of Namek, Piccolo, Beerus, Cell, Majin Buu, and Shrag. Captain Jinyu was set aside for now, as that scoundrel Piccolo was still on Earth. Thus, the second victim was freshly determined. Far in the desert, Piccolo suddenly sensed a foreboding presence. The next day, he endured a day filled with malevolence, earthquakes, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions. Even someone as powerful as Piccolo could not wholly disregard the forces of nature. In a state of disarray, Piccolo believed the orchestrator of these calamities to be a deity. He raged against the divine, cursing towards the temple. You, observing nearby, could hardly suppress your amusement. However, for a considerable time thereafter, you refrained from utilizing the comet entry again. Life cannot be solely about the immediate struggles. One must gaze across the entire universe. 2 months later, with Bulma's assistance, a high-speed spacecraft was constructed. You were eager to venture into the cosmos. However, this time you brought along 3 burdensome companions. Ashu still had some utility, as he would pilot the ship. Xiao Wu and Bulma were merely indulging in frivolity, staging daily palace intrigues before you. Bulma, aboard the spacecraft, had always dressed minimally, leaving you utterly astonished. Unyielding and defiant, Xiao Wu cast aside her reserve, offering a visual feast for your eyes. Thus, you dedicated over a month to shadowing Captain Jinyu. During the 5th simulation, you had once allied with the Frisia Force. Exercising your authority, you delved into the deployment records of the Jinyu Force. This time, history remained largely unchanged. On a high-tier life planet, you encountered the Jinyu Force engaged in battle with the natives. Oh, this planet harbors beings with combat prowess exceeding 100,000? Yet, with Captain Jinyu's power level at 12,000, he may find himself in dire straits. Piga observed the simulation screen, where the planet's most formidable warrior was negotiating with Captain Jinyu. This individual, sharing a familial resemblance to Jace, exuded confidence as a powerhouse with a combat level of 100,000. Unlike the majority of extraterrestrials, Captain Jinyu possesses the ability to conceal his true strength, typically maintaining a power level around 60,000. Only when faced with an equally matched opponent does he unleash his full might. Caught off guard, the nameless warrior soon found himself at a disadvantage. In a moment of crisis, you employed the Comet Star against Captain Jinyu. The effect was immediate, with a powerful thrust. Captain Jinyu lunged forward, intent on engaging the nameless warrior in close combat. However, his ankles became ensnared by sturdy vines, harmless yet constricting. The forward charge resulted in Captain Jinyu tumbling unceremoniously. The nameless warrior seized this opening, swiftly maneuvering behind Captain Jinyu to unleash a flurry of punches. Jeez, Berta and Gulkum were at a loss, their combat levels hovering between 40 and 50,000, rendering them powerless to rescue Captain Jinyu. In this critical moment, Guldo intervened. After pausing time, he dashed forward, delivering a kick that sent the nameless warrior flying. Subsequently, he blasted away the vines binding Captain Jinyu's legs with energy blasts. However, Guldo's combat prowess was mediocre, and his aim required refinement. Of the 20 energy blasts he fired, only 3 severed the vines, while the remaining shots struck Captain Jinyu squarely in the face. Fortunately, Captain Jinyu was finally able to move freely. Exhausted, Guldo concluded the time freeze. Nonetheless, Captain Jinyu was unable to regain the upper hand. Although the nameless warrior had been kicked away, Captain Jinyu had sustained severe injuries to his face. The pain surged fiercely. Yet Captain Jinyu failed to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. The nameless warrior was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden kick. However, he swiftly mounted Captain Jinyu once more. In Chapter 24, Prophetic Fish, Goldo exerted every ounce of his strength, granting Captain Jinyu a fleeting chance at redemption. Regrettably, the captain, momentarily dazed by a barrage of energy blasts, could not capitalize on this opening. Nevertheless, the nameless warrior's prowess paled in comparison to that of Captain Jinyu. Gritting his teeth, Jinyu unleashed his full power, breaking free from his constraints and rising to his feet, vociferously declaring his intent to annihilate his opponent. He charged madly towards the nameless warrior, only to be abruptly struck by an excruciating abdominal pain. The unbearable sensation forced Captain Jinyu to double over, curling into a tight ball. This unexpected turn left all present in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Jinyu was suffering from appendicitis? Observing him clutching his left abdomen, Pigu muttered to himself. Captain Jinyu, despite being a human, bore a structure not entirely unlike that of Earthlings, and thus possessed an appendix. Afflicted by acute appendicitis, Captain Jinyu found himself utterly devoid of combat capability. Enduring the agony, he commanded a retreat. Thus, 5 spherical spacecraft departed from the planet. The effects of the comet had only just begun, and you immediately activated your spacecraft to follow. Soon, you noticed that one of the 5 ships had strayed from its course. As you suspected, it was the vessel carrying Captain Jinyu. A malfunction in the spaceship's control system sent Jinyu hurtling towards a nearby star. Under your watchful gaze, the unfortunate captain met his demise. It became evident that the comet truly had the power to bring about death. This cannot stand. I must reclaim every ounce of cosmic energy associated with this comet. From now on, anyone daring to leave negative feedback for the author shall face my wrath. Pigu was immensely satisfied with the comet's entry. He eagerly anticipated the retribution he would unleash upon each individual inscribed in his grudge book. Captain Jinyu was dead, yet no one could trace this back to you. In high spirits, you once again opened your grudge book. The next victim was the Grand Elder of Namek. You spent 5 days journeying to Namek, directly targeting the Grand Elder to bear the comet's influence. Just as the effects began to manifest, the cliff beneath his 2-tiered cocoon chamber began to tremble. In no time, a magnitude 10 earthquake reduced the area to rubble. Fortunately, the Grand Elder was shielded by Nail and emerged largely unscathed, as Nail supported him from beneath his seat. Just as you were about to voice a complaint, that very seat suddenly shattered. Despite Nairu's swift reaction, the Elder still plummeted over 10 meters. Are you all right, Elder? Thanks to you, Nairu. No sooner had their dialogue concluded than a jet of magma erupted from the ground. In an instant, the molten rock enveloped Nairu and the Elder. The two were caught off guard and were charred to a crisp. Pig's gaze lingered on the scene, rendered speechless. You have reached a profound conclusion. Those who have wronged themselves, even if cursed, shall not meet a fatal end. Those who have wronged others, however, have no recorded survivors thus far. You intend to challenge yourself once more, reopening the ledger of grudges. A day later, you directed the effects of the misfortune star upon the god of destruction, Beerus. Though you cannot reach the realm of the destroyer, it matters not. As long as you can cause trouble for Beerus, you find satisfaction. Unbeknownst to you, on the distant planet of the destroyer, Beerus faced a series of unfortunate events. He dreamt of being erased by the king, inadvertently causing the palace to collapse. Shaken, he attempted to soothe himself with a slice of cake, only to discover a dead rat within. Most revolting of all, the planet that produced this cake had been obliterated by Beerus thousands of years prior. He decided to take a bath, hoping to refresh his spirit. However, a 100,000-volt electric eel intruded upon his bath. All these incidents led Beerus to sense that something was amiss. In a simulated scenario on the planet of destruction, he cried out, "Hey, prophecy fish, you owe me an explanation. Otherwise, I shall roast you and feast upon your remains." After 24 hours, tranquility returned. Gazing upon the ravaged planet of destruction, Beerus was filled with fury. He seized the fish tank containing the prophecy fish, beginning to squeeze his pet for answers. It was a fellow named Pilaf who employed some sort of divine technique of causality against you. The prophecy fish possesses significant abilities. To avoid becoming a spicy grilled fish, it promptly relayed your information to Beerus. Initially, Beerus feared you might be a formidable deity, treating you with utmost caution. However, upon learning that you were merely an ordinary human, his wrath ignited. He did not even recognize you. Yet you tormented him for an entire day. 40 minutes later, Mr. Whis appeared before you, with Beerus emerging behind him, his countenance dark and brooding. You knew your demise was inevitable. In your final moments, You unleashed the misfortune star upon Beerus once more. Furious, Beerus obliterated you. You perished. The simulation concluded. Overall rating, C. You may select two options from the following choices. Option 1. Blue word entry, misfortune star, costing 100,000 points of cosmic energy. Options 2. A superfast spaceship, consumes 10,000 units of cosmic energy. Option 3 boasts a combat power of 3.8 million, requiring an expenditure of 380,000 units of cosmic energy. This simulation yielded minimal gains. The attributes of this entry are evidently more entertaining than practical. Faced with the choice of 3, Bulma has already arrived to assist with the spaceship. The outcome is unmistakable. System, I choose options 1 and 3. The cold, mechanized voice of the system reverberated beside Pigu. In reality, even if he possessed 1,000,000 ounces of courage, he would never dare provoke Beerus. With a chuckle, Pigu mischievously laughed, offering an apology to the god of tea. Meanwhile, the god of tea, who was diligently honing his secret techniques on the distant island, involuntarily shivered at the thought. Having observed the simulation for over an hour, Pigu opted for a delightful slumber. The following day, he rose from his bed, feeling invigorated. He meandered to the office with a relaxed demeanor. Recently, the Pilaf Technology Group developed a new app called Pigu. According to Xiao Wu, this project idea was proposed by an employee from one of the group's subsidiaries. In the Earth Kingdom, various acts of violence pervade daily life. Some individuals take advantage of their strength to bully ordinary citizens, particularly a few lowly thugs. It is said that this employee had often been bullied by unruly classmates during his schooling. Thus, he conceived the idea of employing intelligent robots as enforcers to voice justice. Chapter 25, Pigu. The name of this app, Pigu, sounds exhilarating. However, the employee's vision was somewhat narrow. He only considered a global perspective. Pigu, on the other hand, envisioned a cosmic scale. Naturally, once the business flourishes, it could encompass all 12 universes. Just as in Universe 11, where individuals suffer from the oppression of so-called warriors of justice, Pigu felt a moral obligation and responsibility to support those oppressed in Universe 11. Of course, upholding justice must come at a cost. Otherwise, how could one fight for righteousness on an empty stomach? Additionally, at present, their operational capacity is limited, let alone 12 universes. Pigu can hardly manage even the North Galaxy. Yet, on Earth, for the next decade, he still holds sway. With legs crossed, Pigu listened as the employee, brought by Xiao Wu, presented his report. On the PowerPoint slides, this individual, whom Pigu likened to a mere Toru, had drawn an elaborate vision for himself. Esteemed King Pilaf, I believe the continuous strife in this world can be attributed to the disunity of individual powers. Powerful individuals are seldom victimized. Rather, they tend to exert their strength over others. Conversely, those of lesser strength frequently find themselves at the mercy of bullying, desperately in need of assistance from our capable services. Indeed, this business is one that only you can undertake, for you possess limitless immunity. Ultimately, it is this very aspect that the character Toru values most. A glance at the robust, intimidating figure of Toru reveals that he was unlikely to have ever been bullied in his youth. Rather, he was more likely to intimidate others. Ah, that Toru. I am, after all, a law-abiding citizen. I must admit, I harbor some admiration for him. At the very least, he possesses self-awareness. However, it is imperative to underscore the fundamental principles that must remain unaltered. In one's youth, in pursuit of wealth and capital accumulation, one might engage in actions that defy convention. Now that he has achieved success, it is time to be mindful of one's public impact. I refer to this as personal public image management. Yet, Toru perceives it as an attempt at rehabilitation. In truth, it is merely a difference in terminology. The essence remains the same. Very well, Toru, I appreciate your discernment. This project shall be entrusted to you. I have high hopes for you, so do not disappoint me. As he inscribed his name, Pilaf, on the application documents, the sole thought occupying his mind was that this endeavor had been sanctioned by that rascal Pilaf. Should anyone harbor grievances, they must not bring them to me. Upon signing, Pilaf pondered whether they should truly invest in this project. Given that Pilaf did not seem like a benevolent character. Once Toru exited the office, the anxious Xiao Wu inquired, should we really be investing in this? Pilaf smacked his thigh with a chuckle. I am not a good person either. How annoying. Your Majesty, I shall go organize the documents. Blushing from the slap, Xiao Wu hurriedly fled the lair. Pilaf reclined in his executive chair, his long legs propped on the desk. System, initiate life simulation. Another simulation opportunity is to be added tomorrow. Pilaf still had one last chance. With some idle time on his hands, he decided to commence the simulation. Ding! The 9th simulation begins. Random entry extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the white entry. Eye of Loyalty. Eye of Loyalty allows one to observe the loyalty of subordinates and collaborators. Note, loyalty is measured on a 100-point scale. 100 signifies absolute loyalty. 90 to 99 indicates excellence. 80 to 89 is good. 60 to 79 is satisfactory. 40 to 59 reflects dissatisfaction. 0 to 39 signifies disdain. Below 0 indicates hostility. Oh, this is intriguing. I did not anticipate drawing a white entry. However, it appears to possess some utility. Pilaf murmured to himself. To speak candidly, obtaining a white attribute was somewhat unexpected for him. Nonetheless, it remains true that the probability of encountering a white attribute is the highest. Bad luck is simply inescapable. This Eye of Loyalty does not directly enhance combat power, yet for Pig, it is not entirely without merit. In the future, the number of individuals dedicated to serving him will undoubtedly increase. This attribute allows one to discern a person's loyalty, which is certainly worthwhile. Although you might lament your ill fortune, your interest in the attributes remains unabated. During working hours, you found yourself wandering aimlessly within the Pilaf Tower. The loyalty values of the majority of entry-level employees hovered around 70 points. After all, they are merely there to earn a living, and 70 points is passable. Conversely, among mid to senior management, half possess loyalty exceeding 80, yet none have surpassed 90. Alarmingly, some executives even fall below the 60-point threshold, a failing mark. Even more intriguing, you discovered several individuals within the company with negative loyalty scores. After surveying the premises, you returned to your office alone. You summoned Xiao Wu and Ash, instructing them to discreetly monitor those with negative scores. As you observed their departing figures, curiosity prompted you to glance at their loyalty values. Xiao Wu 100 points. Ash 100 points. Such figures were not surprising to you. In this realm, the only two individuals who are unequivocally loyal to you are indeed these two. Having resolved to procure the finest ice cream for Xiao Wu daily, and to add a chicken leg to every meal for Ash, you proceeded to the laboratory. Currently, Bulma's loyalty stands at 85, a commendable score for a collaborator. Dr. Brief, however, has achieved an astonishing 100. This revelation was almost beyond belief. This old man, aside from his penchant for reading Liu Bei magazines, possesses truly admirable character. In reality, Pig was filled with myriad emotions. Yet soon, he was captivated by the simulated visuals. The new attributes, after a day of exploration, were cast aside from his mind. Time flew swiftly, and the ultra-fast spacecraft was completed in no time. Bulma requested to accompany you for the maiden voyage. You did not refuse, for this journey posed little risk. However, this time, you chose not to bring Xiao Wu and Ash along, as the group could not spare them. Moreover, you had no desire to witness the two lovely ladies parading in light clothing before you once more. Your trial voyage with Bulma officially commenced 3 days later. Within the system space, you packed an abundance of supplies and local delicacies from Earth. This time, your destination was the very heart of the galaxy. In the realm of the Galactic Patrol, a semblance of stability prevails. Numerous factions flourish under the protection afforded by the Galactic Patrol. Chapter 26. Another calamity in the Dragon Ball universe's galaxy. This galaxy is not spiral in nature, but rather irregular. On Earth, prior to Pig's traversal, it took 200 million years for the galaxy to complete a single orbit. This is due to the multitude of massive black holes residing at the galaxy's core, with the Sagittarius a black hole being the most formidable, possessing a mass 4 million times that of the Sun. Its gravitational pull firmly ensnares the matter within the surrounding stellar regions, thereby giving rise to the spiral structure of the galaxy. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, the 7th universe is devoid of black holes, as cosmic evolution remains in its nascent stage. Naturally, no stars revolve around the galaxy's center, and the mass at its core bears little distinction from that of the Northern Galaxy. The actual authority here is the Galactic Patrol Organization. The Galactic Patrol has consistently endeavored to combat crime. While the individuals they apprehend may be inconsequential, they nonetheless contribute to maintaining a semblance of peace. Your presence here is motivated by an intention to assess the market while subtly gathering intelligence on potential adversaries. In your estimation, the Galactic Patrol represents the most significant obstacle to the promotion of your services across the cosmos. Their combat prowess is generally modest, with the sole formidable member being the apprentice angel, Mels. Deities, while among mortals, must uphold absolute neutrality. Even if your aim is to dismantle the Galactic Patrol, there exists no justification for direct intervention. Moreover, your intentions are merely to seize business opportunities, not to engage in outright conflict with the Galactic Patrol. 15 days later, you and Bulma arrived at the heart of the galaxy. As anticipated, the environment here exudes relative tranquility. The elite Galactic Patrol officers, with combat capabilities only in the thousands, manage to maintain stability across such a vast expanse of stars, indicating their exceptional qualities. You and Bulma traversed the Galactic Center for half a year. Throughout this period, you discerned no extraordinary attributes among the Galactic Patrol. One fateful day, while on the planet Tachikoma, you encountered Gak, who was on a mission. Since Gak was acquainted with Bulma, you forged a connection with him. During casual conversation, you inadvertently revealed the true combat strength of Frisia and Cooler. However, his reaction was tepid, and he merely remarked that if trouble arose that even the Galactic Patrol could not resolve, then the Heavenly Realm would dispatch powerful warriors to address the situation. In that moment, you comprehended why the Galactic Patrol had yet to face aggression from Frisia, Cooler, and their ilk. The backing of the Galactic Patrol likely stems from the Great King of the Heavenly Realm. He dispatched warriors from the underworld to engage in battle. It is no wonder that Frisia and his cohorts harbor trepidation. Yet, I recall that the gang known as Rib Rice only possesses a singular opportunity to return to the realm of the living throughout their existence. If they endure this trial, it stands to reason that no formidable beings from the underworld will have the chance to re-emerge, correct? Pig murmured to himself, contemplating a potential solution. Seated aboard Jack's spacecraft, your thoughts drifted towards subverting the Galactic Patrol organization. A few days later, you encountered Tais, Bulma's elder sister, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The esteemed author, upon reuniting with her sister, found it difficult to quell her homesickness. It had been quite a while since they had been apart, prompting the sisters to decide to return to Earth. Having ventured out with much effort, you were reluctant to return. Thus, Jack ferried Tais and Bulma back to Earth, while you set your sights on the Western Galaxy. Upon reaching the Western Galaxy, rather than provoking Shrag, you sought out the Zeta organization. You sold the confidential details of the Galactic Patrol as classified intelligence to the greedy and ambitious Elec, who compensated you handsomely for your information. You believed that soon this intelligence would find its way into Frisia's hands through Elec. As fate would have it, half a year later, you heard news in the Western Galaxy of an attack on the Galactic Patrol organization. Frisia's forces launched a surprise assault, inflicting severe damage on the surviving members of the patrol. The beleaguered Galactic King was compelled to request assistance from the Grand Kai. Shortly thereafter, a 5-member team of underworld warriors arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Led by Rib Rice, the underworld team searched the mortal realm for a day, yet they failed to uncover Frisia's whereabouts. Reluctantly, these formidable beings from the underworld returned to report to the Grand Kai. A day later, Frisia's forces returned with renewed vigor. However, Frisia did not seize the advantage. He encountered Cooler near the Galactic Patrol prison. Cooler had been monitoring the movements of Frisia's forces in the center of the galaxy, and their actions did not escape his keen observation. The two engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately leading to the destruction of the Galactic Patrol prison, allowing the inmates to escape. Who would have thought such delectable treats would be found here? Oh, it turns out to be the frozen demon. Perish, pitiful insect. Pig observed the sinister laughter of Moro in the simulated image, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Moro is an even more formidable adversary than Majin Buu. It seems I have once again bitten off more than I can chew. You could never have anticipated that Moro would escape prematurely. At present, Goku's battle power has yet to exceed 1,000, and Vegeta has not yet reached his full potential. Beerus remains in slumber, while the old Kai is still sealed within the Holy Sword. Even the Supreme Kai was absorbed by Majin Buu. Majin Buu, you have conceived a strategy of using poison to counter poison. This entails prematurely releasing Majin Buu. Realizing the folly of your actions, you hastily returned to Earth. intent on locating the egg that sealed Majin Buu. On Earth, you discovered 7 Dragon Balls. With the assistance of the Eternal Dragon, you swiftly located the egg that contained Majin Buu. In the ensuing days, you transported the egg back to your castle, awaiting the day when Moro would approach Earth. This wait lasted a decade. Throughout these 10 years, you secluded yourself within your abode. Believing that staying home would enhance your strength, your battle powers surged from 3.8 million to an astounding 40 million. When unleashing the Kaioken times 3, your battle power could even surpass 100 million. Yet, such strength paled in comparison to Moro and Majin Buu. During this decade, due to the annihilation of Friesia's army, Raditz did not arrive as anticipated. Earth was fortunate to experience a decade of peace. Only you were aware of the monumental catastrophe you had provoked. In the year 763 of the age, Moro's army discovered Earth, descending upon it on July 6th. Chapter 27, Drained? 10 years, 40 million in battle power. At this point, even death would yield no losses. Observing the simulated image of yourself, Pig rubbed his chin, quite satisfied. In truth, each life simulation equated to an accumulation of experience akin to living another lifetime. In the simulation, your alter ego had caused great calamity in the universe, thus spending these 10 years in seclusion. Consequently, your battle power reached an impressive 40 million. It could be considered a blessing in disguise, as at least you had refrained from reckless ventures. Once this simulation concludes, you would secure a baseline battle power of 40 million. Pig's spirits were not too dismal. Embracing a mindset of living one more day to earn one more day, he cheerfully indulged in watching the unfolding events. The visuals produced by the system simulation were remarkably vivid. Moro led a host of formidable warriors, arriving on Earth. Pig observed everything with clarity. As the ship of the sheep-headed man landed, you hurriedly approached. You had no immediate intention of opposing Moro. If this fellow would accept you as a subordinate, you would comply, as long as it meant survival. Alas, Moro discerned your true nature with a single glance. At most, you had another 50 or 60 years left to live. As a short-lived species, you lacked the qualifications to be Moro's underling. Without further ado, he commenced to absorb your energy. You sensed your energy rapidly diminishing, a wave of panic washing over you. You hastily fled from the landing point. Yet it proved futile. 40 million, 39 million, 38 million. Upon reaching the sealed egg of the demon Majin Buu, your combat power had plummeted to a mere 3,000. Indeed, just 3,000, no more. Summoning the last remnants of your strength, you unleashed a powerful energy wave. With a resounding boom, the energy wave struck the demon egg, immediately provoking a response. A torrent of pink gas erupted from the purple egg, heralding the premature emergence of Majin Buu. Moro was astonished by this energy, for it contained an abundance of pure power. However, as the goat-headed being attempted to absorb the pink essence, he was taken aback to find it utterly impossible. This predicament was reminiscent of an encounter from long ago, a scenario he had not faced in ages. Normally, the goat-headed being could absorb all earthly powers. Yet, the essence of the divine was beyond his grasp. Unfortunately, within Majin Buu lay the presence of the Grand Kaishin. Majin Buu was indeed the bane of Moro. You had inadvertently provided Moro with a worthy adversary. In the scene, the rotund Majin Buu bellowed, "Buu," and crashed to the ground with a thud. "Ah, just in time. I'm hungry. I want cream chocolate." Lowering his head, his antennae pointed at the astonished Pikin. The first act of Majin Buu upon awakening was to transform you into cream chocolate. You were not yet dead, but you watched helplessly as your body was gradually devoured. Ultimately entering the mouth of Majin Buu, you perished. The simulation of life concluded. Overall rating, D. You could choose 2 rewards from the following options. Option 1, Eye of Loyalty, a white artifact, costing 1,000 universe energy. Option 2, 3,000 combat power, costing 300 universe energy. Option 3, a high-speed spaceship, costing 3,000 universe energy. Option 4, a cosmic star map, center of the galaxy, western part of the galaxy, costing 5,000 universe energy. Alas, what a loss. Pikin slapped himself in frustration, filled with regret. He had never anticipated that after being drained by Moro, he wouldn't have time to recover, leading to his demise. All options were presented at the very moment of death. Thus, option 2 offered a mere 3,000 combat power. Certainly, Picken would not select this. What if this power could be negated, plunging him back into a state of despair? Damn it. This Moro truly lacks martial virtue. How dare he deem me a short-lived wretch? There is a limit to endurance. Next time, my first action shall be to seek out Master Rashi and demand to know where I might find the elixir of immortality. Ah, how tedious this is. I could have sought the assistance of Shenlong directly. How foolish of me. Well, dear system, I shall select the first and fourth options. The white trait, I have loyalty, proves to be quite practical. As I expand my workforce, should any traitors arise, they shall find themselves utterly exposed beneath this vigilant eye. The third and fourth options, however, do not significantly enhance my own strength. They merely save a modicum of time. The ultra-high-speed spaceship will be operational in 2 months in the real world, making early redemption unnecessary. On the contrary, that star map, which I painstakingly compiled over a year of simulation, is invaluable. It will drastically reduce the time required for my cosmic explorations. Selection confirmed. Rewards have been issued. System, I wish to view the panel. Ding. Life Simulator LV3. Host, Pilaf, Pig. Age, 37 years, 21 years. Combat power, 3, 800, 000 points. Cosmic energy, 17, 410, 341 points. Traits, gaining strength at home. Comet, Krillin's talent, Eye of Loyalty. Martial arts, Void technique, breath control, energy blast, death beam, King Kai fist. Items, 1 resurrection card. I still feel exceedingly weak. I wonder if I shall acquire any worthwhile traits in the next simulation. Alas, upgrading requires a staggering 100 billion cosmic energy. What a daunting task. Each system upgrade demands exponentially greater resources. In the short term, relying solely on Earth's resources is utterly unrealistic. Excluding the element of luck, to swiftly enhance my strength, I must draw reliable traits. To obtain higher-level traits, the system must be upgraded. To upgrade the system, the optimal method is to venture into space and gather various resources. It appears I must wait a while longer. On the spaceship front, I must await Bulma and her father. As for the Dragon Balls, it seems they have just been used. Those folks on Namek are as stubborn as ever. Well, I suppose I shall defer this matter until tomorrow. The simulation attempts will refresh by then. With no other choice, Pilaf resigned himself to rest. The following morning, upon discovering that the simulation attempts had been replenished, Pilaf could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, "System, activate the life simulator." Ding! The 10th simulation begins. Random trait extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the green trait Survival in Vacuum. Survival in Vacuum allows the host to exist in a vacuum environment, including underwater. Chapter 28. Survival in Vacuum. As the words flickered across the luminous screen, Pigu furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. The notion of survival in a vacuum was merely a concept he could contemplate. His primary concern was safeguarding against unscrupulous adversaries who resorted to annihilation when faced with defeat. In truth, Pigu had numerous strategies to preempt such catastrophic actions, akin to carrying a spacesuit at all times. He recalled the outfit designed by Bulma for Gohan during his studies in Satan City, a rather ludicrous ensemble. Yet if one were to replace it with a spacesuit, the efficacy would remain unchanged. What could Frieza do to him, even if he were to obliterate a planet? And as for Beerus, even should he decide to destroy Earth, Pigu could simply relocate and commence anew. As long as one held no moral boundaries, no one could truly control their fate. What was particularly vexing was that the random term selected was the nonsensical survival in a vacuum, rendering the opportunity for simulation utterly wasted. Pigu found himself profoundly dissatisfied with the system's selection, yet felt powerless to change it. In silent protest, he submerged himself in the castle's swimming pool for a fortnight. Had it not been for the looming threat of starvation, he could have continued his aquatic retreat indefinitely. During this time, Xiaowu and Ashu were frantic, scouring every corner of the castle in search of him, never anticipating he would remain hidden in the pool for so long. For those days, he maintained a calm demeanor, reflecting deeply on his situation while diligently amassing combat power, striving to reach that elusive threshold of 10,000. While the intention was noble, the execution proved fraught with challenges. It was only after a month and a half, when Bulma and her father successfully constructed a high-speed spacecraft, that his combat power barely reached 4 million. The increase from 3,800,000 to 4 million amounted to a mere 200,000, a figure that included the 15 days spent submerged. Forcing a busy individual into a reclusive existence was indeed a considerable challenge. When the spacecraft was finally completed, he was overcome with joy. This time, he enlisted many companions to embark on an exploration of the cosmos: Xiaowu, Ashu, Bulma, Dr. Brief, and several key members from the Pilaf technology group. Each of his staff members accompanying him into space exhibited unwavering loyalty, exceeding 90%. This included Toru, who had proposed the Pipi surrogate project. The rapid cultivation of such high loyalty among his employees was entirely attributable to his patience, care, and trust in them. However, such lofty sentiments were hard for him to believe. In truth, he had merely employed the strategy of monetary investment. By offering financial incentives, he elevated the loyalty of his employees, making him a unique figure among the business elite on Earth. Indeed, as the saying goes, a scholar dies for those who truly understand him. While the abilities of this group may be set aside for the moment, their unwavering loyalty towards you is as evident as the sun and the moon. Of course, this is largely due to the influence of the eye of loyalty. To put it simply, it is a testament to the system's prowess. Observing the boastful system, Pigu feels certain that it possesses a degree of self-awareness. However, this fool has consistently shown little interest in engaging with him. On this occasion, you did not venture to the center of the galaxy. The perilous nature of that region prompted your decision to pursue opportunities in the Western Galaxy. After all, although Shrag is present in the Western Galaxy, his appearances have significantly dwindled. Among the four brothers of the Zeta organization, Jas is yet to ascend to the status of the universe's foremost zombie. Provided you proceed with caution, promoting your Pipi services in this area still holds considerable market potential. However, it soon became apparent that Pipi services seemed to have reached a dead end, lacking a unified network for promotion. The quest for a wireless network capable of encompassing the entire universe became an urgent issue for you to address. This time, even Bulma was at a loss to assist. After wandering for 3 months, you ultimately returned to Earth. Upon your return, you locked yourself away in the laboratory. 3 years later, the fateful battle between Goku and Piccolo arrived as anticipated. Bulma and the others had gone to Papaya Island to witness the spectacle, and you told her that your boyfriend would undoubtedly be eliminated in the first round. However, on this occasion, you were mistaken. Due to your presence, the deity did not depart from the sanctuary. He realized that Piccolo, far inferior to you, could not possibly make waves in the world. The god of tea triumphed over Yajirobe, successfully advancing to the semifinals. Brimming with confidence, the god of tea unexpectedly struck the demon king Piccolo with a ki blast. And then, there was no further development. Piccolo severely battered the god of tea, inflicting wounds even more grievous than the previous incident of a severed leg. Piccolo held utter disdain for defeating a minor character like Yamcha. Standing on the arena, he yearned to eliminate Goku in front of everyone, seeking vengeance for his father. Of course, such aspirations are commendable, yet the outcome did not liberate him from the shackles of fate. Goku bested Piccolo, emerging as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chi-Chi appeared, and Goku found himself in a relationship. You did not attend his wedding, after all. You were not well acquainted, and he had previously demolished your castle. Well, to be honest, I consider myself quite magnanimous. Observing your tireless efforts in the laboratory, Pigu feels that the system has misunderstood him. If the cosmic wireless network succeeds, would I not become the wealthiest being in the universe? Over the course of 3 years, my research has delved deeply. Unlike traditional internet networks, what Pigu has been investigating in simulations is quantum network technology. The essence lies in a significant breakthrough in the direction of quantum entanglement. Only through this technology can we transcend vast distances to facilitate real-time information transmission. Your advancements in quantum physics have propelled the technological progress of Earth civilization, even fostering the advancement of the entire cosmic civilization. After 2 years, you have finally developed the first generation of the cosmic infinite network. In this very year, you take another bold step beyond Earth, accompanied by Bulma and Dr. Brief, towards the Galactic Center. The Galactic Patrol Organization will be your first major client to secure. You aspire to establish a wireless network base station that spans the entirety of the 7th universe at the Galactic Center. Just as you set forth with great ambition towards this destination, your spacecraft is suddenly assaulted by unidentified foes. The high-speed spacecraft, while swift, is devoid of robust armor and weaponry. Your vessel is shattered into countless pieces, and tragically, Bulma and Dr. Brief perish in the ensuing explosion. However, you, who can survive in a vacuum, remain unharmed. In the blink of an eye, you discern the identity of your assailant. Chapter 29. Darius. The appearance of this spacecraft is strikingly familiar. Indeed, it is he. A virtual image reveals a spacecraft approaching the wreckage. Shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in life support gear emerge from that vessel. They bear an uncanny resemblance to an adult Goku, sharing the same hairstyle and features, albeit with combat power detectors adorning their ears and malevolent glints in their eyes. It is with no small measure of recognition that you identify Darius, the one who ambushed you. Among the Scions, Goku's visage is not rare. Lower-class warriors resemble products churned out on an assembly line, exhibiting a high degree of uniformity. You hold your breath, realizing that the scoundrel who attacked you is none other than Darius. Testing his power level with your detector, you find his combat prowess barely surpasses 30,000. This individual is far from benign. When Frieza commanded all Scions to return to planet Vegeta, Darius sensed the anomaly and, unlike Bardock, chose to completely sever ties with Frieza's army and the reign of King Vegeta. Consequently, he did not return to planet Vegeta. His audacity to rebel against King Vegeta stemmed from his fortuitous discovery of the Tree of Might during his cosmic adventures. The Tree of Might, alongside the Tree of Life and the Tree of Wisdom, is collectively referred to as the three great trees of the universe. The fruits born from the Tree of Might have the capacity to nourish the spiritual essence of any life form, while significantly enhancing the combat power of the strong. Before consuming the fruits of the Tree of Might, Darius's combat power was a mere 2,000. When you behold Dale's, whose combat power barely exceeds 30,000, an exhilarating thrill courses through you. For at this moment, he is expected to possess a seed of the spirit tree. The Dale squad consists of 6 members. Apart from Dale's, whose combat prowess surpasses 30,000, the other 5 are considerably weaker. Only the half-metal being Kakao has reached a combat power of 13,000, while the remaining 4 hover above 7,000. This elite squad, while commendable in the vast cosmos, pales in comparison before you. As the 6 search for your location, you unleash the death beam, severely wounding all, including Dale's. Hey, Dale's, surrender the spirit tree seed. I might consider sparing your life. In the simulated scene, as Pig unleashes his attack, he employs Frieza's technique to pierce the chests of all 6. However, Pig deliberately avoids striking their hearts, opting instead for a crippling blow without delivering a fatal strike. It seems he harbors thoughts of sparing them. Yet, the sudden turn of events leaves Dale's utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that with over 30,000 in combat power, he would be so easily vanquished. Even more perplexing is the realization that his possession of the spirit tree seed is known to his adversary. Dale's questions why you would ambush him, but you swiftly respond by launching the death beam, piercing his heart. To promote Pig's prowess, you require a vast number of subordinates to serve you. However, you disdain allying with a simpleton like Dale's. The unfortunate Dale's, having barely made his entrance, meets his demise, and you successfully plunder the desiccated spirit tree seed from him. As for Dale's companions, you inquire whether they wish to submit to you and serve your cause. Faced with the specter of death, Amando, Days, Kakao, and the Rezkala brothers pledge their fealty to you. Amando possesses a combat power of 9,100, and upon swearing allegiance, his loyalty rises to 30 points. This individual, a notorious criminal, is compelled to bow to you for the sake of his own survival, making his 30 points of loyalty quite reasonable. Days boasts a combat power of 8,400, with loyalty climbing to 60 points. He was once a prince of the Pukimpa dynasty on the planet Kabacha, and reluctantly followed Dale's after his homeland was invaded. Kakao, with the highest combat power among them at 13,000, has a mere 10 points of loyalty. He is a half-cyborg bounty hunter from the planet Akanda who chose to follow Dale's willingly. The Rezkala brothers possess a combined combat power of 7,600 before merging, exceeding 20,000 thereafter, yet their loyalty remains at 0. These brothers are the extinct Bins, an ancient species of humanity, remarkably intelligent. Dale's has resurrected them using extracts from the spiritual trunk. Strictly speaking, Dale's serves as the reincarnated parent of these 2 brothers, who remain fiercely loyal to him. Most importantly, These individuals possessed not only impressive combat abilities, but also exceptionally astute minds. The technological marvels aboard Dale's spacecraft, including combat power detectors and battle suits, are the handiwork of these brothers. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, you are well aware of their origins. With the assistance of the Eye of Loyalty, you swiftly discern the attitudes of these 5 individuals towards you. Undoubtedly, Prince Deus harbors a favorable disposition towards you, especially considering the historical grievances he shares with Dales. Amando and Kakao display a modicum of loyalty, likely influenced by the strength you have demonstrated. As for the Rezkala brothers, their loyalty is not negative, which brings you a sense of relief. You toss each of them a mystical bean, signaling them to consume it, and the result astounds the 5. Deus' loyalty surges from 60 to 75 points, reaching the average level of your company employees. Amando's loyalty increases from 30 to 40 points. Though modest, it is nonetheless progress. Kakao's loyalty rises from 10 to 15 points. While his wounds have healed, he still harbors reservations towards you. Only the Rezkala brothers see their loyalty increase from 0 to 3 points. What uses it to recruit such a motley crew? In reality, Pig is somewhat bewildered by the actions of his simulated self. After briefly assimilating this ragtag group, the simulated Pig boards Dale's spacecraft. Dale's plan is to discover a vibrant planet to cultivate his agricultural ambitions. The target has been identified, a planet named Bins, located on the outskirts of the northern galaxy. The Bins people inhabit this world, still entrenched in primitive ignorance. Lacking modern technological pollution and overexploitation, it is a verdant paradise, perfectly suited for cultivating spiritual tree fruits. Most crucially, the average combat power of the Bins people is a mere 3 points, even less than that of Earthlings. Chapter 30. The spiritual tree. Since Dales has chosen this destination, it is destined to be. What more is there for Pig to say? Seated in the very position Dales once occupied, Pig commands the first squad of the Pilaf army to set course for Bins. You believe that the universe operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. It is a matter of either consuming or being consumed. The fate of the Bins people is of no concern to you. You are merely curious as to why, in historical accounts, Dales failed to successfully invade Bins. After all, in the cinematic adventures you have witnessed, the formidable power of Darius upon his arrival on Earth was merely a little over 30,000. This indicates that he either failed to reach planet Bans, or, if he did, his invasion was unsuccessful. With these perplexities weighing on your mind, 3 months later, you led the first squadron of the Pilaf Legion, successfully arriving within the stellar system housing planet Bans. Gazing out the viewport at the vast emerald sphere, the reasons for Darius's initial failure became clear. Surrounding planet Bans were countless advanced warships, each possessing strength far exceeding that of Darius's vessel. The ship you occupied received a warning from planet Bans, threatening to unleash laser cannons should you approach any closer. Observing the massive spacecraft stretching hundreds of meters in length, and comparing it to your own modest vessel of merely a few meters, the outcome was glaringly evident. You commanded the rest of the first squadron to wait, intending to confront the challenge alone and assault planet Bans. The result was unmistakable. You thrived in the vacuum of space and effortlessly annihilated all the warships of planet Bans. Meanwhile, the first squadron, upon your departure from the ship, swiftly altered course, hastily fleeing from your grasp. The good news is that you successfully conquered the technologically advanced planet Bans. The bad news is that merely 3 months after its establishment, the first squadron of the Pilaf Legion officially defected. Such disloyalty, falling below the 90-point threshold, truly exemplifies a fickle allegiance. This must be noted to prevent a recurrence. In reality, Pig, taking out a small notebook, recorded this detail. In truth, the defection of these individuals bore little consequence for the simulation of Pig. Originally, they had ambushed the ultra-high-speed spacecraft he occupied, and Pig had no backup vessel at his disposal. To escape the cosmos, he had no choice but to temporarily utilize theirs. After a day of fierce combat, the entirety of planet Bans lay under Pig's dominion. With his technical prowess, the abundant resources here would suffice for him to craft another ultra-high-speed spacecraft. Due to the absence of an escape vessel, you decided against planting the spirit tree here for the time being. After a fortnight of labor, the improved ultra-high-speed spacecraft was finally completed. The latest model, the Pilaf King, was equipped with an energy shield and high-powered laser cannons, both technologies acquired from planet Bans. Despite the meager population of over 70,000 Banshans, who lacked robust combat capabilities, their intellect was profoundly advanced, having developed numerous technological weapons and innovations. These advancements were seized with little effort on your part. The trembling Banshans now cowered in the last bastion of warfare, clinging to survival. You did not obliterate the towering war fortress that soared into the heavens. Rather, you cast the seeds of the spiritual tree nearby. The Banshans, who have unwavering faith in the omnipotence of science, stood in astonishment before the fantastical scene. They had never encountered any flora capable of piercing the clouds and thriving in the vastness of outer space. While they marveled at this spectacle, the essence of life on the planet was swiftly evaporating. In a mere matter of minutes, the robust roots of the spiritual tree entwined the entirety of Bands. The once lush green planet rapidly transformed into a desolate yellow-gray. Soon, both the inhabitants and creatures of the planet lay weakly upon the ground, unable to stir. The streams ran dry, and the lakes and oceans desiccated, presenting a bleak panorama, with only the spiritual tree flourishing vibrantly. Observing the transformation of the spiritual tree, you realized that you remained unaffected by its influence. Simultaneously, near the trunk, you discovered nearly 100 immature spiritual tree fruits. The fruits would require approximately 3 hours to mature from their unripe state. During this time, you vigilantly stood beneath them, as they represented the capital for your future survival in the cosmos. This individual has finally proven reliable. Indeed, with the spiritual tree fruits, one could theoretically enhance their strength without limit. However, there remains the issue of not excessively ravaging the life-bearing planet, lest one attract the attention of the Galactic Patrol. In reality, Pig, sipping his coffee, began to mutter to himself. The fruits of the spiritual tree yield their most potent effects only when the first 3 are consumed. Darius initially possessed a combat power of just over 1,000, nearly 2,000. For a lower-tier warrior, such a combat power was considered quite normal among the Psiots. During a mission, he fortuitously discovered the spiritual tree fruits, which caused his power to soar to just over 30,000. It is worth noting that at that time, King Vegeta had only recently surpassed a combat power of 10,000. Darius chose not to return to planet Vegeta to contest for the throne, but instead withdrew from Frisia's army, sensing Frisia's ill intent. Later, upon arriving on Earth, his combat power remained just above 30,000. After consuming the second spiritual tree fruit, his power skyrocketed to over 300,000. Such a tenfold increase is only effective with the consumption of the first 3 spiritual tree fruits. In truth, the primary function of the spiritual tree is to enhance an individual's mental fortitude, with the augmentation of combat power being a secondary benefit. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, it seems that only obscure combat systems, such as those employed by mages and sorcerers, utilize mental strength. At the very least, for Pig in the present moment, the enhancement of combat power provided by the spiritual tree fruits is of utmost importance. Nevertheless, possessing the spiritual tree fruits does not guarantee an effortless chase after formidable opponents like Goku and Vegeta. Firstly, this infernal entity cannot be planted indiscriminately. Once the quantity cultivated becomes excessive, the average human standard will inevitably decline. Ultimately, one would face annihilation at the hands of the Supreme King, rendering the endeavor futile. Moreover, an overabundance of cultivation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Galactic Patrol Organization, the Great King, the King of Worlds, and even deities such as Whis and Beerus. The foolish Moro, in his time, was targeted by the Supreme Kai due to his insatiable absorption of life force from countless planets, culminating in his confinement within the Galactic Patrol's prison. It is noteworthy that there exists an apprentice angel within the Galactic Patrol. Chapter 31. Male's intervention positioned as a neutral force. Males, the apprentice angel, must refrain from engaging in warfare from the standpoint of evil. However, should he wreak havoc upon the universe akin to Moro, he would possess ample justification to apprehend him. Pig, however, harbors no desire to associate with Moro. 3 hours later, the spirit tree fruit ripens. Upon plucking one, you unhesitatingly begin to devour it. The flesh melts in your mouth, transforming into a refreshing liquid that flows into your stomach, a sensation of utmost comfort. Your internal energy begins to swell rapidly. 4, 2 million, 5, 8 million, 6, 0, 3 million, 11, 63 million, 12, 91 million, 20 million, With the consumption of a single spirit tree fruit, your battle power surges to a staggering 20 million. Without pausing to acclimate to your newfound strength, you immediately consume a second spirit tree fruit. This time, your battle power ascends to 30 million. The increase is merely 50, yet you are exceedingly satisfied. With the third fruit consumed, your battle power finally stabilizes at 35 million. After devouring the fourth spirit tree fruit, your battle power reaches 1 million. It appears that after the third fruit, the spirit tree fruit can only enhance battle power by 100,000 points, which is somewhat disappointing. Within the castle, Pig furrows his brow. The spirit tree fruit is undoubtedly remarkable, yet its efficacy diminishes significantly after 3 pieces, rendering it rather lackluster. After much contemplation, Pig deduces only 3 potential applications. The first method entails sheer consumption, relying on sheer quantity to achieve qualitative change. However, the challenge lies in the fact that, in the later stages, those monstrous beings possess battle power in the trillions. Eventually, even battle power may lose its significance. The spirit tree extracts energy from a single planet, producing approximately 100 spirit tree fruits. Consuming them yields merely 10 million in battle power. The processes of searching and cultivating require substantial time. With a lifespan of merely 6 or 7 decades remaining, even with a yearly increase of 1 billion in battle power, that amounts to merely 6 or 700 billion. It is utterly insufficient. Moreover, the relentless cultivation would exhaust the universe's resources, akin to draining a pond dry. The second approach involves bestowing gifts upon subordinates. Consuming the fruits of 3 spiritual trees could elevate a warrior with a combat power of 1,000 to a staggering level of several 100,000, or even millions. With such advancements, the ambition of the Pilaf army to dominate the universe would be within reach. However, the concern lies in the possibility of nurturing a treacherous ingrate. The third method entails selling a portion of the fruits in exchange for abundant resources. These 2 strategies can indeed be pursued simultaneously when the fruits bear little utility for oneself. The issue of the ingrate is mitigated by the presence of the Eye of Loyalty. Pigu opines that this represents the optimal application of the spiritual tree fruits. Yet you, in a frenzy, devoured nearly 100 remaining spiritual tree fruits. Your combat power surged to an astonishing level of 45 million. Having tasted success, you embarked on a mad quest to seek out high-quality life planets. In a mere 6 months, you obliterated 19 life planets. Due to the varying essence present in each life planet, the quantity of fruits yielded differs accordingly. Within this half-year period, your combat power skyrocketed to 1.8 billion. Utilizing the triple Kaioken technique, it could escalate to 5.4 billion. At this stage in the universe, your prowess is nothing short of despairing. Simultaneously, you have drawn the attention of the Galactic Patrol Organization. As an elite within the Galactic Patrol, Myers intervened, and you found yourself utterly incapable of resistance, leading to your capture. Following a trial, you were sentenced to life imprisonment in the Galactic Patrol prison. Years later, Morrow escaped from the prison, and you too broke free from your torment. Just as you inhaled the air of freedom, you were drained of your strength by Morrow. In his words, short-lived beings do not deserve such formidable power. Once again, you met your demise at Morrow's hands. You have perished. The simulation has concluded. Your comprehensive score, D. You may select 2 rewards from the following options. Option 1. Green Attribute Vacuum Survival, consuming 10,000 cosmic energy points. Option 2. 3,000 combat points, consuming 300 cosmic energy points. Option 3. Spiritual Tree Seeds, consuming 300 million cosmic energy points. Option 4. 3 Spiritual Tree Fruits, consuming 300,000 cosmic energy points. Option 5. Improved High-Speed Spaceship Design Blueprint, consuming 5,000 cosmic energy points. To die at the hands of one individual twice sends shivers down Pigu's spine. The first time was shocking. The second is infuriating. The simulation portrayed him as a mindless, malfunctioning AI. What a farce. As I ponder the simulation, it feels as though that wretched Pilaf is the one orchestrating my actions. Upon reflection, I suddenly realize that each time I enter the simulation, my behavior diverges dramatically from that in reality. Looking back, it bears a striking resemblance to the erratic King Pilaf. Take this instance as an example. I could quite easily utilize the spirit tree's fruit to cultivate a vast legion of subordinates to serve me, or employ it to procure abundant resources. Yet, in a moment of sheer folly, the Pilaf of the simulation opted for the most self-destructive path imaginable. This raises profound suspicions that the Pilaf within the simulation is truly the authentic Pilaf. Never mind. System, I choose options 3 and 4. Insufficient cosmic energy, exchange failed. Among 5 options, I outright dismissed the 3,000 combat power. The armed spaceship posed no technical challenge, so I passed on that too. As for the ability to survive in a vacuum, it is of no use in reality, hence it was also disregarded. The only remaining choices were the spirit tree seeds and fruit. However, to my surprise, I found that my cosmic energy was insufficient. Upon reviewing my panel, I discovered that I had merely over 17 million points left. I am still quite far from the target of 3 billion. This is inadequate. However, with a little over a month, I should be able to accumulate enough, right? At the moment, I have exhausted my chances at simulation. Theoretically, I could accumulate 5 simulation opportunities, allowing me to extend this to approximately 35 days. After some rudimentary tasks, I activated the communicator. Hey, Xiao Wu, come to my room. I have something important to discuss with you. Oh, and bring Asher along. Now that I have wealth, acquiring cosmic energy does not demand much of my effort. Before long, Xiao Wu and Asher arrived before me. Xiao Wu, intensify the procurement of supplies. Here is the list. Asher, expand the warehouse to its maximum capacity. That's all. You may go about your tasks. The task was straightforward. It was merely about procuring supplies. Last time, Xiao Wu and her companions had already executed this once. This time, however, the quantity needed had multiplied by several times. I believe that as long as the funds are sufficient, nothing will pose a problem. The two hurriedly departed, leaving me alone in the room, contemplating the next course of action. In the Dragon Ball world, danger lurks at every corner. After much deliberation, I resolved to meticulously document the potential dangers, so as to learn from them. In the past 10 simulations, I met my demise 10 times. And not once did I pass away peacefully. The first time, despite boasting hundreds of thousands in combat power, I lacked the mastery of combat techniques. Regrettably, he met his demise at the hands of Captain Jinyu, harboring resentment in the northwest. Presently, Pig has attained a combat power of 4 million. As long as he remains vigilant against Captain Jinyu's body-switching ability, eliminating him should be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. On the second occasion, Pig's demise was entirely self-inflicted. With his potential limited, he misguidedly vented his frustrations upon the Grand Elder of Namek. Not only did he annihilate the entire Namekian populace, but he also detonated the planet itself. Though Namek was obliterated, Pig fell victim to the explosive aftermath. This incident is manageable. One could simply devise a capsule spacesuit later. On the third occasion, he was cunningly betrayed after merging with Nail and Piccolo. This green-skinned fellow harbors a plethora of malevolence within. Prior to merging with the deity, eliminating him to silence him was indeed prudent, for it pertained to the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth. The fourth time, he was vanquished by Beerus while researching a time machine. The development of this time machine must be approached with utmost caution, ensuring it remains undiscovered by Beerus. The fifth time, he was felled by a careless strike from Cell, becoming yet another casualty of stray fire on the battlefield. During the next confrontation with formidable foes, he must keep his distance. These are all painfully vivid lessons. On the sixth occasion, he was transformed into a durian-flavored chocolate by Majin Buu and consumed. This scenario is relatively easy to resolve. Either remove Majin Buu's egg to prevent further calamity or vacate Earth for the cosmos before the crisis erupts. He is merely a supporting character. A touch of timidity is inconsequential. On the seventh occasion, he foolishly provoked Shrag. Prior to attaining formidable strength, it would be wise not to engage with him. In the future, when his power has grown, he can seek vengeance. This matter has been marked with emphasis by Pig. Any vendetta unavenged in the simulation must be rectified in reality. The eighth time, intending to avenge himself against Beerus, he found himself once again dispatched by the god of destruction. This second demise at Beerus's hands has led Pig to encircle the name of this hairless feline with a dozen red lines. It is exceedingly perilous. On the ninth occasion, he was consumed by Buu. Ultimately, this demise can be attributed to Moro, although Buu claimed the credit. Yet after much contemplation, Pig opted to attribute the blame to Buu. On the 10th occasion, he was eliminated by Moro, who deemed short-lived beings unworthy of his company. This genetic prejudice renders one powerless to resist. As an earthling, Pig living to the age of 105 is, in fact, quite remarkable. However, compared to some long-lived species, he falls significantly short. In the seventh universe, races with longer lifespans, such as the Cyril and Scion races, boast average lifespans around 200 years. Scions, in particular, experience an exceptionally prolonged adolescence, while Namekians have a relatively extended lifespan as well. Their average lifespan hovers around 500 to 600 years, with some exceptionally long-lived individuals even surpassing this duration. However, these races hardly qualify as truly long-lived. They merely represent the average. The genuinely long-lived species, such as the frost demons, can reach an age of approximately 1-200 years. Certain mutants, like Frisia and Cooler, can extend their lives to around 1-800 years, categorizing them as remarkably long-lived within the cosmos. Beyond them exist even more formidable beings, possessing extraordinarily lengthy lifespans. For instance, artificial beings theoretically have the potential for eternal life, while Majin Buu has existed for over 5 million years, showing no signs of decay, seemingly blessed with immortality. Creatures like Moro, capable of absorbing planetary life force, can rejuvenate themselves through this energy. When he battled the Grand Supreme Kai, it was 1,000,000 years ago. Yet after all that time, he has merely transformed into an aged version of himself. Aside from terrestrial species, deities typically enjoy remarkably prolonged lifespans. The Supreme Kais, gods of destruction, and their attendant deities mostly possess extraordinarily long lives. With the accumulation of endless ages, it becomes unrealistic to grow weak. Pig, while jotting down notes, emphasized the word lifespan. Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Earth can restore youth, yet whether they can confer immortality remains uncertain. Following the phrase Earth Dragon, Pig placed a question mark. In the Dragon Ball anime, the powers of the Earth Dragon are undeniably the weakest. While it can rejuvenate old Piccolo, there is no record indicating that it can grant immortality. Moreover, in reality, the Earth Dragon Balls are not immediately accessible, requiring approximately 10 months before they can be utilized. As for Namek, Pig cannot venture there until he masters the Namekian language. The Super Dragon Balls are currently beyond Pig's plans. Given this, it seems I must first visit the Turtle Hermit. In the short term, Pig cannot use the Dragon Balls from either Earth or Namek. Thus, his options are limited to two. The first is to inquire with the Turtle Hermit about his remarkable longevity. Recently, the Turtle Hermit deceived Tien Shinhan by claiming he had consumed the water of immortality, only to later admit that it was a hoax. Literally understood, the water of immortality is supposed to be a drink that prevents death. Whether the Turtle Hermit has truly partaken of it remains unknown. Regardless, he did die after employing the Mafuba technique. While this water of immortality may not prevent death, its efficacy in extending life remains to be confirmed. Additionally, there are rumors that the Turtle Hermit, Crane Hermit, and Baba the Crystal Woman have all sipped from the Fountain of Youth. Their survival from 3 centuries past is undoubtedly rooted in some compelling reason. Pig wholeheartedly concurs with this notion. Should the fabled Fountain of Youth truly exist, he aspires to glean clues from the revered Master Roshi. Although eternal life remains an elusive dream, extending one's existence by several centuries is indeed a worthy pursuit. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls stand as a final beacon of hope. Another option is to seek out the formidable Piccolo Daimao, to confront him directly and compel him to reveal the secrets of the Namekian language. Chapter 33. The Fountain of Youth. Once Pig masters the Namekian tongue, he could venture alone to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls. Even if the Grand Elder proves uncooperative, he could still summon Shinran to grant his wishes. However, ever since Pig's power soared, the wicked Piccolo has concealed his energy signature. Not even surveillance satellites have been able to pinpoint his hiding place. Although the power detector has identified dozens of suspicious targets, verifying each one would be quite a hassle. Thus, Pig must first seek out Master Roshi. On June 30th, 753 in the age of the universe, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea shimmered with golden hues, occasionally graced by the fleeting shadow of a seagull. In a brief moment, Pig soared above Master Roshi's abode. This lecherous old man certainly knows how to choose a location. Oh, what melodious strains! Master Roshi, despite his age, possesses an ever-youthful spirit. As Pig descended onto the roof of the Turtle Hermit's house, he perceived not only the sounds of crashing waves and the cries of seagulls, but also some rather inappropriate noises. However, those sounds soon ceased. Alas, how unfortunate that it ended so swiftly. Who are you? What brings you here? Noticing Pig peering in through the window as the television's disc came to an end, Master Rashi finally acknowledged his presence. Pig's silent approach left the old master somewhat bewildered. It had been years since a stranger had graced his humble abode. "Ah, you're not here to seek my tutelage, are you?" "Ahem. While I am indeed a master of martial arts, having trained the likes of the legendary Goku, the formidable Krillin, and the skilled Yamcha, I must regretfully inform you that I am now retired. I suggest you." The old turtle was exceedingly verbose and, frankly, rather pompous. Pig raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the distant sea. The ensuing explosion scattered the water in all directions, and the shockwave bent the coconut trees beside the turtle house. Could it be? Are you the mysterious powerhouse that emerged 2 months ago? The seawater splashed onto Master Rashi's back as the old man murmured to himself. Observing the old fellow's newfound humility, Pig seized the moment to introduce himself. "Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pilaf. To be precise, I share a certain connection with your turtle school. I am acquainted with little Goku, who has twice seized the Dragon Balls from me." Upon hearing this, the turtle hermit's face lit up with delight. "You know little Goku? Then he must not be a villain," he exclaimed. "How splendid!" Yet, the ensuing revelation was utterly astonishing. Despite all calculations, the turtle hermit never anticipated that Pilaf was, in fact, an adversary of little Goku. "Then what brings you to the turtle house? Are you here to capture me and threaten little Goku?" The turtle hermit expressed his confusion, for Pilaf's prowess evidently surpassed that of the demon King Piccolo. Pilaf harbored a modicum of respect for the turtle hermit, yet had no intention of forging any bond with him. "I wish to know how you have lived for over 300 years. You had best speak the truth, otherwise, not even the eternal dragon could resurrect you." With his hands clasped behind his back, Pilaf towered over the turtle hermit, casting a condescending gaze from a 45-degree angle, a posture typically adopted by villains in the Dragon Ball universe, which he executed effortlessly. Nevertheless, the turtle hermit was preoccupied with Pilaf's inquiry, dismissing his ostentatious display. After a moment of silence, the turtle hermit finally spoke, albeit with great difficulty. "Approximately 300 years ago, I was not particularly fond of martial arts. Yet I was a disciple of Master Rashi. After burying my teacher, I parted ways with Crane Hermit, and thus the story unfolded." The turtle hermit recounted tales of his youth spent training alongside the Crane Hermit. They once ventured into a cave where they drank from the fountain of immortality. Outside that cave lurked a formidable 3-headed dog, cloaked in darkness and capable of unleashing violet flames during battle. Together, the Crane Hermit and the turtle hermit could not breach its defenses. Subsequently, the turtle hermit sought the guidance of his sister, the fortune-telling old woman. At that time, she was not as aged as she is now and possessed the rare vocation of a witch on earth. Utilizing her prophetic abilities, the trio discerned that on every full moon, the 3-headed dog would vanish for a few minutes. They seized the opportunity to enter the cave, where they discovered a spring labeled the Fountain of Immortality, which briefly described its miraculous properties. In essence, a single sip from the fountain could extend one's life by 500 years. However, an individual could only partake once in a lifetime. Should one drink more, it would result in immediate death, leading them to the underworld as a messenger of the dead. It was said that the fortune-telling old woman had taken an extra sip, hoping to exploit a loophole. As a result, she acquired the ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead. However, she transformed from a blossoming young maiden into her current form. Upon hearing the turtle sage's words, Piga instantly abandoned any thoughts of exploiting similar glitches. "Hey, old man, where's that cave?" The allure of a single spring that could grant an additional 500 years of life was too tempting for Piga to resist. Compared to the Earth Dragon Balls, which would not be usable for another 10 months, and the elusive King Piccolo, this eternal spring seemed far more reliable. As for that 3-headed dog, it resembled the mythical Cerberus. The turtle sage, with a mere combat power of just over 100, stood no chance against it. Piga was confident that with his combat prowess of 4 million, he could easily handle the beast. Once defeated, the eternal spring would become the exclusive treasure of King Pilaf. Due to the mischief caused by the young Goku, who had thwarted Piga's plans twice, the turtle sage believed it wise to resolve enmities rather than deepen them, and promptly revealed the location of the cave. Old man, you are quite astute. Until we meet again. After confirming the cave's location, Pigu bid farewell to the turtle sage and swiftly soared towards the northwest. The address provided by the turtle sage was in the vicinity of Zone 146. There lay a vast canyon. Above the canyon stretched expansive grasslands, while within it thrived a subtropical jungle. The wondrous cave was nestled at the base of the canyon. With Pigu's current strength, he arrived at his destination in less than 30 minutes. Beholding the stark contrast of the scenery, Pigu retrieved his combat power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, a combat power of 197. No wonder the youthful turtle sage was no match for the three-headed dog. Chapter 34. A refreshing spirit in his youth. Pigu estimated the turtle sage's combat power to be just above 100. Faced with a three-headed dog boasting nearly 200 in combat power, the turtle sage was certainly at a disadvantage. However, now the beast was no match for Pigu. He charged directly toward the three-headed dog, which bared its teeth and roared upon seeing him. With a single death beam, Pigu pierced the creature's heart, and it promptly met its end. However, Pigu did not locate the entrance to the cave as described by the turtle sage. 300 years of change. Perhaps I should search the vicinity. The three-headed hellhound had been guarding the area near the eternal spring. The spot where Pigu vanquished it was beneath a cliff shrouded in vines. The dense vegetation made it highly likely that the cave entrance was obscured. After pondering for a moment, Pigu decided to employ the prince's technique against the lush vines. Each energy blast he unleashed posed little threat, yet they were more than sufficient to clear the overgrowth. An hour later, the cave entrance, as described by the turtle sage, appeared before Pigu. The entrance was modest, standing about the height of a person. Above the cave entrance, there exists a totem of 3 droplets of water. It seems that the old turtle hermit has not deceived me. To ensure safety, it is prudent to proceed with caution. Pigu employed a combat power detector, directing it towards the cave entrance, but the result yielded no response. Closing his eyes to sense further, he detected no presence whatsoever. In the realm of simulation, Pigu was audacious, yet in reality, he remained as steadfast as an old dog. After confirming the absence of danger multiple times, he cautiously illuminated his flashlight and ventured into the cave. The cave was not deep. After advancing a dozen steps, Pigu discovered the legendary Fountain of Youth. A polished stone wall protruded at one corner, where a droplet of spring water hung suspended, not having fallen for quite some time. Half a meter below the stone corner lay a small pool, its depths unfathomable and its width barely a meter. The water of the Fountain of Youth was crystal clear and chilling. It matched the description provided by the turtle hermit perfectly. Extending his hand, Pigu scooped a handful of the spring water and drank it in one swift motion. The water was sweet, entering his throat with an unparalleled coolness. Moments later, he felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his limbs. He felt as if he had regained a youthful vitality of 10 or more years. Pilaf, born in the year 715 of the age of A, was now 37. It was no exaggeration to say that Pigu had experienced a youthful revival within a middle-aged body. Had he not known that Pilaf could live to be 105, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Now, Pigu sensed that the cellular vitality within him had undoubtedly returned to the level of 17 or 18 years old. Bursting with vigor, his cellular metabolism had slowed considerably. Perhaps this was the reason the Fountain of Youth could prolong life. The old turtle was somewhat reliable after all. This implies that even without seeking the dragon, I could still enjoy nearly 600 years of life. Never mind, I shall return to the laboratory for verification. Before departing, Pigu swiftly collected the Fountain of Youth into a vessel he had prepared in advance. He intended to bestow the majority of this miraculous water upon his loyal subordinates with a loyalty exceeding 90. The remainder would be reserved for experimental research. Thus, after successfully acquiring the Fountain of Youth, Pigu soared back to the castle of West City. The round trip took less than half a day. For the following half-month, Pigu secluded himself within the laboratory, studying the composition of the Fountain of Youth. The results revealed that the water was infused with a remarkable force, blended with normal water. This force was the cosmic energy generated when Pigu absorbed substances. This discovery bore no relation to scientific experimentation. It was merely Pigu recognizing the value of the Fountain of Youth at a glance. A mere 10 milliliters of the Fountain of Youth contained an astonishing value of 1,000 cosmic energy points. This was the substance with the highest concentration of cosmic energy Pigu had ever encountered. Naturally, Pigu was reluctant to absorb such a precious elixir. After a fortnight of relentless efforts, Xiao Wu and Ashu had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. While dining in the restaurant, Pig summoned the two. When Xiao Wu glanced at him, her eyes brimmed with affection, while Ashu, maintaining a serious demeanor, reported on the conditions at the warehouse. King Pilaf. All resources are in place. You may absorb them at your convenience. According to Ashu's report, the Pilaf Technology Group had procured extensive tracts of land in the outskirts of Shidu. These lands had been transformed into warehouses, which were managed entirely by intelligent systems, with robots overseeing their maintenance and security. Pilaf possessed unrestricted access, allowing him to enter and exit the warehouse area at will. You both have performed exceptionally well. Xiao Wu, Ashu, I present to you the elixir of immortality. Each was given a sip, which would extend their lifespans by approximately 500 years. A single sip of the elixir was roughly 30 milliliters. For these trusted confidants, Pig was quite generous. After distributing the elixir, he departed alone to the outskirts of Shidu, where he had ample resources to absorb for quite some time. 10 days later, Pig had completely consumed all the resources. On July 26, 753 AE, within the confines of his castle, Pig isolated himself in his room. System, I wish to view the panel. Ding. Life Simulator LV3. Host, Pilaf, Pig. Age, 37. Apparent age, 21. Combat power, 4,000,000 points. Cosmic energy, 321, 964, 378 points. Attributes, strength from seclusion, Comet Star. Krillin's talent, Eye of Loyalty. Martial techniques, Dance of the Void, Breath Control, Ki Blast, Death Ray, King Kai Fist. Items, 1 Resurrection Simulation card, after 10 days of absorption. Pig's cosmic energy had surged to over 3 billion, and he had accumulated 3 simulation attempts. System, redeem options 3 and 4. Selection confirmed, rewards have been granted. In an instant, the system deducted 300,030,000 cosmic energy. A shriveled seed of the spirit tree and 3 spirit tree fruits materialized in the system space. The seed could wait to be planted, but the fruits were urgently needed by Pig. In the simulation, consuming the 3 spirit tree fruits elevated his combat power to 35 million. However, he was uncertain whether this effect would manifest in reality. Extracting the 3 spirit tree fruits, Pig began to consume them. Upon ingesting the first fruit, his combat power surged to 20 million. The second fruit raised it to 30 million. After finishing the third, his combat power ultimately reached 35 million, mirroring the simulation's outcome. Pig worked diligently to acclimate to his newfound power. After a considerable period, I finally managed to suppress my breath completely. System, initiate life simulation. Ding. The 11th life simulation begins. Extracting entries. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden entry, Vegeta's talent. Note, the talent does not include the Scion physique. Chapter 35, Vegeta's talent. What on earth? Looking at the simulation screen, Pig murmured to himself. When you saw the golden entry, you were utterly astonished. Once you confirmed that you possessed Vegeta's talent, you proceeded to test it. You instructed Xiao Wu to bring you a basket of eggs. Half an hour later, the entire basket of eggs was smashed, and you failed to catch a single one. You realized that you had indeed inherited Vegeta's talent. Goodness, how could I use such a bizarre method? Slapping his face, Pig was at a loss for words. Since inheriting someone's talent, apart from the combat prowess, it naturally encompassed other abilities as well. In the future, Vegeta displayed his notoriously disastrous culinary skills before Mr. Whis. In truth, before acquiring Vegeta's talent, Pig was capable of making instant noodles and fried rice. It seems that the opportunity to become the culinary deity in the Dragon Ball world has slipped away. However, this also indirectly proved that Vegeta's talent had already taken effect. With Vegeta's talent, you suddenly developed a passion for training. You created a training room with 50 times the gravity, becoming utterly engrossed in it. Yet, this state lasted only a day before abruptly ceasing. Although you possessed Vegeta's talent, your body remained that of an earthling. You attempted to endure 50 times the gravity, only to end up sprawled on the ground, unable to move like a dog. Had it not been for the sins of beings, you would have perished long ago. An earthling's body simply cannot bear such immense gravity in a short span of time. There is indeed a significant disparity in physique between earthlings and scions. However, with a hint of Vegeta's talent, you were unwilling to abandon your training. You planned to use the Dragon Balls to bridge the gap between races. It turned out this fellow had been hiding in the Watan Plateau. Observing Piccolo's hiding place in the simulation, Pig was ecstatic. For over 2 years after acquiring Vegeta's talent, Pig had been training in the gravity chamber. Although he could not withstand higher gravity, continuous training would gradually enhance his strength. Moreover, the Earthling physique was not overly inadequate. After more than 2 years of rigorous training, Pig had managed to endure 30 times the gravity. This indicated that Pig's body could withstand the pressure exerted by 4 times the Kaioken. His combat power had risen from 35 million to 37 million. Possessing the formidable Kaioken multiplied fourfold, Pig's combat prowess has transcended that of Frisia's ultimate form. However, during the past 2 years, Pig has remained on Earth. You launched numerous surveillance satellites, ultimately locating the formidable Demon King Piccolo just before the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This individual seeks vengeance, and naturally, you would not intervene. Equipped with the most advanced computer technology, you arrived at the tournament venue. The deity manifested within Mr. Shin engaged in a fierce battle against Piccolo. As they exchanged heavy breaths, they began to converse in the language of Namek. Utilizing your computer, you commenced an analysis of this dialect. Unfortunately, neither combatant was skilled in verbal sparring. Their conversation was brief before they resumed their fierce confrontation. The data was insufficient to deduce a complete linguistic system. The ensuing events unfolded similarly to the history you are aware of. The deity was sealed by his own demon seal wave, and Goku ultimately faced Piccolo in the finals. News of Piccolo's retreat confirmed, the majority of the audience dispersed in disarray. Without the crowd's cover, you were inevitably exposed before the Dragon Ball warriors. In the simulation, it was you. Tian Shinhan, ever astute with his 3 eyes, immediately recognized Pig. His shout alerted Yamchu, Krillin, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Bulma, and others to Pig's presence. Clad in casual attire, Pig stood leisurely in place. After stowing away his computer equipment, he approached the group to greet them. "Greetings, everyone. It's been a while." With an air of elegance, Pig regarded the slightly hostile Tian Shinhan with indifference. In times past, he might have felt apprehensive around them, but now, with a combat power exceeding 100 million, Tian Shinhan and the others appeared insignificant in his eyes. Nevertheless, he extended polite greetings to Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma, acknowledging their importance to Goku. They were not to be trifled with lightly. Bulma, in particular, was a business partner, as the two had been collaborating on the production of spacecraft in recent years. Earthlings have begun their journey to conquer the cosmos. As Master Roshi and Krillin pondered the depths of Pig's strength, a new development occurred in the arena. Goku cleverly devised a plan and successfully liberated the deity. Upon his release, the deity immediately approached Pig. "Mr. Pig, greetings." "Ah, it has been a while," Pig replied, maintaining an air of aloofness that conveyed his indifference. Mr. Pig, I have a rather presumptuous request." "If it is presumptuous, it would be best not to articulate it," he interjected with a single statement. With that, Pig compelled the deity to don the mask of suffering. At the brink of peril, the celestial being mustered the courage to voice his request. "Mr. Pig, should Wukong find himself vanquished, I implore you to eliminate the Demon King Piccolo." With a steely resolve, the celestial laid bare his entreaty. Upon hearing this, Pig displayed a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. "If my information is accurate, you and the Demon King were once one and the same. Should he perish, you too shall meet your demise. Is that not so? If the Demon King Piccolo dies, the Celestial will inevitably follow suit." The Celestial was taken aback that you were privy to his secret, yet he chose to remain silent. The Celestial harbors a desire for assistance. Naturally, such requests are invaluable. You proposed a desire to learn the language of Namek, with the stipulation that you would guide Piccolo towards righteousness. This outcome is mutually beneficial. You are untroubled by the possibility of the Celestial reneging. The hallmark of virtuous individuals lies in their honesty and integrity. Such admirable traits are forever beyond your grasp. Damn it, this wretched sovereign. The official remark, a most lethal jab. Within the castle, Pig spat out grape skins, disdainfully deriding the system. Nevertheless, the simulation persisted. On screen, Goku and Piccolo, despite Piccolo's lack of skill, engaged in a fierce battle. Following a frenzied clash, Piccolo threatened to obliterate the entire Papaya Island. Pig stood calmly, observing as Tien unleashed a powerful Kikaho, creating a massive crater. For one of his unparalleled prowess, it was inconceivable to leap into such chaos. He turned to Xiaowu and Ashu, instructing, "Stand behind me." He then muttered, "I should inquire if Tien would be interested in joining the group. His Kikaho is exceptionally suited for laying foundations." The system teased Pig. Pig jested about Tien, and Tien ribbed Yamcha. Thus unfolded the infamous hierarchy of disdain. With this newfound clarity, Pig felt his journey was not in vain. Chapter 36. A wish unfulfilled. As Pig was lost in thought, a tremendous explosion erupted, centered around Piccolo, radiating outwards across Papaya Island. With Piccolo's meager combat strength, he could only stir up a cloud of dust. Pig, Xiaowu, and Ashu emerged unscathed. Alas, Papaya Island bore the brunt of devastation. No wonder the World Martial Arts Tournament had remained dormant for so many years. Gazing at the ruins upon the island, Pig murmured to himself. In the end, Sun Wukong triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo, securing victory. However, before it was Goku's turn, you had already forced a Senzu bean into Piccolo's mouth. After feeding him, you extended an irresistible olive branch. Join me, and together we shall defeat Sun Wukong. Thus, Piccolo successfully became a member of the Pilaf Technology Group. You assigned him the position of head of security. After casting Piccolo into the gravity training chamber, your only remaining task was to collect your debts at the temple. The Celestial still owes you a promise. Although Piccolo can teach you the language of Namek, the debts that must be settled cannot be neglected. Within the temple, you set up your equipment, allowing the deity to articulate the entirety of the Namekian language. With his guidance and the support of advanced technology, your computer swiftly mastered the Namekian tongue. Upon leaving the temple and returning to the laboratory, you integrated the synchronous translation system into the cloud of the combat power detector. With everything in place, you took the hands of Xiaowu and Ashu, and together you boarded the ultra-fast spacecraft. A few days later, you arrived at Namek. In a simulated scene, on steep rocks, Neru confronted Pig with a defensive stance. With a combat power of 42,000, Pig felt a sense of regret for this talent. "Hey, Neru, would you be interested in joining my Pilaf army and becoming a commander? If you agree, the entire Namek will become a formidable force in the universe. No one would dare to bully us." "Oh, it seems you've declined? Very well. Step aside. I intend to take the last Dragon Ball. Since you wish to stand against me, I shall show you what true terror is." Facing Neru's silence, Pig continued to ramble on. Ultimately, he pointed his thumb at himself. In reality, Pig was so awkward he could scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. How ridiculous! This Vegeta's talent even includes the ability to show off. In the world of Dragon Ball, pretentiousness is rampant. Notable figures include Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Hit, Jiren, Beerus, and many others. These individuals are all masters in their own right. There are also those who, without having their strength exposed, continue to boast, such as the Supreme Kai, Jebet. In summary, pretense proves to be quite useful in battles among masters. Among the many show-offs, Frieza and Vegeta stand out the most. Frieza is truly formidable. Whether during the battle on Namek or later as Golden Frieza and Black Frieza, the once defeated king always finds a way to turn the tide. However, whenever Vegeta raises his thumb, it signifies the onset of tragedy for him. The ensuing events are largely beyond his control. The side effects are a bit overwhelming, leaving Pig feeling anxious. Before you, Neru resisted for a mere 0.0012 seconds. Neru is dead. There is no need to keep someone so oblivious to the times alive. Wasting air. With the last barrier gone, the Grand Elder fell silent upon seeing you. At this moment, only he remained as the last Namekian on Namek. Not killing him was merely to prevent the Dragon Balls from vanishing. Ignoring his existence, you took the last Dragon Ball resting upon his head. In the simulated scene, the wicked Earthling declared, "You will never achieve your wish." Before Pig turned to leave, the Elder made a double entendre, mocking him. Pig glanced back, casting a meaningful look at the Elder, then shattered the cocoon chamber, directly descending to the cliff with the last Dragon Ball. From the system space, he retrieved the other 6 Dragon Balls, completing the set from Namek. "Arise, wish-granting Dragon Purunga." You summoned the Namekian dragon in the Namekian tongue. The Elder was momentarily stunned. He pondered deeply, unable to comprehend why you spoke in the Namekian language. Just as he found himself lost and helpless, you began to make your wish. The first wish, indeed, was to possess a scion body. Within the castle, Pig intently observed the simulated images. Fully aware of the primary reason for his stagnant combat power during these simulations, it was constrained by the physiology of Earthlings. To escape this predicament, the most effective solution was to change his body. Much like Captain Jinyu, the essence of an individual lies in the soul. If he could transform into a scion body, he would undoubtedly soar. Unfortunately, the simulated images revealed that the wish-granting dragon Purunga denied this request. "I'm sorry. My abilities are limited and cannot directly alter your body," the imposing dragon admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Just a minute ago, he had boasted to Pig that he could fulfill any wish. Pig fell into contemplation. In reality, he similarly furrowed his brow. Indeed, the Namekian dragon's abilities were lacking. The wish he proposed was to directly obtain a scion body, not necessarily anyone's. Just a scion body would suffice. The objective was simple: to transform into a super scion in the future. This, combined with Vegeta's innate talent, would present the possibility of ascension. However, it appeared that this wish could not be realized. You quickly contemplated and revised your wish, hoping to exchange bodies with Vegeta. Yet, regrettably, the Namekian dragon still refused you, citing insufficient power. A qualitative leap through the Namekian dragon was entirely blocked. After some thought, you articulated a new wish, hoping to enhance your physique. This wish, the Namekian dragon finally granted. In an instant, you felt every cell in your body cry out. A substantial amount of impurities was expelled from your being. Your physique was undoubtedly strengthened considerably, though the exact extent was beyond the dragon's knowledge. You had a vague sensation that your physique had approximately doubled. The specifics would require analysis with instruments upon returning to Earth. Having utilized one wish, you still had two remaining. You wished for eternal life. The results revealed that the wish was denied by the Namekian dragon for the third time. The cycle of life and death is, after all, one of the supreme laws of the universe. Even deities experience aging and eventual demise. The dragon cannot grant eternal life. Contemplating this, you turned to the nearby Xiao Wu and Ashu to inquire about their wishes. Xiao Wu desired the finest beauty gift set in the universe, while Ashu hoped for a comfortable bed. Although these wishes seemed somewhat mundane, you nonetheless made a wish to the dragon. Chapter 37. Accumulation in the simulated scene. King Pilaf asked, "Shall we return to Earth next?" After Xiao Wu, having finished with her beauty gift set, approached Pilaf to inquire about the next steps. Pilaf, feeling quite disheartened due to unmet goals, remained silent and retrieved a shriveled bean from the system space. "Is that a senza bean? Why does it look so withered?" Xiao Wu tilted her head, curiously questioning Pilaf. "This is a seed from one of the three great divine trees in the universe, the Tree of Spirit. Though this planet's vitality is rather lacking, it is sufficiently large to allow for planting." With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Pilaf struck the ground with his palm, creating a deep, bottomless pit. As the dust settled, he casually tossed the spirit tree seed into the chasm. The desiccated seed plummeted continuously until it reached the very bottom of the pit. A rumble emanated from the depths, and in an instant, the ground trembled violently. The withered spirit tree seed swiftly took root and sprouted, transforming from a sapling into a towering tree in less than a minute. The steep cliff where the elder resided crumbled, and he was buried alive, quickly succumbing to his fate. The spirit tree soared skyward, its crown piercing the clouds. Within an hour, the entirety of Namek was enveloped by thick vines and roots. After planting the spirit tree seed on Namek, you harvested 15 spirit tree fruits the following day. Unfortunately, due to the recovering environment of Namek, only this limited yield was possible. As you departed Namek with Xiao Wu and Ashu, the planet had already become a desolate wasteland. Carefully storing the spirit tree seeds, you returned to Earth. Back at the castle, you eagerly rushed to the laboratory to conduct research on yourself. Days later, the experimental results were freshly unveiled. Your cellular strength had increased by 196. The metabolic rate of your cells had decreased by 50, and cellular vitality had risen by 60. In simpler terms, your lifespan had significantly extended, and you conservatively estimated it could reach nearly 1,000 years. In the foreseeable future, you need not worry about the brevity of life. On the other hand, the computer estimated that your physical strength had nearly doubled. This signifies that under extreme conditions, you could withstand gravitational forces up to 50 times that of Earth. All data pales in comparison to personal experience. You resolve to engage in rigorous training, eager to discover whether you could transcend your limits. Thus, you immersed yourself in your practice, eschewing mundane affairs. 5 years later, Raditz arrived on Earth, having slain Goku and severely wounded Piccolo. The suddenness of these events prompted the deity to seek you out, urging you to honor your promise to protect the planet. In a year's time, Nappa and Vegeta would descend upon Earth, and the deity hoped you would intervene. After 5 years of dedicated training, you felt it was time to venture outside. Thanks to the notion that remaining at home could enhance one's strength, you had augmented your battle power by an astounding 18 million over this period. Coupled with your diligent training, you gained an additional 1 million in battle power, alongside some gains from consuming the fruits of the Tree of Might. Now, your battle power had reached an impressive 60 million. In reality, Pig struggled to comprehend how, after 5 years of arduous training, his battle power had only increased by a mere million. Was Pilaf's physical aptitude truly so lacking? It was no wonder Pig felt perplexed. The gains from rigorous training were significantly overshadowed by those derived from merely staying at home. The sole comfort lay in the fact that his simulated self had adapted to the 50-fold gravity. His body could now effortlessly endure the pressure exerted by the Kaioken technique at 5 times its intensity. In battle, Pig could unleash a staggering battle power of 300 million. Moreover, due to the inherent talent bestowed by Vegeta, his battle instincts had also markedly improved. Overall, despite the development not progressing as smoothly as he had envisioned, he was at least making steady advancements. Ultimately, as long as he did not take reckless actions in the simulation, he would grow stronger each week, whether swiftly or gradually. Pig mused to himself. In truth, since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, he had only lived for just over 2 months. In reality, he had already amassed a battle power of 35 million, far surpassing the current version. If only he could refrain from reckless behavior in the simulation and focus on accumulation, he would undoubtedly find himself at the pinnacle of the universe one day. Once again, perhaps influenced by Vegeta's talent, the simulated Pig surprisingly refrained from engaging in frivolities. A year later, your battle power had risen to 63 million. Meanwhile, the legendary Science had successfully landed in East City. With a mere flick of Nappa's finger, the entire city was reduced to ruins. At that moment, you appeared before the two of them. Oh, are you, a mere earthling, seeking death? In the simulated scene, Vegeta confronts Pig, exuding an air of arrogance. At this moment, Pig is devoid of the Frieza Force battle attire. His upper body is bare, showcasing muscles that pulsate with explosive strength. You are the Science, aren't you? He questions, hands on hips, suspended in midair, feigning ignorance. Nappa aims a power level detector at Pig, bursting into a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, his power level is merely a few hundred. The strength of Earthlings is less than that of an ant. In comparison to his own power level of 4,000, Pig appears to Nappa as nothing more than an insignificant insect. However, when Vegeta gazes at Pig, an odd sensation stirs within him, akin to an ant being scrutinized by a dinosaur. Silence. Earthlings can regulate their power levels. He retorts, I am Vegeta, and this is Nappa. Who are you? Show me your utmost strength. Presently, Vegeta boasts a power level of 18,000, making him a formidable force in the universe. Although he senses Pig's extraordinary nature, he does not dwell on it excessively. Inquiring about Pig's origins, his tone is rather unfriendly. I am Pilaf, pleased to meet you, Vegeta. Out of respect for you, I have chosen to broaden your horizons. With that, Pig unleashes a fraction of his concealed energy, exactly 18,000. As the detector's readings soar, Nappa stands in stunned silence. While Vegeta adopts a combative stance, his expression tense as he monitors Pig's every move. The prospect of battling the true power excites Pig immensely. Ready, Vegeta? Here I come. Before the words fully escape his lips, Pig dashes toward Vegeta, delivering a punch aimed directly at the prince's head. Chapter 38. Subordinate Pig's combat style is markedly different from Vegeta's. Although he possesses Vegeta's innate talent, he has not mastered his techniques, as each individual's circumstances vary. The punch is executed with blinding speed. Vegeta cannot evade in time, crossing his arms over his chest to absorb the blow. The velocity and force of the punch are significantly diminished due to Pig's restraint. Nonetheless, even this tempered strike causes Vegeta to spit blood. Damn Earthling! The proud Prince Vegeta finds it intolerable that he has suffered greatly at the hands of an Earthling. It is essential to note that when Raditz arrived on Earth, Pig did not even engage in the fray. In Nappa's perception, Vegeta views Earthlings as fundamentally weak. Even the strongest among them barely exceed a power level of 1,000. Such meager strength pales in comparison to the cultivated warriors. Unimaginably, I found myself wounded by a mere Earthling. However, Vegeta remained undaunted by Pig. You are fortunate, young one, for you are about to witness an extraordinary spectacle. Floating in midair, Vegeta raised his palm, energy surging towards it. A sphere of energy, slightly larger than a fist, coalesced just above his hand. Prepare to confront true terror. With a crack, Vegeta hurled the energy sphere into the sky. Pig, however, could not be bothered to even glance at it. It was merely an artificial moon, after all. Even if Vegeta transformed into a great ape, his fighting power would barely reach 180,000. Such strength was trivial in comparison to Pig's current capabilities. A dull thud echoed from the heavens. The resplendent glow of the artificial moon intertwined with that of the sun. Boom, boom. Nappa and Vegeta both looked up, transforming into massive black apes. From the system space, Pig retrieved the latest model of the power level detector. With a smirk, he teased the two. One boasts a power level of 40,000, while the other stands at 170,000. Such power is insufficient to even damage my detector. Is this all you have? At this juncture, if a warrior could not even destroy a detector, they were nothing but a lower-tier fighter. Pig's words, though somewhat harsh, struck a nerve. Enraged, Nappa charged at Pig. Take this. With a death beam, he pierced the heart of the great ape, swiftly severing its tail. Nappa collapsed to the ground, reverting to his ordinary form. The rapid turn of events left Vegeta utterly astonished. That crimson death beam, he had witnessed it before with Frieza. This was Frieza's ultimate technique, never before seen in the hands of another. Who are you? Vegeta roared angrily at Pig. Yet Pig paid him no mind, flying directly to Nappa's side. This hulking figure still clung to life, consciousness somewhat intact. Hey, Vegeta, how about you take this fellow and leave Earth? I shall spare your lives. This guy's vitality was remarkably resilient. There might still be a chance to save him. Kicking the incapacitated Nappa, Pig turned to Vegeta. Although he already knew the answer, Pig felt compelled to ask. Vegeta did not disappoint him. Glancing at Nappa, he retorted sharply, what use is saving such a worthless being? I have no need for a scion who cannot act. Come, Pilaf. I shall show you my true might. Vegeta was eager to tear Pig apart, believing that Pig's victory over Nappa was merely due to the element of surprise with that death beam. As long as one remains vigilant, there is no reason to fear the combat prowess of the underwhelming Pig. Alas, while the thought is commendable, reality is often harsh. With a mere glance, Pig unleashed a death beam that pierced through Vegeta's heart. Although Vegeta similarly lost his fighting strength, he did not revert to his humanoid form. Approaching Nappa, you pried his mouth open and tossed a senzu bean inside. Nappa miraculously revived, staring in disbelief at his own restoration. A scion who escapes the clutches of death experiences a significant increase in power. Upon recovery, Nappa's strength surged to an impressive 11,000 points. At that moment, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived on the scene. In the simulated imagery, as all the Dragon Ball warriors gathered, the malevolent scion had already been subdued by Pig. Hey, open your mouth. Pig glanced at the bystanders, disregarding them, and soared into the air to sever Vegeta's tail. As the creature reverted to his humanoid form, Pig produced a senzu bean, preparing to feed it to him. This obstinate individual refused to cooperate. To prevent him from perishing, Pig forcibly broke his jaw, removing the lower mandible and directly inserting the senzu bean. With the bean in his mouth, he was unable to chew. In exasperation, Pig retrieved another bean, chewed it himself, and then tossed it into Vegeta's mouth. Once Vegeta's injuries were mended, he immediately rushed aside to clear his throat. Congratulations, Vegeta. Your scion constitution is remarkable. After escaping death, your combat strength has considerably increased. 24,000 points. Your consumption of my saliva was not in vain. Now, you have two choices. Either I eliminate you both, ensuring no future threats, or you submit to me, joining the Pilaf army to conquer the universe alongside me. Choose wisely. A radiant glow enveloped his fingertips, and the death beam was poised to strike. Faced with mortality, Nappa faltered instantly. However, Vegeta defiantly tilted his head, outright rejecting Pig's offer with action. Drop dead. Pig directed his attention towards Vegeta's heart. You merely toyed with Vegeta, refraining from actually firing the death beam. Startled, Vegeta immediately employed his royal battle tactics, stirring up clouds of dust. Once the dust settled, Vegeta had already boarded his spaceship and fled Earth. Of course, this was accomplished with your leniency. Nonetheless, you succeeded in recruiting the Scion Nappa. The Scions are a proud race. Your might has won Nappa's allegiance. After swearing loyalty to you, his loyalty score reached an impressive 83 points. In reality, Pig leisurely enjoyed a watermelon, basking in the air conditioning, eagerly watching his performance unfold in the simulated scene. This time, the situation is decidedly more favorable than in previous encounters. Upon realizing that diligent training yielded only marginal improvements in combat strength, the simulated version of myself has chosen to embark on a journey of cosmic conquest. I wonder if my transformation into Super Saiyan 3 will result in an elongated beard. Oh, to my astonishment, Vegeta has divulged the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls to Frieza. With Namek destroyed, does this not signify Frieza's impending arrival on Earth? Pig, observing the revelation on the screen, cannot help but exclaim in wonder. Chapter 39. Frieza within the simulated imagery. Aboard Frieza's flagship, Vegeta kneels on one knee before Frieza. Indeed, Your Excellency, on the planet known as Earth, there exist mystical Dragon Balls. It is said that they can grant any wish made by the one who summons them. Even the deceased may be resurrected. Though Vegeta has yet to witness the revival of Goku, he boldly boasts before Frieza. Seated within his hovering pod, Frieza, in his first form, regards the kneeling Vegeta with keen interest. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, I had already heard of this information. I cannot believe it is indeed true. If I am granted eternal life, you shall earn great merit. However, should you deceive me, ho ho ho, you are aware of the consequences, are you not? His sinister laughter reverberates through the expansive command room. Those who dare to deceive Lord Frieza have never met with a favorable end. Vegeta is acutely aware of this. Yet, in his quest for vengeance, he must temporarily entice Frieza into action. In Vegeta's estimation, Pig's power is overwhelmingly formidable. After transforming into a great ape, his combat strength could reach 170,000. Such immense power would deter even Captain Ginyu from provoking him lightly. Nevertheless, even this formidable strength cannot withstand a casual strike from Pig. Among the strongest beings Vegeta knows, only the cosmic tyrant Frieza can rival him. The most favorable outcome would be for the two to engage in a mutually destructive battle, allowing Vegeta to seize the Dragon Balls in the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, he aims to wish for immortality before Frieza can intervene. Immortality and eternal life are distinct concepts. The former merely signifies endless lifespan and perpetual youth, yet one can still be slain. The latter, however, denotes an absolute invincibility, despite not extending one's lifespan. For Vegeta, who lacks sufficient power, the aspiration for immortality is paramount. Frieza, convinced by Vegeta's words, sets his course towards Earth aboard his spacecraft. Accompanying Frieza are Zarbin, Dodoria, and over 20 minions. 2 months later, the spacecraft descends upon Earth. Frieza emanates a formidable aura, instantly alerting all powerful beings on the planet. You departed directly from the castle and swiftly arrived at the Delhi Plains. Before you stands the infantile form of Frieza, nestled within a baby carriage. Behind him, Vegeta gazes at you with an air of malevolence, while Zarbin and Dodoria accompany Frieza closely. In this simulated scene, the winds sweep across the highlands, stirring up clouds of dust. Frieza scrutinizes Pig with keen interest, his crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, how unexpected it is to encounter such an intriguing individual on the fringes of the universe. I have had a change of heart. Pig, is it? I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Frieza force and serve under my command. Frieza, who values the cultivation of talent, examines Pig closely, only to discover that his battle power registers at a mere 700. To Frieza, the notion that a human could control their own battle power seems dubious. However, he is wary of Vegeta, whose power exceeds 20,000. After careful analysis, Frieza concludes that Pig's battle power should be comparable to that of the members of the Ginyu Force. To recruit such a formidable warrior on Earth would be a tremendous gain, or so Frieza believes. Naturally, Pig scoffs at this invitation. Why would he work for someone else when he is capable of carving out his own path? Observing Pig's indifference, as he stands before Frieza with an unwavering smirk, Frieza's patience, already thin, begins to wane. Hey, You can't possibly be the weakling with a battle power of only a few hundred, can you? Unleash your full strength and show me why you are so confident. Frieza taunts, his voice laced with mockery, with a slight curl of his lips. Pig clenches his fists and exclaims, huh? In an instant, Pig's battle power surges from just over 700 to an astonishing 120,000. The battle power scanner that Frieza is utilizing is the latest model, capable of detecting such formidable numbers. The revelation leaves all present, except Vegeta, utterly astonished. As the only one who has faced Pig in combat, Vegeta understands that Pig's true power extends far beyond this display. A sense of foreboding washes over Vegeta, prompting him to instinctively step back, positioning himself behind Zarbin and Dodoria. This subtle movement goes unnoticed by others, as the focus of the Frieza force is entirely on Pig at that moment. A battle power of 120,000. What does this signify? Even the formidable Captain Ginyu of the Frieza force possesses a power level that barely matches this figure. Out of nowhere, a being emerges with strength rivaling that of Captain Ginyu. At the very least, both Sabin and Dodoria had completely lost their arrogance at this moment. In stark contrast, Frieza, his fingers gripping the display screen of the power level detector, was brimming with excitement. Oh ho ho ho, I truly did not expect your strength to be quite impressive. However, regrettably, this level of combat power pales in comparison to mine. As he spoke, Frieza levitated from the stroller, floating to within 10 meters of Picken before finally touching down on the Earth's surface. Mr. Pilaf, you are commendable, but allow me to deliver some unfortunate news. I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, possess a combat power of 530,000. Oh ho ho ho, how does that make you feel? Is there a sense of helplessness? My previous invitation still stands. Should you choose to join my Frieza force, I shall allow you to form a special task force named after yourself. Extending his hand, Frieza painted a promising picture for Picken. Unfortunately, Picken remained unimpressed. He raised his thumb and pointed to himself. The Pilaf force I have assembled is currently in need of a deputy commander. Mr. Frieza, would you be interested in serving as my right-hand man? Unlike the impolite Dogku and Vegeta, Picken maintained a basic level of courtesy while conversing with Frieza. Upon hearing Picken's words, Frieza widened his eyes and then chuckled softly. Ho ho, Mr. Pilaf, you are indeed amusing. You cannot possibly believe that with your combat power of 120,000, you could defeat me? In Frieza's eyes, Picken was akin to a frog in a well. Shaking his head and loosening his wrists and ankles, Frieza was already preparing to strike, intending to teach Picken a lesson. In truth, Captain Ginyu had been subdued in much the same manner. Frieza was thoroughly familiar with this style of assessment. How can one know without a try? Go ahead and make your move, Mr. Frieza. If I strike first, I fear you may not have the opportunity to retaliate. Picken expressed sincerely. Chapter 40. Devious Paths. For the past 2 months, Picken had neither trained nor remained holed up at home. His combat power still stood at 60 million. Upon utilizing the Kaioken at 5 times its normal strength, his power would surge to 300 million, effortlessly dispatching Frieza's 530,000. Yet, these words struck Frieza's ears like a discordant note. Mr. Pilaf, you are exceedingly arrogant, Frieza exclaimed, his irritation ignited by Picken's continuous mockery. Raising his hand, a red beam shot forth, aimed directly at Picken's thigh. The method Frieza commonly employed in combat was to ambush with a death beam. If still useful, the death beam would merely pierce through limbs. However, if provoked, it could directly penetrate the heart. This strike aimed at Picken's thigh indicated that Frieza still harbored intentions of recruiting him. Yet, in the next instant, Piga swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a beam of death. The target of Piga's attack was not Frieza, but rather the crimson light hurtling towards him. The collision of the two forces in midair resulted in an explosion that was not particularly violent. However, the outcome left the members of Frieza's army utterly astounded. Even Frieza himself momentarily stood in stunned silence. Wagner, how could you possibly wield my technique? Who on earth are you? Regaining his composure, Frieza's pupils constricted sharply. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Piga. The death beam was an incredibly challenging technique to execute. Speed, precision, and penetration, each element was crucial. Frieza casually launched a death beam, aimed at Piga's thigh. Yet, Piga, with remarkable timing, targeted the very death beam that was speeding towards him. It was akin to a sniper aiming at his opponent while that opponent aimed at the bullet fired by the sniper. At the very least, in terms of accuracy and reaction speed, Piga had the upper hand over Frisia, while the untrained observers, such as Yamcha and Krillin, did not perceive Piga as particularly formidable. The resurrected Goku and the visibly pale Piccolo were profoundly shocked. As for Frisia's side, both Zarbon and Dodoria took a step back. Vegeta retreated by 2 steps. I must admit, your capabilities far exceed my expectations, but that changes nothing. Boy, allow me to show you my true terror. As Frisia cultivated the energy within him, his aura surged rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Once their combat powers surpassed a certain threshold, the scouters of Frisia's crew exploded. Conversely, the scouter on Piga's ear remained unscathed. Oh, his combat power has actually reached 530,000? Impressive, but alas. Kaioken. Piga discerned Frisia's combat level with clarity. 530,000 was the limit of his first form. After expressing a brief admiration, Piga immediately activated the 5-fold Kaioken. With a combat power of 120,000, amplified 5-fold, his strength surged to 600,000. The distinctive red aura of the Kaioken enveloped Piga. The Dragon Ball warriors continued to marvel at Piga's formidable presence. Among those present, only 2 were truly astonished. The first was, of course, Goku, who had also mastered the Kaioken. The second was Daba, who had been shadowing Piga. Goku's astonishment stemmed from Piga's unexpected mastery of the Kaioken, while Daba was shocked to discover that Piga's combat power surpassed that of Frisia. At this moment, Nappa felt an immense sense of gratitude for his choices. After pledging allegiance to Piccin, he was promptly rewarded with a mystical fruit. Upon consuming it, his combat power surged to nearly 50,000. Subsequently, he astonishingly became the commander of the 1st Legion within the Pilaf army. Although the 1st Legion currently consisted solely of himself, it was nonetheless a promising beginning. Now, the data displayed on the detector revealed that King Pilaf had surpassed Frisia. The prestige of the Pilaf army soared in Nappa's heart. It seemed that following King Pilaf was far superior to being with Vegeta. With countless emotions swirling within him, Nappa's loyalty soared past 90. Yet, Piccin remained oblivious to this transformation. Confronted with Frisia, Piccin relished the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. Though you only revealed a combat power of 120,000. After employing the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal strength, you gained the upper hand in battle. You are well aware of Frisia's capabilities. And now that you face him, you intend to savor the experience of battling a formidable foe. Frisia transformed into his second form, elevating his combat power to 1 million. You increased your own power to 200,000. In your combat with Frisia, you remained effortlessly in control. Next, Frisia, in a fit of rage, transformed into his final form. Meanwhile, you maintained your power at 12 million. Even with Frisia utilizing only half of his strength, he still could not vanquish you. In a fit of exasperation, he began to summon all of his inner power. When Frisia's combat power reached 60 million, he was, in fact, at his strongest. Piccin observed the simulated scene featuring Frisia and noted that as the villain's power escalated to 120 million, his muscles began to swell dramatically. Was this not reminiscent of Vegeta's ascension to Super Saiyan's second stage? Although his strength increased, his speed diminished, proving to be a trade-off of little merit. Piccin murmured to himself as he continued to witness the clash between the 2 warriors. This simulation was indeed a testament to Vegeta's innate talent. This individual was a bona fide combat prodigy. In the confrontation with Frisia, Piccin demonstrated technical prowess that matched Frisia's own. Huff, huff, huff. Frisia gasped for breath, his hands braced against his knees, fixated intently on Piccin in the distance. Bakina. Where did this monster come from? Frisia had never undergone any training since his birth. He had always relied on instinct to engage in battle. Encountering a foe with superior combat power naturally put him at a significant disadvantage in terms of combat experience. When 2 numerical titans collide, victory inevitably favors the one with the higher value. This time, Piccin reaped considerable rewards. At the very least, he amassed a wealth of experience from engaging with a powerful adversary. Listening to Frisia's exclamations of disbelief, Pig stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his chin held high, gazing at the azure sky. What a pity it is that you have never truly fought since the moment of your birth. If you were to survive, perhaps you would have the chance to surpass me in the future. Prepare to meet your end, Frisia. Having toyed with him long enough, Pig unleashed all his energy. The turbulent gusts of wind blew away the onlookers surrounding them. Frieza, behold my destruction flash cannon. With his hands poised like a blooming flower, Pig unleashed an attack strikingly similar to the flash cannon. Chapter 41. Loyalty. The destruction flash cannon sliced through Frieza's form. The ground was washed over by a blue aura, leaving behind a chasm nearly 2 meters wide and half a meter deep. The power of this move surpassed even that of the Super Kamehameha. Frieza attempted to brace himself, but his struggles were in vain. His flesh and blood were ground to dust beneath the might of the destruction flash cannon. The once mighty ruler of the universe fell to the hands of the obscure Pig. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's presence had vanished from this world. Pig, hands still behind his back, cast a cold glance at the members of Frieza's army in the distance. Zebro and Dodoria stood frozen, bewildered. The other minions dared not even breathe. Only Vegeta, in a frenzy, dashed toward the disc-shaped spaceship. Alas, before he could reach it, Pig raised his hand and obliterated the spacecraft into fragments. I say, Prince Vegeta, why must you always make a hasty retreat? Earth is quite delightful. I believe you would come to cherish it. Naba, shackles for them all. Xiao Wu, turn back and prepare warm water for me. Ashu, arrange a cell and ensure the combat robots keep a close watch on them. Pig's words flowed like a torrent, commands spilling forth like popping beans. For these individuals, Pig had other purposes in mind. Unlike those self-proclaimed champions of justice, Pig did not consider himself a virtuous man. First, he would subdue these beings, then recruit them to serve under his banner. This grand initiative of Pig's would benefit the entirety of Universe 7. Mr. Zebro and Dodoria displayed remarkable wisdom. Before Naba could take action, they knelt on one knee, expressing their willingness to pledge allegiance to King Pilaf. The minions hastily followed suit, swearing their loyalty to Pig. You have accepted their allegiance and assessed their loyalty levels. To your surprise, Zebro's loyalty has reached 72 points, having just aligned with you. This is quite commendable. Dodoria's loyalty, at 76 points, exceeds that of Zebro. You had anticipated that their loyalty would barely surpass 50. Yet, unexpectedly, there is a delightful surprise. However, considering the previous simulation, you were not overly excited when encountering the subordinates of dailies. A loyalty rating below 90 is merely that of a hired hand. Expecting their loyalty is akin to hoping a lady understands modesty. The various minions present had differing attributes, with the lowest barely exceeding 30 points and the highest surpassing the 80 mark, reaching an impressive 84 points. This particular minion bore a striking resemblance to a human, though his name eluded your memory due to its excessive syllables. You simplified his name to a more manageable form, taking the first and last syllables, dubbing him Tonka. You publicly bestowed upon Tonka a fruit from the spirit tree. With skepticism, he consumed it, and his combat power surged to 26,000 points. The group was bewildered by the sudden transformation, while the bystander, Naba, felt a pang of jealousy. King Pilaf, I, the exhilarated Tonka, felt the exhilarating energy coursing through my being, overwhelmed with joy. Though I was unaware of the extraordinary changes occurring within, the increase in my strength was unmistakable. With a resounding thud, Tonka knelt on one knee, striking his chest with his right hand. My king, you are my benefactor, and from this day forth, I pledge my life to serve you. Tonka's vocabulary may have been limited, yet Pigar recognized the sincerity in his words. Indeed, no eloquent speech could surpass the clarity of the eye of loyalty. In that brief moment, Tonka's loyalty soared to 99, just a hair's breadth away from absolute loyalty. It is no exaggeration to state that, aside from Xiao Wu and Ashu, Tonka was the only one worthy of being entrusted with significant tasks. I bestow upon you this treasure, known as the Spirit Tree Fruit. It is a cosmic treasure that only I, the king, can acquire throughout the universe. After consuming one, your combat power has already reached 26,000. Should you contribute in the future, I shall not hesitate to reward you generously. Do you understand? Standing atop a rock, Pigar looked down upon his newly acquired subordinates, admonishing them. Everyone eagerly responded to Pigar, even Mr. Sabo and Dodoria. Tonka and the others were well aware that this individual had previously possessed a combat power of merely over 100. Achieving 26,000 in one go was astonishing. Such temptation was utterly irresistible. All present knelt before Pigar in submission, their loyalty significantly increasing. Yet one individual remained cautiously hesitant, standing in place. What is it, Vegeta? I have spared your life. Should you refuse this time? Haha. In the game of life or submission, Vegeta ultimately chose to temporarily yield. Much like kneeling before Frieza, Vegeta adopted the same posture, kneeling before Pigu. He swore allegiance to you, yet his loyalty stood at a dismal -30. Regarding Vegeta, who bore the mark of rebellion on his nape, you remained indifferent. Not even the sorcerer Babidi could exert control over him. Pigu was far from narcissistic enough to bend him to submission through mere charm or brute force. There exist myriad ways to dismantle a person, and your lack of fondness for Vegeta led you to consider having him toil for you. Thus, within a mere day, you expanded your ranks by 4 formidable legions. The first was Nappa's initial legion, a mere shell of an army. The second was Tonka's second legion, to which you allocated 10 minions, thereby securing a semblance of loyalty. The third was led by Zarbin and Dodoria, commanding the remaining foot soldiers. The fourth was Vegeta's 4th legion. Initially, he demanded Nappa be assigned to him. But after Nappa delivered a severe beating, he relinquished that demand. After swiftly organizing the Pilaf Legion, you acquired the latest ultra-high-speed spacecraft from the Pilaf Technology Group. With this motley crew aboard, including Little Dance and Ashu, you embarked on a journey deep into the North Galaxy aboard the state-of-the-art vessel. Your intention was to seize the entirety of the Frieza Legion and rebrand it as the Pilaf Legion, thus laying the groundwork for your cosmic ambitions. In prior simulations, you had served as the commander of Frieza's 1st Legion and had even wielded control over the Frieza Legion for a period. You were well versed in the internal dynamics of the Frieza Legion. 10 days later, you successfully arrived at Frieza's administrative star number 1. This was the headquarters of the Frieza Legion, the very heart of the entire military apparatus. Chapter 42. Cooler with the proclamations of Zarbin and Dodoria. Your renown swiftly spread throughout the Frieza Legion. Within a fortnight, aside from a handful of diehard loyalists, the entire Frieza Legion pledged their loyalty to you. The Pilaf Legion had firmly established its dominance over the North Galaxy. 6 months later, King Cold and Cooler allied, making their appearance at the former Frieza Administrative Star No. 1, now known as Pilaf Star. King Cold's combat prowess exceeded 100 million, which posed little threat to you. Conversely, Cooler's battle strength soared to 500 million. During these past 6 months, you had luxuriated on Pilaf Star, indulging in life's pleasures. The unfortunate news was that you had neglected your training for far too long, leading to a certain rigidity in your physique. The silver lining, however, was that over the course of 6 months, your battle power had surged by 15 million points. Your power now reached 75 million. When employing the 5-fold Kaioken, your battle power could escalate to an astounding 37 billion. Within the castle, Pigu gazed at the image of himself in a precarious position, reflecting deeply. Though he had acquired Vegeta's innate talent, he was still filled with contemplation. Moreover, his physique has been significantly enhanced, enabling him to withstand 50 times the force of gravity and adapt to 5 times the Kaioken technique. However, the dilemma arises. After vanquishing Frieza, he has now provoked Cooler. This fellow Cooler retains some sentiments for Frieza. To be precise, he holds no qualms about his brother being beaten, but he cannot bear the thought of being without him. Furthermore, once he deals with Pilaf, Cooler can seize control of the North Galaxy. For a war-hungry ice demon, this is an irresistible temptation. In the simulated scene, Pig and Cooler stand merely 10 meters apart. Ha ha ha, I must express my gratitude to you, Pilaf. Cooler laughs heartily while gazing at the lifeless body of King Cold sprawled on the ground. Over the years, Cooler has grown weary of King Cold's incessant meddling. This time, with the aid of Pig's strength, he has eliminated the source of his annoyance, his own father, without any psychological burden. Cooler's spirits are soaring. I advise you not to grow too complacent. Do you truly believe that just because you are somewhat stronger than I, you can secure victory over me? Wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Pig smiles as he retrieves a Senzu bean from the system space. In previous battles, the opponents he faced were of limited strength, and none had compelled him to consume a Senzu bean. After engaging with King Cold, and now with Cooler, he has sustained minor injuries, yet his stamina has significantly waned. Although Cooler's combat power has diminished to 4.2 billion, he still maintains a decisive advantage. Ha ha ha, Pilaf, if you know what is good for you, bow to me. With a subordinate like you, I, Cooler, shall conquer the entire universe. Surrender to me, or face death. It is perplexing why the Frost Demon clan, upon mutation, is always driven by the desire to recruit talent. King Cold, Frisia, and now Cooler all exhibit this trait. Observing Cooler's misplaced confidence, Pig promptly consumes the Senza bean. Crunch. The bean is chewed and swallowed, and his minor injuries are swiftly healed. The energy he expended rapidly returns to its peak state. Cooler, lacking a combat power detector, remains oblivious to Pig's transformation. To him, Pig merely ingested a peculiar bean. Seeing that Pig harbors no intention of submitting, Cooler charges at him once more. Yet this time, Cooler finds himself unable to exert dominance over Pig. Though he still retains some advantage in the battle, this edge is visibly diminishing. 10 minutes later, you have consumed the second Senza bean. In the renewed confrontation, Cooler is astonished to discover that he is being suppressed by you. The astute Cooler has now uncovered the secret of the Senza beans. Unlike Frisia, Cooler exhibits a more mature and composed demeanor. Upon realizing he is outmatched, he promptly retreats. You are aware that allowing the frost demons to escape could lead to dire repercussions. He flees, and you pursue. Ultimately, after an arduous fortnight of interstellar chase, you succeed in vanquishing the last member of the Frost Demon clan, Cooler. The Dragon Balls on Namek have vanished along with the planet's demise. Currently, within the entirety of Universe 7, only 3 types of Dragon Balls exist. The duo of Dragon Balls on Higgs star can summon the Eternal Dragon, alongside the Earth Dragon Balls and half of the Super Dragon Balls. The power of the Earth Dragon Balls is woefully inadequate, and the Namekian Dragon Balls also lack the strength to fulfill your desires. At present, the only Dragon Balls capable of granting you the Scion physique are those crafted by Manit, in addition to the Super Dragon Balls. Your current strength is insufficient to transcend Universe 7, and acquiring the Super Dragon Balls is not feasible at this moment. You concentrate all your efforts on locating the 2-star Dragon Balls on Higgs star. A year later, you have successfully annexed a substantial portion of the Eastern Galaxy. You now command a dominion encompassing 60% of the mass in Universe 7. In comparison to the Northern Galaxy and Eastern Galaxy, the remaining galactic core, Southern Galaxy, and Western Galaxy are negligible in mass. You temporarily cease your aggressive expansion, gradually promoting your mercenary services within your realm, while also accepting some contracts from outside your dominion. Even the Galactic King has extended an invitation for you to visit the Galactic Patrol headquarters to discuss potential collaborations. You delegate the task of negotiating with the Galactic King to Xiao Wu and Ash, while you lead a significant contingent to Higgs star. In the simulated scene, Pig arrives first at the ruins of the Cyril People's city. Observing the desolate remnants, he shows no sign of emotional disturbance. Over the past 2 years, Pig has led the Pilaf army in conquering and claiming numerous life-bearing planets. Those planets that submit will be regarded as subjects of King Pilaf, destined to enjoy a precious era of peace. Conversely, planets that resist will face Pig's command for conquest. These worlds will be reserved for the cultivation of spirit trees. Once a life-bearing planet hosts a spirit tree, it will take centuries to recover. By preparing additional life-bearing planets for rotation, this issue can be effectively resolved. Moreover, Pilaf has already instructed Gigano to invest more effort in biological sciences. Techniques to restore ecologically damaged planets are beginning to take shape. In the future, the Pilaf army will reap a considerable harvest of spirit tree fruits each year. These fruits, together with a considerable quantity of blue crystals and metallic rods, constitute the foundation upon which Pig's operations of the Pilaf Legion depend. Soon, through the diligent search by numerous warriors, Granola and the Namekian Monade were apprehended. Pig gazed in wonder at the last of the Cyril people in the universe and the aged Namekian Monade. Chapter 43. Combat coverage. Granola was adorned with electronic shackles, resembling silver metallic collars. Should the wearer attempt to escape or resist, they would be detonated. Within the Pilaf Legion, this device is referred to as a brain-body separator. When worn, it conveys the effects of the brain-body separator. Of course, this declaration was insisted upon by Pig. Whether one believes it or not is of no concern to Pig. Monate, similarly burdened by this contraption, displayed a greater sense of submission, drooping his head as he stood beside Granola. Greetings, last of the Cyril people. I am King Pilaf, the supreme commander of the Pilaf Legion. I apologize for my subordinates' rough treatment of you and Monate. Once I have achieved my objectives, I shall release you both and provide ample compensation. Daba, take them away and ensure they are not mistreated. The right eyes of the Cyril people glow red. endowed with extraordinary long-distance vision. Thus, the Cyril people are born snipers. Granola is the final representative of the Cyril race, and it was the Scions during King Vegeta's era who exterminated the Cyril people. They transformed into great apes, overwhelming their foes with absolute dominance. Granola's survival can be attributed to the conscience-stricken Bardock. However, this enmity bears no relevance to Pig. That Daba has long since severed his own tail. Over the past 2 years, Pig has bestowed upon him 3 fruits from the Tree of Might. Consequently, his combat power has soared beyond 1,000,000, and he still harbors the potential to become a super scion in the future. With neither hair nor tail, one could easily mistake Daba for a human from Earth. Entrusting him with Granola's custody, Pig indulged in his own wicked amusement. Throughout the ordeal, Granola merely glared at Pig, remaining silent. Pig deemed it a waste of time to engage with someone of Granola's mere several thousand combat power. He tossed a Dragon Ball to Kikon. In no time, Pig acquired the radar for the Dragon Balls of the planet Hugu. The Dragon Balls here emit signals distinct from those of the Earth and Namekian Dragon Balls. Thus, upon landing, Pig had failed to detect the Dragon Ball signal. However, equipped with the dedicated Dragon Ball radar, Pig swiftly located the 2-star Dragon Ball. Come forth, Shenron. Unlike the Namekian Dragon Balls, this Dragon Ball can be summoned in any language. Soon, a blue dragon resembling a salamander materialized in the air. Express your desires. Any wish can be fulfilled at the cost of one's life. Unlike the Earth and Namekian dragons, the dragon on this planet, Hushi, appears to be a creation of a malevolent deity. After making a wish, the Dragon Balls do not turn to stone and remain perpetually usable. There is no limit to the number of wishes. It all depends on your willingness to bear the consequences. As for the nature of the wish, it may hinge upon how much lifespan you have remaining. Dragon, I wish to possess the body of a scion. Upon uttering your desire, Vegeta, standing behind you, smirked but refrained from further comment. The Hushi dragon paused and affirmed its capability to grant your wish. However, fulfilling it would necessitate the sacrifice of 500 years of your lifespan. In that moment, you hesitated. 500 years of life is akin to drinking from the fountain of youth in vain. Even after the wish is granted, you would only have around 60 or 70 years left. Yet, you felt no hesitation. The Earth's Dragon Balls had returned to normal and could be utilized once again. As long as you could return to Earth in the future and make a wish to the dragon, achieving immortality might be improbable. But rejuvenating yourself and extending your lifespan should pose no significant problem. You sacrificed 500 years of your life to acquire the Scion physique. This signified the breaking of the chains that had long constrained your potential. In the simulated scene, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Feeling the transformations within your body, you were filled with exhilaration. At that moment, Mr. Sabo approached, inquiring curiously, King Pilaf, why not wish for Frisia's body instead? As I understand it, Frisia's lifespan can exceed 1,000 years. Sabo, who comprehended the notion of maximizing marginal returns, was met with a shake of Pilaf's head. No, the Scion body already requires a sacrifice of 500 years. Acquiring Frisia's physique would likely necessitate several thousand years of life. Moreover, Frisia's appearance is exceedingly unattractive. Aside from that tail, I prefer the Scion form. Besides, this isn't too much of a loss, heh? Pilaf did not elaborate further on how it was not a loss. However, feeling the vitality coursing through him, he was immensely pleased. Previously, Pilaf had estimated that after making a wish, he would only have around 60 or 70 years left. Yet, unexpectedly, after obtaining the Scion body, he sensed an abundance of life force within him. Scions can live for 200 years and possess a remarkably prolonged youth. But in the next moment, Pilaf's smile faltered. After experiencing the vitality within, you attempted to transform into a super scion. Yet, to your astonishment, this body possessed a battle power of less than 3,000. After all, what you wished for was merely the body, the originally formidable body. Possessing a battle power of 75 million, belonged to a human from Earth. After the transformation, the previous battle power could not be replicated in the Scion physique. This Scion body is merely that of a lower-tier warrior, resulting in a current battle power of merely 3,000. Vegeta, who had been observing you intently, was quick to make his move. Though both Sabo and Dodoria reacted in time, they proved no match for Vegeta. Over the past 2 years, Sabo and Dodoria's battle power had reached a staggering 100,000, yet Vegeta's had soared to 300,000. You had never bestowed upon him the fruits of the Tree of Might. This power was acquired after his 2 brushes with death. Just as Vegeta was poised to eliminate you, Nappa intervened to halt the former prince. Regrettably, Nappa's battle power barely exceeded 100 million. In the skies above planet Hegur, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast that ignited the artificial moon. Nappa perished, and you were crushed into a mere pulp by the ape. Your demise marked the end of the simulation, resulting in an overall score of C. You may select 2 rewards from the following options. Option 1. Golden Trait Vegeta Talent, consuming 30 million cosmic energy. Option 2. Battle Power of 75 million, consuming 7 million cosmic energy. Option 3. Scion Body, consuming 1 billion cosmic energy. Option 4. Brain Separation Device, consuming 3,000 cosmic energy. Note 1. Options 2 and 3 cannot be selected simultaneously. Note 2. Once option 3 is chosen, it will override existing battle power. Chapter 44. Space Docking Port in Reality. This outcome is becoming increasingly absurd. Pig looked at the options presented before him and could not help but voice his frustration. To be fair, he had not acted recklessly during the simulation, even amidst battle. He had not caused any significant trouble. Yet, he never anticipated falling to Vegeta in the end. With over 300 million cosmic energy remaining, it was insufficient. Upon reviewing the options and their stipulations, Pig checked his remaining cosmic energy, which totaled 321,964,378 points. With 32 million cosmic energy, he could only exchange for options 1, 2, or 4. To acquire the Scion Body, he was still short by 700 million cosmic energy. Lacking sufficient cosmic energy, he had no choice but to delay his plans for the time being. Currently, Pig still possessed 2 opportunities for simulation. As for resources, relying solely on the financial capacity of the Pilaf Technology Group to gather more was becoming increasingly difficult. Departing Earth to absorb cosmic energy from the universe was an urgent necessity. Pig summoned Little Dance to thoroughly understand the group's operational situation. Contemplating the previous strategy of purchasing large quantities of resources, such operations cannot possibly continue for long. Xiao Wu, what is the progress on the projects with Bulma and Dr. Brief? Seated in his executive chair, Pig furrowed his brow, inquiring about the advancements of the super high-speed spacecraft project. Xiao Wu perused her tablet and swiftly located the answer. According to the report from Miss Bulma, the work completed yesterday had reached a commendable 96% of the total progress, with an anticipated completion within 3 days. Considering the essential phases of debugging and testing, it could be operational within a week at most. Having delivered the intelligence report, Xiao Wu obediently stood by. Pig lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, occasionally lost in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Xiao Wu, please prepare the laboratory for me. I intend to research the new project. In the short term, Pig was able to extract resources from Earth. However, the cosmic energy required for redeeming rewards from the life simulator was exceedingly vast. It was imperative to devise a method to analyze the properties of cosmic energy in order to effectively address the issue. After instructing Xiao Wu, Pig took a shower and enjoyed a lavish meal. After a brief rest, he donned a lab coat and made his way to the laboratory alone. In truth, Pig was about to conduct a testing experiment. Prior to this, he had only absorbed tangible materials such as steel, gold, silver, and oil, solid or liquid. Yet, he had never attempted to absorb energy until now. The primary objectives of this experiment were threefold. First, to determine whether electrical energy could be absorbed. Second, to ascertain if light energy could be absorbed. And third, to ascertain future action directions based on the results of the first 2 inquiries. Pig picked up a button battery from the workbench. This small battery was currently in a discharged state, displaying a cosmic energy level of only 0.00017. This represented the cosmic energy contained within the metal of the battery itself. He quickly charged it, and in a short while, the battery was fully energized. Upon observing it again, the cosmic energy had risen to 0.0012. This demonstrated that electrical energy could indeed be absorbed. The first question was confirmed, and Pig was elated. This meant he could swiftly and efficiently absorb cosmic energy through a medium. The first thought that crossed Pig's mind was controlled nuclear fusion technology. However, whether to develop this technology would depend on the results regarding the absorption of light. Targeting a 1 kilowatt light bulb, Pig noted that the cosmic energy inherent in the bulb was valued at 17. The moment he activated the power, this value surged to 181. Clearly, light carried cosmic energy. The essence of light is photons, which are carriers of energy. However, how to efficiently collect light energy became a pressing question. Absorbing light energy was, in fact, not particularly difficult. Utilizing photovoltaic power generation, one can convert solar energy into electrical energy for storage. However, it would be more straightforward to study the power source directly. The simplest method would be to manually create a tokamak device to achieve controllable nuclear fusion, essentially a man-made sun. This technology posed a formidable challenge on Earth before the Pigot's journey, yet in the Dragon Ball universe, while its development remains challenging, it is not insurmountable. Strictly speaking, the perpetual energy core within the androids is akin to a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. The remarkable feat is its creation ex nihilo. The technology of controllable nuclear fusion is theoretically uncomplicated. With Pigot's capabilities, given adequate materials and resources, he could fabricate one in no time. However, the crux of the matter lies in how to absorb this energy, which presents Pigot with his third dilemma. Prior to conducting experiments, Pigot has devised solutions for every potential outcome. If solar energy can be absorbed and stored, he would explore the creation of a Dyson sphere. Should electrical energy be absorbable, he would investigate controllable nuclear fusion technology and efficient electrical energy storage techniques. Conversely, if neither solar nor electrical energy can be absorbed, Pigot intends to construct a space elevator, establishing a large docking port in outer space. This would allow for the deployment of intelligent robots to pilot ultra-fast spacecraft to other star systems to gather various cosmic materials, which would then be returned to Earth for Pigot to absorb. In the short term, the only feasible approach is to build the space elevator. After all, the technologies for storing solar and electrical energy, as well as controllable nuclear fusion, cannot be completed in just a year or two. In contrast, the ultra-fast spacecraft is nearing completion. Currently, the intelligent robots at Pigot's disposal can swiftly construct the space elevator while simultaneously producing a multitude of cargo ships. It is estimated that within a fortnight, everything will be ready. At that point, they can commence by collecting some asteroids from the Kuiper Belt on the outskirts of the solar system. Pigot believes that any single asteroid would be worth billions in cosmic energy. Resolved in his plan, Pigot decides to proceed with both strategies. Once Bulma completes her research, he will initiate the space elevator project. Meanwhile, in the following days, Pigot continues to immerse himself in the laboratory, delving into controllable nuclear fusion technology and high-density electrical energy storage techniques. On July 31st, 7:53 a.m., good news arrives. After nearly 2 months of research, Bulma has finally succeeded in constructing the ultra-fast spacecraft. Hey, Pilaf, what do you think? Am I impressive or what? Bulma exclaims, hands on her hips, rushing to Pigot's side, brimming with excitement. However, she quickly discerns the direction of Pigot's research. Oh, is that controllable nuclear fusion technology? Is it truly worth your time to delve into such trivial matters? The honeycomb-style high-efficiency battery? This technology possesses a certain intrigue. Allow me to solve this equation. How peculiar. Why can this segment not be completed? Oh, it appears that vibranium is required. This material is exorbitantly priced. What purpose do you have in studying it? Chapter 45. Vibranium. Vibranium exists as a tangible entity within the realm of Dragon Ball, unlike its counterpart on another Earth, which is merely a figment of American comics. This particular meteorite, known as vibranium, is indeed present in the Dragon Ball universe. The similarity lies in the fact that vibranium in both worlds is derived from meteoric sources. On Earth, vibranium is also referred to as energy-absorbing stone and is exceedingly rare. A mere gram of vibranium commands a price nearing 10 million soni. However, the paradox lies in the fact that in the cosmos, it is not deemed a scarce resource. The Kuiper Belt and Oort cloud within our solar system boast substantial reserves. Historically, the vast majority of meteors containing vibranium were intercepted by Jupiter and the Moon as they plummeted toward Earth, leaving only a scant few to scatter upon our planet. This scarcity is precisely why meteorite prices remain elevated. Even Bulma, despite her family's status as former global magnates, holds this material in high regard. Yet, the dilemma remains that vibranium, despite its value, is not readily available in the market. Bulma, have you forgotten what you have recently manufactured? Why not extract it from the asteroids in the Kuiper Belt and bring it back using the universal capsule. The prices would surely plummet swiftly. Take a look at this proposal. Would your family be interested in participating? Pig retrieved a tablet and displayed a plan. Bulma curiously accepted it, scrutinizing the contents. A space elevator? This concept is indeed remarkable. It can significantly reduce costs. You wish to open this space city? Bulma's azure eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Pig. The notion of a space elevator is perfectly suited for Earth at this stage. Efficient, energy-saving. And it facilitates the initial steps off our planet. On this space elevator, Pig envisions the construction of a space city, projected to accommodate 300,000 inhabitants simultaneously. However, the establishment of such a space city is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. The most formidable technological challenge in constructing a space city lies in overcoming gravitational forces. In this regard, Pig discovered that the Galactic Patrol Headquarters has already mastered this technology. The plan entails first constructing a modest spaceport, which can then be expanded into a full-fledged space city. This encapsulates the entirety of Pig's plan. Of course, this space city will ultimately belong to all of Earth's inhabitants. I shall merely collect a nominal rent. I wonder if your family is interested? Pig raised his hands, articulating his vision grandly, though he harbored his own ulterior motives. From the perspective of the 11th life simulation, the overarching direction for future development must undeniably lead us into the cosmos. Remaining confined to this limited terrestrial domain will significantly hinder the progress of Pig. After all, the key to Pig's ascendance lies in the abundance of cosmic energy. No matter how plentiful the cosmic energy on a single planet may be, it is ultimately finite. In contrast, the vast expanse of the starry sky is replete with cosmic energy. The life simulator is capable of upgrades. Pig firmly believes that as long as we remain grounded and diligent in reality, our strength will undoubtedly grow ever stronger. In the simulation, one may indulge freely. In reality, one must endure. Bulma did not immediately render a decision. She intended to consult Dr. Brief at home. However, Pig is confident they will choose to join. After all, no scientist could resist the allure of conducting experiments in a space environment. Half a day later, Bulma, accompanied by Dr. Brief, arrived at Pig's office. The situation is as follows. We will construct the space elevator and the space docking port. The subsequent space city will also be developed together, but this will require time. In the future, the space city will be jointly managed, with profits split 50-50. However, I will retain 60 of the decision-making authority. After clarifying the situation, Pig presented the contract to Bulma. She was relatively satisfied with this outcome. In truth, neither she nor Dr. Brief placed much importance on the profits. As for management rights, they were not overly concerned. Ultimately, it would still be the personnel from Pilaf Technology Group who would handle daily operations. The issue of security would be entrusted to the future Pilaf Legion. Until the Pilaf Legion is established, intelligent robots will temporarily oversee protection. On August 3, 753 AD, the Capsule Corporation and Pilaf Technology Group issued a joint statement. The two companies have acquired a vast expanse of land near the equator. Within the coming week, they will commence the construction of the space elevator and the Pilaf space station. The Pilaf space station is expected to be operational within 2 weeks. What the announcement did not disclose is that Pilaf Technology Group simultaneously dispatched a multitude of mining spacecraft under the control of intelligent robots. These vessels headed towards the Kuiper Belt in the solar system. There, they would return with a wealth of resources. These resources are intended for Pig's consumption. On August 4, 753 AD, the first mining spacecraft returned. With remarkable speed, the spacecraft reached the Kuiper Belt in mere minutes. Though the mining process consumed considerable time, a substantial quantity of vibranium materials was brought back, inherently rich in cosmic energy. Pig effortlessly absorbed enough cosmic energy. System. I choose options 1 and 3. With a chime, the confirmation was selected, and 1,030,000,000 points of cosmic energy were deducted. Pig's cosmic energy account suddenly dwindled to merely 200 million. However, at that moment, Pig's thoughts were far removed from such matters. In an instant, he felt an icy chill enveloping his body, a slight itch at the base of his spine. Suddenly, a monkey tail protruded from Pig's trousers. Taking a moment to sense the energy within, Pig sighed. Indeed, his combat power had dwindled to a mere 3,000. System, display my panel. Chime. Life Simulator LV3. Host, Pilaf, Pig. Race, Scion, lower class warrior. Age, 37 years, 21 years. Combat power, 3,000 points. See Osmic energy, 137,546 points. Attributes, Vegeta's talent. Strength through leisure, Comet Star, Krillin's talent, Eye of Loyalty. Techniques, Flight Technique, Energy Control, Energy Wave, Death Beam. King Kai Fist. Items. 1 Resurrection card. The panel had undergone changes. A new category labeled Race appeared, indicating Scion. Although merely a lower-class warrior, the fundamental characteristics remained unchanged. With a swift motion, he severed his own tail. Pig deemed caution paramount. An untrained Scion tail was a fatal weakness. He was far too disinterested in training any tail. His focus was solely on regaining his former combat prowess. The optimal choice was not to transform into a gorilla or to engage in rigorous training in the gravity chamber. After ensuring he was undisturbed, Pig finally spoke. System, initiate the life simulator. Chime, the 12th life simulation commences. Attribute extraction in progress. Chime, congratulations host. You have drawn the white attribute, culinary mastery. Chapter 46, God of Cuisine. A scientist who aspires not to be a chef is not a true warrior. With your newfound culinary mastery, you instantaneously acquire knowledge of all delicacies, including those from your previous world. Although culinary skills do not directly translate to combat power, they undoubtedly enhance the joy of life. Moreover, you now embody more than half a Scion, aside from your spirit, restored to your normal self. You make a beeline for the kitchen within the castle. The chef you employed, astounded, witnessed your extraordinary culinary skills. In just over an hour, you prepared an extravagant feast that filled an entire table. Inviting Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Asu, the 4 of you indulged until satiated. The dishes you crafted were simply exquisite. Yet, that was only the beginning. The immediate priority was to swiftly restore your strength. From the system's space, you retrieved 3 fruits of the spirit tree. Upon consuming the first, your combat power surged to 30,000. You find it peculiar, for when you previously consumed the fruit of the spirit tree with the physique of an earthling, your combat prowess surged significantly. Upon reflection, you deduced that the foundation differs. When you devoured the spirit tree fruit in an earthling body, your battle strength reached several million. Yet now, you possess merely 3,000 in combat power. A sense of foreboding arises within you, prompting you to swiftly abandon your plan to consume the second spirit tree fruit. The spirit tree fruit shall be reserved for a time when your strength is more formidable, as its value will surely be greater then. Subsequently, you devote yourself to the construction of the space city while diligently honing your skills within the castle. Before long, a year has elapsed. Your battle strength has skyrocketed to 4,500,000. During this year, you have acclimated to the gravitational pressure of 150 times Earth's gravity. Although you dedicated only half of your time to focus training, the ability to grow stronger from the comfort of home, combined with Vegeta's innate talent and the advantages of a Scion physique, has rapidly elevated your combat power to 4,500,000. Most importantly, you have mastered the transformation into a Super Scion. In the simulated scene, Pig stands within the gravity training chamber. His short hair now stands erect, transitioning from black to a golden hue. Surrounding his body is a shimmering aura of light gold, a distinctive manifestation of a Super Scion, with 4,500,000 in battle strength. And after a 50-fold enhancement from the transformation, Pig's power has reached an astonishing 225 billion. The augmentation of a Super Scion's combat power fundamentally operates through 2 avenues, the foundation and the transformation. A more powerful base battle strength translates into an even greater amplification upon transformation. It is akin to Goku, who, upon first transforming into a Super Scion on Namek, possessed a base combat power of 3 million. Following the Super Scion transformation, his strength soared to 1,500,000,000, surpassing Frieza's 1,200,000,000. Later, during his battle with Cell, Goku's full power form was conservatively estimated to be between 18 billion and 20 billion. Whether in the first stage of Super Scion or the full power form, the essence of the transformation's enhancement remains unchanged, a 50-fold increase. The only variable is the elevation of the base combat power. As for the second and third stages of Super Scion, their actual combat power tends to be lower than that of the first stage and full power form. After all, combat power is not solely composed of strength, speed, defense. Stamina, will, and combat skills all play a significant role. The transformations of Super Saiyan's second and third stages prioritize muscle expansion for greater strength, yet neglect the aspect of speed. Hence, when Goku trains in the hyperbolic time chamber, he opts for a stable state to enhance his foundational combat power. As the foundation solidified, little Gohan took the lead, touching upon an alternate path to strength transformation. With the foundation remaining unchanged, the Super Saiyan transformation evolved into Super Saiyan 2, resulting in a doubling of combat power. The amplification of Super Saiyan 2 is a staggering 100-fold increase to the base power. Subsequently, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 achieves a terrifying 400-fold enhancement. This elucidates the method of power augmentation through transformation. While Pig had some knowledge regarding the Super Saiyan transformation, he found himself at a loss when it came to ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Thus, to continue his ascent in strength, the most effective strategy would be to enhance his foundational combat power. With a deep breath, he exited the Super Saiyan state and retrieved 2 spirit tree fruits. Without hesitation, he devoured one. The numbers soared. 4, 8 million, 5, 9 million, 7, 2 million, 10, 7 million, 16, 4 million, 24, 5 million, 30 million. With one fruit consumed, his combat power surged to 30 million. After consuming the second fruit, his power escalated to an astonishing 45 million. 45 million. Indeed, it was evident that the first spirit tree fruit had been consumed prematurely. Possessing a base combat power of 45 million meant that upon transformation, Pig's power would skyrocket to an astounding 25 billion. This combat metric surpassed that of the android number 16. It is no exaggeration to assert that even against Cell's first form at full strength, Pig felt confident in holding his own. You lament the premature consumption of the spirit tree fruit. Yet, in the short term, no one poses a challenge to you. After enduring rigorous training in the gravity chamber for so long, you decide to take a moment to relax. In the year 754 of the Age of the Universe, you hosted the inaugural World Culinary Competition in West City. Having gained expertise in cooking, you successfully earned the title of Culinary God. Amidst the accolades of the populace, your vanity received immense gratification. King Pilaf, driven by a desire to conquer the world, essentially sought recognition. In the midst of the praises of the culinary god, you found yourself utterly immersed in the kitchen, unable to extricate yourself. The unfortunate news is that you have little interest in competing for dominion over the universe. 4 years later, Raditz arrived on Earth, and you paid him no heed. Another year passed, and Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth, yet you still ignored them. A year and a half later, Frieza and his son descended upon Earth, and you remained indifferent. However, you did venture out to witness the commotion, encountering the young warrior Trunks from the future. With a scoff, you muttered to yourself, "What good does being handsome do?" After that, you retreated back to your castle, engrossed in the study of new culinary delights. The good news is that your penchant for staying at home has proven to be immensely beneficial for your growth. Until the year 778 of the Age of Earth, on the 18th day of August, you were utterly captivated by the art of gastronomy. Yet, unbeknownst to you, your foundational combat prowess had ascended to an impressive 100 million. August 18th marks the birthday of Bulma. Over the years, she has wed Vegeta, yet your amicable relationship with her remains intact. You are her male confidant. She is hosting a birthday celebration and has extended an invitation for you to join her aboard a luxurious cruise. As you gaze upon Bulma's slightly sagging figure, you resolve to craft a delicate snow silk red bean dessert for her. Chapter 47. The male confidant. You are indeed Bulma's male confidant. Vegeta has been infuriated in the past, yet every time he directed his ire towards you, misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. Gradually, upon realizing that your affections for Bulma were purely platonic, he begrudgingly accepted your relationship. The bond you share with Bulma is undeniably innocent. Even Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, could vouch for your virtue. The festivities commenced, yet Goku and Vegeta were absent. Goku had ventured to train with King Kai, while Vegeta secluded himself in the gravity training chamber, pitting himself against his own limits. With ample time remaining and the individual you awaited still not in sight, you felt no urgency to unveil your culinary prowess just yet. Before long, Vegeta concluded his training and made his appearance at the gathering. As guests began to arrive, you awaited in anticipation for the entry of Beerus, the god of destruction. This was not your first encounter with Beerus, yet this occasion found you in the safest position, as you were the sole chef responsible for the culinary delights, and your dishes possessed a unique luminescence. The feline attendant appeared, inquiring about the god of super science. In the simulated scene, a sense of urgency surged. "Do not dare lay a finger on my Bulma," Piccolo observed as the rotund figure provoked Beerus, feeling utterly helpless. In the delicacies favored by Majin Buu, Piccolo had added an extraordinary dose of sleeping medication. However, the effects of the drug proved utterly ineffective against the likes of Majin Buu. The rotund figure was subsequently pummeled by Beerus. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to be subdued by the deity with a single blow. In the midst of the awkwardness, Bulma boldly approached and slapped Beerus. In retaliation, the god of destruction sent her flying, while Vegeta, with his fingers spread wide, grasped his own face, erupting in uncontrollable fury. TSK, TSK, TSK. Was the outcome not the same? As he prepared an omelet rice for Mr. Whis, Piccolo reflected on Vegeta's futile efforts. This remark did not escape the ears of Mr. Whis. "Oh, you seem to be a Scion as well. What makes you say that?" In response to Mr. Whis' inquiry, a smile graced Piccolo's face. "Mr. Whis, while I am indeed a Scion, I do not particularly relish in the pursuits of violence." "Oh, you actually recognize me." This time, it was Whis who was taken aback. A pair of discerning eyes fixed upon Pigot. "Mr. Whis expressed his astonishment. "I find myself unable to fully perceive your past. Mr. Whis, I have a profound fondness for collecting myths and legendary tales. I once stumbled upon information regarding you and Lord Beerus in an ancient scroll. It is my honor to serve you." The inability to discern Pigot's past was indeed accurate. In simulations, everything was conducted within the confines of reality. Pigot appeared to be an anomaly in this world. While Whis could see the past, present, and future of others, he found himself unable to do so with Pigot. Nevertheless, Pigot briefly elucidated the situation before falling silent, continuing to prepare a sumptuous feast for Whis. "This is the meticulously crafted Buddha jumps over the wall. I invite you to savor it." Pigot had devoted an entire week to preparing this dish. Upon lifting the lid of the clay pot, an aromatic wave wafted forth. Whis could hardly contain his excitement as he sampled the broth, its exquisite flavor making his body sway involuntarily. "Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Alas, Earth is on the brink of destruction," Whis murmured, his words crystal clear to Pigot. Unperturbed, Pigot chuckled. "Goku has arrived. I believe he will find a way to appease Lord Beerus. Look, he is here." Just as Pigot engaged in casual conversation with Mr. Whis, Oolong lost a game of rock-paper-scissors to Beerus. As the god of destruction prepared to annihilate Earth, Goku appeared, pleading with Beerus, asserting he possessed knowledge about the Super Saiyan god. He then procured the Dragon Balls from Bulma. The Eternal Dragon emerged, but upon discovering Beerus lounging in a recliner, all pretense vanished. After explaining the situation, this creature hastily fled. It was necessary for 5 righteous-hearted Scions to transfer their energy to a 6th individual, who would then transform into a Super Saiyan god. "Hey, Pilaf, come join us." Goku beckoned to Pigot, who shook his head. "I harbor no sense of justice within my heart. Let it be. Bidalai has been persistently requesting sour plum soup from me. Perhaps you should inquire if she is with child. As long as she remains faithful, there should be no significant issue." Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks attempted the transformation, but soon realized they lacked sufficient numbers. Goku extended an invitation to Pilaf, but Pigot resolutely declined and even sold out Bidalai. Upon another attempt, the illustrious Super Saiyan god Goku made a dazzling entrance. Yet, the divine aura remained elusive. Holding a spatula, Pigot stood among the crowd, muttering softly. From a distance, Mr. Whis felt a stir in his heart and gazed at Pigot, an intriguing fellow. However, Whis' attention was swiftly captured by the battle between Beerus and the red-haired Goku. Over the years, Pigot had not actively pursued training. His combat prowess among the Dragon Ball warriors is rather unremarkable. His aspirations lie in the culinary arts, a harmless pursuit, which is precisely why these individuals accept him, treating him as one of their own. However, Pig's ambitions extend far beyond this. Undoubtedly, in the Dragon Ball universe, mere combat strength has begun to wane in significance as time progresses. In his simulations, Pig hopes to acquire the methods of divine cultivation. The most straightforward approach would be to take Whis as his mentor and master the techniques of celestial training. In terms of talent, he does not consider himself lacking, although he struggles with hardship. Yet, when it comes to cooking, none in the cosmos can rival him. His ultimate plan is to travel to the God of Destruction's planet to serve as a chef, ultimately mastering the ways of divine cultivation and ascending to godhood. While this scheme may appear somewhat implausible, who among us can claim that a reliable life is easily attainable? Pig intends to take a chance and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. History remains largely unchanged without significant intervention on your part. Ultimately, Beerus, having succumbed to slumber, allows Earth to escape calamity. Before departing, Whis cast a glance your way. You courteously bid him farewell before he vanished like a streak of light, leaving Earth behind. Upon returning to the God of Destruction's planet, Whis retrieved the multifunctional capsule you had given him, filled with an array of exquisite delicacies. You replicated each of the classic dishes you had crafted over the years, albeit in limited quantities. After savoring the meal, the Cat Lord was left wanting more and succumbed to slumber. A few days later, Mr. Whis returned to Earth, this time to be entertained by you and Bulma. The 8 major cuisines, regional dishes, Japanese cuisine, French cuisine, and global delicacies from before your travels were presented to Mr. Whis. The greatest strength of a culinary master lies in their capacity for innovation. This quality captured Whis's admiration. Chapter 48. The Passage of Time in Reality. Pig gazed silently at the image of himself. After simulating for 24 years, he had attained a combat power of 5 billion. This result left him somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, he strongly resonated with his simulated self's aspirations. Observing the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, figures such as Son Goku, Vegeta, Jiren, Hit, Frieza, Moro, Granola, and Jace stand as paragons of strength. Yet, before the divine, they resemble mere ants. In a certain sense, without achieving divinity, one remains a mere insect. However, Pig is deeply perplexed. Can this truly bestow him with divine power? Mr. Whis has sneaked out on his own. Beerus, often in a deep sleep, may slumber for hundreds or even thousands of years. As his attendant, Mr. Whis occasionally indulges in leisure, seeking culinary treasures within the 7th universe. What manner of feline companions one possesses reflects upon the nature of their caretakers. Mr. Whis has been utterly captivated by the culinary delights you have prepared. However, he has managed to temper his desires. Although he has visited Earth numerous times over the past 6 months, each sojourn has been brief. You have refrained from mentioning the matter of the God of Destruction's planet, for such a purpose seems overtly ambitious. Half a year later, Vegeta fortuitously encountered Mr. Whis while he was a guest in his abode. Consequently, you accompanied Vegeta to the God of Destruction's planet. Another 6 months elapsed, and Vegeta had begun to sense the divine aura. You, possessing Vegeta's talents, similarly felt it. Yet, you did not engage in overt cultivation. Your role was merely that of a trainee chef under Lord Beerus. Whether you would be promoted to a permanent position hinged upon Lord Beerus awakening from his slumber. Before long, Goku also arrived at the God of Destruction's planet. The two engaged in rigorous training daily, with Whis emphasizing that physicality is the foundation of all. You stood contemplatively to the side when Whis, intrigued, inquired if you wished to join their training. As an apprentice chef, it was evident that mingling with 2 fervent practitioners was not your place. You firmly believed that as long as you continued to create delectable dishes, there would come a day when Mr. Whis would impart the secrets of divine cultivation to you. In your opinion, the training methods of Goku and Vegeta did not embody the complete path of divine cultivation. While impressive, you held no desire to emulate them. Among deities, the ancient beings of Earth, the King of Hell, the Kai, the Grand Kai, the Supreme Kai, and the Grand Supreme Kai, they thrive without the need for arduous training, living long lives in their own right. This was the way you longed for, an existence marked by longevity without the necessity of exertion. However, it was evident that you had chosen the wrong path. Whis, as the mentor of the God of Destruction Beerus, would only instruct in the ways of destruction. Your aspiration lay in the creation deity's lineage, the path of the Supreme Kai. You ought to seek the Supreme Kai as your teacher, ascending to divinity, and gradually evolving into an apprentice Supreme Kai, ultimately becoming a Supreme Kai yourself. Unbeknownst to you, you missed the resurrection of Frieza, the turmoil of Zamasu, and the tournament of power. Fortunately, you remained unscathed, becoming the sole individual fortunate enough never to have tasted death. Thus, many years passed, and Goku and Vegeta grew ever stronger. Beerus selected Vegeta as his successor, while Goku successfully ventured halfway into the realm of the divine. You felt envious of their progress, regretting your choices in your heart, believing that before your own demise, you would earn Lord Beerus's recognition, granting you a longer existence. During this time, you returned to Earth and once again imbibed from the fountain of youth. Beerus indeed relishes the culinary creations you prepare, yet he also possesses a profound fondness for slumber. Throughout the years of his deep repose, Whis did not impart the secrets of divine cultivation to you. Regrettably, as time elapsed, your lifespan reached its conclusion, and you passed away of old age on the God of Destruction's planet. Even in your final moments, Lord Beerus remained undisturbed in his slumber. You have departed from this world. The 12th simulation has concluded, yielding an overall score of B. You may select one reward from the following options. Option 1, Culinary Mastery, White Tier, costing 100 points of Universal Energy. Option 2, Combat Power of 100 million, costing 10 million points of Universal Energy. Option 3, Divine Energy Sensing, costing 100 million points of Universal Energy. Option 4, Transformation into Super Saiyan, costing 10 million points of Universal Energy. Note, upon selecting Divine Energy Sensing, one can detect the location and intensity of divine auras. System, I choose options 2 and 3. Selection confirmed. Rewards have been granted. The universal energy in Pig's account is sufficient for redemption. However, this time, he only drew the white tier. This left Pig somewhat speechless, as the probability of obtaining a white tier is 50. Thus, it was not entirely surprising. Honestly, this simulation turned out to be rather solitary. Though he achieved his goal of restoring combat power, the simulated version of himself absurdly aspired to become a deity. How fanciful it was to harmlessly seek proximity to Beerus in hopes of acquiring the means to divinity. While Beerus is indeed a connoisseur of exquisite cuisine, he is equally enamored with his lengthy slumbers, often sleeping for centuries without a care for Pig. This unfortunate tier was hardly necessary. As for the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Pig is well aware of that as well. The options left for Pig are merely 2 and 3. With a combat power of 100 million and the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Pig would possess an astounding combat power of 5 billion. At this stage, as long as he does not awaken Majin Buu, Pig would be an invincible entity within the 7th universe. Regarding the sensing of divine auras, once mastered, Pig would be able to perceive various divine energies. On Earth, he faintly sensed 4 distinct divine auras. In this direction, it must be the fortune teller, right? Naturally, it is not surprising for someone capable of traversing the realms of yin and yang to possess a trace of divine energy. This aura, evidently more potent than that of the fortune teller, should belong to the cat sage. After all, a cat that lives for 800 years must have the capability to cultivate divine energy. I would not believe otherwise. This particular aura feels unique. As if it is missing something, it must belong to Mr. Bobo. The most formidable aura, however, should belong to a deity. It appears that the world of Dragon Ball is far more intricate than it seems. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this diminutive planet Earth harbored 4 divine presences. Pigu was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in the realization. The path ahead appeared to be fraught with challenges, and in the short term, no apparent breakthrough seemed forthcoming. After some contemplation, Pigu resolved to adhere to his predetermined course of action. On August 5th, 7:53 A.E., at the crack of dawn, Pigu embarked on a high-speed spacecraft. Chapter 49. The Celestial City project held immense significance for Pigu. The construction of the space city would yield a plethora of resources that Pigu could amass, ensuring a continuous supply of cosmic energy. Its importance to Pigu in the near term was self-evident. However, the space city required gravity to facilitate normal production and habitation, a technology that Pigu currently lacked. Yet, the Galactic Police Headquarters would undoubtedly possess such capabilities. This was the primary objective of Pigu's journey. Given a reasonable price, he was confident he could persuade the Galactic King. In previous simulations, Pigu had discovered that Tai Si was affiliated with the Galactic Police Organization. Consequently, he had deliberately enlisted Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief to accompany him, along with the pilot, Xiao Wu, and Ashu, resulting in a total of 6 passengers aboard the spacecraft. On August 11th, 7:53 AE, after 6 days of travel, Pigu and his companions arrived at the center of the galaxy. To their astonishment, the place was bustling with activity. Standing on the futuristic planet Jakku, Dr. Brief was filled with awe. Doctor, this is the closest location to the Galactic Police Headquarters. Here lies their contact point. We must apply to the Galactic Police Organization before we can visit Tai-C. The technological advancements of Jakku were distinctive even in the heart of the galaxy. Their research in spatial technology was profound, though not as in-depth as yours, Pigu remarked as he perused the planet's data, briefly elucidating to his companions. Before long, they reached the contact point of the Galactic Police Organization. Oddly enough, it was eerily deserted. Bulma was the first to step inside the contact point, where the enormous logo of the Galactic Police confirmed its identity. Yet, despite the operational computer-like devices within, not a single staff member was present. Alert! Alert! Coordinates X4898 Y3710 Z9231. Requesting assistance. The Cook Galactic Pirate Group is attacking the headquarters prison. All Galactic Police personnel, abandon current tasks, and provide full support. Repeat. As Pigu entered the contact point, the blaring alarm from the computer resonated through the air. Bulma retrieved her portable laptop and swiftly approached Pig. The coordinates they discussed should be right here. Should we proceed? Through calculations, Bulma quickly pinpointed the incident location on the star map. Upon recognizing this familiar site, Pig felt a chill run down his spine. In previous simulations, he had met his demise at the hands of Moro, either directly or indirectly, on 2 occasions. Currently, this very Moro was incarcerated in the Galactic Patrol prison. The coordinates deciphered by Bulma corresponded precisely to the location of the Galactic Patrol prison. Under normal circumstances, according to the course of history, Moro should not escape during this crisis. Nevertheless, he reasoned that there was no cause for fear. After all, they were merely space pirates. This trip to the Galactic Center was solely for the purpose of acquiring technology. After contemplating for a moment, Pig nodded to Bulma. Miss Bulma, I can go alone. This is the latest energy hand cannon. Should we encounter danger here, it will serve as a formidable defense. And these seeds, they are cultivator seeds. By digging a hole in the ground, placing the seed inside, covering it with a thin layer of soil, and pouring nutrient liquid, a cultivator warrior can sprout within 10 seconds. They will also ensure your safety at critical moments. You already possess a combat power detector. Contact me immediately if you sense any danger. On this outing, only I possess combat capabilities. The others are merely ordinary individuals. If we encounter peril on Chaco, it could be quite hazardous. However, here is certainly safer than venturing to the Galactic Patrol prison. Despite Bulma's insistence on accompanying Pig, she was ultimately persuaded by his arguments. Retrieving her small backup spacecraft, Pig swiftly set course for the Galactic Patrol prison. In just 3 hours, he arrived near the combat zone. By this time, several areas of the Galactic Patrol prison were ablaze. Donning a snug spacesuit, Pig stowed his ship and directly infiltrated the prison. He mused that mastering instant transmission would indeed be more convenient. A visit to Yardrat was certainly in order. Murmuring his upcoming plans, Pig activated the combat power detector. Astonishingly, there were individuals with combat power exceeding 100 billion. It must be Moro, who had likely concealed the majority of his aura. Moro's location remained unchanged, indicating he had not been released. Besides Moro, the strongest combat power recorded was 24,000. There were also several individuals with thousands of combat power. This group of space pirates was formidable indeed. Locking onto potential adversaries, Pig remained uncertain whether they were friend or foe. However, under the circumstances of ambiguity, he would treat them all as enemies. After all, the Galactic Patrol members were easily identifiable. Without uttering a word, Pigu charged directly towards the adversary whose combat power had reached an astonishing 24,000 points. Moments later, after effortlessly dispatching a dozen interstellar pirates clad in various attires, Pigu identified his target. Oh, to his astonishment, it was a woman. Hey, orange-haired lass, what is your name? Pigu inquired curiously as he appeared before the auburn-haired maiden, eager to learn about her origins. However, she merely shot him a glare and unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at him. Pigu narrowly evaded it, his expression suddenly turning grave. So it is you. As she turned around, Pigu instantly recognized her. Sanjia. Theoretically, she should not exist in this era. Do you know who I am? The orange-haired, light green-skinned Zanjia, undeniably a beauty by any standard, possessed formidable strength. As Piga observed her current combat power, the smirk on his face vanished. A staggering 1 billion. Yet, from her words, Piga sensed something amiss. You don't remember who you are, he retorted, seeking to validate his suspicions. Zanjia remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Your name is Zanjia. You belong to the Ra species and have been sealed away for many years. It is indeed peculiar that you have managed to break free from your seal. Piga, rather than engaging her, observed Zanjia with curiosity. After all, in the Dragon Ball history he was familiar with, there was no record of this occurrence. Logically, the seal should only have weakened after the death of the North Kai, allowing Bojack and his cohorts to escape. Zanjia's sudden appearance left Piga bewildered. Chapter 50. Mel's the Hella race, once a powerful species in ancient times, existed alongside many formidable groups in the seventh universe hundreds of thousands of years ago. Among them was the Hella race, led by Bojack, Zanjia, Gogya, Bukin, and Bido, who once wreaked havoc across the cosmos. Ultimately, the great King Kai intervened and suppressed these 5 individuals. They were sealed on a distant planet at the edge of the galaxy. Under normal circumstances, escape was impossible for them. However, later on, Cell, on the brink of self-destruction, was sent to King Kai's planet. As a result, the North Kai was killed in the explosion, the seal was broken, and these villains resurfaced. Yet, the North Kai was still alive and well. Piga struggled to comprehend why Zanjia's presence was here. Just as Piga pondered this, Zanjia spoke up. I don't know how this happened. These guys brought me here. She pointed at the trembling interstellar pirates nearby, prompting Piga to finally notice them. What on earth is going on here? Pig wore a stern expression and shouted at the leader of the group. The grotesque lizard man addressed Pig with utmost respect. Esteemed sir, we are the cosmic mercenaries of the Tau Mercenary Corps. My name is Tau. We are from the far reaches of the southern galaxy. Tau, an active cosmic mercenary in the southern galaxy, differentiated himself from space pirates by the visibility of his actions. If seen, he was a mercenary, if not, a pirate. This individual possessed a formidable combat power of 24,000. The Tau Mercenary Corps held a modest reputation within the southern galaxy. During an expedition in the depths of space, they encountered a woman encased in ice. This woman was Zanjia. Upon awakening, Zanjia decisively subdued this band of mercenaries. With most of her memories lost, Zanjia recalled only a few places, one of which was the Galactic Police prison, as those wretched Galactic Police had been pursuing them relentlessly. Zanjia believed that Bojack was unlikely to be here. You can follow me for now, and when we find Bojack's whereabouts, you may pursue him then. Zanjia possessed a staggering combat power of 1 billion, placing her among the top-tier combatants in the cosmos. Currently, Pig lacked capable subordinates, and securing Zanjia's allegiance would be a tremendous boon for the Pilaf Legion. However, Pig's goodwill was met with disdain. What are you? Zanjia assumed a combat stance, arms spread wide. Expecting mere words to compel submission was rather fanciful of Pig. Just as he was about to declare his prowess, 2 figures materialized before him. I am Galactic Police Elite Jack. This is my colleague, Elite Melis. You scoundrels, miscreants, and degenerates, cease your futile resistance. The pompous egg super appeared, while the apprentice Angel Melis donned the uniform of the Galactic Police behind Jack. With Melis present, Zanjia posed no trouble whatsoever. According to the mercenaries, Zanjia had inadvertently escaped her seal, only to find herself trapped in a prison. This individual had attacked the prison without even knowing what he sought to gain. Esteemed elite officers, I am not a villain. I am merely a passing earthling here to assist, and my name is Pilaf. This lady has merely suffered temporary amnesia, which led her here. In truth, she has caused no harm to this place. The true culprits are these interstellar pirates. As an honest individual, Piga felt compelled to speak a few words in defense of Zanjia. She had merely been wandering around the prison, while it was those cosmic mercenaries who were truly causing trouble. Indeed, upon hearing this, both Jack and Mels were quite astonished. You say you are from Earth. Do you know ties? Jack inquired directly, without any circumlocution. This was indeed a suitable question. A benevolent smile graced Piga's face. Our planet has just developed a spacecraft. And this time, Miss Bulma, along with Dr. and Mrs. Brief, accompanied me to Planet Chaco. We visited the contact point of the Galactic Patrol Organization, but unfortunately, there was not a soul in sight. After receiving a distress signal, I came here alone to offer assistance. Piga succinctly explained the circumstances. To speak candidly, Piga did not harbor a particularly favorable impression of the Galactic Patrol Organization. However, this time, being in need of assistance, he tempered his opinion slightly. Following this revelation, Jack's eyes lit up. You actually know Bulma? It seems you are indeed from Earth. Mel's, rest assured, he cannot be a villain. For the average combat power of Earthlings is merely 3. Although Jack's remark was somewhat hurtful, it was, in fact, an accurate reflection of Earth's overall capabilities. Upon hearing this, Mel's remained cautious and did not lower his guard against Piga. He is quite formidable. Mel's comment prompted the Super Egg to turn and scrutinize Piga closely. Regrettably, although his eyesight was keen, he was unable to sense the concealed aura. In any case, we mean no harm, do we, Zanjia? Piga cast a glance at Zanjia, only to be met with a ruthless rebuttal. I do not know you. Hey, have you ever seen my boss, Bojack? Ignoring Piga, Zanjia directed her inquiry at Mel's. Mel's, confronted with her challenge, expressionless, shook his head, yet his body was poised for battle. In the next moment, Zanjia lunged toward Mel's. However, Mel's exhibited no reaction whatsoever. As Zanjia approached, Mel's finally moved. With his laser gun in hand, he vanished from sight. Zanjia grasped at air, only to find Mel's appearing behind her. With a gentle strike, Zanjia fell unconscious. Gulp. Piga swallowed hard, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Truly, the angelic race, born with mastery over the art of effortless control, was worthy of their reputation. Before Zanjia could stir up any more chaos, the crisis had already been averted in its nascent stage. Jack, I shall return. The rest is for you to handle. Mel's remarked meaningfully as he cast a glance at Piga. He then departed alone, leaving Jack to command the remaining team members in the aftermath. Before long, the cleanup operation was completed. Zanjia has become a new resident of the prison, much to Pig's dismay. Jack, do you happen to have any means of contacting Ties? Her parents are eager to see her. Observing that Jack was not preoccupied, Pig finally shared his own predicament. Fortunately, Jack utilized the internal communicator of the Galactic Patrol Organization to reach Ties. Upon learning that her parents and younger sister had arrived on Choco Planet, Ties immediately urged Jack to bring along her friends. Pig was counted among those dear to her. Half a day later, Pig and Jack arrived at Choco Planet. Chapter 51. The Art of Persuasion. Ties is the sister of Bulma. Over the years, she has been wandering the cosmos, maintaining contact with Jack. The family has reunited on Choco Planet, intending to stay for a while. Consequently, Pig and the others felt like outsiders. On Choco Planet, Xiaowu linked arms with Pig, meandering aimlessly. Suddenly, Ashu came rushing from a distance. King Pilaf, I have discovered the gravity technology. What? Upon hearing Ashu's breathless announcement, Pig was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, this technology is not particularly complex. Given some time, Pig could master it himself. The current desire to procure it from the Galactic Patrol was merely to save time. Now that the technology was available, there was no need to go through the trouble of visiting the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The subsequent matters became significantly simpler. Following Ashu, Pig arrived at a technology supermarket. While supermarkets on Earth sell fruits, vegetables, snacks, and beverages, the technology supermarket on Choco Planet offers various scientific advancements. Each technological item corresponds to a specific price. Some are traded with blue crystals, while others require rare metals. Certain items may even demand exchanges involving other technologies, materials, or services. Overall, it is incredibly convenient. The only dilemma facing the trio was the lack of funds. Xiaowu, how many blue crystals did we bring this time? Pig inquired, eyeing the price of the artificial gravity technology. Xiaowu swiftly consulted her notebook and replied, King Pilaf, we only have 11 kilograms of blue crystals. Damn, we are short by 89 kilograms. Pig slammed his fist on the display counter, drawing the attention of the supermarket's intelligence service personnel. Here, even if Pig possessed a combat power of 100 billion, it would be futile. Without sufficient funds, the technology would not be transferred to him. Figuring out how to acquire money became an urgent issue for Pig. Currently, the number of simulation attempts had accumulated to 5. If this delay continued, it would be nothing short of wasteful. Piga contemplated for a moment, and accompanied by Xiaowu and Ashu, returned to the hotel. After instructing the two not to wander outside, he locked himself in his room. System, initiate life simulation. Beep, commencing the 13th life simulation. Extracting terms. Beep, Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the purple term Silver Tongue. Silver Tongue can be used once a day, allowing you to designate any individual to believe a statement you utter, with the effect lasting for 1 day. Good heavens! A divine skill for deceivers. Pigu was elated upon seeing the introduction in the virtual screen's barrage. This term fell within the realm of conceptual abilities. Besides being useful for swindlers, it was equally advantageous for Pigu. You are exceedingly pleased and boldly burst through the door, exiting the hotel. On the planet Chaco, there are numerous affluent individuals hailing from across the galaxy. Just as you ponder whom to deceive first, an unfortunate soul approaches you. A clumsy individual collides directly with you, and upon closer inspection, you realize you actually know him. In the simulated scene, Pigu exclaimed inwardly, "How careless!" The individual, sporting dreadlocks and blue-green skin, turned out to be none other than Alec, the leader of the Zeta organization. Following him were Jas, Maki, and Oil. Humph. The shortest among them, Jas, let out a cold snort, glaring intently at Pigu. So it is Alec. You actually know me? Pigu exhibited no trace of fear. The detector adorning his ear had already revealed the combat power of the four. Alec was the weakest, with a mere combat power just above 10,000. Maki and Oil reached 20,000, while Jas had even surpassed 100,000. Such strength was utterly insignificant before Pigu. With a clever glint in his eyes, Pigu silently recited Alec's name in his mind. Then he declared, "I am a close friend of Frisia. He once spoke to me about your Zeta organization." In this statement, Pigu wielded the power of Silver Tongue. Alec believed him wholeheartedly. "May I inquire your esteemed name, my lord?" Alec's demeanor shifted to one of caution, surprising his three companions. However, over the years, Alec had earned a reputation for his sharp intellect. Thus, the others dismissed their bewilderment, assuming Pigu was simply a person of significance. "I am Pilaf, the supreme commander of the Pilaf army. You may address me as King Pilaf." With an air of authority, Pigu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke of his origins at a sharp 45-degree angle. To boldly declare oneself a king in the galaxy typically indicated one was no ordinary individual. For instance, King Lud of the Southern Galaxy and King Frisia of the Northern Galaxy. The figure before us, King Pilaf, appears to be of unparalleled nobility. "Your Excellency Pilaf, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion. In an effort to earn your pardon, I am willing to offer you compensation. I hope that henceforth we may transform enmity into friendship. What do you think?" Alec clasped his hands together, earnestly seeking to curry favor with Pig. Any prominent figure in the universe could potentially become a prospective client for the Zeta organization. As a businessman, Alec understood the importance of being adaptable. Moreover, the notion of compensation was merely a courteous formality. While Alec extended politeness towards Pig, Pig had no intention of reciprocating. "Oh, how rare it is that you express such sentiment. Very well. In that case, you may simply compensate me with 1,000 kilograms of blue crystal. I am a gracious person. Let us be friends from now on." Pig's casual words caused Alec's countenance to shift dramatically. Nevertheless, contemplating Frisia's formidable power, he calculated the repercussions of offending Pig. If he could befriend Frisia, then this individual before him was certainly no pushover. After much deliberation, he reluctantly retrieved a black card from his breast pocket. "King Pilaf, this is a token of my sincere regard. Please accept it. I trust that we shall be friends from this moment onward, correct?" Pig snatched the card away. It was an anonymous bank card from the Chaco Planet Bank, which required a minimum deposit of 1,000 kilograms of blue crystal to be issued. Tossing it into the system space, Pig smiled reassuringly at Alec. "Of course, we shall be friends from now on." Logically, Alec should not have believed such empty words. However, Pig's sudden disappearance of the bank card left Alec astounded. "Might I inquire if you would be willing to share your planetary address with me? If given the opportunity, I would like to pay you a personal visit." Alec, cunning as he was, believed Pig to be an ally of Frisia, but sought to uncover more of his true nature, hence testing Pig further. Chapter 52. The Pilaf Army. What? Are you questioning me? Humph. With a slight release of his aura, a powerful presence forced Alec and the four siblings, Jas, to the ground. The surrounding passers-by, however, remained unaffected. Aside from their curiosity regarding the commotion caused by the four blue-skinned individuals, no one noticed Pig's unusual display of power. Controlling one's strength is a discipline that a true warrior must master, and in this regard, Pig still had much to learn. After all, the metallic ground beneath him had already been pulverized. Mighty forces arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Soon, Pig reigned in his abilities. I am aware that your organization, the Zeta, comprises intelligence experts, and you must certainly be acquainted with the intricacies of Frisia. That little fellow possesses a combat power that typically hovers around 530,000. Upon transforming into his final form, he can reach approximately 6 million. When he unleashes his full strength, his power may soar to nearly 1,200,000,000. However, he would falter before me in a single exchange. What? Do you still wish to test my mettle? You skillfully spun a web of truth and deception, leaving the 4 siblings of the Zeta organization bewildered. Your formidable prowess, coupled with your enigmatic origins and amiable disposition, made you an ideal target for Alek's flattery and admiration. Through your intentional revelations, Alek learned of your earthly origins. Having never heard of such a place, he painstakingly sought out information regarding Earth. The notion that a remote planet in the cosmos could give rise to someone as powerful as you left Alek astounded. After bidding you farewell, the 4 siblings hastily departed from Chaco Planet. Their spacecraft did not travel at great speed, and by the time you returned to Earth, they may not have even made it back to the Western Galaxy. With an ample supply of blue crystal stones, you successfully acquired the technology for artificial gravity. Upon receiving this technology, you quickly grasped its underlying principles. In simple terms, it involves creating a rotating hoop outside of the space city, which generates sufficient gravity, or rather, attraction. The Bulma family would remain on Chaco Planet for a while longer. After exchanging pleasantries with the 4 members of their family, you set off with Xiaowu and Ashu towards the planet Adrat. The Adrat people's understanding of energy perception is a skill you are eager to master, particularly the technique of instantaneous movement, which is incredibly useful. 3 days later, your spacecraft arrived at Adrat. Meanwhile, within the hotel on Chaco Planet, Pig regarded the image of the Grand Elder of Adrat with a furrowed brow. Pibara, the Grand Elder of Adrat, bore a name strikingly similar to Pilaf's, yet stood nearly 3 meters tall, rendering Pig a mere diminutive figure in comparison. This individual's temperament was akin to that of the Grand Elder of Namek, with the notable difference that he exhibited a degree of pragmatism. As Pig concealed his energy, this individual remarked upon the malevolent aura surrounding him. When Pig released a portion of his energy, exceeding a combat power of 1 million, this individual tilted his head, adamant in his refusal to yield. Upon Pig unleashing his full foundational combat power, the expression on this figure's face shifted dramatically, embodying a defiance unto death. However, when Pig transformed into a Super Saiyan, a benevolent smile graced this individual's face, and he generously imparted his knowledge. The Adrat people excel in various techniques for escape, yet they are no match for Pig's overwhelmingly formidable combat power. As long as he possesses determination, the explosion of a planet is merely a fleeting moment. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Pabala is remarkably perceptive. In terms of the Adralitarian's understanding of aura, this individual generously imparts his knowledge. The scene vividly depicts the entire process of Pabala instructing Pige. In reality, Pige diligently follows suit in his learning. However, he is also distracted by the simulation, preventing him from concentrating fully. Conversely, the Pige within the simulation mastered the techniques of the Adralitarians in just 2 days. As for the fundamental skill of instantaneous movement, it was effortlessly achieved. You extend your perception throughout the universe and discover numerous auras. Amidst countless auras, you sense an extraordinarily potent divine aura. With a mere thought, you find yourself on the Destroyer planet. By sheer coincidence, Beerus is turning over on his circular bed, inadvertently pinning you beneath him. You can't help but cry out in pain. Your exclamation thoroughly rouses the slumbering Beerus. Beerus inquires about your identity, and you deceitfully claim to be a messenger of the Omni King. Yet, you overlook one crucial detail. Eloquence is effective only on humans. Firstly, Beerus has transformed into a cat spirit, and strictly speaking, he is not human. Secondly, he is a deity and thus falls outside the applicable realm. Ultimately, your ignorant lie infuriated the god of destruction, Beerus. Hakai. Beerus unleashes destruction upon you. You have no chance to struggle. You perish. The simulation concludes. Overall score, D. You may select 2 rewards from the following options. Option 1. The purple attribute of eloquence, redeemable for 10 million cosmic energy points. Option 2. An anonymous black card from the Chaco Planet Bank, redeemable for 1 million cosmic energy points. Option 3. The special martial skill of instantaneous movement, redeemable for 5 million cosmic energy points. Option 4. The Spalito control technique, redeemable for 100 million cosmic energy points. Indeed, it remains as unreliable as ever. Is the Spalito control technique truly so exorbitant? Yet, there is reason for its cost, as it can create clones using aura. Thus, it seems the four-body fist of the Crane Hermit School also utilizes aura. It merely lacks the finesse that Pabala exhibits. With option 4 in hand, there is no need to squander the opportunity to redeem option 3. Since Alec is here, I can simply seize the blue crystal. System, I choose options 1 and 4. Pige deliberated between options 1 and 2, swiftly deciding on 1 and 4. The attribute of eloquence proves immensely beneficial for Pige. As long as he avoids the blunders made in the simulation, there should be no significant issue. As for the blue crystal, that is something he can request from Alec. Had it not been for the encounter with Alec, one might have resorted to thievery, such as Pig's expertise. As for the fourth option, while it may be somewhat costly, Pig currently possesses an abundance of cosmic energy. Rather than squander time on self-training and research, it would be more prudent to indulge in purchasing. Selection confirmed. Rewards have been dispensed. At the instant the system notification resonated, a torrent of information flooded Pig's mind. This content pertained to the technique of spirit control. 3 hours later, Pig's temporarily incapacitated mind finally returned to normalcy. Ha ha ha, come forth, Pilaf army. With a sinister chuckle, dozens of replicas resembling the former Pilaf materialized within the room. Chapter 53, Bounty Spirit, as referred to by Earth's martial artists, has been meticulously researched to perfection by the Aradrat alien race. In truth, the number of Aradrat beings on this planet is quite scant. However, the cities are teeming with these beings. In reality, they are merely avatars split from spirit, possessing virtually no combat prowess. Their primary function is to intimidate adversaries. The sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the room, full of Pilaf clones, serves well for scaring others. Bang! With a powerful kick, Pig burst through the door. Under the astonished gazes of Xiao Wu and Ashu, he sprinted out of the hotel. The two followed closely behind, witnessing Pig soaring into the air, seemingly searching for something. At that moment, Pig was exerting all his energy to locate Alec and his associates. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The life simulator, although based on reality, relies heavily on deduction for subsequent developments. After some time, Pig reluctantly descended to the ground. Xiao Wu, Ashu, let us bid farewell to Bulma. This king shall take you on a grand escapade. In the simulation, Pig did not discern the core data of the artificial gravity technology clearly. Expenses for purchasing are unavoidable. Since Alec has not made an appearance, it matters little to Pig. At worst, he could play the role of an interstellar pirate. However, the chosen location must not be within the Galactic Center to avoid being pursued by the Galactic Patrol. Pig is not particularly daunted by the likes of Jack. Yet Mel's is a foe he cannot afford to confront at present. Having made up his mind, Pig and his companions paid Bulma a visit. They did not disclose their specific intentions, merely stating their desire to explore the Eastern Galactic region. Pilaf. The Eastern Galactic region is currently under the dominion of the Gula Legion. If it's merely for exploration, I advise against it. Gula's strength is formidable, and his bounty has accumulated to several tons of blue crystal. Jack gestured skyward, offering Pig a relatively sound piece of advice after completing a gesture of pause. Aside from being somewhat lacking in strength, the egg guy is quite a decent individual. As long as his power is formidable enough, he is willing to turn a blind eye. Pig is rather fond of engaging with him. Thank you, Jack. However, it's not a significant issue. I am well aware of this Gula fellow. He is no match for me. By the way, if I were to capture Gula, would you reward me with several tons of blue crystals? Pig is nearly driven to madness by his financial woes. Upon hearing Jack mention a bounty, he immediately inquired further. The egg guy nodded and explained to Pig. These blue crystals are the rewards from numerous victims who have commissioned us, the Galactic Patrol, to issue bounties over the years. Regardless of who it may be, anyone who accomplishes the task is entitled to the entire bounty. Additionally, they will receive an audience with the Galactic King and earn the Guardian of the Galaxy medal. Pig is not particularly interested in an audience with the Galactic King or any so-called medals. The prospect of earning money is the real good news. This has prompted Pig to adjust his plans slightly. Initially, Pig's intention was to raid Gula's blue crystal mining planet. In his simulations, Pig had previously joined the Frisia force, where his task was to engage with Gula's faction. He is thoroughly familiar with the locations of various resource planets in that area. A swift strike at a few blue crystal mining planets to seize a bounty and return. That was Pig's preliminary plan. However, it appears that Gula is indeed worth something. Since he is already planning a heist, capturing Gula to exchange for the bounty seems reasonable to Pig. In Jack's astonishment, Pig patted his shoulder and departed the Chaco planet aboard a high-speed spacecraft. 5 days later, on August 16th, year 753 of the Ike calendar, Pig and his companions arrived at Gula Star in the Eastern Galaxy. Oh, Gula is right on Gula Star. Splendid. Xiao Wu is Xiao. You two pilot the ship and wait for me here. Xiao Wu and Xiao currently lack sufficient strength. It's not that Pig is stingy in withholding the spirit tree fruit from them. Rather, it is best consumed when one's power is substantial for optimal effectiveness. Both have drunk the fountain of youth, granting them lifespans comparable to his own. They now dedicate time each day to training. Over the past 2 months, their combat prowess has exceeded 30 points. This surpasses the majority of Earthlings. Although they may still appear weak in the eyes of Dragon Ball warriors, it is at least a promising start. Pig is concerned that seeking trouble with Gula might affect the two of them, so he instructed them to remain in space, awaiting his return. Additionally, they can serve as a waypoint. With a swift motion, Pig activated instant transmission and departed from the spacecraft. A flash appeared before his eyes. Vision gradually returned, revealing a vast and empty grand hall. Who are you? A battle-clad Savaiza was addressing Gula, who sat upon the throne. Suddenly, Pig appeared before him. The palace, heavily fortified, had been infiltrated by an unknown entity. Gula regarded Pig with astonishment, remaining silent. In contrast, Savaiza, interrupted mid-report, shouted at Pig, "Oh, who dares to bark? Ah, it's you, Savaiza. You wretched cur, you must be worth a few blue crystals, right? Consider yourself unfortunate." With a swift motion, Pig vanished from sight, reappearing to deliver a strike to the nape of Savaiza's neck. The 2 members of Gula's mech squad, kneeling behind him, were likewise dealt with by Pig effortlessly. He retrieved the brain separation devices he had crafted along the way and fitted them onto the 3 unconscious individuals. This iteration of the device would not detonate lethally, but instead emit a powerful electric current to stun the wearer. After all, these individuals were more valuable alive than dead. As Gak had mentioned, some bounties required the capture of live targets for rewards. Who would turn away from such monetary gain? Having dealt with the unfortunate trio, Pig finally raised his gaze to the visibly perturbed Gula. Who are you? In stark contrast to the emotionally volatile Frisia, Gula's demeanor was composed. He did not erupt in anger. Instead, he rose from his throne, his crimson eyes fixated on Pig's every move. The combat prowess of Savaiza and his companions was formidable, each possessing power exceeding 100,000. Their swift defeat showcased Pig's impressive strength, piquing Gula's curiosity. I am Pilaf, the supreme commander of the Pilaf Legion. Admittedly, the Pilaf Legion currently consists of just 3 members. However, I believe that soon, the name Pilaf Legion will resonate throughout the cosmos. After all, I intend to capture you alive. Gula, surrender at once. With that declaration, Pig transformed into a Super Saiyan. Without further ado, he charged at the disdainful Gula. Chapter 54, Ransom Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from the Gula Palace. An eerie alarm echoed throughout the entirety of Gula Star. This was the heart of the Gula Legion. The sudden enemy assault sent a shiver through all present. Since Gula established the Gula Legion, they had never encountered an invasion. Who was the enemy, and where were they? The answers remained elusive. The opulent palace was reduced to mere dust in the cataclysmic blast. Moments later, as a battalion of Gula Legion soldiers surrounded the remnants of the palace, the dust began to settle. Indeed, to my astonishment, you managed to withstand my punch. Alas, I have inadvertently destroyed your palace. Did you don this collar yourself, or did I assist you in doing so? Pig, having discarded the head-severing device before Gula, observed that Gula's head had become grotesquely deformed. Were it not for the tenacious vitality of the Ice Demon clan, a scion devoid of the protagonist's aura would likely succumb to such injuries. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Pig's combat prowess soared to an astonishing 50 billion. Presently, Gula had not yet reached his ultimate form, his power marginally exceeding that of Frisia's final transformation. However, Even if Pig granted Gula the opportunity to transform, his combat power would barely reach 500 million, rendering him no match for Pig. Noticing the dread, shock, and confusion swirling in Gula's eyes, Pig grew weary of wasting time with him. With a swift motion, he unleashed 5 consecutive death beams, piercing through Gula's arms, legs, and tail. The unfortunate creature lost the majority of his mobility. After cautiously subduing Gula, Pig approached him and retrieved the collar from the ground, fastening it around Gula's neck. "Curse you!" Gula seethed through clenched teeth, glaring fiercely at Pig. Yet, now devoid of combat capability, he could only glare impotently. "Please, do not look at me in such a manner. I am aware of my handsomeness. Henceforth, remember to address me as grandfather. You should be grateful that I am currently in need of funds, or else you would have already met your demise. Oh, how could I forget? Do you possess any blue crystals?" After gaining control over Gula, Pig slapped his forehead, nearly neglecting the matter of looting. After all, he had captured Gula, who had wielded control over the Eastern Galaxy for countless years. Surely, he must be quite affluent. "What do you want with blue crystals, you scoundrel?" Gula, still somewhat bewildered, reflected on how mere moments ago he had been listening to Savai's report, only to find himself a prisoner shortly thereafter. The sudden shift left him feeling disoriented. "As for me, I merely find myself in need of some funds to purchase a particular technology. Should you provide me with a satisfactory sum, I may consider releasing you. You might find it hard to believe, but I am a scientist. In truth, we have no personal enmity, do we?" A realization dawned upon Pig. Ultimately, it was all in the pursuit of profit. Earning a commission or a ransom amounted to the same endeavor. In Gula's eyes, was he not akin to a kidnapper? Having engaged in this line of work, if the ransom were suitably paid, what purpose would there be in dragging Gula to the galactic center? Once the mind is opened, Piga suddenly feels a sense of clarity. "Indeed, Lord Pilaf, you are correct. Hey, Enzo, come here at once." Suddenly, the situation takes a turn, and Gula's demeanor becomes amiable. Having been glaring at Piga, he finds himself ensnared. Perhaps it is better to change one's perspective and buy peace with money. Furthermore, Gula is convinced that Piga has employed some unusual means. Otherwise, it would be impossible to vanquish him so effortlessly. Moreover, he can still transform into his ultimate form. The only concern is whether Piga will live to spend the money. Enzo, who has been standing at the periphery of the ruins, hears Gula calling for him. Gritting his teeth, he rushes to stand before Gula and Piga. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Go. Gather all the blue crystals on Gula's star and present them to this esteemed Lord Pilaf. He is a friend of mine, merely jesting with me. Hurry, get moving." Gula's current appearance is quite disheveled, significantly affecting his image in the eyes of his soldiers. Referring to Piga as a friend and claiming they are merely playing around serves as a form of damage control. However, Enzo appears utterly bewildered. Friends joking? And yet, he has been brought to his knees? Nonetheless, Gula's characteristic temper flares, and his furious roar reaches Enzo's ears. In an instant, Enzo darts away from the ruins. As he watches Enzo's departing figure, Gula attempts to rise. Unfortunately, his trembling form cannot maintain its balance, and with a thud, he collapses once more. "Forget it. You win this time, you wretched creature. Open your mouth." Observing Gula's unstable stance, Piga approaches him, forcefully tilting his chin upward. He tosses a magic bean into his mouth and declares, "This is my last precious life-saving treasure. It comes at a cost." As the bean is consumed, Gula's eyes widen in astonishment. He never anticipated that such a small item could instantaneously restore his injuries and replenish his energy to its zenith. Alas, he is still shackled by a life-threatening collar. Otherwise, he would seize the opportunity to ambush the arrogant and ignorant Pilaf. Gula's eyes glimmer, envisioning the moment when Pilaf will be crying for his father. Lost in this pleasant fantasy, a cruel smile creeps upon Gula's lips. An hour later, just as Piga's patience is waning, several small spacecraft descend upon the ruins. Enzo leaps down and rushes to Gula's side to deliver a report. "My lord, this is the total reserve of blue crystals from Gula's star, 75 tons. I doubt you can carry it all at once." Thoughtful Enzo turns to inquire about the kidnapper, Pilaf. Piga smiles at this diligent fellow. A universal capsule has been extracted from the system space. With a decisive click of a button, Piga casually tossed it onto the vacant ground before the spacecraft. "This is a warehouse. Simply send someone to transfer the blue crystal into it." "What are you staring at?" It's quite normal for you simpletons to be unfamiliar with such high-tech products. The universal capsule has yet to gain widespread recognition throughout the cosmos. Piga had heard Bulma express her desire to collaborate with the Galactic Patrol to sell universal capsules at the Galactic Center. However, that is a matter for their company, and Piga had no inclination to involve himself. Nevertheless, when it was discarded in front of Gula and Enzo, the two of them, having never encountered spatial technology, were utterly astonished. Yet, after receiving a reprimand from Piga, they lowered their heads and ceased their gawking. In no time, 75 tons of blue crystal were secured. Piga stowed the universal capsule away and returned it to the system space. Before Gula could utter a word, Piga had already approached and removed his collar. Piga has always conducted business with integrity. Chapter 55. A true threefold surprise. I truly did not expect you to be so trustworthy. As Gula twisted his neck, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his nape. Previously restrained by the collar, Gula dared not move recklessly, keeping his neck stiff for over an hour. Now liberated, his bones crackled in relief. Naturally, as a traveler, Piga naturally understood the intricacies of Gula. His fingers pressed against the detector, revealing the combat power value. Wow. Impressive. Gula, your combat power has surged from 1.5 billion to 5 billion. You surpass Frisia by a considerable margin. I almost hesitate to exchange you for a bounty. A mocking expression graced his face as Piga taunted Gula. Damn it. I will kill you. Gula, with a temperament little better than Frisia's, had his patience thoroughly tested by Piga's continuous jibes, surpassing the threshold of his endurance. With full combat power unleashed, Gula casually raised his hand above his head, and a golden sphere of energy abruptly materialized. This was one of Gula's ultimate techniques, supernova. Good heavens. Brother, is this your planet? Are you out of your mind? Piga, without transforming into a super scion, merely executed a five-fold Kaioken. His combat power matched that of Gula. Initially intending to toy with Gula, he was taken aback when the latter immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Die, accursed Pilaf. Gula, capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, cared little whether the planet belonged to him or not. As long as the enemy perished, it mattered not how formidable they had been in life. Death rendered them powerless. Cursing Pilaf, Gula hurled the supernova towards the ground. This madman. Well then, let me test my newly conceived technique, annihilation. Piga had mastered the spirito control technique, reaching an exquisite level of manipulation over his internal energy. Over the past 2 months, he had not managed to learn any formidable techniques. Even with Vegeta's innate talent, he had not grasped the ultimate flash. Talent alone was insufficient. One must also refine their skills. Annihilation was Piga's own invention. Modeled after the god of destruction Beerus's divine technique of destruction, aimed solely at obliterating the target. There were distinctions, however. Essentially, Beerus employed divine energy to invoke his divine technique, whereas Piga used his own ki to execute annihilation. In terms of power, Piga, possessing a combat power of merely 5 billion, stood no chance against the god of destruction. Visually, they differed as well. Destruction manifested as a deep purple energy sphere, while annihilation appeared as a pale blue energy orb. Piga extended his hand, launching a tennis ball-sized annihilation projectile towards the golden supernova. To his astonishment, the imposing supernova disintegrated mid-air, ultimately vanishing from the sky as if it had never existed. This is impossible. Gula, suspended in the air, gazed at Piga in disbelief. Piga, unfazed, casually scratched his ear, displaying no hint of panic whatsoever. There is nothing impossible. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. And beyond humanity, there are more extraordinary beings. Gula, your combat prowess is merely 500 million, a trivial accomplishment. Now that I, the great king, have had my fill of amusement, I present you with 2 choices. First, resist stubbornly and be captured by me again, spending your remaining days in prison. Or second, submit to me and manage the Eastern Galaxy on my behalf, relinquishing 30% of your future earnings to me. The choice is yours to make. 3, 2, 1. I choose the second option. It was merely a casual count by Pig. Upon reaching 1, Gula, after a tumultuous internal struggle, ultimately decided to temporarily submit to Pig. Congratulations. Gula, I shall send someone to oversee you shortly. Consider this a piece of advice. Behave yourself. Pig refrained from eliminating Gula, for doing so would likely plunge the Eastern Galaxy into chaos. In reality, He had neither the leisure nor the inclination to quell a rebellion or manage the Eastern Galaxy. Instead, he would keep Gula as a guard dog, collecting only 30% in taxes, which Pig deemed a rather favorable arrangement. Even if Gula were to grow stronger, he would merely attain the power akin to that of Golden Frisia. Possessing a life simulator, Pig was indifferent to how formidable Gula might become. Yes, King Pilaf, I shall certainly treat your envoy with utmost respect. Gula, now extraordinarily humble, was quite aware of the stakes. Pig did not mind whether Gula's words were genuine or not. He planned to send an intelligent robot instead. Pig anticipated that Gula would have no objections to this arrangement. Well then, until we meet again. With that, Pig vanished from the spot, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. As for the unconscious Savizas still lying amidst the ruins, Pig chose not to take him. For strictly speaking, these three fools were, in a sense, working for him. Whoosh! Pig's figure materialized beside Xiaowu. King Pilaf, you have returned, Xiaowu exclaimed with her fingers intertwined in excitement. Indeed. Asu, we are heading back to Choco Planet. Hee. I'm coming for the artificial gravity technology. Pig chuckled, beginning to envision a grand party in Space City. 5 days later, on August 21st, 753 AD, Pig and his companions returned to Choco Planet. Chapter 56. Take this. Here is the technology you purchased, designated AKSJDA 123 JD21. Please receive it. In the technology supermarket, a maid robot, standing at a height of 1.45 meters, presented a storage card to Pig. This type of storage card requires a compatible decoding device, available for purchase within the supermarket, to access the information. A real scam. Fortunately, Pig had an abundance of blue crystals at his disposal. In the cosmos, the purchasing power of even a gram of blue crystal is astonishing, even rivaling the purchasing power of 10 million Sony units on Earth. At present, Piga possesses 75 tons of blue crystal, ample enough for him to indulge luxuriously. He intends to acquire the most crucial artificial gravity technology. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma extracted the information from the storage card and addressed Pilaf with a frown. I have some unfortunate news for you. It seems you've been quite naive. Don't you think that this artificial gravity technology bears a striking resemblance to the gravity training chamber you developed yourself? Give me 3 months, and I assure you I can transform this technology. However, Piga had already discerned Bulma's discovery long before. The crux of the matter was that Piga could not afford to squander 3 months. Spending a modest sum to save nearly 3 months of time was undeniably a profitable endeavor. Bulma, this amount of money is trivial. Time is of the essence. Time is life. With a smile directed at Bulma, Piga raised his hand to halt her incessant chatter. With the artificial gravity technology at hand, he declared, now, I shall return to Earth. You all should cherish this rare family reunion and linger a while longer. Should any pressing matters arise, feel free to contact me. Piga took the storage card from Bulma and tossed it into his system space. This spectacle left Bulma utterly astonished. She simply could not fathom how Piga managed it. Don't look at me like that. I possess spatial abilities, with a considerable dimension of space. He exclaimed. See, I can store countless items. Demonstrating further, he placed the storage card inside and retrieved it with ease. This fellow was a prodigy in the realms of space and time. If he could indeed be inspired, who knows what innovations he might devise concerning storage spaces in the future. Such inventions could undoubtedly yield great fortune. With a dawning realization, Bulma pouted and nodded, wishing him a safe journey. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Bulma, Piga departed Choco Planet, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Ash. On August 25th, 753 AD, as night fell, Piga's spacecraft descended on the outskirts of Shidu. Transforming the ship into a capsule, he stored it within the system's space. Cradling Xiao Wu in one arm and guiding Ash with the other, he soared directly toward the castle. Upon returning home, Piga enjoyed a sumptuous meal after a refreshing bath. After sending the two off to their respective rest, he retreated to his room, securing the door behind him. Lying comfortably on the plush bed, he commanded, System, initiate life simulation. Beep, commencing the 14th life simulation. Extracting entries. Beep, congratulations, host, you have drawn the blue entry. Eat my stick. Eating a stick to lock onto enemies, shouting out take that, eat my stick. A magical staff, a yard long, manifests above the enemy's head, striking them and forcibly stunning them for 1 second. Usable 3 times a day, with a cooldown of no less than 1 minute. What an incredible find. Finally, a reliable control ability. Upon seeing this entry, Pigu was quite astonished. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there are indeed numerous control skills. From Master Roshi's world-shaking palm, the Demon Seal Wave, to Kaiatsu's psychic abilities, Tien Shinhan's Solar Flare, Frisia's unique powers, and Gotenk's Super Sweet Donut, among others. However, none of these abilities were ones Pigu could learn, or they were of little practical use, easily countered. Thus, for a considerable period, Pigu lacked any substantial control methods. Yet, this Eat My Stick clearly falls within the realm of strong control techniques, and could even be tentatively categorized as a conceptual skill. Given its ability to enforce a 1-second stun, you have acquired a new entry, instantly teleporting in front of Yamcha. Upon seeing you, the harbinger of misfortune, the T-God recoils several meters, warily monitoring your every move. The young Yamcha, underestimating the situation, believes that sheer focus will allow him to evade your grasp. He is far too naive. Upon hearing your call of Eat My Stick, he fails to react. A magical staff, 1 meter in length, swiftly forms behind his head. Krillin, witnessing this, wishes to warn him, but alas, it is too late. With his pupils dilated, Yamcha succumbs to a stupor. 1 second later, he remains unresponsive. After a minute, Krillin shakes his attire vigorously, yet there is no awakening. An hour passes, and you step forward to slap him, but still, he does not stir. Finally, a day later, he gradually awakens. The effect of Eat My Stick is a forced stun for 1 second, but the actual duration may vary based on the individual's condition. After all, having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, your mental fortitude far surpasses that of Yamcha. His day-long stupor is quite commendable for his constitution. You toss Yamcha a fruit of the Tree of Might as compensation and, without a backward glance, soar back to the castle. With the trial of the new entry complete, you shift your focus to constructing the space city. With the aid of artificial gravity devices, the efficiency of the intelligent robots working in space has significantly increased. In the year 753 of the Age of the Gods, October, the first space city for Earthlings has been completed. You host a celebration in the space city, inviting Bulma, Krillin, the T-God, and others. Esteemed guests, this space city will mark the first step for us Earthlings in conquering the universe. In the near future, our Pilaf army will construct a new space base nearby. This marks the inception of the Pilaf Legion's dominion over the entire universe. Standing before a throng of journalists, Pilaf eloquently proclaimed the establishment of the Pilaf Legion. Unlike any military faction on Earth, the headquarters of the Pilaf Legion is not located on our planet. At present, the Legion is operated solely by a cadre of intelligent robots diligently managing mining spacecraft. In truth, the formation of a cosmic legion is no trivial endeavor. It is achieved through gradual accumulation. Nevertheless, the Pilaf Legion can now be considered officially established. The construction of its headquarters will commence forthwith, and once completed, it will embark on an expansion into the surrounding star systems. Chapter 57. A desperate struggle within a year, the intelligent robots labored tirelessly day and night. In the asteroid belt of the solar system, they constructed a space fortress rivaling the size of the moon. Alternatively, it would be more fitting to describe it as a planetary stronghold. You have amassed a considerable quantity of resources, however, in your simulated form. You are unable to assimilate them. With the foundational work completed, the Pilaf Legion began its outward expansion. Under your direct command, several cultured planets near Earth were successively conquered. During this period, the Pilaf Legion encountered numerous conflicts with the Frisia force. The sudden emergence of the Pilaf Legion captured the attention of the higher echelons of the Frisia force. On planet Ponkalo, you confronted the elite special forces of the Frisia force. Remembering that your first encounter had resulted in your demise at the hands of Captain Jinyu, you made sure to return the favor this time. This individual clearly surpassed the prowess of the God of Tea, as he regained consciousness in a mere 10 minutes. However, upon awakening, Captain Jinyu discovered that Goldo, Berta, Jees, and Rikum were standing behind you, each wearing a sycophantic expression. The strength of King Frisia is well known to Jees and his comrades. With a battle power of 530,000, they could not even begin to compare with King Pilaf. Faced with the threat of annihilation, these four decided to change their allegiances and join the Pilaf Legion. In truth, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jees and Sawiza hail from the same stellar system. Their respective planets reside within the same solar system. akin to Geese being an Earthling and Sawiza being a Martian. While their public identities are adversarial, they occasionally exchange information in private. According to the intelligence provided by Sawiza, a year prior, King Gulda was effortlessly vanquished by a mysterious powerhouse. This formidable being is known as Pilaf. Over the past year, an exceedingly unattractive intelligent robot had arrived to collect taxes. Remarkably, King Gulda hosted this robot with utmost civility. This news reached Geese's ears, who dismissed it as mere folly on Sawiza's part. However, when one truly encountered the legendary King Pilaf, it became apparent that the words of Shavizna's grandson were indeed truthful. Upon discovering that the illustrious King Pilaf commanded not a single living soul, Jisu's thoughts began to stir. As you opened your mouth to recruit these individuals, Jisu was the first to leap forward, pledging his allegiance to you. Gerudo, Bart, and Lycum stood in stunned silence as Jisu proclaimed your glorious deeds. Under Jisu's persuasion, Gerudo was the second to swear loyalty, followed closely by Bart and Lycum. When Captain Jinyu regained his senses, he realized he had become utterly powerless. He thrust a claw into his own chest, bellowing for a body change. Unfortunately for him, you had long been prepared and did not fall victim to his ruse. The transformation beam he emitted struck a hapless bird soaring through the sky. You felt a sense of relief that Captain Jinyu had escaped the fate of the Frog Prince. Seizing the transformed Captain Jinyu, you tossed him into a cage for domestication. In reality, what a surprise. In honor of Captain Jinyu, you had even constructed a zoo. Ha! And all the inhabitants were male birds? Truly a stroke of genius. Upon returning to Earth with the dim-witted bird, Pigar discovered that Captain Jinyu could indeed lay eggs. This signified that he was a female bird. To add to this absurdity, such a female required a mate for reproduction. In the simulation, you had transformed the entire planet of Ponkalo into a vast avian breeding sanctuary. All the female dim-witted birds had been relocated, leaving only Captain Jinyu behind, while tens of thousands of male dim-witted birds thrived across the planet. Pigar's audacious maneuvers in the simulation filled you with unbridled joy in reality. As laughter bubbled forth, you munched on snacks while continuing to observe the simulated scene. Gradually, you had enticed half of Frisia's commanding officers to defect and join the ranks of King Pilaf. Your interest did not lie in justice. Instead, you were wholly invested in conquering the universe. Morally, you maintained certain principles, yet in matters of greater significance, there was little distinction between you and Frisia. At the very least, this was Frisia's impression when you first encountered him at the outskirts of the solar system. In just 6 months, you had devoured half of Frisia's territorial domain. Sensing the impending threat, Frisia summoned his remaining forces, including Zarbon, Dodoria, and Vegeta, to launch an expedition to Earth. After half a year of investigation, the rumors of Earth being the homeland of King Pilaf had been thoroughly verified. This time, Frisia assembled his remaining troops for a decisive confrontation with you. The Northern Galaxy is vast, providing ample opportunities for ambitious souls to wield their power. The North Galaxy is rather diminutive, incapable of accommodating both you and Frisia simultaneously. In the solar system, at the artificial star of Pilaf. Snap, snap, snap. Oh ho 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 ho. I did not anticipate that Lord Pilaf would be so hospitable. Picken walked ahead of Frisia, inviting him to tour his lair. The audacious and skilled Frisia had no reason to decline. Noticing the sarcastic remarks, Picken paid no heed. Your brother Gula is my subordinate, thus you, being a relative of my vassal, shall not be turned away. Silence. Do not mention that worthless Gula. He is a disgrace to our family. If you utter his name again, I shall obliterate your wretched tin planet into dust. Frisia, with a temper not easily quelled, flushed with anger. As the emperor of the universe, Frisia's priorities diverged from Picken's. While Picken sought wealth and advantage, Frisia craved the satisfaction of having all beings grovel beneath him. Ants should kneel and pay homage to the dinosaurs. Is that not so? Now, a slightly stronger ant dares to provoke him. Frisia acted in an instant. True to his word, a planet-destroying orb materialized at his fingertips. And then, there was nothing left. Annihilation. Picken pointed. And the basketball-sized orb of destruction vanished into thin air at Frisia's fingertips. Gula, having faced defeat, would not relay the details of the encounter to Frisia. Frisia was entirely unaware of Picken's capabilities. Damn it, I shall make you aware of my prowess. Here it comes. A violent explosion created a vast void within 100 meters around them. Chapter 58, North Kai. However, to Pikin, this damage was trivial. Within an hour or two, intelligent robots could restore the area to its former state. With a smile, he watched the smoke dissipate, revealing Frisia's final transformation. Oh ho 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 ho. Thank you for your patience, Lord Pilaf. Do you feel the fear? My current combat power is worlds apart from what it once was. With arms outstretched, he hovered in the air, a smug grin adorning his face. Before engaging in battle, Frisia always relished in showcasing his superiority. What awaited him was a beam of death. Whoosh! It pierced straight through Frisia's heart. In disbelief, Frisia glanced at his chest, then looked up at Pikin, who had raised his hand. Despite his heart being shattered, the resilient Frisia remained alive, though he had lost his combat capability. Pikin, I now invite you to join my ranks, to serve me henceforth, and pledge your loyalty. Accept, and you shall live. Refuse, and you shall perish. So what is your answer? At this moment, countless members of the Pilaf army gathered in the headquarters. Observing this dramatic scene unfold, GIs, Gordo, and others, along with the followers of Frisia, such as Zabo, Dodoria, and Vegeta, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They were all aware of King Pilaf's prowess, which rivaled that of King Frisia. However, they never anticipated that even in his most formidable state, Frisia would be unable to withstand a casual strike from King Pilaf. In that moment, Frisia's dignity was utterly trampled beneath Pilaf's feet. A deep blue blood flowed from the wound in Frisia's chest. One hand clutched his chest while the other clenched in a fist, the veins on his forehead bulging. Nothing is impossible, Goldo had said the same a year prior. Frisia, I demand your allegiance. Will you choose life or death? A pale blue aura coalesced at Pilaf's fingertips. If Frisia proved to be unyielding, then let him languish in hell. There was no need to spare those deemed useless by Pilaf. How dare you compel this great king to bow before you? Perish. Wounded and furious, Frisia charged recklessly at Pilaf. Take this, he roared, invoking a spell as a 1-meter-long Rui stick materialized behind his head. The king had no time to react before being struck unconscious. The force daze lingered for 3 seconds, and Pilaf followed up promptly. Dozens of energy blades, each the size of a palm, appeared around Frisia's body. With a mere wave of his hand, these energy-formed blades sliced Frisia into a pulpy mass. Foolishness, Pilaf muttered, then unleashed a torrent of energy. Every cell of Frisia was obliterated from the universe. You have vanquished Frisia. Half a month later, Goldo arrives on Pilaf's star with King Kurd and gifts to congratulate you. In this battle, you have completely taken over Frisia's army. From this moment forth, your name will resonate throughout the universe. The Pilaf army distinguishes itself from Frisia's army with its real estate endeavors. Your primary venture thrives on the profits generated by Pipi's battles. In the days that followed, you found yourself exceedingly busy, either wandering the cosmos or secluded in the gravity training chamber. In the year 756 of the Age of the Universe, the Earth hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament. You attended the event and observed the battle between Goku and Piccolo. Once their grievances were resolved, you appeared to take Piccolo away, while Goku returned to marry and start a family. In the year 759, you confronted Goku, inquiring if he knew of a place where he could grow stronger. The outcome was inevitable. You lured Goku into the Pilaf army. The order of the 7th universe began to stabilize, and you resolved to discover the path to divine cultivation. Rather than seeking out Beerus directly, you decided to approach the North Kai, who relished the role of a mentor. In the simulated scene, greetings are exchanged as Pigu, clad in combat attire, appears on King Kai's planet. Observing the king, who dons a pair of small sunglasses, Pigu initiates a cordial conversation. Oh, so it is the illustrious Emperor Pilaf of the North Galaxy. What brings you to my humble abode? The king's combat prowess is rather modest, and had Pigu sought to gauge his energy, he would have struggled to discern it. However, the divine aura emanating from King Kai is undeniably potent, ranking him among the formidable deities within the entirety of the 7th universe. After mistakenly seeking out the South and East kings, Pigu finally encounters the North King. To his surprise, he is swiftly recognized upon arrival. Your Excellency, I aspire to attain divinity, Pigu states plainly, eschewing any circumlocution. Without hesitation, the king articulates the conditions. Divinity, you say? That is feasible, but you must first amuse me. I should forewarn you, my sense of humor is rather sophisticated. With a sense of pride, King Kai reveals that this challenge has confounded many. Do you know what a shark becomes after consuming a green bean? Pigu smirks, countering with a question. The king furrows his brow, deep in thought, until his face flushes with anticipation. What is it? A green bean shark, Pigu exclaims, producing a bowl of mung bean dessert from his spatial system and presenting it to the king. Initially taken aback, the king samples the dessert and then bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, green bean shark. Good heavens, are you a master of comedy? Very well, you have passed the test. However, be forewarned, attaining divinity is no simple feat. You must be prepared for the challenges ahead. In recent years, the concerns of King Kai have diminished considerably. The North Galaxy, under his jurisdiction, has flourished in harmony. The Pilaf army has supplanted the Frisia force. The king had anticipated a resurgence of chaos and bloodshed. Yet he discovered that while Emperor Pilaf may not be virtuous, he is nonetheless a principled rogue. Sometimes, a well-meaning individual can pose a greater threat to the universe than a villain who abides by the rules. In the eyes of the divine, the distinction between good and evil is of little consequence. Thus, when Pigu made his request to the king, he did not face an immediate rejection. Pilaf, what do you perceive as the greatest difference between gods and humans? King Kai posed this question, prompting Pigu to delve into contemplation. In reality, this inquiry had occupied Pigu's thoughts as well. Undoubtedly, within the realm of Dragon Ball, deities are not omnipotent. The vast majority of gods are ascended from ordinary beings, whether human or otherwise. Yet, unlike most practitioners throughout the cosmos, deities cultivate divine power, often referred to as divine aura. After much reflection, Pigu concludes that this indeed represents the most significant distinction between gods and humans. Chapter 59, The Divine Aura. After deep contemplation, Pigu expressed his viewpoint. Lord of the North, I believe the fundamental difference between gods and humans lies in the power they wield. This response failed to satisfy the North Kai, who merely shook his head and retorted with a single word, superficial. This term plunged Pigu back into introspection as he reflected on the narrative of Dragon Ball. A revelation struck him. Within the 11th universe, there exists an individual who has mastered the power of a god of destruction, the valiant warrior, Toppo. However, during the tournament of power, even in his god of destruction form, Toppo could not best Vegeta. Although he is a candidate for the role of a god of destruction, he remains a step away from attaining true divinity. It appears that this final step is the very barrier preventing him from becoming a god, which naturally represents the greatest obstacle for ordinary humans aspiring to godhood. Could it be mental fortitude? Pigu voiced this thought aloud. The North Kai, initially poised to continue his critique, found himself at a loss for words. The remark caught in his throat. After regaining his composure, the North Kai circled Pigu several times before murmuring, "Strange, so many righteous individuals fail to grasp this concept. How peculiar that you have managed to understand it on your own." In truth, Pigu's insight was not entirely self-derived. His knowledge of the historical narrative included certain secrets regarding the gods. Long ago, a young Namekian arrived on Earth aboard a spaceship. After wandering the mortal realm for 50 years, he ascended to the Temple of the Earth. This child is now the Old Kai. The previous Supreme Kai saw through the malevolence within the Old Kai's heart. Under the tutelage of the former Supreme Kai, the Old Kai purged the evil from his being, giving rise to the formidable demon King Piccolo. This exemplifies the pursuit of pure spirit. To attain divinity, one must possess a heart that is both untainted and benevolent. Later, Goku, despite having a power level of only 400 or 500, gained the Old Kai's recognition after defeating the second incarnation of Demon King Piccolo, with hopes of succeeding the Supreme Kai. However, Goku chose to return to his peaceful life in the West City. In essence, the most vital aspect of aspiring to become a god is to have a resolute heart, either embodying extreme goodness, akin to the pure-hearted Goku, or embodying extreme malevolence, as described by Beerus during his training sessions with Vegeta. Before attaining godhood, what allowed Beerus to become a god of destruction was his singular focus on destruction, unfazed by any challenges. Ultimately, the crux lies in the purity of one's intentions. One must either be supremely benevolent or exceedingly wicked. An example of supreme goodness can be seen in the future Trunks. Ultimately, I have ascended to the status of an apprentice Kaishin, possessing the divine power inherent to such a being. I am now capable of performing the remarkable healing techniques of Jebit. In stark contrast, there exists the cautionary tale of Toppo, who, despite his unwavering pursuit of justice, wields the destructive power of a god of destruction. As Vegeta so eloquently put it, How could one who is willing to forsake their own convictions ever hope to be a worthy adversary? To truly reach the pinnacle, one must possess an indomitable spirit. It is reassuring to know that you grasp this essential truth, beyond the necessity of resolute will. The most critical aspect of divinity lies in comprehending the very essence of the cosmic laws. This concept may seem somewhat abstract, so allow me to elucidate it gradually. To become a deity, a steadfast mental resolve is merely the foundation. The key lies in mastering the profound truths of the universe's rules. Within the seventh universe, the path to understanding these cosmic laws typically bifurcates into two directions. The first direction, embraced by the vast majority of deities, pertains to the truth of creation. The Kaishin, often referred to as the god of creation, embodies this mastery over the truth of creation. The power they wield, known as the divine power of creation, stands in stark opposition to the power of destruction. The value of the Kaishin's existence is precisely to forge planets that are conducive to human survival, reproduction, and development across the cosmos. This includes deities such as the gods of earth, the cat god, the king of hell, the spirits, as well as the Kai and the Grand Kai, all of whom belong to the pantheon of those who cultivate the divine power of creation. In addition to the Kaishin, there exists another path of cultivation, that of the god of destruction. The North Kaishin believes that you are suited to pursue the path of becoming a god of destruction. Regrettably, he lacks the knowledge necessary to train in the power of destruction. Consequently, your journey to the Kaishin realm has left you empty-handed. However, you remain undeterred, for you have gleaned insights into the cultivation of divine energy. In the words of Whis, one must continuously hone their physical form to withstand the divine energy. You resolve to rigorously train your body before Beerus awakens. Your current physique is already that of a scion, far surpassing that of an earthling. In the days that follow, you can find yourself within the gravity training chamber. In the year 764 of the age of the universe, Trunks from the future appears on Earth. Upon sensing his presence, you materialize directly before him. In the simulated scene, he questions, "Who are you?" A wary expression adorns Trunks' face as he scrutinizes you. He perceives no threat emanating from you. Yet your sudden appearance before him indicates a formidable strength, one that surpasses his ability to sense. You are Trunks from the future, aren't you? I surmise that your purpose here is to warn us of the impending crisis posed by the androids. Am I correct? I sense that you are overly concerned, for, due to certain circumstances, the historical timeline of my current realm has undergone a transformation. Rest assured, Bulma and Vegeta have indeed found happiness together. The androids pose no significant threat. Number 17 is currently competing in the finals of the King S tournament, and the live broadcast reveals a remarkable comeback. Number 18 has become involved with the bald-headed Krillin, and to be honest, I cannot fathom the reasons behind it. If time permits, you may stay for a while, and either I or Vegeta shall train you. This way, the androids in your timeline will not pose a crisis. By the way, there is also a creature named Cell, but he is no great nuisance either. Upon meeting, Pikin chattered incessantly and even produced a smartphone. On its screen, number 17 was engaged in a fierce battle with Li Bai. Trunks watched in astonishment. Over the years, Pikin has been quite industrious. Aware of the android threat, he resolved it effortlessly. As Pikin's subordinate, Vegeta lacks the authority to compel him regarding the use of the Dragon Balls or the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Even now, Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan 2 does not grant him such power. Chapter 60. A reckless endeavor. Trunks, complying with Pikin's wishes, decided to stay. He transitioned from the desolate remnants of a war-torn future to a vibrant and flourishing present. Initially, he found it quite difficult to adapt. However, with the relentless training from Pikin, Vegeta, and Goku, he soon acclimated to his new life. "Uncle Pikin, why do you only have me focus on the basics?" Trunks inquired. Perplexed, while in the gravity training chamber, under 300 times Earth's gravity, he was required to complete 3,000 push-ups, 3,000 pull-ups, and 3,000 sit-ups daily to fulfill his training regimen. This was nothing short of torture for him. Yet, Pikin paid little heed to his grievances. During this time, Goku engaged in combat with Trunks, imparting little in terms of useful skills. Vegeta, under the guise of training, subjected Trunks to a form of domestic abuse. Only Pikin genuinely considered Trunks' well-being. A solid foundation is essential for a future filled with limitless possibilities. Trunks, once you return to Earth, you must eliminate the android siblings there and subsequently deal with Cell. Numerous challenges await you, such as Babidi, Dabura, and Majin Buu. Beyond these adversaries, there is another task at hand. Picken entrusted Trunks with the blueprints for a high-speed spacecraft. Given the temporal chaos, why not embrace the disorder? Upon Trunks' return to the future, he could utilize the spacecraft to journey to the planet Hygash in the West Galaxy. There, he would find a set of Dragon Balls crafted by Manit. With those Dragon Balls, one could wish for the precise location of the new Namek. Once more, a journey to Namek is required to beseech Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo for resurrection. As for the dog Goku from that timeline, having succumbed to a heart ailment, his revival seems unattainable. Nevertheless, with the presence of Vegeta, Gohan, and others, at least Trunks shall no longer endure solitude. A year later, Trunks returns to the future. In this alternate timeline, he has fulfilled all predetermined objectives as you wished. Meanwhile, in your original timeline, you have also successfully cultivated the essence of divinity. Upon acquiring this divine aura, you transformed into a Super Saiyan. Initially, you anticipated evolving into a Super Saiyan God, yet the reality diverged from your expectations. After your transformation, your aura radiated a delicate wine-red hue, reminiscent in form to the Super Saiyan rose achieved by Black Goku. The sole distinction lies in the fact that Black Goku was originally Zamasu, the Supreme Kai, who transformed into a Super Saiyan endowed with divine aura through his divine mental prowess. In your case, possessing merely a trace of divine essence, coupled with a mental capacity that does not reach the level of Zamasu's Supreme Kai, results in a simplified version of the transformation. In terms of mental strength, you have surpassed the level of Earth's Kai, nearing the realm of King Enma, yet you remain distant from attaining the caliber of the Supreme Kai. The remarkable progress in your mental prowess over the years can be attributed to the consumption of a substantial quantity of spirit tree fruits, which are fruits only deities are entitled to consume, resulting in an enhancement of mental strength. After consuming hundreds of these fruits, you have finally crossed the threshold into the realm of divinity. Undoubtedly, you have educated yourself through sheer determination. Thus, many years have elapsed, with your abilities steadily advancing, albeit at a gradual pace. On August 18, 778 of the age, during Bulma's 38th birthday celebration, two uninvited guests approached you. In a simulated scene, a voice remarked, "You are quite intriguing." On the deck beside the cruise ship, Beerus intimidates Vegeta. Piccolo, sensing the aura of the god of destruction, appears before Beerus. "Lord Beerus, it has been a while." With a casual wave, the divine essence penetrates Vegeta's body. Piccolo feels a surge of pure destructive power. Utilizing his still maturing divine aura, he gradually diminishes Beerus's divine energy. After a couple of breaths, Piccolo exhales deeply, while Vegeta springs up from the deck. Hearing the commotion, Goku, Piccolo, and others hastily arrive. Before Beerus's arrival on Earth, he did not seek out the North Kai, as history has altered significantly, and Goku has not trained on King Kai's planet. After all, Piccolo has provided him with a gravity training chamber, which is far more comfortable than training under the Kai, ensuring that Chi-Chi does not complain about her husband's frequent absences. Thus, Beerus's impression of the Earthlings plummeted to the depths of disdain. After all, no one had ever dared to defy his will. Knowing full well who I am, you still have the audacity to oppose me. Beerus questioned Pig with a dark expression. Pig understood Beerus all too well. He was merely a gluttonous feline. Furthermore, to be precise, Pig was also a deity, albeit of a lower rank. In dealing with Beerus, Pig had no intention of groveling before him. "I am Pilaf, though not a deity of Earth. I am nonetheless a god. If failing to cater to your whims constitutes an offense, then I have nothing further to say." Pig shrugged, addressing Beerus without the courtesy of honorifics. This caused the veins on the feline's forehead to bulge with irritation. "With such meager strength, you dare to be insolent before me? The power you take pride in is utterly insignificant in my presence." Hakai. The power of destruction surged forth, a torrent of destructive energy rushing towards Pig. As he raised his hand to block the divine technique of destruction, Pig felt the overwhelming might of the god of destruction at close quarters. Unlike other energies, this force possessed an astonishing ability to devour. The divine aura within him, though not abundant, was rapidly being dismantled by it. This left Pig astounded. How could this destruction erode my divine essence? "Humph, fool." Beerus sneered disdainfully, but refrained from elaborating further. The power of the god of destruction can dissolve any material in the universe, including divine essence. The divine aura you so pridefully possess is insignificant before Beerus, easily obliterated at his whim. To erase you outright is less satisfying than watching you transition from godhood to mortality, a far more gratifying spectacle. Beerus wishes to witness your gradual despair, ultimately leading to the collapse of your spirit and descent into humanity. Yet you are far less resilient than he anticipated. Just before your divine essence is utterly depleted, you unleash a blow that briefly stuns Beerus, opting for self-destruction. You are dead. Simulation concluded. Comprehensive score, B. You may choose 2 rewards from the following options. Option 1. Blue skill, Eat My Stick, exchange for 1,000,000 universe energy. Option 2. Normal combat power of 7 billion, exchange for 700 million universe energy. Option 3. Divine essence of 10 points, exchange for 1 billion universe energy. Option 4. 1,000 times gravity training room, exchange for 10,000 universe energy. Chapter 61. LV for this utter fool. Why provoke the god of destruction for no reason? Even if he did provoke him, why threaten him using the life of the Supreme Kai? Damn it. It's always like this. Why can't I achieve my goals in one fell swoop? Gazing at the system options before him, Pigu found himself at a loss for words. The moment he entered the simulation, it felt as though he were being possessed. At critical moments, he lacked the composure to play it safe and instead opted for reckless abandon. Faced with the 4 choices, he once again fell into the throes of indecision. The first option, take a hit from me, was so formidable that even Beerus would be momentarily dazed. This tactic was undeniably powerful, although merely a blue entry. Its efficacy could yield surprising results if employed at the right moment. The second option boasted a base battle power of 7 billion, which would surge to an astonishing 35 billion upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. This was a staggering concept. Even Gogeta's Super Saiyan 3 would pale in comparison to his Super Saiyan form. The third option offered a mere 10 points of divine aura, yet required an astronomical 1 billion units of cosmic energy. The price alone underscored its value. This choice was a definite must in Pigu's mind. As for the fourth option, it seemed merely to fill space and could essentially be disregarded. Although a 1000x gravity training chamber would indeed be beneficial for cultivation, given Pilaf's scientific prowess, he could easily construct one himself. The crux of Pigu's dilemma lay between the first and second options. He was not in a hurry for battle power. System. I choose options 1 and 3. Insufficient cosmic energy. Exchange failed. As soon as Pigu spoke, the system promptly informed him of his insufficient cosmic energy. Upon inspection, he discovered he was short by a mere 100 million points. No wonder the exchange failed. However, with the temporary space dock brimming with various materials, it would be a simple task for Pigu to absorb enough cosmic energy with just one visit. Deciding against troubling Xiao Wu and Ashu, he resolved to go alone. Initially, he had considered inviting them along, but reflecting on their exhausting journey thus far, he opted against it. Emerging from the castle, Pigu ascended to the landing pad to board a small spacecraft. With the advancement of high-speed spacecraft technology, the Pilaf Technology Group had produced various models for different purposes. After a brief half-minute, Pigu arrived at the space dock. With the assistance of intelligent management robots, he swiftly gathered all the materials, which were stored within universal capsules. Returning to Earth aboard his spacecraft, he found a desolate expanse where he meticulously extracted and absorbed the materials. By dawn, Pigu had amassed over 100 billion units of cosmic energy. System, exchange options 1 and 3. Choice confirmed. Rewards have been granted. In the instant Pigu completed his sentence, he mastered the take a hit from me technique, and simultaneously, a trace of divine aura manifested within him. Unlike the martial artist whose entire being is infused with energy, a mere trace of divine essence manifested within Pigu's mind. After experiencing this faint divine aura, Pigu realized it paled in comparison to that of the cat sage. Nevertheless, it signified a promising beginning. Contemplating this, Pigu addressed the air, declaring, I wish to upgrade the system. This upgrade will consume 100 billion points of cosmic energy. System upgrade, consuming 100 billion points of cosmic energy. Do you confirm? Yes. No, yes. Ding. Consumed 100 billion points of cosmic energy. System upgraded. Current system level 4. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the rainbow attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. The probability of attribute extraction has increased. Note. White attributes 50-30. Green attributes 2835, blue attributes, 1825, purple attributes, 3672, golden attributes, 042, rainbow attributes, 008. Ding. Congratulations, host. The length of the system space has increased from 10 meters to 30 meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. The cosmic energy cost for reward redemption has decreased by 20. Ding. Congratulations, host. The cumulative limit for simulation attempts has increased from 5 to 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. The high-speed simulation mode has been activated. Note 1. High-speed simulation mode will bypass the simulation process, directly providing options. The system's notifications buzzed incessantly, akin to a swarm of bees. This upgrade consumed a staggering 100 billion cosmic energy from Pig, yet the results were undeniably gratifying. First, a rainbow attribute emerged. The golden legend was no longer sufficient. A rainbow one had materialized. Pig could hardly fathom the terrifying potential of such a rainbow attribute. However, the probability of obtaining it was exceedingly low. Given his luck, it would likely be challenging to draw it in a short span of time. Furthermore, enhancements were evident in various aspects. The system space expanded significantly. The redemption cost decreased by 20, and the limit for stored simulation attempts was raised to 10. This development afforded Pig considerably more time to engage in real-world activities. Lastly, the initiation of the high-speed mode offered the advantage of saving Pig a great deal of time, albeit at the cost of losing the opportunity to explore the Dragon Ball world through simulation. A mix of joy and sorrow, indeed. The expenditure of 100 billion seemed worthwhile, as a smile graced Pig's face. System, display my panel. Ding. Life Simulator LV4. Host, Pilaf, Pig. Race, Scion, lower-tier warrior. Age, 37 years, equivalent to 21 years. Lifespan limit, 720 years. Combat power, 100 million points. Divine essence, 10 points. Cosmic energy, 976 billion points. As the divine aura was unlocked, the panel displayed several new items. After a brief examination, Pig closed the system interface. Organizing his thoughts, he then addressed the air once more. System, simulate rapidly. Ding. The 15th simulation commences. Item extraction in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the golden entry, Snail Battle Royale. Note, the simulation has begun. Each day, a snail will appear within 100 meters of the host. The snail can survive in any environment, and upon contact with the host will perish instantly. Simulation initiated. Accelerating. You have died. The 15th life simulation has concluded. Chapter 62. The Golden Snail Option 1. Golden Entry Snail Battle Royale, costing 10 million cosmic energy. Option 2. Normal combat power of 100. 1 billion, costing 10.01 million cosmic energy. Option 3. Pilaf's Diary, costing 10 cosmic energy. Option 4. Divine Aura of 100,005 points, costing 10.00005 billion cosmic energy. The four options exuded an air of peculiarity. Previously, Pig's normal combat power stood at 100 million, with the Divine Aura at 10 points. After one simulation, his combat power had increased by a mere 100,000 points, while the Divine Aura had only grown by 0.00005 points. What had he truly experienced during the simulation? Pig murmured to himself, "This is utterly absurd. A snail? Pilaf's Diary? Well, I suppose I shall regard this as a squandered opportunity. System, I choose option 3. Forfeiting this exchange opportunity. The Golden Entry Snail Battle Royale is simply too terrifying." This notion left Pig somewhat apprehensive. He had heard of this game in his former world. Participants in the Snail Battle Royale often became quite wealthy. However, each day, a deadly snail would spawn within a 100-meter radius centered on them. Clever netizens proposed a solution, purchasing 2 villas in different cities, each equipped with a helipad. Upon the hour, one would immediately board a helicopter to reside in the villa of the other city, thus evading the snail entirely. Of course, there existed an exceedingly rare circumstance. The snail could spawn directly on a person's face. The probability of such an occurrence was minuscule, nearly negligible. Yet, the golden entry regarding the snail's great escape did not bestow any advantages upon Pig. There were no benefits to be had, only the incessant dread. This was hardly a golden entry. It was rather a life-threatening clause. As for the second and fourth options, selecting either would be tantamount to squandering cosmic energy. After much contemplation, Pig resolved to choose the third option, the Diary of Pilaf. Option confirmed. Rewards have been dispensed. With a thud, a hefty diary fell before Pig. He picked it up, dusted off the surface, and began to peruse its contents. Year 753 of the Age of AI, August 26th. For reasons unknown, a voice in my mind tells me that a snail is pursuing me. To be fair, I, Pilaf, am a scientist and find such supernatural phenomena quite intriguing. Looking around, I indeed spotted a brilliantly shining snail. I have heard tales of this game. As long as one is not touched by the snail, all is well. But the problem lies in the fact that this snail can seemingly perform aerial maneuvers. Curse it. I barely escaped its pursuit by teleporting to Gula. On Earth, I first teleported to the Immortal, but within mere minutes, it had followed me. It has mastered high-speed flight and appears to possess inexhaustible stamina. I resolved to document its characteristics. It is simply too fascinating. Year 753 of the Age of AI, August 27th. At midnight, I purposely refrained from sleep. Sure enough, the snail appeared 30 meters away from me. As I processed the situation, it unleashed a death beam at me. This is unscientific. Can it replicate my abilities? Year 753 of the Age of AI, August 31st. This marks the 6th day of my flight. Today it appeared 90 meters away. Calmly, I teleported away from Earth, intending to rest on planet Gula. I am utterly exhausted. Curse it. It has followed me. It has learned to teleport. How infuriating. It has even mastered strangulation. The diary's entries ceased abruptly. Indeed, I had prepared such a thick diary, yet I had only utilized 6 pages. Pig was filled with emotions, his heart still racing. Thankfully, he had not exchanged for that dreadful entry. However, this was exceedingly illogical. Logically speaking, the entries provided by the system had never been useless. Suddenly, this bizarre entry emerged, leaving Pig deeply unsettled. After much reflection, Pig spoke. System, may I still use a resurrection card for the 15th life simulation? Would you like to use the resurrection card? Upon utilizing the simulation, life will resume in its normal state, and further exchanges will be impossible. Yes. Consuming 1 resurrection card, the simulation continues. Once revived, you find yourself on the planet Gula. You are aware that a teleporting snail will relentlessly pursue you. You face a choice. Either suppress your aura to its minimum, rendering you undetectable to the snail, or engage in a chase with it. Time is of the essence, and you opt to temporarily suppress your aura. Teleporting back to Earth, you constrict all your energy, rendering yourself weaker than a novice warrior. Thus, you revert to a monotonous existence. Your frequent travels between Gula and Earth have long aroused suspicion among the inhabitants of Gula. 3 years later, Gula makes its move against you. Helpless, you teleport before Lord Beerus, hoping to divert the impending calamity and seek a solution from him. In the simulation, Beerus is sound asleep, oblivious to the golden snail. The golden snail, in turn, pays no heed to the god of destruction. Instead, Whis observes the golden snail with keen interest. Oh my, who would have thought that the golden snail from the divine realm would appear in Universe 7? How fortunate you are. Whis congratulates Pig, who is bewildered as he dodges the golden snail's attacks. Unexpectedly, Whis claims that Pig is lucky. Annihilation. All along, Pig has been evading the golden snail, believing it to be invincible. However, upon Whis' remark, he realizes that the snail merely possesses the ability to survive in any environment. The system never claimed it was invincible. When annihilation is unleashed, the golden snail explodes. Instead of a gruesome scene, a vast amount of golden energy surges forth from its body, instantly locking onto Pig. With a swish, all the energy penetrates Pig's body, causing him to faint immediately. Whis, standing nearby, ponders. How curious. Why does this golden snail release such an abundance of divine power? Chapter 63. Hairstyle. Although Mr. Whis is intrigued, he refrains from intervening. At this moment, your consciousness has entirely faded, yet a miraculous scene unfolds within you. Countless golden specks penetrate your body, incessantly converging in your mind. The dwindling divine energy within you visibly amplifies. Initially, it manifests as a glow akin to the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Then the light blue divine energy gradually deepens into a vibrant blue. As the transformation progressed, it gradually shifted to a deep blue hue. Ultimately, The divine essence within you transformed into a subtle lavender shade. In terms of coloration, it bore a resemblance to the destructive power exhibited by a god of destruction. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the destructive energy was enveloped in shimmering white ribbons, while the divine essence coursing through your being remained adorned with faint glimmers. However, these glimmers were now far denser than when Vegeta assumed his deep blue form. A resplendent golden snail had propelled you significantly forward on your path to divinity. In reality, Pig was frantically slapping his own face, lamenting, "Oh dear, why must I be so timid? Such boundless wealth has just slipped away." For long, Pig had mocked his simulated self, but this time he had become overly cautious. Upon reflection, it was evident that a golden entry could hardly be a debuff. Regrettably, the outcome derived from the rewards proved to be accurate, yet the truth was disheartening. This time, Pig found himself with much to observe, but little to savor. In the simulated realm, the divine essence within Pig intensified, and its fluctuations became increasingly pronounced. Such disturbances inevitably stirred the slumbering Lord Beerus. "Hey Whis, who is this fellow?" Clad in a loose and comfortable robe, Beerus rubbed his drowsy eyes. He floated from the castle to the nearby lawn, inquiring about Pig's origins. "I'm not entirely sure," Whis replied. "He appeared before me unexpectedly, presumably utilizing the instant transmission of the Yardrat people. Following him was a resplendent golden snail." Whis recounted the events that had transpired moments earlier. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the prone Pig, then turned to Whis. "What? A golden snail?" "Yes, I cannot be mistaken. It is indeed a golden snail. If it were not for the golden snail, how could we explain his current state?" Whis calmly expressed his perspective, prompting Beerus to nod in agreement. Casting a glance at Pig, who was on the verge of awakening, Beerus muttered softly, "Humph. What a fortunate fellow. Whis, I shall return to my slumber. Once he awakens, you shall handle him. If he continues to live, I shall play with him when I awaken. By the way, what is his name?" Beerus, not wishing to encounter Pig just yet, turned to leave, but paused to inquire of Whis. Whis produced the angel's staff and began to investigate. After a brief moment, he revealed Pig's background. "Well, he is a scion residing on Earth, and his name is Pilaf." Mr. Whis revealed the origins of Pigu, prompting a look of astonishment to grace Beerus's face. "Oh, what a remarkable coincidence. You may find this hard to believe, but I dreamt of my destined foe in the 7th universe, known as the god of super science. Whis, do inquire if he knows who the god of super science is." Beerus glanced at Pigu, who lay on the ground, noting the discrepancy in hairstyle. It could not possibly be him. Since this individual was not his long-standing rival, Pigu momentarily ceased to warrant his concern, especially when considering the abandonment of slumber to attend to someone who had only just ascended to the status of a mere deity. Beerus surveyed the figure sprawled on the ground, recognizing the difference in hairstyle from the warrior he had envisioned in his dream. Thus, the god of destruction resumed his pleasant dreams. 10 minutes later, you gradually awakened to find Mr. Whis observing you with a gentle smile. You approached Whis, feigning ignorance of his identity, and inquired about your whereabouts. Upon reviewing your recent history, Whis noted that you had been desperately utilizing instant transmission to evade danger. To him, it appeared that you had inadvertently become aware of your own energy, prompting your arrival here. You harbored a trace of divine energy within you, likely acquired through your own cultivation in the lower realms, suggesting that you were a formidable being who had stumbled upon the path to divinity. Thanks to this assumption, you need not weave too many fabrications. After offering you some encouraging words, you queried Whis about the nature of the divine realm. Whis pondered briefly before succinctly explaining the process of attaining divinity and the essence of the divine realm. In the simulation, it was revealed that within the cosmos, there exist myriad methods of cultivation, some of which you may have already encountered. Among these, the most extraordinary and formidable path is the transformation from mortal to divine being. I have observed that you once sought the North Kai, who imparted certain insights regarding deities. However, his power among the divine is relatively modest, and his knowledge is quite limited. Therefore, allow me to elucidate further. As a diligent teacher, Mr. Whis held a staff in one hand while the other rested behind his back, prepared to elucidate matters for Pigu. Within this realm, there are a total of 12 universes. The universe in which Earth resides is the 7th universe. This, in fact, Pigu was already aware of, yet he feigned surprise. After a brief exposition on the circumstances of the 7th universe, Mr. Wiss outlined the steps to becoming a deity. In essence, to ascend to divinity, one must possess three critical factors. First, an exceptionally strong mental fortitude and physique, coupled with unwavering willpower. Second, one must cultivate divine energy within. Third, the ability to comprehend any cosmic truth. The first two elements must be present early in the cultivation process, while the third is to be attained prior to becoming a Kai, typically among deities. The strength of an opponent is discerned based on the degree to which they can perceive the divine essence within one another. Sensing the aura of one's adversary equates to perceiving divine energy, marking the initial step towards transcending into divinity. If a practitioner fails to sense this divine aura, it signifies that they have yet to even approach the threshold of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Pig nodded in understanding. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta served as a caretaker on the God of Destruction's planet for 6 months, which enabled him to perceive the existence of divine energy. Thanks to the system's aid, Pig effortlessly sensed the divine aura and even cultivated a trace of it himself. Achieving even a fragment of divine essence signifies the first step on the path of divine cultivation. In this realm, aside from Pig, there are also the fortune-telling elder and the cat sage on Earth. They are all at the initial stage of cultivating divine energy, with the majority of practitioners stuck at this juncture, as they possess great mental fortitude, but their physical capabilities do not keep pace. Although divine energy can improve one's constitution, it predominantly arises from already possessing a robust physique and mental strength. This is why the cat sage, despite living for over 8 centuries, remains unable to progress further. Advancing beyond this stage would equate to reaching the level of the ancient sages on Earth. Of course, while the ancient sages possess commendable combat abilities and decent physical attributes, they remain far from becoming true divine cultivators. Comparatively, if we assign a divine energy index of 1 to the cat sage, the ancient sage would be around 15. In terms of dimensional hierarchy, both exist within the same dimension. Ascending to the next dimension, which is the second realm attained through the cultivation of divine energy, is where King Enma resides. This can also be interpreted as the second dimension. Divine energy practitioners at this second dimension enjoy significantly extended lifespans. At this stage, besides the accumulation of divine energy, it is crucial to recognize the path one intends to pursue. Herein lies the necessity for practitioners to choose their own path. Within the seventh universe, the journey of divine cultivation broadly aligns with the words of the North Kai. Most practitioners seek to comprehend the truths of creation, aspiring to reach the dimension of the Kaioshin. A small fraction, however, pursues the truths of destruction, aiming to become gods of destruction. In reality, beyond these two primary paths, there exist other avenues, such as the truths of time, space, light, darkness, gravity, and so forth. At the second dimension, it is not required for practitioners to master these truths entirely. In fact, should one genuinely grasp a particular truth, they would ascend to a level comparable to that of Beerus, who embodies the truth of destruction. As long as a practitioner at the second dimension comprehends even a sliver of truth, they advance to the third dimension. The third dimension, where the Supreme Kai and the Grand Supreme Kai reside, is characterized by an aura of divine energy. If the Supreme Kai's divine energy index stands at 100, the Grand Supreme Kai could achieve approximately 300 or even more. At this juncture, the mere augmentation of divine energy is no longer the paramount pursuit of the powerful. The depth of one's understanding of the true essence becomes the true measure of a deity's strength within this third dimension. For instance, the North Supreme Kai has grasped nearly half of the essence of creation. The other 3 Supreme Kais are in similar circumstances. Meanwhile, the Grand Supreme Kai has nearly comprehended 1 or 2 parts of this essence, placing him slightly above the others, yet within the same dimension as deities like Jebet and Zamasu. Among them, Zamasu exhibits a distinctly greater strength, as he is already an apprentice Supreme Kai, indicating that his understanding of the essence of creation approaches completion. Once one fully comprehends this essence, they ascend to the fourth dimension, where entities such as Beerus, Kampa, and Whis, the gods of destruction, reside, along with the Supreme Kai bound to their fates. However, even at this level, distinctions remain. For instance, the Grand Supreme Kai exists among the Supreme Kais. Ultimately, the determination of who qualifies as a Grand Supreme Kai hinges upon the depth of their understanding of the truths they have grasped. Upon reaching the fourth dimension, The competition revolves around the quantity of truths comprehended. Beerus finds himself stagnated at this level, a predicament shared by many formidable deities. His mastery of the complete essence of destruction constrains him from pursuing other truths without jeopardizing his foundation. As for the path to further cultivation, Whis has not elaborated. As an angel, he too exists within the fourth dimension, and the means to progress to the fifth dimension, the realm of the Grand Supreme Kai and the Omni King, remains unclear to him. You glean the forthcoming path from Whis. After bidding farewell to him, you return to Earth, seeking solitude. The might of the divine left you in profound awe. As for the energy and presence cultivated by Goku and others, you have grown somewhat disdainful. Upon your return to Earth, you immersed yourself daily in the gravity training chamber, refusing to emerge. Your meals were delivered by intelligent robots. Thus began your lengthy journey of cultivation. Occasionally, during moments of leisure, you would pay attention to those around you. 20 years later, Beerus awoke once more and descended upon Earth. This time, he sought you out directly, and you had ascended to the third dimension. Unlike Beerus, who tread the path of destruction, you embarked on the route of time and space. To be precise, you intended to grasp the dual truths of time and space concurrently. After Beerus learned about your choices in cultivation, he refrained from further comments. Your ambition is so immense that even he is in awe. The vast majority of individuals achieve enlightenment of a single truth within their lifetime, and transcending into the fourth dimension is already an extraordinary feat yet. You aspire to grasp the truths of time and space simultaneously. If you fail to comprehend it, you may ultimately perish in the third dimension, making no progress. However, upon achieving this understanding, you would leap beyond the fourth dimension and attain the level of the fifth dimension. At that point, you would merely need to rapidly replenish your divine aura to become the next Omni King. The indolent Beerus truly cannot fathom why you are pursuing this path. He is far more concerned about which scoundrel is the Super Saiyan God. With your prompting, the flamboyant Gogeta made a dazzling entrance. However, having just barely grazed the threshold of the first dimension, you scoffed dismissively. Gogeta, while Vegeta will tread the path of martial arts, you are directly studying the truths, creating a significant distinction between the two approaches. In the days that followed, familiar events unfolded one after another. It remains unclear which fool secretly resurrected Frieza on Earth. The Golden Frieza, after receiving a thorough beating from you, ultimately resigned himself to becoming your subordinate. Future Trunks returned, accompanied by the Vegeta and Gohan from his timeline. After a cordial sparring session, they collectively ventured to the future timeline to confront Black Goku. Although the process differed somewhat, the outcome remained largely unchanged. The Omni King of the future timeline was provoked back by Gogeta. The tournament of power commenced as scheduled. In reality, Pig was munching on sunflower seeds, entering spectator mode. This time, there was no way to redeem prizes, so he considered it a chance to re-watch Dragon Ball Super. In the simulated scene, a group gathered at Bulma's house to discuss potential participants. Everyone, I shall lead this time. Who is in favor? Who is against? Dressed in a flashy tailcoat, Pig boldly declared himself the captain of the 10-member team. Gogeta naturally had no objections, nodding vigorously. Vegeta and Frieza turned away without expressing their opinions, tacitly agreeing. Thus, Pig began analyzing the candidates on his side. I count as one slot. Gogeta, Vegeta, Frieza, 4 slots accounted for. As for the remaining 6, well, Gohan's beastly form is formidable, so he makes the cut. Piccolo has also become quite powerful since turning orange, so he's in as well. Androids 17 and 18. Having undergone my modifications, possess combat abilities not far behind Piccolo, they count as 2 slots. That leaves 2 more. Golden Cooler can be 1, as he has been performing admirably of late. For the final slot, let it be Broly. He has recently managed to control himself. Chapter 65. The battle begins after nearly 20 years of development. The Earth has successively endured the crises of Cell and Majin Buu. The emergence of the Cell crisis can be attributed to Trunks. The Trunks who arrived here previously spent a considerable amount of time until he could transform into a Super Saiyan 2, at which point he utilized the time machine to return to his own era. This period of existence led to several months of temporal paradoxes. He altered the future's history but was unable to change the past of his own timeline. Cell, on the other hand, originated from a previous era devoid of Trunks. In the face of Trunks' unexpected appearance, Cell found himself utterly powerless. Ultimately, He met his demise at the hands of the enhanced Android 16. After vanquishing Cell, Android 16 departed Earth and wandered into the cosmos. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18 began to reintegrate into normal life. Following this was the so-called crisis of Majin Buu. In reality, there was no genuine crisis. After defeating Babidi and Dabura, Trunks intervened, wishing upon the Namekian Dragon Balls to separate Evil Buu from Fat Buu. With Evil Buu eliminated, Fat Buu was entrusted to Mr. Satan for care. Subsequently, the Pilaf gang discovered the trapped Broly and his father on planet Vampa. Trunks assigned Paragus to serve as the governor of a remote planet, thus allowing Broly to remain by his side. Broly often succumbed to bouts of rage, primarily due to his inability to control himself, a condition stemming from a deficiency in mental fortitude. After consuming a significant number of fruits from the Tree of Might, Broly's mental strength improved considerably, enabling him to gradually gain control over his emotions and cease his rampages. The upcoming Tournament of Power holds immense significance, drawing the attention of both Beerus and Trunks. Participants like Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi, who merely served as fillers, were excluded this time. Prior to the Tournament of Power, the 7th universe clashed with the 9th universe, where the Dog brothers fell victim to Gohan's overwhelming prowess. Gohan's strength proved formidable, instilling considerable apprehension among the gods of destruction from other universes. You did not visit the Omni King, but merely listened to Gohan recount the events. In the past, you observed the Tournament of Power from a distance. This time, however, you are to partake in it. Of course, considering your current strength. Entering the competition may seem somewhat audacious. You estimated your abilities to be just slightly above the 3rd dimensional tier. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, your power approaches that of Black Goku in his Super Saiyan Rose form. Yet, this merely represents a fraction of your true strength. In reality, your most formidable power lies in your profound understanding of the essence of time and space. Thus, under your leadership, the representative team from the 7th universe arrived in the realm of nothingness aboard the Shuttle Cube. Upon the Grand Arena, you beheld many familiar faces, the Mad Dog Trio. Topo, Dispo, Hit, Kaba, Caulifla, and the adorable, large-eyed Jiren. The formidable Jiren made his entrance with a stoic poker face, displaying a complete disregard for all, including his own allies such as Topo, Hit, and the dog. Indeed, with a mortal form, he had cultivated power that rivaled, even surpassed, that of the gods of destruction, granting him the right to ignore anyone. You observed him, but did not approach him immediately. In the simulated scene, the 10 contestants from the 7th universe engaged in their own battles. In their Super Blue forms, Goku unleashed the Kaioken X-10, alongside Super Blue Vegeta, Beast Gohan, the awakened potential of Piccolo, and the enhanced androids 17 and 18. The Golden Frieza and his brother, Golden Cooler, also entered the fray, alongside the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. This lineup alone instilled fear in any adversary, not to mention the presence of the divine being, Piccolo. Before announcing the commencement of the tournament, the Grand Minister cast a glance at Piccolo, then at Topo. Both wielded powers that transcended typical deities and were newly trained in the dimensions of humanity. Thus their participation was permitted. And so, the Tournament of Power began. After the two Zeniths exchanged welcome remarks, the Grand Minister declared the match officially underway. Instantaneously, the spinning arena erupted in chaos. This was a contest where failure was not an option. Apart from 1's teammates, everyone else was an enemy. In a sweeping overview of the tournament, the 9th universe, having suffered greatly, charged towards Gohan. However, Gohan was no longer the same timid child of the past, as his training under Piccolo had not waned. The 9th universe's lesser fighters displayed numerous tactics, yet their strength was insufficient. Within 2 minutes, they were all eliminated from the arena, making them the first universe to be ousted. With a mere gesture, the Zeniths, alongside the Kaioshin and gods of destruction, erased everything. Frieza murmured, "These two vibrant little ones strike with an even greater ferocity than I do. One day, I shall surpass them." Piccolo understood this sentiment clearly. Even the Black Gold Frieza would find it challenging to threaten Beerus. Such aspirations seemed unlikely to materialize. Casting a meaningful glance at Frieza, Piccolo issued the command, "Everyone, feel free to move about. Consider it entertainment. Return to rest whenever you tire." Piccolo refrained from engaging in battle, not out of laziness, but rather due to the lack of necessity. In the midst of the battle, Goku and Vegeta confronted Caulifla and Kale, their encounter resembling a live demonstration rather than a competition. Piccolo and Gohan faced off against the robotic legions of Universe 3. The duo of Android 17 and Android 18 sought out the valiant maidens of Universe 2. Meanwhile, Gula and Frieza targeted opponents from Universes 10 and 11, respectively. Broly remained passive, trailing behind Piccolo, quietly observing the unfolding events on the battlefield. As Universe 9 faced annihilation, Universes 4, 3, 10, and 2 were gradually eliminated. In terms of overall strength, Universe 6 emerged as the weakest among the remaining three. Subsequently, Universe 11, home to the Chihuahua, followed closely behind. However, due to your presence, Universe 7 boasted the most formidable overall strength, yet you had refrained from intervening throughout. Your hope was for Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others to glean valuable insights from this contest. Thus, the competition continued. Android 18 was the first to be eliminated, outmaneuvered by the Transparent and Sniper duo. Piccolo fell victim to a cunning sorcerer, though Frieza avenged him. Gula engaged in combat with Hit, but was ultimately defeated by Hit's time-skipping technique, leading to his elimination as well. Hit launched a surprise attack on Vegeta, prompting Gohan to intervene, sustaining injuries in the process, and eventually being ambushed alongside Topo and Dispo, resulting in his fall from the arena. Chapter 66. The Unfettered Ultimate Sign in Reality. Piccolo watched the simulation with growing ennui. This simulation appeared to be the smoothest he had ever experienced among all previous iterations. However, the outcome was of little consequence to him. It was merely a passive indulgence in the spectacle. Within the simulation, the tournament of power continued. Universe 7 still had Piccolo, Broly, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and Android 17 in the fray. From Universe 6, Hit, Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale remained. Only Dispo, Topo, and Jiren were left from Universe 11. The current scenario precariously balanced on the edge of a three-way standoff. In terms of numbers, Universe 7 undeniably held the advantage. Consequently, after a brief moment of silence, Hit suddenly directed his attack towards the onlooker Piccolo. Previously, during the culinary contest between Universes 6 and 7, Piccolo had merely spectated without participating. Now, in this pivotal battle, Beerus had deemed it fit to send Piccolo into the fray. It was evident that Piccolo wielded considerable strength. Uncertainty clouded Hit's judgment as he pondered whether to ally with someone to suppress another. Suddenly, while perched upon the rocky outcrop, Piccolo sensed fluctuations in time surrounding him. As Hit unleashed his time-skip technique, he tentatively thrust his fist towards Pikkin's ribs. However, Pikkin, having already grasped a fragment of the true essence of time and space, was not one to be easily caught off guard by Hit. Once the time skip concluded, Pikkin anticipated Hit's method of attack, and with a mere palm strike, he struck the back of Hit's head. Despite Hit's formidable temporal abilities, they paled in comparison to Pikkin's prowess. Before he could fully gauge Pikkin's strength, Hit had already succumbed. "Broly, please throw him out of the ring," Pikkin exclaimed, feeling rather exasperated. To be targeted while merely watching a show is truly unfortunate. After delivering a kick to Hit's back, Pikkin discovered that Hit was merely unconscious, not dead. He conveyed his intentions to Broly, who, with his straightforward demeanor, hoisted Hit and made his way toward the edge of the arena. Just as they approached, the remaining three members of Universe 6 appeared before Broly. "Let him go, Caulifla. Kale, we must act together to save Hit." With no other option, Caulifla and her companions steeled themselves to rescue Hit. As the last hope for the survival of Universe 6, Hit's elimination would effectively signal the demise of their universe. Unfortunately, they had overestimated their own capabilities while underestimating Broly. Transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, both Caulifla and Kale were no match for Broly, who easily dispatched them from the arena. On the side of Universe 6, only the still capable Kale remained, alongside the unconscious Hit. "Sister, I will kill you, Broly," Kale screamed, filled with fury. Oh, like Broly, Kale was also a legendary Super Saiyan. However, while Broly had consumed numerous fruits from the Tree of Might and could control his immense power, Kale struggled even to transform into a Super Saiyan. Once she entered her berserker state, her pupils vanished, and she descended into a frenzied condition. With an overwhelming surge of power within her that sought release, she stood atop a high vantage point, unleashing another energy blast. For the unhinged Kale, Broly faced little challenge as he charged towards her. Two legendary Super Saions clashed in a fierce battle. What an extraordinary pair, Broly mused. Yet this lacks any technical depth. Perhaps I shall turn my attention to Vegeta instead. On the opposite side of the arena, Vegeta found himself in a tense standoff against the valiant warrior, Toppo, who had temporarily gained the upper hand. Android 17, in alliance with Frieza, had ensnared Toppo within a prison of death beams. Stripped of his speed advantage, Toppo became akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. After enduring a brutal onslaught from Frieza, he was finally sent flying from the arena. Meanwhile, the diminutive Kaiatsu had previously dealt with Kale and was now conserving his energy for the ensuing battles. Now, before him stands only Toppo. Goku, Android 17, Frieza, and Piccolo have refrained from engaging Jiren, instead observing the battle between Vegeta and Toppo. Justice is forsaken. Struck relentlessly by the prince. Toppo relinquishes the steadfastness of his inner warrior. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, he transforms into a god of destruction. The tides have turned. The one who was once battered is now Vegeta. However, the proud prince ascends to his deep blue form before everyone. After a fierce skirmish, he successfully eliminates the apprentice god of destruction, Toppo. Meanwhile, Broly has also dispatched Caulifla and Hit. The 6th universe faces annihilation, leaving only Jiren in the 11th universe to struggle for survival. Frieza remains passive while Vegeta charges at Jiren. Having already expended a significant amount of energy in his battle with Toppo, Vegeta is swiftly defeated by Jiren. Unlike the historical narrative, this time Vegeta does not expend his remaining strength on Kakarot. He is acutely aware of Frieza's prowess. Jiren is no match for him, rendering any dramatics unnecessary. Returning to Beerus's side, Vegeta is confronted by the feline deity. Is Frieza a match for Jiren? Vegeta pouts defiantly, leaving Beerus at a loss. In the arena, Frieza remains unfazed. Goku engages Jiren in battle. Conventional tactics prove ineffective against Jiren. Ultimately, Goku must resort to the devastating Spirit Bomb. This technique was imparted to him by King Kai during a visit with Frieza. Over the years, it has seen little use. This time, it is to be unleashed upon Jiren. However, the boomerang's velocity is too swift, resulting in the Spirit Bomb rebounding back onto himself. Just as Zeno is about to declare Goku out, a beam of light erupts from the crater created by the Spirit Bomb. Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain. Witnessing Goku in the Ultra Instinct state fills Piccolo with delight. Yet, the warmth generated by this form quickly dissipates amidst the fierce conflict. Whoosh! Piccolo teleports between Goku and Jiren, instructing without turning. Frieza, take Goku aside to rest. These two have not fought alongside each other in the battle on Namek. Their relationship is not particularly close, yet not entirely strained either. As Frieza leads Goku away, Piccolo calls for Android 17 to keep his distance. Now then, alone against Jiren, Piccolo wastes no time and transforms into Super Saiyan Rose. At this moment, Piccolo's typical power should be comparable to Vegeta's deep blue form. Others have had their turn. Now it is Piccolo's time to revel. Come on, Jiren. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Piccolo smiles. Chapter 67. Pig's humble wish. It must be said that Jiren is truly remarkable. Transforming into Super Saiyan Rose, Pig is significantly stronger than Vegeta at his peak. Yet, despite this, he is unable to compel Jiren to unleash his full power. This individual is nothing short of a hexagonal warrior, devoid of any weaknesses apart from his flawed psyche. After 3 minutes of combat, Pig finds himself fatigued, his breath becoming erratic. Meanwhile, Jiren remains unfazed, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Fortunately, Broly has managed to eliminate the 6th universe's Caulifla. The 6th universe has been eradicated. With some strength still remaining, Broly joins the fray. Unlike Goku, Pig lacks any semblance of modesty. He adeptly employs a strategy of overwhelming numbers against Jiren. Observing Pig's brazen tactics, Frieza, who had ensured Goku's safety, returns to the battle. Android 17 intermittently launches energy blasts to harass Jiren. Such shameless tactics infuriate Jiren. With a roar, a fiery aura envelopes Jiren, a crimson and black flame swirling around him. Jiren, now at full power, has elevated his strength to an inconceivable level. How can this be? The usually arrogant Frieza is sent flying by a single punch from Jiren, crashing against a pillar of the arena. His expression one of utter disbelief. It is worth noting that having transformed into Golden Frieza, he was already capable of contending with Pig in terms of energy. In his view, no individual could surpass Pig's extraordinary level. Little did he know, there are always greater heights beyond. In the moment of Frisia's astonished exclamation, both Broly and Android 17 are knocked out of the arena by Jiren. The disparity in strength between them and Jiren is simply insurmountable. At this juncture, only Jiren, Goku, Frieza, and Pig remain on the stage. Pilaf, Frieza, I am ready to fight again. After a brief respite, Goku has regained some stamina. Witnessing his companions being eliminated one by one, he rises once more. It must be acknowledged that under normal circumstances, it is only in the Ultra Instinct state that Goku can withstand Jiren's relentless onslaught. Pig nods, stepping out of the battle to recuperate. As for Frieza, he too is cunning. Having survived, he refrains from any underhanded tactics. He finds solace in avoiding confrontation with that monster. Goku swiftly enters the Ultra Instinct state. The deities of destruction and angels present marvel at the spectacle. Although Goku has attained the Ultra Instinct state, he does not gain the upper hand in his battle against Jiren. The two are evenly matched, with Goku only managing to counterattack on rare occasions. After being suppressed by Jiren's formidable strength for a minute, he ultimately entered the state of ultimate relaxation. The illustrious Wukong has officially emerged. Even with his full combat prowess, Jiren found himself utterly incapable of resisting the current form of Goku. The chaos unfolded as the diminutive Chihuahua was brought to his knees, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Regrettably, Goku's body succumbed first, collapsing to the ground. You have witnessed the unfolding drama, and now it is time to take action. In the simulated scene, Frieza, you shall carry Goku to the arena. The remainder shall be left to me. Perched upon a prominent rock, Pig, with hands clasped behind his back, issued his command to Frieza. Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza scooped Goku into his arms and leaped off the stage. This uncharacteristic act astonished everyone present. Have you lost your mind? Jiren questioned as he observed Goku, now healed by the Supreme Kai, and returned to the audience. Pig, noticing Beerus's calm demeanor, turned to explain to the Chihuahua, for you, I am more than sufficient. You are no match for me, Jiren stated matter-of-factly, his tone void of emotion. Pig, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. With a flourish, he snapped his fingers. Dimensional confinement. What is happening? Upon uttering these words, the Chihuahua sensed something amiss. It felt as though countless viscous substances had enveloped him. Moving his body required an immense expenditure of energy. After only a few attempts, he was already gasping for breath. Do not struggle. Our dimensional disparity is far too great. However, you can take pride in the fact that Goku is confined by me, struggling to even speak. Just a moment, while I contemplate how to deal with you. Spatial strangulation is out of the question. Should you perish, I would be disqualified. Spatial slicing is also ineffective, as are spatial bubbles and spatial grinding. Temporal disruption is a possibility, yet it yields no results. Oh, what a headache. Pig pondered many of his ultimate techniques, but they either possessed excessive lethality or proved utterly ineffective. Very well, I shall resort to this technique. Spatial barrier. Push for me. With a single palm thrusting into the void, an invisible wall collided with Jiren, gradually nudging him toward the edge of the arena. Following closely behind, Pig approached the boundary. Farewell, pitiful creature with large eyes. Disperse. With a mere thought, Jiren was completely expelled from the arena. The match concluded. Universe 11 has vanished. Soon, the Grand Minister spoke once more. Pilaf of Universe 7, you shall receive the opportunity to make a wish upon the Eternal Dragon. Upon finishing, the Grand Minister summoned the Eternal Dragon. Now, state your wish, Pilaf. The Grand Priest inquired of Pigu, who, without a moment's hesitation, declared his aspiration. I wish to comprehend the essence of time and space. Upon hearing Pigu's wish, the Grand Priest found himself momentarily astonished. He glanced at the two Omni Kings, whose expressions remained impassive, like two colorful children devoid of emotion. Then he turned to the seemingly indifferent Pigu, utterly speechless. Should he wish upon the Super Dragon, Pigu's power could instantly ascend to the fourth dimension, attaining a level comparable to that of the Omni Kings and the Grand Priest. How could this be resolved? To refuse a wish would be to act against the principles of divinity. In that fleeting moment, the Grand Priest found himself caught in a dilemma. Clearing his throat gently, he posed a question to Pigu. Do you not think it prudent to save the other universes that were obliterated by the Omni King? This Super Dragon Ball belongs to our 7th universe. Surely, it could be restored and utilized once more? Pigu tilted his head, leaving the Grand Priest feeling utterly vexed. After much deliberation, the Grand Priest finally managed to respond with a cordial tone. You may initiate their restoration. To which Pigu feigned ignorance. Very well. I shall grant your wish. The Grand Priest, truly weary of conversing with Pigu, resolved that even if Pigu managed to establish a foothold, he must sever his divine connection. Chapter 68. The 5th dimension. Your wish is easily granted. The Super Dragon, indeed, possesses boundless power, capable of fulfilling any desire. Before Pigu could fully comprehend the situation, his mind momentarily faltered. In his consciousness, countless reflections of the essence of time and space emerged. In reality, Pigu merely stood in silence for a brief moment. However, in the simulation, he grasped the entirety of the time-space essence. As his understanding deepened, the divine aura within Pigu rapidly expanded. Moments later, when Pigu opened his eyes, the entire world appeared transformed. Pilaf God, you are commanded to leave our universe within 3 years. As Pigu experienced the nuances of the 5th dimension, the 2 Omni Kings coldly issued their decree. With those words, they vanished into the void. The others regarded the inhabitants of the 7th universe with a mix of trepidation and distance. Only the Grand Priest gracefully descended beside Pigu. Allow me to elucidate the matters of the divine realm, Pilaf God. Your birthplace, Earth, resides within the 7th universe, a private cosmos established by the Omni King. Now that you have comprehended 2 essences and ascended to the 5th dimension, you can no longer remain in the universe created by the Omni King. Once, it could be said that the Omni King was the progenitor of all life across the 12 universes. However, upon your ascension to the 5th dimension, that bond has been severed. The Grand Priest, being of the angelic race, was not the most powerful among them. It is said that beyond the 5 dimensions, there exist the grand realms of the 6th and 7th dimensions. The High Priest holds a notable position among the angelic beings, yet he is not the most powerful. Thus, he adheres to the angelic race's doctrine of absolute neutrality within the divine realm, while remaining loyal to his employer, the Omni King. He also imparts certain insights about the divine realm to Pigu, thereby fostering a benevolent connection. According to the High Priest's descriptions, the divine realm is an expansive and bountiful domain, inhabited by countless deities. Among these are the native gods, who are deities by birth, such as Vis and Bardos, having originated from the divine realm itself. There are also those who have transcended from small worlds created by 5-dimensional deities. Pigu belongs to this latter category. A rare few fortunate souls have entered the divine realm through interdimensional rifts, achieving divinity through cultivation. However, the likelihood of such occurrences is exceedingly low, making this class of deities the least prevalent. One might say the odds are a mere 1 in a billion. When deities cultivate to the 5-dimensional level, they can establish a realm of their own within the divine realm. Some refer to their worlds as the Great Thousand Realms, the Celestial Realm, or even name them after themselves. Others might call their small worlds universes, continents, or domains of various designations. These small worlds possess limited capacity and are a significant factor in determining a deity's strength. The more robust the quality of a small world, the greater the divine power a 5-dimensional deity can wield. Within their self-created realms, deities are the absolute sovereigns, but this is confined to those beneath the 5-dimensional threshold. In Pigu's current state, he has already managed to break free from the Omni King's control. The Omni King's propensity to obliterate universes is no longer effective against Pigu. Fortunately, the Omni King has been relatively lenient, allowing Pigu a 3-year window to depart. Some 5-dimensional deities would not even grant a transcendent being a mere minute. The High Priest meticulously elaborated on the circumstances of the divine realm before departing from the void realm. Once you have resolved your matters on Earth, you may seek him out through Vis to exit the Omni King's universe. Thus, Beerus and Vis return to Earth with you and 9 others. Your current dimension surpasses even that of Beerus, a realm he ardently longs to attain. Stimulated by this revelation, he retreated to the destroyer planet to sleep, hoping this was merely a dream. 2.5 years later, you are prepared to leave. Xiaowu and Ash will accompany you as you venture into the divine realm. You will also devise ways to help both of them begin their journey to divinity. In the year 782 of the AG calendar, on the 16th day of July, You departed from Earth with the newly initiated Xiao Wu and Ashu, stepping into the realm of the first dimension, under the guidance of the High Priest. You traversed the void for 3 months, ultimately arriving at the legendary Divine Realm. During your inaugural year in the Divine Realm, you established your own universe, albeit limited to 2 due to your comprehension of only 2 truths. By the 15th year, having grasped the truth of water, you successfully birthed a 3rd universe. Xiao Wu and Ashu also ascended to the 2nd dimension, proudly regarded as your divine emissaries, while you emerged as a prominent figure in the newly arrived Carlo domain. In the 139th year, you discerned the 4th truth, that of poison. Throughout your years in the Divine Realm, you learned the path to ascend to the 6th dimension, mastering 100 truths and merging them to create a superlative world. Yet, you remained far from this goal, necessitating prolonged cultivation within the Divine Realm. By the 3599th year, you successfully comprehended the 5th truth, that of creation. Over the course of the next 100,000 years, you gradually unraveled more than 30 additional truths. However, in the 150,000th year, a catastrophic war erupted in the Divine Realm, and you were tragically ensnared in its chaos. After 3 centuries of struggle, both Xiao Wu and Ashu, now formidable beings of the 5th dimension, succumbed to their fates. A century later, you too fell victim to a relentless assault, meeting your demise. You perished, and the simulation concluded with a comprehensive score of S. In reality, Pig exhaled deeply. Alas, my fortune. Yet, the Divine Realm is indeed perilous. Even a being of the 5th dimension like myself can fall. No, if survival is possible, I must cling to it. Utilizing this resurrection card is not a loss. In truth, even if Pig had exchanged for a golden tier snail battle royale in reality, he likely would not have considered retaliating against the snail. Just look at the name of this tier, Battle Royale. Its very essence evokes the notion of being hunted. Who would imagine slaying a snail for gold coins? Moreover, without the opportunity for exchange, the version of himself within the simulation was surprisingly restrained. The moment spent wishing upon the super dragon was nothing short of divine inspiration. Regrettably, he ultimately became embroiled in the conflict of the Divine Realm, leading to his end. Nonetheless, there were gains, at the very least. He became aware that there are realms beyond realms, which stands as his greatest enlightenment. Reflecting upon the twists and turns of this simulation, it was a tumultuous journey. The simulation consumed an entire day, leaving Pig somewhat mentally and physically drained. After consuming a light meal to satiate his hunger, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next day, Pig resolved to create the Castle Planet. Chapter 69, Dual Templates. The public announcement of the construction of the Space City is projected to be completed within 2 weeks. As the fortress planet designated for the Pilaf Legion headquarters nears completion, it is anticipated to take approximately a year to finalize the construction. After all, even the most advanced combat robots require a considerable amount of time to operate effectively. Pig, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Ash, ascended via the space elevator to the construction site of the Space City. The main structure was under intense development. This time, Pig only needed to create an artificial gravity device. On September 1st, 753 AD, Pig successfully installed the artificial gravity device in the Space City. The nearly completed Space City began to generate gravity equivalent to that of Earth's normal levels. With the introduction of gravity, the pace of construction accelerated significantly. 2 days later, the Space City was completed. Unfortunately, Bulma's family was still traveling on Chaco Planet. The Space City officially opened to the public without any ostentatious ceremonies orchestrated by Pig. From this moment onward, Earthlings were free to enter and exit the Pilaf Space City. Within the city, one could purchase properties with permanent ownership rights. The environment here is undoubtedly comparable to the finest locations on Earth. All forms of entertainment conceivable on Earth can be found here. Furthermore, office buildings would be available for rent, allowing individuals or companies venturing beyond Earth to establish their operations within the Space City. The Pilaf Technology Company commenced the sale of civilian spacecraft, including passenger ships, mining vessels, research ships, and armed spacecraft, offering a diverse array of options for various purposes. After multiple simulations, Pig concluded that rather than remaining confined to their home planet, hoping for heroes to defend Earth, it would be far more advantageous for humanity to strive to become a formidable race in the universe. In doing so, They could join King Pilaf in conquering the cosmos and vanquishing their foes. Within the office of the Pilaf Corporation in the Space City, Xiao Wu, clad in a fitted dress, stood before Pilaf's desk, reporting on the group's operational status over the past few days. The initial batch of construction robots for the fortress planet had successfully arrived in the asteroid belt. They would establish metal smelting facilities on several larger asteroids to produce the metals required for the fortress planet. It is estimated that by April of next year, the main framework will be completed, with subsequent projects requiring only 5 months to finalize. In terms of spacecraft, over 2,000 various ships have already been sold. One particularly intriguing detail is that the individual you specifically instructed us to monitor, Dr. Jero, has purchased 3 spacecraft in one go. As her fingers glided over the tablet, Xiao Wu relayed this crucial intelligence to Pig. Given Dr. Jero's erratic nature, Pig deemed it prudent to keep a close watch on him. Simultaneously, Dr. Jero was utilizing advanced scientific equipment to search for the egg of Majin Buu. The whereabouts of the sealed egg of Majin Buu remain unknown. However, Dr. Jero has taken it upon himself to intrude. Pig pondered for a moment and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Did he leave any contact information?" She remained. For the sale of spaceships necessitated a real name registration system, and the flight systems frequently required updates to the star maps. Thus, it was imperative to maintain contact with the users. Here are his contact details, which I have already sent to your email. Xiao Wu patiently elucidated the conditions surrounding the sale of the spaceship. These specific conditions were entirely unknown to Pig, as he was merely a nominal president. In reality, the entire group was orchestrated by Xiao Wu and Ashu, with Xiao Wu being the true leader. Very well. This journey has been arduous. You may take your leave and rest. Pig requested Dr. Jero's contact information and promptly dismissed Xiao Wu to rest. With a hint of disappointment on her face, Xiao Wu left Pig's office. Her head hung low. After locking the office door from the inside, Pig opened his computer. After a moment of contemplation, he softly spoke. "System, initiate life simulation." Ding. The 16th simulation commences. Extracting entries. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the green entry of Doghead and Sina. Note, Doghead and Sina are dual templates. They can be applied to anyone, but the host is prohibited from utilizing them personally. This is undoubtedly tailored for Xiao Wu and Ashu. However, it seems Ashu utilizes a katana, not an axe. Never mind, with my wealth, crafting a titanium alloy axe poses no challenge. This entry is of the green category, which does not confer a direct increase in combat power for Pig. Yet, for Ashu and Xiao Wu, it represents an epic enhancement. In the Dragon Ball universe, they are utterly loyal subordinates. With the progression of his own abilities, these two have begun to struggle to keep pace. Even during their rest periods, they fervently practice in the gravity training chamber, yet their combat power has yet to surpass the 100 mark. After all, one is a doghead and the other is already in their 20s, having missed the golden period for cultivation. Now equipped with these 2 templates, Pig is indeed filled with anticipation. You have allocated the 2 templates to Xiao Wu and Ashu respectively. Xiao Wu, who already specializes in firearms, is a perfect match for Sina. Through passive skills, each time a soul is vanquished, she can gain 0.75 points of combat power. This is far superior to any form of training. Ashu experiences a similar transformation. To align with the template, you specifically purchased a restorative potion for him. Ashu reverted from doghead back to human form. Although his physique greatly differs from that of Nasu's, he appears quite respectable. You crafted a super shotgun specifically for Xiao Wu and a large axe made of vibranium alloy for Ashu. Equipped with these formidable weapons, the two plunged headlong into a frenzy of slaughter. You led them to the savage and primitive planet of Jerry, where the indigenous inhabitants remain in a state of barbarism. Their sole merit lies in their astonishing reproductive capabilities. Strictly speaking, they ought to be referred to as rat people. Such a repugnant species was originally your target for conquest. This time, the mission was entrusted to Xiao Wu and Ashio. As for you, you picked up the phone and dialed Dr. Jero. In the simulated scene, Pigu sat in the executive chair, legs crossed, awaiting the call to connect. After a considerable duration, someone finally answered on the other end. "Who are you?" The greeting was devoid of politeness, lacking any pretentious pleasantries. Dr. Jero's somewhat hoarse voice emanated from the receiver. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pilaf, a scientist." "Oh, I never anticipated that the renowned King Pilaf would be calling a mere nobody like me. What is it? Speak plainly. I am quite busy. Doctor. Jero had little inclination to engage in trivial discourse with Pigu. Prior to this interaction, they were strangers. In truth, Dr. Jero presumed that Pigu was unfamiliar with him, though he was well aware of the illustrious title of King Pilaf. Chapter 70. The promise. I too abhor unnecessary circumlocution. Let me be succinct. Dr. Jero, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Pilaf army. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall assist you in resurrecting your son, Gub, by May 10th of next year. What? You claim you can help me resurrect Gub? In just 3 sentences, Pilaf had successfully hooked Dr. Jero. The proverbial big fish. The crises stemming from Dr. Jero's androids and cell all pointed to a singular individual, Sun Wukong. However, during his research, he had inadvertently been ensnared by his own creations, resulting in chaos throughout the world. In truth, the origins of this turmoil trace back to Dr. Jero's son, Gub, who was once a member of the Red Ribbon Army. At that time, Gub was stationed at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. He served as a soldier under the diminutive leader of the Red Ribbon Army and simultaneously acted as leverage against Dr. Jero. In reality, Gub possessed a remarkably amiable temperament, akin to that of Android 16. Strictly speaking, Android 16 was crafted by Drive Jero to embody his son's character and appearance. Aside from the singular mission of eliminating Sun Wukong, Dr. Jero did not impose any malevolent ideologies upon him. Perhaps, in his heart, Dr. Jero envisioned that 16 would perpetuate his son Gub's legacy. This inclination may stem from Dr. Jero's limited understanding of Goku and his companions. Gub's demise was the result of an accident, and the Dragon Balls could undoubtedly bring him back to life. Consequently, any notions of enmity would naturally dissipate into nothingness. In Dr. Jero's domain, the only known action was dispatching B-robots to collect cells from Goku and others, while neglecting the crucial task of gathering intelligence and monitoring their activities. The astonishment displayed by androids 17 and 18, as well as during the initial discovery of the magic beans by Cell, reveals the dire state of the database maintained by Dr. Jero. The information contained within was so poorly organized that even Yamcha and Goku struggled to differentiate between them. Thus, Dr. Jero's frustration was entirely justified, although he lacked understanding. Pickens certainly did. Lord Pilaf, you wouldn't dare deceive this old man, would you? He inquired. On the other end of the line, silence lingered after the initial surprise. Dr. Jero remained uncertain whether Picken possessed the means to resurrect the deceased. With a smile, Picken responded, there is one matter you might wish to investigate. Approximately 3 months ago, martial artists who participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament were covertly assassinated by the minions of King Piccolo. However, after Goku vanquished King Piccolo, a brief darkness enveloped the sky, and subsequently, these individuals were revived. This method can be employed once a year. Whether Gub can be resurrected depends on whether I am willing to seize this opportunity from Goku and his allies next year. Let us conclude our conversation here. We can discuss further once you verify the accuracy of this information. Without mentioning the Dragon Balls, Picken merely referred to it as an opportunity. With that, he hung up the phone. 3 days later, Dr. Jero warmly invited you to visit his laboratory. Naturally, you would not decline due to safety concerns. At this point, he had likely produced androids 9, 10, 11, and 12. These creations were essentially failures, possessing no formidable capabilities whatsoever. You felt no threat from these underlings and gladly accepted the invitation, using the address provided by Dr. Jero to locate his hidden laboratory within a cave. Upon your arrival, Dr. Jero enthusiastically introduced you to his masterpieces. Android 9, modeled after the former leader of the Red Ribbon Army, was unveiled. You estimated its combat power to be barely above 300 points. In addition to Android 9, you encountered a familiar figure within the laboratory. To your astonishment, it was the robotic companion, Tao Pai Pai. You had anticipated that Dr. Jero would take on side projects. Seated in his office chair, Picken eagerly observed Tao Pai Pai lying on the operating table. This individual had been under general anesthesia for over 3 days. 3 days prior, the simulated Picken had contacted Dr. Jero, leading to this individual being forgotten on the operating table. Although the effects of the anesthetic had worn off, he remained in slumber. Pigger surmised that perhaps the student with the little peach braid had suffered some neurological damage. However, at present, the state of Peach Bye Bye was of little consequence. Pigu chose to ignore him, as did Dr. Glow. In the simulated imagery, Pigu perused the design sketches laid out on Dr. Glow's desk. After a meticulous examination, he discerned that this fellow was momentarily stymied by the challenges posed by the technology of the perpetual energy furnace, a breakthrough that had taken Pigu, once a scientific maverick, a considerable duration to achieve. Dr. Glow would likely require several more years to unravel it. Without offering his own insights or suggestions, Pigu began to articulate his conditions. Dr. Glow, the information should have been substantiated by now, correct? Indeed, they were resurrected by a mysterious force. I yearn to understand the nature of this miraculous power. Dr. Glow, with paternal affection, naturally wished for the prompt revival of his son. Grasping Pigu's arm with both hands, he began to shake him vigorously. Pigu gently pushed Dr. Glow away, opting not to speak, but instead wearing an amiable smile as he regarded him. Even Dr. Glow, engrossed in his scientific pursuits and somewhat oblivious to social nuances, recognized that Pigu was awaiting his response. Without a trace of hesitation, he proclaimed, "As long as you can offer me hope, I am willing to pledge my loyalty for the rest of my days." Upon hearing this, Pigu cast a glance at Dr. Glow, noting that his loyalty had astonishingly reached a level of 60. It was remarkable, considering he had yet to formally swear allegiance, and Pigu had made no promises in return. Such unwavering loyalty was truly bewildering. On Earth, there exists a wondrous artifact known as the Dragon Ball. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, and when gathered, they can summon the dragon to grant wishes. However, wishes that exceed the dragon's capabilities, such as conquering the world, subjugating the universe, or achieving immortality, remain unattainable. Nonetheless, resurrecting those who have met with untimely demise or rejuvenating oneself is entirely feasible. You have lost your son for 3 years, yet you seem to have aged so rapidly. Next year, you can first bring your son back to life. After making your wish with the Dragon Balls, there will be a cooling-off period of 1 year. In the following year, you can rejuvenate yourself, thereafter focusing on my scientific projects with peace of mind. As for this scrap metal, discard it. I have long since mastered the technology of artificial beings and find it hardly worth my effort, as its potential is far too limited. Now tell me, how can we locate the Dragon Balls? I possess a solution that I can hand over to you shortly. So what shall your choice be? After delivering this lengthy discourse, Pigu waited with a smile for Dr. Glow's pledge of loyalty. Chapter 71. Time and space as long as Gabu can be revived next year. I shall follow you for eternity. Dr. Glow did not immediately swear his allegiance. After all, he had lived a considerable portion of his life and was not so easily persuaded. You did not anticipate that Dr. Glow would refrain from offering his oath of loyalty right away. However, he heeded your words and paused his relentless pursuit of artificial human technology. With more than half a year remaining, you remained unhurried. After uttering a phrase about staying in touch, you instantaneously departed from Dr. Glow's laboratory. The wondrous effect of your teleportation significantly bolstered Dr. Glow's confidence in you. On May 10th, 754 AE, the Dragon Balls reverted from their stone egg form to their normal state. In just 1 hour, you gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. When Shinran appeared, you made a wish to resurrect Gabu. Alas, Gabu had already transformed into a mere skeleton, rendering revival impossible. As a secondary option, you wished for Shinran to assist in restoring Gabu's body. Throughout this process, Dr. Glow was present, and as you placed Gabu's remains into the rapid freezing chamber, the doctor pledged his loyalty to you on the spot. His loyalty reached an impressive score of 99 points. You instilled in him a glimmer of hope for a normal existence. Meanwhile, after more than half a year, Xiao Wu and Ash returned to Earth. With the templates they possessed, both underwent remarkable transformations. Xiao Wu's combat power soared to 170,000, while Ash's reached 240,000. This was not due to Xiao Wu's laxity. Rather, it was primarily because of the passive boost from Sina, which was merely 75 for Doghead. Nevertheless, their progress brought you considerable surprise. You allocated the spirit tree fruits to the 2 of them, granting 3 fruits each. After consuming these fruits, Xiao Wu's combat power skyrocketed to 11 million, and Ash attained 12 million. The Pilaf gang no longer required you to shoulder the burden alone. By imparting the Kaioken technique to both, their combat power surged tenfold in moments. In terms of military strength, the inclusion of Xiao Wu and Ash in the Pilaf gang alleviated many of your troubles. Together, they ventured to the Eastern Galaxy to collect debts, and after several probes, Gula complied and dutifully submitted 30% of the profits. Meanwhile, Dr. Glow commenced research on a large-scale cosmic battleship. In the seventh universe, most spaceships primarily serve transportation functions, with only a select few equipped with offensive weaponry. After all, the determining factor of victory here has always been strength. Yet, the number of powerful individuals within the Pilaf gang remained relatively low. Thus, projects such as robotic warriors, cosmic battleships, high-frequency laser weapons, and magnetic weaponry became the latest subjects of Dr. Glow's research endeavors. Another year passed, and in 755 AE, Gabu was successfully resurrected. The now loyal Dr. Glow also developed the first interstellar battleship, the Glow 1. The Pilaf gang began its extensive expansion. In 756 AE, Dr. Glow engineered the Super Warrior, the Fearless No. 1. The Fearless No. 1, a war machine entirely bound by programming, would never betray its master. This was a stipulation you insisted upon. The North Galaxy is vast, and the relentless assaults of the Pilaf Legion have made the Frisia force feel like they are constantly under threat. In the year 757 of the Age of the Universe, Frisia himself led his army in an assault on Earth. Unfortunately for him, he was ambushed en route by the combined forces of Xiaowu, Ash, and Dr. Jero's robotic army. Outmatched 2-1, Frisia stood no chance against Xiaowu and Ash and ultimately met his demise. The majority of Frisia's generals and soldiers were either incorporated into the ranks or fled the North Galaxy, among them Vegeta, Nappa, and members of the Ginyu Force. Goku and Guldo. In reality, Pig looked on with a furrowed brow at the simulated images. His subordinates were handling matters. What was he doing? In the simulation, Pig was elusive, rarely making an appearance. However, after the war concluded, he realized what he had been preoccupied with. He was once again studying the time machine. Oh, it appeared he was researching it in his leisure time, but primarily focused on cultivating the divine energy. Observing the sequence of his actions in the simulation, Pig's frown gradually eased. This entry was tailor-made for Xiaowu and Ash. He would likely reap no direct benefits. Yet, within him, the seed of divine energy had already taken root, allowing him the potential to cultivate across dimensions. He felt a sense of satisfaction watching his simulated self diligently refine his skills in dimension cultivation. However, his ongoing research into the perilous time machine left him somewhat perplexed. The Pilaf Legion may have dominated the universe, yet as their leader, he seldom made an appearance. The lives and deaths of others seemed inconsequential to him. His sole focus was his own cultivation. In the ensuing 20 years, he finally ascended to the second dimension. In the previous simulation, the presence of the golden flash snail had allowed him to ascend to the third dimension in a remarkably short time. This time, however, he would have to rely solely on his own efforts. The challenge lay in the fact that the speed of cultivation within the realm of the Omni King was far inferior to that in the divine realm. He yearned to breach into the divine realm through the void. Thus, the notion of clandestine travel took root in his mind. By locating a specific point in time and space devoid of the Omni King's presence, he could potentially access the divine realm ahead of schedule. Hence, the time machine became an essential focus of his research. The time machine he was developing differed significantly from Bulma's invention. While Bulma's time machine allowed for traversal along a single timeline, the device he aimed to create would more accurately be termed a multiverse traverser, enabling him to journey across different Dragon Ball worlds. Upon entering the simulation, Pig immediately found himself inexplicably immersed in a state of chaos. The concept of a multiverse traverser was indeed remarkable. As he murmured to himself, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Trunks' ability to traverse time merely allowed him to return to the past, and then to the future. Such actions, within the confines of conventional three-dimensional spacetime, contravene the principles of relativity. It is only by curving three-dimensional spacetime into four-dimensional spacetime that such feats can be achieved. In a sense, a time machine merely opens a temporal wormhole within the smooth expanse of three-dimensional spacetime. Unlike ordinary wormholes that connect spatial distances, a time wormhole bridges temporal distances. Bulma's accomplishments were already impressive, yet Pig aspired to simultaneously unlock both temporal and spatial wormholes. Once achieved, he would have ascended to a higher dimensional existence. In Chapter 72, GT Spacetime, time and space would no longer be shackles binding Pig. At that point, he could explore countless timelines to uncover opportunities to enter the divine realm. Indeed, he could even attempt to journey directly to the divine realm. However, This endeavor necessitated a scientific breakthrough. Your ambition is remarkably grand, even surpassing that of deities like Fuyu and Has. Fuyu merely seeks to create his own universe, yet he remains oblivious to the methods of divine ascension, opting instead to exploit the cosmic tree to siphon nutrients from the Omni King universe. Such attempts to reap the benefits of others' efforts cannot sustain longevity. As for Has, he is simply displeased with the Omni King's complete dominion, aspiring to liberate all humanity. While ideals are noble, his power falls significantly short. Has indeed reached a third-dimensional level of strength, grasping a fragment of the truth of gravity. However, at this level, he is merely comparable to the likes of Goku and Vegeta. To vanquish the fourth-dimensional Beerus is nothing but a delusion, not to mention comprehending the 18 truths of the Omni King. Your approach, however, is decidedly more pragmatic. Without making a grand spectacle, you quietly pursue your research. The previous simulation confirmed your profound perception of the truths of space-time. Yet, in your past life, you chose a conventional divine path, solely focused on comprehension. This time, you intend to employ a scientific methodology to aid divine cultivation. Undoubtedly, this is a commendable choice. Within the simulation, Pig stood amidst verdant hills and gently flowing streams. Before him rested a uniquely designed spacecraft. Unlike conventional starships, this vessel lacked any windows or similar components. The entire structure was crafted from a space-time alloy, one of the remarkable achievements born from Pig's years of dedicated research. To traverse the fabric of time and the multiverse, the most formidable challenge lies in resisting the relentless tearing of space-time. Ordinary metals are utterly incapable of withstanding such forces. After numerous experiments, the outcomes were grim. Either the experimental rabbits were torn asunder or the entire traversing device was reduced to mere fragments, with no means of return. It was not until you developed an artificial metal capable of resisting these temporal rifts that the experiments could progress. Thus, after more than 20 years of diligent research, manned experiments were officially initiated. This time, with life and death hanging in the balance, Pigu resolved not to include Xiao Wu and Xiao, lest they be unwittingly ensnared by the potential failure of the experiment. Clad in a specialized protective suit, Pigu steeled himself and entered the multiverse traversing machine. With all data parameters meticulously calibrated, he resolutely pressed the activation button. In an instant, the world before Pigu became a blur. A flash of white light enveloped him, and after an indeterminate passage of time, his vision and hearing gradually returned. Surely, the traversal had succeeded? He closed his eyes, seeking to attune himself to the essence of this new world. There was a faint presence of divine energy, albeit sparse and weak, indicating that this was not the realm of deities. Nearby, two immensely powerful auras clashed fiercely, their proximity suggesting a titanic struggle. Beyond that, only two faint energies lingered in unison. Perplexed, Pigu opened the hatch of the traversing machine, gazing upon the tempestuous whirlwinds and the tumultuous earth beneath him. Enlightenment struck him like a bolt. This was Namek. No, to be precise, it was the Namek on the brink of cataclysm. During simulations, Pigu had visited Namek numerous times, and its visage was immediately recognizable to him. Swiftly, he turned and transformed the multiverse traversing machine into a capsule, storing it within the system space. He then retrieved another capsule from the system, casting it to the ground. Within this capsule lay a high-speed spacecraft. With determination, Pigu boarded the vessel and soared away from Namek, entering the vastness of space. Surely, he had succeeded. In the timeline I inhabit, Frisia had long been vanquished by Xiao Wu and Xiao. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this timeline aligned with the narrative or if other versions of myself existed in alternate histories. Regardless, observation was prudent before venturing to Earth. As Pigu sat within the high-speed spacecraft, he awaited the impending explosion of Namek. 1 minute later, the planet abruptly darkened, and a multitude of faint auras flickered into existence, only to vanish moments later. Pig chuckled to himself, exclaiming, It appears that the Earth's dragon has resurrected those slain by Frisia. The Namekian dragon, due to the brief revival by the Elder, has re-emerged, and Dandy must have successfully wished to return everyone to Earth. Indeed, I can sense Vegeta's energy manifesting on Earth. Determined, Pig closed his eyes, focusing intently on Vegeta's presence. As anticipated, the formidable warrior had returned to Earth, swiftly suppressing his energy. Shortly thereafter, One of the two remaining powerful energies on Namek began to wane. Undoubtedly the fragmented essence of Frisia, just as predicted, at the last moment before Namek's explosion. A ship emblazoned with the Jinyu Force logo surged forth, heading directly towards Yardrat. After a moment's contemplation, Pig decided to activate his spacecraft and set course for Earth. One flaw among the Dragon Ball warriors is their penchant for concealing their energies, which prevented Pig from utilizing instant transmission for his journey. 3 days later, Pig arrived on Earth. Strolling through the streets of West City and observing the towering buildings adjacent to Bulma's residence, he confirmed it. This was the timeline of the main narrative. The multiverse traverser had indeed succeeded. The ability to traverse time and space was a joyous revelation for Pig. However, it was peculiar that he could not detect the energies of Beerus and Whis. With lingering doubts, Pig resolved to continue his experiments. You once again step into the time machine, adjusting the timeline back by over a decade. Upon your emergence, you are met with a startling discovery. Before you stands a golden-haired gorilla, rampaging through the city. In no time, with the assistance of Little Fong, the golden gorilla successfully diminishes to the stature of an ordinary man, with red eyeshadow, vibrant red fur, and the flamboyant hairstyle characteristic of Super Saiyan 3, albeit in black, and a tail swishing behind him. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation of Goku makes a dazzling entrance. It turns out, this timeline is the realm of Dragon Ball GT. As you marvel at this revelation, a voice suddenly calls out from behind. Hey, who are you? Why are you disrupting the timeline? Chapter 73, The Kai of Time, Simulation Scene. Pig was startled by the sudden inquiry. Whirling around, he was taken aback to find a young girl before him, sporting pink hair and an adorable visage. His mouth twitched in disbelief. He had unwittingly attracted the attention of the Kai of Time, Kane. Before traversing into the Dragon Ball universe, Pig had perused the narrative of Dragon Ball heroes. Kane, also known as Kranoa, was merely a Kai 75 million years ago. At that time, the celestial sorcerer Mechikabura harbored malevolent intentions and was imprisoned by the Grand Kai within the confines of time. In the realm of isolation, Mechikabura conjured the Dark Demon Realm, manifesting the power of darkness. After recruiting an army within this shadowy domain, Mechikabura sought to acquire the power of time. Thus, he contended with Kane, who was then the king of the realms, for the coveted throne of the king of time. Ultimately, Kane prevailed, ascending as the new king of time and initiating a war against the Dark Demon Realm. Such as the narrative presented. However, Pig's conjectures hinted at deeper reasons behind these events. Mechikabura had grasped the essence of darkness, the true profundity of shadow. His dimensional level was posited to reside at the 4th tier, equating to a 4th dimensional capacity. Should he seize the power of time, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable 5th dimensional entity, wielding both the truths of time and darkness. Once elevated to such a status, with his animosity directed at the Grand King and the 7th universe, one could only speculate the chaos he might unleash. Fortunately, Kane had preemptively claimed the title of King of Time. From that moment, the Dark Demon Realm relentlessly engaged in conflict with the deities of the 7th universe. The Grand King had confined Mechikabura to a location that, strictly speaking, still lay within the 7th universe. The Dark Demon Realm resembled a malignant tumor festering upon the body of the 7th universe. Thankfully, it had not yet grown too expansive. Otherwise, should the Omni King become aware, he would undoubtedly obliterate the 7th universe entirely. However, the Dark Demon Realm had not remained dormant over the years. 500,000 years prior, the Dark Sorcerer Babidi from the Dark Demon Realm had birthed the terrifying Majin Buu. This singular entity nearly annihilated the deities of the 7th universe. Had it not been for Bibidai's fear of being consumed by Majin Buu, he would not have sealed it away, only to be ambushed and perish at the hands of the East Supreme Kai. The fate of the 7th universe could have been drastically altered. Subsequently, Trunks, hailing from the future, caught Kane's attention after numerous temporal travels. He was brought back to the Time Nest, where the Time Patrol was established. It dawned on Pig that this temporal traveler, Goku, had also become a member of the Time Patrol. The King of Time, Kane, had appeared to observe Goku, inadvertently encountering this unstable variable. Greetings, King of Time Kane. I am a time traveler from another dimension, known as Frisia. Do not attempt to deceive me. I know what Frisia looks like. Pig initially planned to mislead Kane, hoping to escape unnoticed. Alas, his ruse was swiftly uncovered by Kane. With an endearing yet fierce demeanor, She called out to Pig, her voice youthful and charming. Pig raised his hand and shrugged. To lie before the King of Time was undoubtedly an affront to her intellect. Had it not been for the absence of Piga in this dimension, Cain would have been able to traverse time to uncover the truth of the matter. Very well. Miss Cain, allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the divine realm and have become lost within this universe. Though your words seem nonsensical, they possess a semblance of credibility, leaving Cain momentarily unable to discern your true origins. From you, she perceives traces of temporal power. If you are indeed a formidable being from the divine realm, it would lend some credence to your claims. After much contemplation, she resolves to take you to meet the King of all. However, revealing yourself to the King of all would undoubtedly expose your true nature. He is well aware of whether any deities have descended from the divine realm into the void. With no other options, you are compelled to launch a surprise attack on the King of Time. Regrettably, your strength barely qualifies as second-dimensional, and you are far from her level. The ambush is a dismal failure, and you find yourself ensnared by her temporal currents, teetering on the brink of ecstasy and despair. As a second-dimensional deity, you possess an approximate lifespan of nearly 1 million years. However, in the face of the divine technique known as temporal superflow, your lifespan is accelerated to a mere few decades. On a brighter note, you have always had a natural affinity for the essence of time and space. Under this technique, you have grasped a fragment of the truth of time. Just as you attained the second dimension, you gleaned a hint of the cosmic truth. Cain has never encountered such a peculiar circumstance. She wishes to consult the Grand Supreme Kai, but alas, the Grand Supreme Kai has long been absorbed by the demon Bu. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Cain resolves to confine you within the forbidden realm of time. This realm is reminiscent of the space where the Grand Supreme Kai sealed Majin Capra in bygone days. However, this space has been created by the Time Bird. It is said that an egg laid by this bird can open a new timeline. Thus, you find yourself honored to be sealed within the pitch-black abyss of this temporal space. Within the forbidden realm of time, there is naught but emptiness. Yet it is exceedingly suitable for contemplating the truth of time. After all, in this realm, the very concept of time has all but ceased to exist. When time is absent, it appears to be easier to perceive than when it exists. Undoubtedly, this is a tormenting ordeal for the vast majority of individuals. Initially, you attempt to break free, but to no avail. Your dimension is vastly inferior to Cain's. Subsequently, you resolve to contemplate the truth of time in hopes of escape. Alas, 50 years pass, and while your understanding of the essence of time and space deepens, you do not fully comprehend it. You succumb to old age within the temporal space. Your life ends, and the simulation concludes. Overall rating, B. You may choose to redeem 2 rewards from the following options. Choose 1. The green term Doghead and Senna, consuming 100,000 points of cosmic energy for exchange. Choose 2. The multiverse traversal device, consuming 1 trillion points of cosmic energy for exchange. Choose 3. 753 points of divine breath, consuming 53 billion points of cosmic energy for exchange. Choose 4. The truth of time, 1, consuming 10 trillion points of cosmic energy for exchange. Chapter 74. The truth of time. Well, there's no other option. I've done my best. Fingertips caressing his bare chin, Pig pondered over this simulation. To encounter the god of time, Cain, at such a fortuitous moment, could only be described as a calamity surpassing Pig's comprehension. The god of time is also a god of the realms. She possesses the power to introduce him to the Omni King. Should he meet the Omni King, the fact that he hails from a different dimension could very well be exposed. The aftermath could be far more dire than the current predicament. Nevertheless, the options available for exchange appear quite promising. The first option, Pig had no intention of exchanging. Xiaowu and Ashura have been steadfastly loyal to him and should rightfully be rewarded. However, the template had been utilized by Pig previously. For someone unacquainted with cultivation, the initial effects are indeed commendable. Yet, in later stages, the enhancement from defeating an enemy becomes rather trivial. Furthermore, while Doghead and Senna can indeed stack passives and Q abilities, they only become effective upon defeating a target. In this regard, they are even inferior to the passive ability of the evil sorcerer. Should Pig truly achieve mastery over the dimensional realm in the future, he could guide both individuals onto the path of dimensional enlightenment. Given the precious opportunity for exchange, Pig preferred to focus on the other three options. The second option, the multiverse traversal device, is particularly enticing. The mere fact that it is listed among the system options implies its potential for use in reality. Thus, he could engage in interdimensional travel in the real world. However, the concern arises that should he be too weak, the god of time might fixate upon him, leading to unimaginable consequences. The third option, the divine breath, has reached over 700 points, requiring over 53 billion points of cosmic energy for exchange. Based on the simulation, Pig assessed that he is merely at the introductory level of the third dimension. Therefore, he deduced that the threshold for entering this third cosmic level is a divine breath exceeding 1000 points. The fourth option, with a mere 1% comprehension of the truth of time, is the most expensive, astonishingly demanding 10 trillion points of cosmic energy. Pig estimated that accumulating such a vast amount of cosmic energy necessitates immense cosmic material. In the short term, this is manageable. However, over time, as resources in the vicinity of the solar system are depleted, the efficiency and quantity of future collections will undoubtedly be adversely affected. As the number of simulations increased, the cosmic energy required for recent rewards has escalated significantly. It remains uncertain whether we will eventually quantify this in terms of units such as grains of sand or vast numbers. The most alarming scenario would be the complete absorption of the seventh universe, yet still being unable to extract sufficient cosmic energy. Clearly, the artificial sun project is now pressing. Fortunately, I have already procured advanced technologies on the planet Chaco. Naturally, I acquired controllable nuclear fusion technology, a fundamental energy resource. Installing the ignition system will only take a few days. As for the efficient charging device technology, that too is resolvable. With enough vibranium collected, large-scale production can commence. At this juncture, I must choose between two options. The essence of time is undoubtedly a priority. However, I find myself torn between the multiverse shuttle and the divine essence. The divine essence need not be urgent, as I already possess it and can gradually cultivate it in the future. Moreover, there is no immediate rush. Conversely, once the multiverse shuttle is lost, it may not be obtainable again. It seems I am destined to be busy once more. After some contemplation, I made my decision based on the reality of the situation. At this stage, the divine essence is temporarily unnecessary. Thus, I chose options 2 and 4. Yet, combining these two requires an astonishing 11 trillion units of cosmic energy, which left me somewhat speechless. Leaving the office, I summoned Xiao Wu and Ashu, and together we ventured to Space City. There, a vast quantity of cosmic materials is preserved daily. After smelting and categorizing these materials, they are stored in various universal capsules. We swiftly cleared these capsules before returning to Earth. For the next 10 days, I fervently absorbed these materials. On September 11th, 753 AD, I found myself utterly exhausted. Slumped on the ground, I sighed in fatigue. Despite possessing a combat power of 100 million, I could hardly withstand such a frenzied and monotonous absorption process. Nonetheless, I barely managed to gather the 11 trillion units of cosmic energy. Xiao Wu Ashu, you have worked hard. Please, go and rest. After persuading my devoted subordinates to take a break, I made my way back to my bedroom. Too weary to change into pajamas, I lay down in my sportswear and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, I awoke leisurely. How delightful. System. I choose options 2 and 4. Choice confirmed. Rewards have been issued. The system's notification echoed, and my mind momentarily short-circuited. It was as if he had stepped into the realm of a fantastical novel. Pigu found himself in a state of profound enlightenment. Standing still for 7 hours, he finally emerged from his reverie. So this is what time is. Standing there, Pigu began to murmur to himself. The essence of time can be divided into 3 principal aspects. The first aspect is retrospection. The second is temporal modulation. The third is prophecy. Time resembles an expansive river, with the history of the past laid bare before us. Much like Mr. Weiss, who can effortlessly discern events that have transpired. This is the essence of retrospection. Within retrospection, there exist 2 scenarios. One merely involves observation, while the other entails intervention. The former is not particularly challenging, and the latter is not operationally difficult either. However, the complication arises when it contravenes the edicts established by the divine. Much like the future Bulma, who engineered a time machine. Through the principles of temporal retrospection, she intervened, creating a new dimension. Fortunately, She met her demise at the hands of Black Goku. Otherwise, had other deities discovered her actions, her fate would have been no better. Next comes the modulation of time and space. This modulation encompasses 3 subdivisions: pausing, accelerating, and decelerating. Acceleration and deceleration are easily comprehensible. Among these, the ability to pause time is the most challenging to achieve. Even the Omni King cannot cause the universe to come to a complete halt. Such a feat is impossible. The pause in time is relative, applying only to a specific range of space-time. Just as Guldo, by expending his stamina, can halt time within a certain vicinity. However, Guldo's time-stopping ability falls within the realm of supernatural powers, representing a nascent awakening of a minuscule fragment of the true essence of time. In this case, he knows how to pause time, but does not comprehend the underlying principles that facilitate this phenomenon. Conversely, a deity who has grasped the essence of time understands the intricacies and principles involved. Chapter 75. The Time Chamber. Among the complexities of the essence of time, the most difficult to comprehend and master is the control over the future. This is the realm of prophecy. It possesses the ability to perform time-skipping, a manifestation of the supernatural within the prophetic aspect. Simultaneously, the god of destruction dons a time ring, allowing him to traverse into the future. Similar to retrospection, using it solely for observation is not particularly arduous. However, altering the future inherently influences the present. The future remains uncertain. Any variable can lead to a parallel world with a different outcome. Each time the power of prophecy is invoked, it has the potential to impact the fabric of reality. Undoubtedly, even deities refrain from altering history casually. Powerful beings like Hit are undoubtedly among the most formidable adversaries to contend with. However, his ability to manipulate time and space remains relatively tolerable. After all, it is merely a fraction of a second, 1 second, and even if it evolves to 2 seconds, it would only influence the outcome of a battle. Pig has grasped a glimpse of the profound nature of time, particularly concerning the alteration of speed, deceleration, acceleration, and the suspension of time itself. By invoking divine essence, the effects are significantly superior to those achieved by Gordo. The range is broader, and the duration is longer. Yet, at present, Pig's divine essence is still insufficient. After exhausting 10 points of divine essence, he could only halt time in the entire West City for a mere 10 seconds. And this was under circumstances where no formidable opponents resided. Should there exist immensely powerful martial artists or deities of equivalent rank, the length of time that could be suspended would be drastically shortened. Nevertheless, as long as he can simulate, his divine essence will inevitably increase. System: commence life simulation. He can acquire a simulation opportunity each week, which serves as his greatest trump card. As long as he remains alive in reality, he can perpetually simulate and grow stronger. 17th life simulation commencing. Extracting entries. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the blue entry, Cultivation Maniac. Cultivation Maniac doubles the effectiveness of any form of training. This entry is neither particularly good nor bad. Had he known, he would have utilized it for rapid simulation. Regardless, with no pressing matters at hand, he decided to observe the unfolding events. The Cultivation Maniac entry is rather conventional. For Pig, cultivating any combat prowess or martial skills pales in comparison to honing divine essence. Possessing divine essence is essential for future ventures into the divine realm. This simplistic enhancement to training is, to be honest, not particularly appealing to Pig. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. You have always adhered to the principle of taking shortcuts in training, avoiding arduous labor whenever possible. Upon acquiring the entry, rather than immediately engaging in training, you teleported before the deity. The deity was quite astonished at your sudden appearance, but patiently exchanged pleasantries with you. Out of courtesy, you engaged in small talk before finally requesting to borrow the Spirit Time House. Under normal circumstances, training in the gravity chamber at home would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, with the effect of the Cultivation Maniac, you envisioned a swift path to strength. The deity advised you that within the Spirit Time House, you could train for a maximum of 2 years. Yet, you informed the deity that the Spirit Time House would be solely for your use in the future, when you emerge is of no concern to him. Seeing your reckless determination, the deity could only sigh and lead you to the Spirit Time House. Before entering, you waved your hand at the curious dog Kong. In the simulated scene, Pig was keenly observing the young Goku. At this moment, he had not yet matured. Scions typically grow up within a single night. As a battle enthusiast, Goku had no reason to decline the offer. Sure, he exclaimed, beaming with enthusiasm. You nodded and turned to the deity, saying, rest assured. Your strength is limited and will only waste Kong's time. After a year, I will release him, and I trust that his presence on Earth will no longer present any issues. Pig spoke quite bluntly, nearly suggesting that the deity was a detrimental tutor hindering development. The old deity's expression shifted through shades of anger, yet he dared not confront Pig. He suppressed his ire and simply nodded vigorously at Pig. Opening the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, Pig boldly stepped inside, with Goku following curiously behind. Wow, there is nothing here. Why do I feel like I can hardly breathe? My body feels so heavy. As the door closed, Kong quickly sensed something amiss. However, Pig remained unfazed by the environment, accustomed as he was to extreme gravity. Nevertheless, it was essential to explain to Kong that the gravity here was 10 times that of Earth. Oh, did Master Roshi not teach you about gravity? Simply put, it feels as if you are carrying over 10 turtle shells while training. Calm. Your body is the foundation of all cultivation. You must adapt to this environment, striving to move swiftly here within a year. By that time, the Demon King Piccolo will seem like a mere younger brother to you. Pig embraced young Goku and elaborated on his upcoming training direction. In reality, over the past few months, the deity had already imparted the combat techniques of the Namekians to Kong. He had made rapid progress in terms of combat skills and techniques. Historically, the deity's training of Goku comprised two parts. The first was to sense the presence of energy. Once adept at utilizing this energy, the second part involved immersing him in the time chamber to enhance his combat prowess. Unfortunately, while Goku excelled in learning to sense energy, his performance in the time chamber training was rather lackluster. Few could endure the solitude and relentlessly train day and night unless they were a training fanatic, Vegeta being a notable exception. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'm off to train. Little Wukong bared his teeth, diligently making his way step by step toward a desolate area to engage in his training. Initially, he gritted his teeth and gradually maneuvered his body. Eventually, his pace quickened slightly, allowing him to walk slowly. Then came running, jumping, and even rapping in basketball. I digress. 3 months later, little Wukong had acclimated to tenfold gravity. One fateful day, upon waking, he transformed from little Wukong into Dog Wukong. Piccolo was astounded by the Scion's unique ability to mature overnight. However, Dog Wukong was in quite the predicament. The room of spirit and time lacked any clothing, forcing him to don his former martial arts uniform as makeshift undergarments. Gritting his teeth, he followed Piccolo in training. Chapter 76, Wukong. A robust physique is essential to mastering more potent martial arts. Just like the King Kai fist, with your current physical prowess, you could withstand a double King Kai fist. Standing in the open space, Piccolo patiently demonstrated for Dog Wukong. Training Dog Wukong is not born of any sense of responsibility, merely a dark amusement born of boredom. You are genuinely eager to witness Dog Wukong appear before Piccolo, Raditz, Vegeta, Frieza, and others in an absolutely invincible manner. Of course, you are also aware that you are unlikely to witness this entertaining scene, because you have no intention of leaving the room of spirit and time anytime soon. As for the 2-year limit spoken of by the old sage, you have entirely dismissed it. In truth, the room of spirit and time is the most optimal place to comprehend the profound truths of time and space. Here, time flows at a rate 365 times faster than the outside world. Spatially, this realm does not belong to the main space of the 7th universe, but rather to a dimensional interstice, making it an excellent location for studying the essence of space. This time, your intention is to swiftly cultivate the divine energy to a 3-dimensional level, to avert any consequences that might lead to the destruction of Earth. You have resolved to empower Dog Wukong ahead of time. After a year, Dog Wukong emerged from the room of spirit and time, now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In reality, within the West Capital Castle, Piccolo munched on a sweet melon, his brow furrowed. Could it be that in the year 753 of the age, Dog Wukong would allow him to transform into a Super Saiyan? Nonetheless, it must be said, while I cannot see the simulation, the reality has been quite lively. In the simulated scenes, I remained hidden within the room of spirit and time, continually honing my mental strength through meditation. The divine energy, in essence, is cultivated from the mind through mental fortitude. Only with sufficient physical strength can one withstand the pressures it imposes. Over time, practitioners gradually learn to endure the burdens of divine energy with their human bodies. Subsequently, the divine energy will, through years of accumulation, subtly and imperceptibly enhance the practitioner's physique. In the end, the human physique, having been enhanced by the breath of the divine, gradually undergoes evolution, ultimately becoming a vessel for the gods. This transformative process typically spans millions of years. The cultivation journey of each deity varies. For instance, the cat sage cultivates by continuously condensing divine water and nurturing celestial beings to achieve incremental progress. The king of hell diligently judges the merits and demerits of souls, thereby refining his own dimensional prowess. Upon reaching the realm of the universe king, the majority engage in meditation for their cultivation. When fatigue from meditation sets in, many opt for methods that alleviate mental strain to recalibrate their mindset. For example, the North Universe King enjoys lying on the ground and counting blades of grass, while the South Universe King prefers to engage in boastful banter with others. As for Beerus, he finds solace in slumber to relieve stress. Each deity possesses their own peculiarities. Pigu shares a similar penchant for slumber as Beerus. The simulated imagery of Pigu is rather tedious, either meditating with closed eyes in a serene space or lying in bed, peacefully asleep. In reality, Pigu, in a state of resignation, is compelled to fixate on Goku's form. In the year 753 of the Age of the Gods, in September, Goku departed from the Divine Temple ahead of schedule. Heeding Pigu's instructions, he temporarily took charge of the Pilaf Technology Group and the Pilaf Army. Pigu recorded a video for Xiaowu and Ashur, urging them to fully assist Goku. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Pigu repeatedly inflicted severe injuries upon Goku and subsequently revived him with celestial beings to help him master his newly acquired strength, only to engage in further combat, creating a cycle of training. This method was originally a glitch exploited by Vegeta on Namek, but Pigu adapted it for the swift training of Goku. Unlike Vegeta, once Goku's battle power reached 3 million, Pigu decisively bestowed upon him 3 spirit tree fruits. With a solid foundation, the effects of consuming the spirit tree fruits were significantly enhanced. Upon consuming the first fruit, Goku's base battle power surged to an impressive 30 million. The second fruit propelled his power to 50 million. The third fruit catapulted his battle power directly to 60 million. At this level of 60 million, and under Pigu's guidance, Goku learned to transform into a Super Saiyan. When Goku assumed command of the Pilaf army, his transformed battle power had already soared to 3 billion. With such formidable power, he faced no fear, even against androids 16, 17, and 18, especially considering that the android crisis was still over a decade away. Goku's first order of business after joining the Pilaf army was to accompany Xiaowu and Ashur to the East Galaxy to collect debts. Since being subdued by Pigu, the Gula army has been required to remit 30% of their profits to King Pilaf annually. As year-end approached, it was only natural for Goku to step in and collect on Pigu's behalf. On Gula Planet, within the Gula Palace, the dog, with an innocent expression, was seated on the throne of Gula, gazing around as if he had never encountered such grandeur before. Gula looked at the messenger of King Pilaf, Sun Wukong, with a shadowy glare, his eyes fluctuating between uncertainty and ire. Merely a few months had passed, and now they sought to collect today's 30% profit in advance. This situation alone was enough to put Gula, who prided himself on his dignity, in an uncomfortable position. Moreover, through the latest combat power detector, he discerned that this individual before him was far weaker than Shavi. To invite this rascal to the throne, only for him to sit there with such audacity, filled Gula with indignation. Mr. Sun Wukong, the blue crystal is currently being prepared. I sincerely apologize for not anticipating your early arrival. I fear the complete preparation of the blue crystal may take several hours. Since we have some time, why don't we engage in a friendly spar? Gula, with a forced smile that masked his displeasure, sought to assess the capabilities of the dog. Although he dared not defy the insufferable Pilaf for the moment, humiliating the envoy he had sent would offer a semblance of relief from his frustration. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wukong executed a swift maneuver, vanishing from the cold throne only to reappear before Gula. Gripping Gula's arm, Wukong exclaimed with excitement, "Really? You mustn't go back on your word. Ha ha. I can finally engage in a sparring match." In truth, The moment Wukong's hand tightly grasped his, Gula regretted his words. Yet, having spoken, he could only grit his teeth and engage Wukong in a duel. 3 hours later, Gula, bruised and battered, stood in the palace square, watching as Wukong departed in a high-speed spacecraft, leaving Gula's star behind. With a combat power of 3 billion, though not as formidable as King Pilaf, he was certainly not an opponent Gula could contend with. At that moment, Gula had lost all semblance of anger. 2.5 years later, in the year 756 of the Age of the Gods, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Chapter 77. The Martial Arts Tournament. Having broadened his horizons, Wukong discovered that there were few strong beings in the universe. Upon returning to Earth, he had been indulging in your castle, enjoying food, drink, and the training facilities. As the World Martial Arts Tournament approached, it was only when Bulma sought him out to join that he remembered his promise to the deity to assist in dealing with the Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King Piccolo? Had he not recalled this suddenly, Wukong might have entirely forgotten about it. Reluctantly, although Wukong had been swayed by you, his kind nature remained unchanged, still the benevolent youth. Setting out with Bulma, Yamchu, Tien, Krillin, and Chaozu, the group soon arrived at Papaya Island. Meanwhile, you remained diligently training in the hyperbolic time chamber. In reality, still training? Has it truly been over 2 years? Hasn't that been a cultivation of 7 or 8 centuries? This time, in the simulation, I, Pig, have managed to be quite reliable. Sitting on the sofa, I gazed at the simulation before me and could not help but praise my simulated self. This fellow is usually rather unfocused. Yet this time he has remarkably thought of the spirit time room as an excellent place for cultivation. I surmise that the accumulation of divine energy should not pose much difficulty. The most challenging aspect, I believe, lies in the comprehension of the profound truths of time and space. Shaking my head, I continued to watch the spectacle. On Papaya Island, Goku encountered Master Roshi, and the master and disciple chatted for quite some time. According to the combat power detector's readings, Goku quickly located the Master Kairobe. Without hesitation, he confronted him and introduced him to Krillin and the others. Possessing the dual attributes of a social butterfly and social anxiety, Goku paid no heed to a Kairobe's feelings. This time, the celestial beings did not descend to participate in the world's foremost martial arts tournament. How absurd! The aura radiating from Goku alone could obliterate every soul on Earth. This was still a manifestation of his power after concealing the majority of his energy. His normal combat power was in the tens of millions. Did you think it was that easy to keep it all in check? Of course. After more than 2 years of training, Goku's standard combat power has now surpassed 100 million, making him significantly stronger than Pig, who is training in the spirit time room. With him around, the celestial beings could rest easy. The only request was to remind Goku to show mercy and not truly eliminate King Piccolo. If it became too challenging to defeat Piccolo, he would undoubtedly be eliminated given the opportunity. Now that Goku has grown so powerful, the old celestial being did not wish to descend directly to King Enma to report. As the registration concluded, the overconfident and somewhat oblivious King Piccolo appeared in the martial arts temple's preliminary competition arena, immediately demonstrating his prowess toward Goku. Tien Shinhan quickly recognized him and sought confirmation from Goku. He is the reincarnation of King Piccolo, but he is nothing to be concerned about. Goku spoke with a tone of ease, which helped Tien relax as well. In truth, he was indeed not formidable. Even the servants serving food to Guldo possessed combat power in the hundreds. The warriors in Guldo's army averaged over 1,000 in combat power. Now, with Piccolo's mere few hundred points, he truly was not a noteworthy figure. As Goku languished in boredom, he heard the voice of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King, was something Pig felt no need to inform Goku about. In matters of love, Pig has always believed that Bulma is the most suitable partner for Goku. Of course, Chi-Chi, the original wife, could also suffice. These trivial matters held no significance for him, so he paid them no mind. Consequently, much like history unfolded, Goku found himself drenched in Chi-Chi's scorn. Resisting the urge to unleash a formidable Kamehameha on Chi-Chi, Goku found this young woman rather perplexing. That was all there was to it. Soon, the 8 finalists were selected. Pudding was eliminated by the mechanical fighter, Tao Pai Pai, while Yachirobe successfully advanced to the top 8. In the first match, Tao Pai Pai was thoroughly beaten by Tenshinhan, to the point where he was unrecognizable even to his own mother. The once mighty assassin had no choice but to withdraw from the ranks of the Dragon Ball warriors. In the second match, Goku faced Chi-Chi, resulting in her defeat. Consequently, the two awkwardly descended from the stage together, leaving Goku inexplicably with a fiancée. The third match saw Krillin pitted against Piccolo, who pummeled Krillin so severely that he, too, became unrecognizable. Krillin was escorted off the stage by Goku, but after consuming a Senzu bean, he quickly regained his vigor. The fourth match devolved into a chaotic exchange of blows, with both sides evenly matched at times. Ultimately, Yachirobe succumbed to the T-God's energy attack, losing due to his lack of weaponry. T-Egg triumphed, finally breaking free from the nightmare of being eliminated in the first round of the tournament. In the first semifinal, Goku easily defeated Tenshinhan, who boldly proclaimed that he would catch up to Goku before the next tournament. Goku was hesitant to encourage the three-eyed warrior, fearing it might lead him into despair. The other semifinal was devoid of suspense, as the T-God was decisively defeated by the Demon King Piccolo, who shattered a kidney, leading to his surrender. Had it not been for Goku's supply of Senzu beans, the T-God might have truly lost Bulma. In the final, on the stage, the Demon King Piccolo discarded his cloak and assumed an air of arrogance. Ready to meet his demise, was it? How could this be possible? Before he could complete his grandstanding, Goku merely cast a glance at Piccolo, and with a surge of energy, sent him flying off the stage. The match had barely begun, yet it was already over. Goku casually emitted a portion of his aura, leaving Piccolo in a state of despair. Observing the scene on the simulation screen, Piccolo's woeful gaze directed at Goku elicited laughter from Piccin. As time swiftly flowed by, Goku married, had children, and embraced a blissful life in the realm of culinary delights. 5 years later, Raditz arrived. His only contributions were the creation of the Weakling Warriors meme and revealing to Goku that he was a scion. Goku, who had long suspected he was different from the Earthlings, experienced little emotional upheaval this time. The reasoning was simple. Raditz, his rather lackluster older brother, was merely a low-tier fighter with a power level barely reaching 1500. Without engaging in combat, Goku severely injured Raditz, opting not to kill him but rather to send him packing, advising him to find a more suitable place to dwell. As the vice-captain of the Pilaf gang, Goku would never lower himself to associate with a dog like Vegeta, who served under Frieza. To speak of it would be to tarnish his own reputation. Of course, in the eyes of Goku, he perceives himself as an ordinary martial artist on Earth, and incidentally, a genuine farmer as well. Nothing more than that. Goku's demeanor, coupled with his disrespectful remarks toward Vegeta, resonated through the power level detector and reached the ears of the prince. Upholding his desire to establish authority, Prince Vegeta commanded Raditz to conceal himself and await his and Nappa's arrival on Earth. On November 3, 762 AD, Vegeta and Nappa descended upon Earth. Chapter 78. The Cunning Frieza. With a thunderous crack in the sky, the illustrious arrival of Vegeta was heralded. Nothing more than that. Within 2 minutes of Nappa and Vegeta's landing on Earth, Goku had already flown to confront them. With no ability to retaliate, Goku seized Vegeta. Examining the tails of the other Scions, he concluded that they bore no difference from his own. It appeared that he truly was a Scion. He was reminded of you in the hyperbolic time chamber and could not help but wonder, Pilaf, how did you know that Scions could transform? Despite ruminating endlessly, Goku could not unravel this mystery. This question was evidently beyond Goku's comprehension. Having released Vegeta, Goku muttered something about needing the Dragon Balls to resurrect the deceased from East City, finding it quite troublesome. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. Vegeta became aware of the secrets surrounding the Dragon Balls. This time, due to the earlier explosion of the detector, Frieza did not discover Namek. However, Vegeta was aware. After being released by Goku, Vegeta promptly prepared to invade Namek. His actions were under constant surveillance by Frieza. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Kairatsu trailed behind him, and after slaughtering several Namekian villages, Vegeta and Nappa arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Vegeta deactivated the detector, but lacking control, he failed to sense the quietly following Kairatsu. The outcome of the confrontation between Vegeta and Nail was all too evident. Nail warned him not to covet the Dragon Balls, for they would not grant wishes to evildoers. He was beaten to the point of not recognizing his own mother. In the midst of their fierce battle, their dialogue was clearly overheard by Kairatsu, and naturally, it was also transmitted to Frieza via the detector. Nail struck first, severely injuring Vegeta, followed by Kairatsu doing the same. Only Nappa remained unscathed, ultimately carrying Vegeta away. Kairatsu, exerting his last ounce of energy, departed from Namek. Upon returning to their base, the two of them gradually recuperated from their injuries. However, news soon arrived that King Frieza had annihilated Namek and was exceedingly enraged. The Grand Elder of Namek, steadfast and unyielding, did not succumb to Frieza's attempts. After recovering from his injuries, Vegeta's power level soared to 24,000, his thoughts lingering on the Dragon Balls of Earth. This secret was known only to him and Nappa. On a subsequent mission, taking advantage of Nappa's inattention, Vegeta swiftly silenced him. The fewer who knew the secret, the better. Reflecting on his narrow escape and the significant boost in his power, Vegeta devised a method to exploit the system. After 3 months of relentless effort, he ultimately succeeded in elevating his power level to an astonishing 3 million. In the real world, Pig was left astounded. A true prodigy. The age-old adage holds true: gold will always shine. It seems he too was invigorated by Goku's influence. Moreover, he was an experienced observer indeed. Each simulation proved challenging in maintaining the original storyline. Yet, formidable individuals inevitably find a way to shine. However, Vegeta's subsequent choice left Pig utterly astonished. Rather than seeking a transformation into a Super Saiyan, he returned to Frieza's side. Frieza, wary of Vegeta's 3 million power level, was even more alarmed when Vegeta revealed that there were Dragon Balls on Earth, guarded by a Super Saiyan. Frieza, unable to remain still, mobilized the Ginyu Force, along with Zarbon, Dodoria, and Vegeta, accompanied by several hundred minions. A grand expedition was launched towards Earth. On January 26, 764 in the age. After nearly half a year of travel, Frieza's army reached the outskirts of the solar system. However, upon their arrival, they were immediately detected by the Pilaf army's radar. Upon learning this news, Goku wasted no time and boarded his spaceship, arriving at the planet Fortress. There, Goku encountered Frieza for the first time. "Hey, you resemble that cooler quite a bit. Wasn't the profit share sent last year? What brings you to the solar system?" Goku, not having roamed the cosmos much in recent years, did not recognize Frieza but had visited Cooler a few times. The Frieza race did share some physical similarities. Sensing Frieza's energy, which was not as formidable as Cooler's, Goku did not perceive him as a threat. He mistakenly believed Frieza was sent by Cooler for communication. Such a question left Frieza utterly astonished. The news of Cooler's defeat could not be concealed. However, Frieza was not well versed in the specifics of the situation. In an instant, Frieza grasped the entirety of the matter. "This esteemed individual, Cooler, is my elder brother. He wishes for me to come to Earth to learn from you. Please." Frieza, thoroughly intimidated, was acutely aware of the intelligence he had gathered regarding a mysterious force known as the Pilaf Army, which had caused trouble on Cooler's planet twice. According to the latest combat power detector from the Gula Legion, the first individual arrived with an astonishing combat power of 5 billion. The second also boasted a remarkable combat strength of 3 billion. The Gula's strength hovers around 500 million, while I myself possess a mere 100 million. They have even crafted excuses for us. What is there left to pretend? Frieza, the Great King, has yielded with alarming swiftness, leaving Goku entirely unaware of any discrepancies. As guests, Goku graciously guided them on a tour of the planetary fortress, which serves as the headquarters of the Pilaf Legion. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Pilaf Legion was entirely composed of intelligent robotic warriors, each with a minimum combat power of 5,000. The most formidable among them possessed a staggering combat strength exceeding 1 million. Frieza and his subordinates looked ashen, for the disparity was insurmountable. In a sudden revelation, Frieza considered that sharing 30% of the profits with King Pilaf was not a humiliation, but rather a tremendous gain. If it were him, he would likely negotiate for an 80-20 split, or even a 99-1. "Mr. Goku, might we have the pleasure of meeting King Pilaf on this visit?" Frieza inquired politely while enjoying a meal prepared by Chi-Chi at Goku's home. Goku, scratching his head, candidly revealed Pig's whereabouts. "To be honest, I haven't seen him in many years. He has been training in a mysterious place, and the gods say he may be lost in a different dimension for a lifetime." 2 years passed, yet Pig did not emerge. The gods opened the door to the room of spirit and time, but it was already empty. Pig had long since vanished. Goku, unreservedly divulging such critical information, caught Frieza's attention. a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Oh, this is quite manageable. Let us obliterate the Earth." With his hands pressed against the floor of Goku's home, he unleashed a planet-destroying blast. Everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 79. Time Reversal. Frieza excels in ambushes, particularly in the art of annihilating planets. Together, this heralded the destruction of Earth. The violent explosion was so profound that even Pig, residing in a different dimension, sensed something amiss. With a mere flick of his finger, a colossal dimensional rift materialized before him. From the year 753 of the Aegean era to 764, Earth was reduced to cosmic dust by Frieza. This span encompassed approximately 800 days. Within the confines of the Room of Spirit and Time, this equated to over 800 years. Even without the divine essence or the power of truth, Pig could easily breach the dimensional barriers solely with his own energy. Moreover, having comprehended the truths of time and space in the otherworldly realm, Pig found it effortless to depart from the alternate dimension, even if he had yet to fully grasp these concepts. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the enigmatic Piggle, having accumulated the essence of divinity, gazed quietly at the Earth, which gradually crumbled into dust. "Oh, is that Frieza?" Observing the distant figure of Frieza, who was retreating in haste, Piggle swiftly comprehended the unfolding events. It was highly probable that Frieza had descended upon Earth. Unable to secure victory, he resorted to the cowardice of obliterating the planet. With the divine technique of time reversal, Piggle coldly watched the direction in which Frieza fled. Frieza might endure in the void of space, yet without a spacecraft, he could only traverse at high speed. Curiously, his escape led him toward the planetary fortress. With a fleeting glance, Piggle chose not to confront him directly. Instead, he directed his full prowess at the epicenter of the impending explosion on Earth. Astonishingly, Frieza, who had already flown a considerable distance away, was drawn back towards the Earth. The planet, which had transformed into cosmic dust, miraculously reformed, regaining its former visage. Within a minute, the Earth reverted to its state prior to the explosion. In an instant, Piggle teleported to the domicile of Goku. He cast a glance at Frieza, who was poised to strike, and uttered 2 words, "Pause." Time stood still, freezing all beings in that fleeting moment. Aiming at Frieza, Piggle pronounced once more, "Strangle." In an instant, Frieza was ensnared by hundreds of spatial dimensional slashes. Reduced to mere pulp, you have wielded divine means, forcibly reversing time and space, and vanquished Frieza. The Earth has been saved, yet you have incurred trouble. Mr. Whis swiftly arrived on Earth, accompanied by the awakened Beerus. They are exceedingly irate over your unilateral alteration of the timeline. Beerus intends to destroy you. He has ascended to the 4th dimension, while you remain in the 3rd. As Beerus approaches, surrender is not an option for you. Beerus excels in the essence of destruction, while Whis masters the essence of time. You, however, specialize in the essence of time and space, which can be dissected into the essence of time and the essence of space. In terms of combat prowess, you are no match for either of them. Yet regarding the means of escape, they are not your equal. After a brief confrontation, realizing your disadvantage, you decisively tore open a rift in time and space, preparing to flee the solar system. However, due to the incompleteness of your mastery over the essence of time and space, upon entering the rift, you found yourself in hell. Hell, a seemingly inescapable prison for others, presented no constraints for you. You surmised that even if Whis detected your hiding in hell, he would not personally come to apprehend you. And indeed, your expectations were confirmed. In the simulated scene, Beerus gazed at the distant Earth, then cast a glance at Whis. Mr. Whis, with an intuitive understanding, withdrew his staff, squinting at the luminous crystal orb atop it. Soon, he discerned the figure of Pig. Opening his eyes, he sighed helplessly. "Beerus, that fellow has descended into the underworld." "The underworld?" Beerus exclaimed, astonished. "How could he end up there? This is quite troublesome." If it were an ordinary human warrior who had recklessly ventured into the depths of hell, Beerus would have relished the absence of such an inconvenience. However, Pig was different. He was a deity, a formidable divine being who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. Perhaps the Supreme Kai was unaware of these secrets, but as a destroyer god, with an angel at his side, Beerus was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in becoming a powerful deity among the 12 universes. The overwhelming majority of individuals would never encounter a god in their lifetimes, and only a select few were even aware of their existence. Yet, That was the extent of it. Attaining the status of a god, even at the most elementary level, was no simple feat. Every deity possesses their own methods of cultivating their divine essence and elevating their dimensional existence. What set Beerus apart was the guidance he received from Whis, enabling him to ascend to the heights of a fourth-dimensional destroyer god. In contrast, the vast majority of deities tread the path of the Supreme Kai's understanding of the true essence of creation. These deities, lacking the support of a powerful god, find it exceedingly challenging to attain higher dimensions. Achieving the level of a third-dimensional Supreme Kai is already a remarkable feat, yet Pig, at the third-dimensional stage, had comprehended two profound truths, and he had grasped them at an exceptionally deep level. This incited great apprehension in Beerus. Within the realm of the Omni King, the cultivation of two truths simultaneously was strictly forbidden without the Omni King's consent. Otherwise, Beerus would not find himself idly passing the days. Despite being the strongest among the destroyer gods, Beerus's status was attained through both his own cultivation and the favor granted by the Omni King. In any given universe, numerous individuals may grasp the truths of destruction or creation, yet there exist only two officially designated destroyer gods and Supreme Kais. In the seventh universe, the official destroyer god is Beerus, while the official Supreme Kai is East Supreme Kai Shin. Even if the old Supreme Kai were to escape his predicament in the future, he would no longer hold official status. Now, with Pig's emergence, the tranquility of the seventh universe has been shattered. After careful consideration, Beerus stated solemnly, "This dangerous individual is no longer merely my concern. Where's the Supreme Kai? I must insist he take me to see the Omni King." The instant transmission of the Supreme Kai is but one of the divine arts and does not equate to mastering the truth of space. The Omni King's apprehension regarding a deity simultaneously comprehending two truths stems primarily from the fear that a fifth-dimensional being might arise within his universe, potentially jeopardizing his own safety. To comprehend the essence of each fifth-dimensional deity, one must recognize that their very lifeblood is the universe they have forged. The strength of a fifth-dimensional deity hinges upon two pivotal factors. The first, and most crucial, is the quantity and quality of their insights into the profound truths. There exists a hierarchy among these truths. The truths of time and space are regarded as paramount. The truths of destruction and creation are similarly esteemed. The truths of gravity, light, and darkness are classified as secondary. Meanwhile, elemental truths such as water, fire, wind, earth, and the essence of power belong to a tertiary category. The greater the number and higher the level of truths understood, the more formidable one becomes. The second aspect pertains to the quality of the universe one has birthed. Upon reaching the fifth dimension, the aura of divinity ascends to divine power, often referred to as divine might within the realm of deities. While the divine aura can be accumulated through cultivation, divine power is derived solely from the universe one has established. Universes of superior quality yield varying quantities and qualities of divine power. This is why the Omni King appoints the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai to diligently manage the universe. A universe of high quality significantly bolsters the Omni King's strength. Inferior universes undergo regular purging and reconstruction. Should a fifth-dimensional powerhouse emerge within one's universe, retaining them and preventing their ascension to the divine realm is imperative, as these universes may not sustain such power without jeopardizing the Omni King's strength. Conversely, should they ascend and encounter a rogue individual, the position of the Omni King's universe could be compromised. Consequently, the Omni King would be forced to obliterate all universes and seek a new space within the divine realm to recreate a universe. This period represents a time of great vulnerability for fifth-dimensional beings. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to extinguish potential threats at their inception. The number of lower-dimensional deities, such as those in the first and second dimensions, may be more abundant. However, once one reaches the third dimension, a critical threshold is crossed. It is absolutely essential that lower-tier deities are not permitted to easily grasp profound truths. The understanding of such truths is inherently challenging, and even with guidance, it remains a formidable task. Moreover, the vast majority of lower-tier deities are left to navigate this journey alone. Should their lifespans elapse without transcending to the third dimension, they will meet their end. However, once one reaches the third dimension, akin to the level of the Supreme Kai, a deity's lifespan extends significantly alongside their comprehension of profound truths. In the divine realm, It is said that transcending to the sixth dimension grants immortality. In the universe, the pinnacle of cultivation for most deities is akin to the current state of Beerus. In contrast, Mr. Whis, hailing from the angelic lineage, can continue to cultivate. Much like the Grand Minister. Though Beerus struggles with the likes of Pig-ass, the Omni King can effortlessly manage such matters. At worst, he would merely face a few scoldings. Beerus resigned himself to his fate. Beerus sought out the Supreme Kai, who, in a state of bewilderment, was entirely unaware of the existence of the god of destruction. Were it not for their lives being intertwined, Beerus would have relished the thought of eliminating the foolish Supreme Kai. Ultimately, it was Mr. Whis who elucidated the situation, prompting the Supreme Kai to, albeit with skepticism, make his way to the Omni King. Upon learning of the circumstances, the Omni King instantaneously appeared in the hell of the seventh universe, right before you. Realizing that Beerus had not lied, he raised his hand with the intent to annihilate you. You resolved to seize the king before apprehending the thief, launching an assault directly against the Omni King. Yet, it was evident that you had underestimated the situation. The Omni King obliterated you, and thus, you met your demise. The 17th simulation concluded. Overall evaluation, A. You may choose to redeem 2 items from the following rewards. Option 1. Normal combat power of 10 trillion, redeemable for 100 billion points of cosmic energy. Option 2. Truth of Time, 71, redeemable for 710 trillion points of cosmic energy. Option 3. Truth of Space, 59, redeemable for 590 trillion points of cosmic energy. Option 4. 700 points of Divine Aura, redeemable for 870 billion points of cosmic energy. Damn, this is exorbitantly expensive. Pigar gazed at the long string of zeros, nearly at a loss for words. The previous 10 trillion cosmic energy had depleted his reserves. Presently, he found himself unable to make any further advances. It seemed he would have to rely on an artificial sun, regardless of the circumstances. He would need to harness technology to alter his destiny. He rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve a white lab coat, and thus, Professor Pilaf made his grand entrance. There was no alternative. Pigar needed to swiftly gather cosmic energy, and that could only be achieved through the power of technology. In truth, the energy and matter within the universe accumulated from the ignition of countless stars. In the early stages of the Big Bang, vast amounts of matter were trapped within a singularity, ultimately ignited by the Omni King, initiating the birth of the universe. Initially, the universe was exceedingly small before entering a phase of rapid expansion. The cosmos forged by the strong differs fundamentally in scale from that which formed naturally. In the 7th universe, the galaxy encompasses all. As the universe was developed, a multitude of hydrogen atoms coalesced and were ignited, giving rise to stars. Depending on their mass, stars would exhaust their lifespans, resulting in the emergence of colossal black holes, neutron stars, and white dwarfs among other celestial bodies. Presently, the 7th universe is still in the nascent stages of stellar evolution. Supermassive black holes have yet to form. Thus, the majority of stars remain in a relatively static state. In the future, as the era before Pigar's traversal unfolds, supermassive black holes akin to Sagittarius A will emerge. Consequently, the galaxy will gradually take shape as a barred spiral galaxy. For now, Pigar seeks to obtain cosmic energy. What is required is to artificially ignite a miniature star. The energy harvested can be stored for convenient absorption. The technology for creating a synthetic sun is not insurmountable. An efficient battery storage technology has also been procured from the Chaco planet. However, Pig has simply not found the time to manufacture them. On September 16, 753 AD, after 5 days of relentless effort, the artificial sun was ignited. It was positioned near the planetary fortress within a space city, far removed from Earth, where only robots were employed. Pig, present at the construction site of the planetary fortress, witnessed the successful ignition and the rapid collection of energy. Soon, a spacecraft arrived at the planetary fortress, and the robots delivered a case of universal capsules. Upon receiving it, Pig absorbed all the energy contained within. After merely 1 hour of energy absorption, he acquired a staggering trillion points of cosmic energy. This time, Pig was determined to redeem options 2 and 3, which required a total of 130 trillion points of cosmic energy. This equated to roughly 130 hours, or just over 5 days. Fortunately, he had just completed 5 accumulative attempts. After 5 days, he would have ample time to redeem his rewards before utilization. On September 22, 753 AD, after absorbing all the energy, Pig successfully redeemed the system rewards. System, redeem options 2 and 3. He commanded. As the confirmation prompt sounded, Pig fainted in his bedroom. It was 3 days before he awoke languidly, lamenting, "What a wasted opportunity. How unfortunate." System, initiate life simulation. Beep. The 18th life simulation begins. Extracting entries. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the purple entry, Master of Concealment. As Master of Concealment, you can obscure any personal circumstances and thwart any prying eyes. Chapter 81. The First Universe. Oh dear. Just as I was about to feel envious, a plate of dumplings is served? How delightful. Upon seeing the notification displayed by the system, Pig was overjoyed. In the previous simulation, he had discerned the palpable malice from the All-King. However, considering it from another angle, he found solace. If, in the universe he would one day create, 5-dimensional deities emerged beyond his control, he would undoubtedly not allow such formidable beings to exist. Now, Pig faced 2 fundamental choices. The first path was to abandon the dual pursuit of understanding 2 profound truths, opting instead to cultivate only one, thus avoiding the risk of annihilation by the All-King. The second path was to continue striving for the 5-dimensional realm, for only then could he penetrate the divine domain and liberate himself from the All-King's constraints on his life. Without question, Pig had no desire to embark on the first path. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to redeem the truth of time and space. Yet, in doing so, it appears that merely employing these 2 techniques would likely draw unwanted attention and lead to one's demise. This particular entry has proven to be immensely advantageous. The Master of Concealment possesses the ability to shroud one's existence, thwarting any attempts at surveillance. Consequently, as long as one refrains from deploying the 2 principles in the presence of Beerus, Whis, and other higher-dimensional deities, one remains secure, free from the anxiety of being detected through observation. Elated, Pig began to observe this iteration of life simulation. At the very first moment, you concealed the divine aura and principal fluctuations emanating from your being. Upon confirming the absence of any issues, you returned from the planetary fortress to Earth. You still sought out the divine beings and slipped into the room of spirit and time. Yet this time, you refrained from intervening in Goku's development. Everything felt so natural, as if you, the King Pilaf, had vanished from the cosmos. In your absence, the Pilaf Technology Group and the Pilaf Legion found their growth stagnated. On the side of Gula, there were no longer any debt collectors. Everything reverted to its former state, seemingly unchanged. History surged forth, restoring everything to its rightful course. In the year 781 of the Age of Elysium, you breached the rift in time and space, emerging from the alternate dimension. At this moment, you had comprehended the principle of time and space to a level of 99, yet that elusive final one had plagued you for countless ages. You realized that remaining hidden in the alternate dimension would not grant you insight into that last fragment. You had to emerge to achieve true enlightenment. Your arrival went unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Earth was currently under siege by the Moro army. You were aware that Goku could handle Moro, so you refrained from intervening. After locating the hiding places of Mai and Asu, you retrieved the multiverse transit device. You must venture to a dimension devoid of the Omni King to genuinely attain the 5th dimension. You knew of such a realm, the timeline of future Trunks. In that timeline, the immortal Zamasu existed, and the 7th universe had been obliterated by the Omni King, yet other universes should still remain. Although the Omni King had been brought to the present by Goku, diving into the multiverse transit device, you endeavored to locate that timeline. You arrived in the courtyard of Bulma's home, a place once traversed by Black Goku through a time tunnel. As anticipated, you effortlessly pinpointed the temporal coordinates at the tunnel's opposite end. Accompanied by your 2 most loyal subordinates, you departed from your current timeline, arriving in a dimension devoid of the Omni King, surrounded only by endless vibrant colors, resplendent yet desolate. In the simulation, Pig exclaimed, "What is this place? It is so beautiful." With hands clasped together and eyes sparkling like little stars, Xiao Wu expressed her approval of the surroundings. However, the desolation was overwhelming. There was nothing here. Pigu floated in midair, closing his eyes to keenly sense the conditions of other universes. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, What good is beauty when there is nothing? Take my hand. Let us journey to other universes where life and cultivation are more suitable. Extending his arms wide, Pigu grasped the hands of Xiao Wu and Ishio. He stored the multiverse traverser into the system space, and with a thought, the three of them vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a world reminiscent of a picturesque scroll. Everywhere they looked was adorned with breathtaking scenery, where animals and humans coexisted harmoniously. The technology here was advanced, yet the ecological environment remained pristine. It felt as though they had stepped into a realm of perfection. Is this place truly paradise? Xiao Wu murmured, entranced by the splendid surroundings, as she inquired of Pigu. With a smile, Pigu began to explain. This is the first universe. Indeed, as the legends foretold, it is known as the perfect universe. Xiao Wu Ishio. From now on we shall integrate ourselves here and live modestly for a while. During this time, you must cultivate alongside me. This is merely the first step towards our rise. The first universe is lauded by the Omni King as the perfect universe. Here, there is no war, no poverty, no suffering. It is akin to a paradise on Earth. This environment remains unchanged by your arrival. The planet you inhabit is called Fairy Blossom Star. On this planet lives a species of tiny fairies with translucent wings and antennae atop their heads. Each of these fairies is female, no larger than a palm. Yet they are exceptionally skilled in nature magic. The Fairy Queen, a deity of the second dimension, reigns over them. Thanks to the Master of Concealment, you appear indistinguishable from the other aliens residing here. Your previously sinister aura has been masked, ensuring you remain unnoticed by anyone or any deity. Thus you, Xiao Wu, and Ishio cultivated here for 30 years. Over these 30 years, Xiao Wu and Ishio successfully reached the first dimensional level, significantly extending their lifespans, making an additional 1,000 or 800 years quite feasible. After resolving matters concerning your two loyal subordinates, you began to delve into the profound truths of time and space. Regrettably, there were no signs of achieving completeness or breakthroughs. In previous simulations, your advancement to the fifth dimensional level was facilitated by a wish granted by the Super Dragon Balls. In the Divine Realm, the Dragon Clan is an immensely powerful race. Dragon God Salama has reached the pinnacle of the sixth dimensional level, becoming a super deity. In the realm of the Omni King, the existence of the Super Dragon Balls is attributed to the training of the Dragon God, Zalama. The underlying principles remain elusive to you, for even within the Divine Realm, fifth-dimensional beings, despite their rarity and strength, pale in comparison to their sixth-dimensional counterparts. However, you comprehend that utilizing the Super Dragon Balls will undoubtedly elevate you to the status of a high deity in the fifth dimension. After a century devoid of progress, you resolve to return alone to your original timeline. You embark on a perilous journey to the sixth and seventh universes to gather the Super Dragon Balls. The endeavor proceeds remarkably well, and you achieve your aspirations. Departing from the Omni King's universe, you successfully arrive in the Divine Realm. After countless eons, the Divine Realm collapses, and you meet your demise. Simulation concluded. Overall score, SSS. Achieving SSS for the first time grants you a reward of complete coverage. In an instant, Pig's power surges dramatically. The Omni King and the Grand Priest materialized before him. The narrative concludes here. The story has ended abruptly, lacking even a debut. No one has witnessed it, and prolonging it serves no purpose. The conclusion reveals enlightenment of all truths, culminating in becoming the singular supreme deity. The details of the journey are omitted. Do not take offense.